Svana found a ledger hidden in the vault's depths, a secret that could destroy the vampire she loved. As she unraveled its truth, she was caught between two men, one offering warmth, the other guarding a centuries-old pact. What would you do when uncovering a secret that could save lives or ruin the one you desire? The Ledger of Night, a web novel, vampire romance. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The storm had been building over Prague since dusk, and by the time the vault's automated systems clicked into night mode, rain was hammering the courtyard cobblestones in sheets. Svana heard it through the sub-basement walls as a muffled roar, distant and patient, the sound of something waiting. She did not mind the late hours. The conservation room stayed quiet after midnight, and the discrepancies in the D6 catalog had been bothering her for 3 days. A shelf range that should have held 17 folio boxes contained 16. The finding aid listed a binder of witness signatures dated 1573, but the locator card had been overwritten twice, the second correction almost illegible. Small errors, the kind of thing a tired junior archivist could blame on data migration. Svana had learned to trust small errors. In 3 years at the Heliodor vault, she had never seen a mistake that did not point to a larger one. She pushed her chair back from the conservation table and flexed her left hand. The middle knuckle never warmed, no matter how many hours she spent with her palms flat against heat pads, and tonight it ached with the pressure drop. She tucked a loose strand of dark blonde hair behind her ear, felt the spare pen still lodged there, and stood. The sub-basement corridor stretched 20 meters under low fluorescence. Emergency lights painted the ceiling tiles amber. The air smelled of old paper, chilled leather, and the faint metallic tang of the climate control system. Svana carried her tablet with the catalog overlay pulled up, walking past sealed archival cabinets and the reinforced door to the vault proper. The D6 alcove was at the far end, tucked behind a rolling steel shelf that had to be cracked manually. She had checked this section twice before, but the third time was the first time she noticed the gap between cabinet 7 and the wall. Not a gap, a seam. She knelt and ran her fingers along the baseboard. The plaster had been cut cleanly and reset, painted to match the existing surface. A professional job if you did not know to look. Svana pressed along the seam and felt a slight give near the bottom edge. She pushed harder. The panels swung inward on silent hinges, revealing a room the blueprints did not show. Her heart kicked once, hard, before she steadied it. The room was small, maybe 3 meters square, with a single metal shelf bolted to the far wall. A single ledger sat on it, bound in dark leather with no shelf mark, no inventory number, no barcode. The spine was bare. The edges were dust-free. Someone had been here recently. Svana stepped inside and picked up the ledger. The leather was warm, slightly oily from handling, and the binding creaked when she opened it to the first page. 16th century secretary hand, sharp and economical, the ink a deep brown that had oxidized almost to black. She recognized the hand. She had been reading Wulfric Brackett's script for 3 years, and this was his, earlier and less controlled, but unmistakable. She turned the page. The entry was a covenant clause. She read the first sentence twice before the meaning settled. It bound the Heliodor vault to a protective obligation, one that named the human staff as beneficiaries and the director as personal guarantor. The language was absolute, almost violent in its finality. If the covenant failed through bad faith, the penalties would fall first and most severely on the signatory. The signatory was Wulfric Brackett. The date was 1589. Below the clause, in a different hand, cramped and hurried, was a marginal note. This shall not be copied. This shall not be witnessed by any but the undersigned. The burden is mine alone. Svana's cold knuckle throbbed against the leather. She heard nothing. No footsteps, no breath. But the air shifted, and she knew she was no longer alone. Wulfric stood in the doorway. He wore no coat. His sleeves were rolled to the forearm, which meant he had been working in his office, and his hair was slightly damp, as if he had crossed the courtyard without an umbrella. He was a tall man, lean through the shoulders, and in the amber glow of the emergency lights his face looked carved from something older than stone. But it was his eyes that stopped her. His eyes were afraid. Svana had never seen fear on Wulfric Brackett's face. She had seen irritation, patience, the cold distance of authority, and once, across a crowded donor reception, something she had been too careful to name. But never fear. Never this tight line around his mouth, this stillness in his chest as if he had stopped breathing. Spana. His voice was low, controlled, but the control cost him. She could hear the effort. She did not close the ledger. "What is this?" she asked. "That is a restricted record." "I know. It's also off inventory. It's behind a hidden panel. It's bound in leather that cost more than my monthly rent, and it has your name and a covenant clause I've never seen catalogued." "Put it down. Answer me first." He stepped into the room. The space was too small for both of them. He stopped less than a meter away, close enough that she could smell rain on his skin and the starch of his shirt collar. He did not reach for the ledger. He looked at her hands, at the open page, and something in his posture shifted, a subtle collapse, as if she had already read the part that mattered most. "Some records," he said slowly, "are restricted for reasons beyond ordinary archive policy." "Beyond policy. That's your answer. It will have to be." "No." His gaze snapped back to her face. The fear was still there, but it had hardened into something sharper, a desperate alertness. "Famata, you need to leave this room. You need to forget what you saw on that page, and you need to let me seal this cabinet again." "And if I don't?" "Then you put yourself at risk in ways you cannot afford to understand." She heard the threat beneath the words. Not a threat to her job, a threat to her safety, her survival. And he was saying it plainly because he wanted her to hear it. But he was also saying it because he needed her to obey without argument, without questions, without digging any deeper. Her hand stayed on the ledger. "Why does your name appear beside a clause that protects the human staff? Why is it hidden? Who are you protecting it from?" He did not answer. Wulfric. His name, spoken without his title for the first time since she had started working at the vault, landed like a stone in still water. He flinched. It was barely visible, a microsecond of lost composure, but she saw it. "Put the ledger down," he said again. "Please." The please broke her. Svana closed the ledger. She set it on the shelf, her fingers reluctant to release the warmth of the leather. She stepped past him into the corridor, and he did not move to stop her. But as she reached the rolling steel shelf, she turned back. "Tomorrow," she said, "I will want an explanation." Yes, not a policy, not a warning, an explanation. He stood in the small room with the closed ledger behind him, and the emergency light caught the side of his face, illuminating the hollow beneath his cheekbone. He looked older than she had ever seen him. He looked exhausted. "I know," he said. She cranked the steel shelf back into position, sealing the hidden panel behind it, and walked down the corridor without looking back. The storm had not stopped. It pressed against the vault's foundations, rattling windows 3 floors above, and Svana felt it in her bones as she climbed the stairs toward the main hall. Her cold knuckle ached. Her hands were steady, but her mind was not. She had seen the fear in his eyes. She had heard the pleas. And she knew, with the cold certainty of a woman trained to read what people tried to hide, that whatever was written in that ledger was not a crime. It was a trap, and someone had just watched her open the door. Chapter 2. The observation settled into her spine like a cold blade. Svana did not turn to look. She kept walking up the stairs, her footsteps measured, her breathing even, because the worst thing she could do now was show that she knew. The main hall was empty, the reading lamps dimmed to their night setting. Rain drummed against the high windows, and the clock above the circulation desk read 11:47. 17 minutes until the night shift rotation. 17 minutes to decide what to do with what she had found. She crossed to her workstation and sat down, her hands flat on the desk. The knuckle on her left hand throbbed, a deep, cold ache that never quite warmed, and she pressed her palm against her thigh to still it. The ledger was still in the hidden room. Wulfric was still standing where she had left him, unless he had already sealed the panel and walked away. And someone had been watching from the corridor before she even found the seam in the wall. She pulled up the catalog interface on her terminal. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard. If she searched for the Covenant clause, for any reference to a 1589 document involving Wulfric Brackett, the system would log her query. Dagmar would see it in the morning, or the system itself might flag it, depending on what restriction level the director had set. She typed anyway. Wulfric Brackett, Covenant, 1589. The search returned 0 results. She tried broader terms. Heliodor Vault, Protective Clause, Human Staff. Still nothing. The catalog had been scrubbed clean, or the ledger had never been entered. Both possibilities were bad. One meant active concealment. The other meant the vault had operated for centuries with a binding supernatural document that no one in the current administration was supposed to find. Footsteps crossed the marble floor behind her. She did not turn. "I told you to go home." Wulfric's voice was quiet, stripped of the formal authority he usually wore like armor. He sounded tired in a way that made her chest tighten. "I have 17 minutes until my shift ends," she said. "If I leave early, the security desk logs it. Then I will log it as authorized." "On what grounds?" She turned in her chair. He stood 6 feet away, hands at his sides, his sleeves still rolled to the forearm. The damp in his hair had dried unevenly, and the emergency light had left his face in shadow. He looked like a man who had been running for a long time and had just realized the ground was about to give. "I gave you an order," he said. "You gave me a warning. You did not give me an explanation. Some records are restricted for reasons beyond ordinary archive policy. That is not a policy. It is a fact. Accept it. I accept that you are afraid of that ledger. I do not accept that I am supposed to forget I ever saw it." He stepped closer, and she felt the temperature drop. Vampires ran cold, but Wulfric ran colder when he was controlling something. She had noticed it before, in tense donor meetings, in the moment before he delivered bad news. The cold came off him like a second presence. "Svana," he said her name carefully as if testing its weight. "I am asking you to trust me." "That's the problem," she said. "You aren't asking, you're ordering, and you are refusing to tell me why." "Because telling you would put you in danger." "I am already in danger. Someone watched me open that door. They saw me find the panel. They saw me read your name in the Covenant, and now you are telling me to walk away and pretend none of it happened. That is not protection. That is isolation." His jaw tightened. For a long moment he said nothing, and she watched him struggle with something internal, a calculation she could not read. "The ledger contains a covenant that binds me personally," he said finally. "Its terms are not for public knowledge. If they were, the protection it offers would become vulnerable to challenge. The people who challenge it are not interested in the facts. They are interested in breaking what it holds together." "Then tell me what it holds together." "I cannot." "Why?" "Because the knowledge itself would make you a target. The covenant's structure requires that only the signatory and the witnesses know its full terms. Anyone else who learns them becomes a vector for renegotiation or attack." "You are a 400-year-old vampire," she said. "You are the director of this institution. Who could attack you?" He did not answer, but his silence was louder than any name he could have spoken. Svana stood. She was shorter than him by half a foot, but she did not step back. "Tomorrow," she said, "you will give me a real answer, or I will file a formal catalog anomaly report with Dagmar, and she will have to investigate the hidden room whether you want her to or not." "Svana, good night, Director." She walked past him toward the exit, her coat still hanging on the back of her chair, and she did not stop to retrieve it. The security desk let her out into the rain, and she stood on the vault's granite steps without an umbrella, letting the water soak through her blouse, because she needed to feel something other than the cold knot in her chest. The street was empty. The storm had driven everyone indoors. But as she turned toward the tram stop, she saw a figure standing under the awning of the building across the square. A lean silhouette, motionless, watching her. She forced herself not to break stride. She reached the tram shelter and stood under its grimy plastic roof, her back to the figure, her pulse hammering in her throat. When she glanced back, the awning was empty. The tram came 3 minutes later. She climbed aboard, sat in the back corner, and pressed her cold knuckle against the window glass until the ache became something she could name. By the time she reached her apartment, she had made a decision. She would go back tomorrow. She would demand the truth. And if Wulfric refused, she would find it herself. Her phone buzzed as she unlocked her door. A text from an unknown number. "You found the right room. We should talk before he hides the rest of it." She stared at the screen until the display dimmed. Tomorrow was going to be very long. Chapter 3. The storm had scrubbed the city clean by dawn. Svana stood at her apartment window, watching pale light climb over wet rooftops, and tried to convince herself she had slept. She had not. The unknown number still glowed in her memory. "You found the right room. We should talk before he hides the rest of it." She had not replied. She had not deleted it either. The message sat in her inbox like a wire she was afraid to touch. She dressed with care. Dark trousers, a cream blouse with the collar pressed flat, her hair pinned tight enough to ache. One spare pen behind each ear, the familiar weight anchoring her to routine. She needed armor, and her armor was precision. The vault smelled of coffee and old paper when she arrived. The security guard nodded her through without comment, and the morning staff moved in their usual hum of catalog carts and murmured greetings. Everything looked normal. Everything felt wrong. She was halfway to her workstation when Dagmar Hollis stepped out of the conservation room and planted herself in Svana's path. "You are early," Dagmar said. Not an accusation, but not a greeting either. "I wanted to get ahead on the D6 reconciliation." Dagmar's eyes held hers a beat too long. She was a solid woman in her 50s, with silver-streaked hair and the kind of face that had stopped being surprised by human behavior decades ago. "There's a visitor this morning, from the Halgrim collection. I expect you have heard." Svana had not heard. The gap in her knowledge stung. "No one told me. No one tells anyone anything around here until it is already happening. That is the Heliodor way." Dagmar's mouth tightened. "His name is Gervin Olt. He is here for a 6-week scholarly exchange, examination privileges in the main catalog and the conservation wing. You will probably be asked to assist him with script consultation." "Why me?" "Because you are the best reader of 16th century hand in this building, and he specifically requested a junior archivist who works with difficult source material." The words landed strangely. Gervin Olt had never met her. He did not know her name, her skill set, or her career ambitions. Unless he did. Where is he now? Dagmar's chin lifted toward the director's corridor. "In orientation with Wulfric. They will tour the public reading rooms first, then the staff offices. You will meet him within the hour." She said it like a warning. Svana heard it like one. The hour passed in fragments. Svana tried to focus on a 15th century grain register, but the numbers refused to hold meaning. She kept glancing at her phone. The unknown number had not written again. She had not decided whether that was relief or dread. At 9:47, the reading room door opened. Wulfric entered first, formal in a dark suit, his face carved into its familiar mask of professional composure. He looked as if he had not slept either. His gaze swept the room, paused on Svana for a fraction of a second, and moved on. Behind him came a man Svana had never seen. He was lean and elegant, dressed in charcoal gray with a collar that sat perfectly against his throat. His hair was dark blonde, swept back from a narrow face with high cheekbones and a thin white scar running under his chin. He moved like someone who had never needed to rush, and when his eyes found Svana, he smiled. It was not a polite smile. It was a smile of recognition, of private delight, as if she were a locked door he had just found the key to. "Svana Vossing," he said, crossing the room with his hand extended. "I have heard a great deal about your work." She took his hand before she could think better of it. His grip was warm, deliberately unhurried. "I am sorry," she said. "I do not know your name." "Gervin Olt, Halgrim collection." He said it as if the name should mean something, and perhaps it should have. "Your reading of the Velared fragment was brilliant. I studied it when my own archive acquired a related deed from the same period. The Velared fragment, a catalogue restoration she had completed 18 months ago, buried in a processing backlog that no senior scholar had ever praised her for. How did he know about it? "You read my processing notes," she said carefully. "I read everything you have touched. You have a gift for seeing the shape behind the script. That is rare." Wulfric had stopped at the doorway. His posture was still correct, but something in his shoulders had gone rigid. "Gervin will be working in the main catalogue for the duration of his exchange. I expect full cooperation from the staff." "Of course," Svana said. She did not look at Wulfric when she said it. Gervin was still holding her gaze. Up close, she noticed the crescent birthmark near his right temple, a pale curve barely visible against his skin. His eyes were gray, the same shade as hers, but where hers caught light, his swallowed it. "Perhaps you could show me the catalog layout yourself," he said. "I find orientation more useful when it comes from someone who actually reads the records, rather than someone who simply manages the people who do." It was a deliberate dismissal of Wulfric's authority, delivered with perfect courtesy. Wulfric heard it. His jaw tightened. "I have a morning meeting," Wulfric said flatly. "Svana, you may assist him until lunch." He left without another word. The door closed behind him with a soft click. Gervin watched him go, then turned back to Svana with that same warm, private smile. "Lead the way." She led him through the catalog bays, explaining the shelving system, the locator codes, the digital finding aids that supplemented the physical records. He listened with genuine attention, asking questions that showed he already understood the answers. He was testing her, she realized, probing the edges of her knowledge to see where she would stop. They reached the D-series alcove. The sub-basement steps lay at the far end, behind a locked door marked "Staff Only, Restricted Access." Gervin stopped walking. "Interesting," he said, studying the door. "What is kept down there?" "The lowest tier of the catalog, older records, some unprocessed material." Unprocessed. He tasted the word. That is a generous way to describe records someone decided should not be easy to find. She said nothing. Her pulse had begun to climb. He turned to face her fully. His expression had softened, losing the veneer of casual charm and revealing something sharper underneath. "Svana, I am going to be direct with you, because I believe you deserve that. I did not come to Heliodor for its main catalog. I came because I have reason to believe this vault holds a record that does not appear in any finding aid, a document that has been deliberately removed from the institutional memory." He paused. "I think you know the one I mean." The words hung between them like a held breath. She could deny it. She could play ignorant and retreat behind protocol, but he had already seen something in her face, some flicker of recognition she could not hide. "Why would you think that?" she asked. "Because someone told me you found something last night, and that you looked afraid when you left." The floor tilted under her feet, the watcher in the square, the figure under the awning, the text from the unknown number. It had been him. "You sent that message," she said, not a question. Gervin did not confirm it. He did not deny it either. He simply held her gaze, letting her arrive at the answer on her own. "I want to help you," he said quietly, "but I need you to trust me more than you trust a man who has spent 400 years learning how to hide the truth." His hand brushed her elbow, light, deliberate. Then he stepped back and smiled the warm smile again, the mask sliding back into place. "Shall we continue the tour? I believe I saw a 15th century antiphonary in the conservation log that I would very much like to examine." Chapter 4. The tour ended in the conservation room, where Petra Merkowicz was hunched over a 15th century gradual with a spatula and a dish of wheat starch paste. She looked up, took in Gervin with a single flat glance, and returned to her work without speaking. Gervin did not seem offended. He studied the room with the same quiet attention he had given every other space, noting the humidity gauges, the UV filters, the roll of unbleached linen on the prep table. He touched nothing. "Your conservator has good hands," he said. "The mend on the breviary of Shate Vitus from last spring. I saw the documentation in the exchange file. Clean work." Svana said nothing. She was still processing the fact that he had been in the square, that he had watched her leave after the confrontation with Wulfric, that he had sent the message while she stood in the rain. He turned to her. "I have taken enough of your mooring. You have actual work waiting. I was told to assist you until lunch." And you have? I know where the catalog bays are. I know which doors are locked. I know where to find you. He smiled. Go file something. I will occupy myself. She should have been relieved. Instead, she felt dismissed, and the feeling pricked at her pride. She returned to her workstation in the main catalog room. The morning light through the high windows was thin and gray, casting long shadows across the reading tables. She sat down, pulled the day's processing queue from the printer, and tried to focus on the item at the top of the stack. A medieval property deed from the Viashard tab, Latin, routine. Her hands moved automatically, condition check, surface cleaning, descriptive note, but her mind kept circling back to Gervin's last words. I need you to trust me more than you trust a man who has spent 400 years learning how to hide the truth. The door to Dagmar's office opened. Dagmar stepped out, silver-streaked hair pulled back, reading glasses pushed up into it like a second set of eyes. She closed the door behind her and walked directly to Svana's desk. Walk with me. It was not a request. Svana set down her pencil and followed. Dagmar led her past the catalog bays, past the staff break room, into the small alcove by the reference collection where the security camera did not quite reach. She stopped and turned. You gave Gervin Olt the full tour. I was instructed to. And he asked questions about the sub-basement. Svana's pulse ticked up. He asked what was kept there. I told him older records, unprocessed material. Did he ask about anything specific? A date, a signature, a particular document? The question was too precise. Svana kept her face still. He was vague. He said he was looking for something that had been removed from the institutional memory. Dagmar's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a slight lowering of the shoulders, as if she had confirmed a suspicion she had hoped was wrong. He has been here less than 4 hours, Dagmar said quietly, and he has already asked 3 junior staff members about an unlisted covenant from the late 16th century. He used different phrasing each time, but the target was the same. Svana's stomach tightened. Who told you that? I am the senior archivist. People tell me things when they are unsettled by a visitor who knows too much. Dagmar studied her. Did he mention the covenant to you directly? The question was a trap. If Svana said yes, she would have to explain how she knew which document Gervin meant. If she said no, she would be lying to the one person at Heliodor who had never given her reason to distrust. He said he was looking for something that did not appear in the finding aids, Svana said carefully. He did not name it. Dagmar held her gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. I am going to give you some advice you will not want to hear. Gervin Olt is charming. He is intelligent, and he is very good at making people feel seen. That is his skill. It is also his weapon. I am aware he has an agenda. You are aware of it intellectually. That is not the same as being protected from it. Dagmar's voice dropped. He is asking after a file he should not know exists. That means someone inside Heliodor told him about it. Or he has access to information that should be impossible for a rival collection to possess. Either way, you are the person who found that file. You are the person he approached. Svana felt her face heat. I am not naive. I did not say you were. I said charm and transparency are not the same thing. He is giving you candor because he knows you value it. That does not mean he is giving you truth. The words landed hard because they echoed what Svana had been trying to tell herself since she left the sub-basement last night. She had wanted Gervin's openness to be real. She had wanted it to be the opposite of Wulfric's silence. I will be careful, she said. Dagmar's mouth tightened, but she did not push. She simply nodded again and turned back toward her office. Svana stood in the alcove for a full minute after she left, one hand pressed to the cold metal of the reference shelf, her knuckle aching with that familiar shallow cold. She tried to shake off the conversation and return to her desk, but the warning had lodged itself behind her ribs. Charm and transparency are not the same thing. She went back to work. The morning passed in a blur of routine tasks, condition reports, metadata entry, a brief consultation with Petra about a binding that had begun to separate at the spine. She did not see Gervin. She did not see Wulfric. At 11:30, she needed a reference volume from the locked case in the north reading room. She walked through the catalog bay, past the map cabinets, past the display cases of illuminated leaves, and stopped at the doorway. Gervin was standing at the shelf map on the far wall. It was mounted behind glass, a floor plan of the entire vault, showing every room, every corridor, every stairwell. Visitors were shown it during orientation. Staff used it for wayfinding, but no one studied it the way Gervin was studying it now. His finger traced a line from the main catalog to the D-series alcove, then to the sub-basement door, then to a point beyond it, a space that the map labeled simply as Sub-Level 3, Restricted. He was not looking at the public areas. He was mapping the gaps. Svana stood frozen in the doorway. He had not heard her. His attention was wholly absorbed by the diagram, his lips moving slightly as if he were counting distances. She stepped back, one silent foot at a time, until she was out of sight. Her heart was pounding. Dagmar's warning echoed in her ears, sharp and undeniable. He is asking after a file he should not know exists, and now he knew exactly where to find it. Chapter 5. She did not go back to the north reading room. Instead, she took the long route to the catalog bay, past the climate-controlled vaults and the locked map drawers, her footsteps absorbed by the heavy carpet that covered every corridor in the public wing. Her pulse had not settled. Gervin's finger tracing that line to sub-level 3 repeated behind her eyes, an image she could not shake. She reached her desk and sat down. The catalog terminal glowed at her, patient and blank. She had work to do. Condition reports, metadata cleanup, a request from Dagmar for a provenance check on a 17th century donation, all of it waiting. She pulled up the finding aid for the D-series alcove instead. The screen filled with shelf numbers and descriptions, a grid of records that spanned 4 centuries. She had worked with this finding aid for 3 years. She knew its rhythms, its gaps, its quirks. But now she read it differently. She started with the entries adjacent to the space where the hidden ledger should have appeared. Series D-6, Cabinets 1 through 12. The catalog listed folio boxes, loose documents, a register of correspondence from 1603 to 1612. Everything in order, everything accounted for. Except the dates. She checked the register entry again. 1603 to 1612. Then she checked the box immediately before it. 1585 to 1595. A 7-year gap between 2 containers that should have been consecutive. She had never noticed it before because the finding aid presented the dates in sequence and the human eye skimmed past the missing years as if they had never existed. But now she saw the seam. Someone had shifted the catalog so the gap fell between containers, not inside one, making it easy to miss. She opened the next entry, then the one after that. The irregularities kept surfacing. A reference that listed a shelf number that did not exist in the current floor plan. A folio number that had been erased from a finding aid, leaving only a faint ghost of ink on the scanned page where the metadata field sat empty. A cross-reference that led to a document that had never been accessioned, a dead end disguised as a path forward. She sat back, her hands still on the keyboard. Someone had done this deliberately. Not a single alteration, but a web of them. Small changes, spread across years, designed to make the missing record invisible unless you knew exactly what the original structure should have looked like. The question was who? Wulfric had the access. Wulfric had the motive. But the alterations showed a cataloger's hand, someone who understood metadata well enough to shift a date range by a single digit without triggering a validation error. That took either formal training or years of practice. She closed the finding aid and stood. The conservation room was 2 floors up, past the processing lab and the temperature-controlled storage vaults. Petra would be at her workbench by now, her lamp angled over the latest repair, her tools laid out in the precise order she preferred. Svana took the stairs. The conservation room smelled of aged paper, Japanese tissue, and the faint chemical bite of starch paste. Petra sat at her bench, a magnifying lamp pulled low over a spread of parchment leaves, a brush in her hand, no wider than a matchstick. She looked up when Svana entered. "You look like you have been pulling threads," Petra said. "I have been pulling threads." Petra set the brush down. "Which ones?" Svana crossed to the bench and leaned against the adjacent table, keeping her voice low. The D-series finding aid has been altered. Date shifts, erased folio numbers, a reference that leads nowhere. I need to know if the physical records match the catalog. You want me to check the bindings? I want you to tell me if anyone has handled them recently. Petra studied her for a moment, then reached for a pair of cotton gloves. She did not ask why. She simply stood and walked to the rolling ladder that led to the upper cabinets where the D-series conservation copies were stored. Svana followed. Petra pulled a folio box from the shelf and carried it to the examination table. She opened the lid, lifted the first document, and turned it under the light. For a long moment, she said nothing. She ran her fingers along the spine, then held the parchment at an angle, watching how the light caught the surface. This binding was opened within the last week, she said. How can you tell? Petra pointed to a faint line along the inner hinge. The adhesive is still flexible. Old paste hardens into a brittle layer after about a year. This one bends. Someone cracked the spine, lifted the folio, and resealed it. She lifted the document fully and held it closer to the lamp. Her eyes narrowed. There is more. The sewing has been disturbed. See the thread here at the headband? That is a modern needle hole. Someone cut the original tacketing and replaced it with a quick stitch to hold the gathering in place. Why would anyone do that? To remove a folio and put it back without leaving an obvious gap. Petra set the document down carefully. This is not the only one, is it? I do not know yet. Petra reached for the next box. They worked in silence for 20 minutes. Petra examined each document in the D-6 sequence, while Svana checked the catalog entries on her tablet, comparing what the records said against what the physical evidence showed. The pattern emerged slowly. 3 separate folios had been disturbed. 2 showed fresh adhesive residue. One had a stub where a page had been cut out and the binding restitched to hide the loss. The dates on the disturbed folios clustered in the same window, 1588 to 1592. The covenant was dated 1589. Svana stood very still, the tablet cold in her hands. Someone is removing pages from this series, she said. Not just removing. Petra pointed to the stub. They are replacing them with something close enough in appearance that the difference does not register at a glance. The paper matches, the ink approximates, but the hand is wrong. See the descender on the G? The original scribe looped it. This one cuts straight. Svana looked at the handwriting. The difference was subtle, the kind of detail a trained eye caught and a casual glance missed. But it was there. How long has it been happening? Petra shook her head. The oldest disturbance looks recent, a few months maybe. The freshest one is last week. Last week. The adhesive on that second folio has not fully set. Someone was in this series within the last 7 days, probably within the last 3. Svana's throat tightened. She had found the hidden ledger 4 nights ago. Someone had been altering the surrounding records before she ever opened that door, which meant the tampering was not a response to her discovery. It had been in progress before she knew the secret existed, or the tamperer had known she was getting close. She thought of Gervin tracing the floor plan. She thought of Wulfric's face in the sub-basement, the fear he could not hide. She thought of the unknown watcher who had stood in the square. Who has access to this series? She asked. Anyone with a valid staff credential and a reason. Petra pulled off her gloves. But the conservation copies are supposed to be logged. Every time a folio leaves this room, it gets scanned out. Show me the log. Petra walked to the wall terminal and called up the conservation access record. The screen filled with timestamps and staff codes. Most entries were routine. Petra herself, a junior conservator, 2 visits from Dagmar for a condition audit in March. Then Svana saw it. An entry from the previous night, 23 minutes after she had left the hidden room. The authorization code belonged to a staff 499 she did not recognize. Who is EL-4463? Petra frowned at the screen. That code was deactivated 3 years ago. It belonged to a senior cataloger who retired before I started. Someone is using a retired credential. Or someone never deactivated it. Petra's voice flattened. Svana, look at the timestamp. She looked. 23 minutes after she had left the sub-basement. Someone had entered the conservation room and handled the D-6 series while she was still in the building, while she was still shaking from what she had found. She stared at the screen, her cold knuckle pressed against the edge of the terminal, and the room felt suddenly smaller, the walls closer, the silence heavier. Someone had been in the conservation room that night. Someone with a ghost credential and a needle and thread. And whoever it was had known exactly where to look. Chapter 6. The supervised display review was scheduled for 4 in the afternoon, which meant Svana had spent the morning avoiding both men by staying buried in the conservation room with Petra. She had not found the ghost credential user. She had not found the missing folios. She had not found anything except a growing certainty that someone inside Heliodor was moving pieces faster than she could track them. Now she stood in the north reading room with a pair of white cotton gloves in her hands, watching Dagmar arrange 7 folios under the display lights. The exhibition was minor, a prelude to the donor gala next month, but it required the director's approval before any material left the vault. Wulfric stood at the far end of the table, his back to the windows, arms crossed. He had not looked at her since she walked in. Gervin had not yet arrived. The breviary folios are stable, Dagmar said, adjusting the angle of a stand. The conservator signed off this morning. Wulfric nodded once. And the Velerad fragment? Svana's pulse ticked. She had not touched the Velerad fragment in months, but she knew the catalog entry by heart. Still in sealed storage. It has not been requested since February. Good. His voice was flat, professional, the same tone he used with every staff member. We keep it behind the seal until the authentication is published. The door opened. Gervin entered with a cup of coffee and a smile that landed on Svana before it reached anyone else. Am I late? You are on time, Dagmar said. The display is not yet finalized. Then I am perfectly timed. He walked past Wulfric without acknowledgement and stopped beside Svana, close enough that she caught the warmth of his jacket. I have been hoping to see the breviary in person. The catalog description does not do it justice. The catalog is functional, not decorative, Svana said. Functional is honest, decorative is just expensive furniture. He leaned slightly toward her, lowering his voice. How is your research progressing? She knew exactly what he was asking. Slowly, she said. Archives are rarely fast. No, they are not. He smiled again, and this time it did not reach his eyes. But the slow work is usually the work that matters. Across the table, Wulfric uncrossed his arms and stepped forward. If we are ready to review, Dagmar. The review took 40 minutes. Stands were adjusted, lighting angles debated, translation notes checked against the original script. Gervin contributed observations with precise professionalism, pointing out a marginal illumination that the catalog had misidentified as a later edition. Dagmar noted it. Petra appeared briefly to confirm the support frames were acid-free. Through it all, Svana felt Wulfric's attention like a thread pulled taut. Every time Gervin moved closer to her, every time Gervin leaned in to point at a folio, every time Gervin's voice dropped to a private register, Wulfric's gaze sharpened. He did not interrupt. He did not step between them. He simply watched, his face immobile, his hands still at his sides. Svana kept her own expression neutral and her focus on the folios. When the review ended, Dagmar dismissed them with instructions for the final positioning tomorrow. Gervin lingered near the door, his cup empty, his attention still on Svana. Walk with me to the catalog room? He asked. I have a question about the Velerad finding aid. She hesitated. Wulfric was still at the table, adjusting a stand he had already approved. I have a report to finish, she said. Tomorrow. Gervin's smile softened, and for a moment he looked genuinely disappointed. Tomorrow, then. He left. The door clicked shut. Wulfric straightened and finally looked at her. His eyes were dark, unreadable, and very still. You should go home, he said. It is past your shift. It is 4:30. It is past your shift, he repeated, and there was something in his voice that was not quite an order and not quite a plea. Svana stripped off her gloves. I have a report to finish. She walked out before he could answer. She did not go home. She went to a desk and pulled up the conservation access log on her tablet, scrolling past the entries she had already memorized, looking for something she had missed. The ghost credential EL-447 appeared only once, at 11:34 p.m. on the night she found the ledger. Nothing before, nothing since. But the D-series catalog note had to have been entered from somewhere. She opened the catalog system and searched for the user history on D-6. The system logged every edit with a timestamp and an operator code. Most entries belonged to Dagmar. A few bore Petra's initials. One from 3 weeks ago showed an operator code she did not recognize. GR-882. She searched the staff directory. The code belonged to a retired cataloger named Greer Rostova, who had left Heliodor 2 years ago for a position in Vienna. Another ghost credential. Svana sat back, her cold knuckle pressed against her jaw. 2 deactivated codes, both used to alter records she had only begun to understand. Someone had catalog access at a level that did not appear in the active staff list. Someone who knew the system well enough to use retired credentials without triggering an audit. She opened the catalog entry for GR-882's last edit. The note was brief, a single line entered at 2:17 a.m. 3 weeks ago. Folio 14B, withdrawn for conservation review. Return expected within 30 days. She checked Folio 14B against the current holdings list. It was not in the vault. It had never been returned, and the conservation review had never been logged. Svana stared at the screen, the cursor blinking at the end of the empty return field, and felt the shape of the trap widen around her. Someone was not just altering records. Someone was pulling folios out of the collection, one at a time, under cover of retired credentials and phantom reviews. And she had no idea how many were already gone. Chapter 7. Svana did not leave at 4:30. She stayed at her desk until the overhead lights clicked to night dim, scrolling through the catalog history on GR-882, cross-referencing every edit the ghost credential had made. 3 weeks of entries, 14 folios logged as withdrawn for conservation, none returned, none logged as received. She closed the tablet when her vision started to blur. The vault corridors were empty when she finally walked out, her bag heavy on her shoulder, her coat still damp from the morning. The north reading room lights were off. The conservation room door was closed. Even Petra had gone home. She took the service corridor to avoid the main lobby, stepping through the side door into the courtyard where the evening air hit her face cold and wet. Rain fell in a steady silver sheet, beating on the cobblestones, pooling in the hollows between the stones. She stopped under the eaves, fumbling for the fold of her collar, and Gervin stepped out of the archway ahead of her. He was not carrying an umbrella. His coat was dark, his collar turned up, his hair already slicked flat against his temples. He had been waiting. "You work late," he said. "So do you. I was hoping to catch you." He did not smile. His voice was lower than she remembered, stripped of the polished charm he had worn all afternoon. "Walk with me to the tram." She should have said no. She should have told him she had nothing to say to him tonight. But the rain was falling harder, and the alternative was walking through the empty square alone with his question still hanging unasked between them. She stepped off the curb. The cobblestones shone under the street lamps, oil dark and treacherous. Gervin matched her pace without crowding, keeping half a step ahead where the rain blew thinner. "You are avoiding me," he said. "I am working. You are avoiding me. I watched you catalog the same folio 3 times this afternoon." Svana pulled her collar tighter. "What do you want, Gervin?" "To talk. Honestly." He stopped at the edge of the courtyard where the arcade opened onto the tram stop. The shelter was empty, the schedule board dark. "You found something in the D-series. You know someone has altered the records, and you are trying to decide whether to trust the man who has been hiding the truth for 4 centuries or the man who told you the truth before you even walked into the building." The wind shifted. Rain blew sideways, cold against her cheek. "That is not a fair choice," she said. "No, it is not." He turned to face her. "But it is the one you have, Svana, and you cannot defer it forever." He was close enough that she could smell the rain in his coat, the faint bite of bergamot beneath the damp. His pale gray eyes held hers without blinking, and for a moment he looked less like the charming scholar from the display review, and more like someone who had already lost something he could not name. "I know what ambition costs," he said quietly. "I know what it does to people who hunger for work that matters. You want the senior post. You want a life that does not feel like subsistence. And you have spent 3 years pretending that watching him from across the catalog room is the same as being seen." Svana's throat tightened. "He sees you," Gervin continued. "I think he has seen you from the beginning. But he will never tell you everything, because telling you everything would mean giving up the control he has spent 4 centuries perfecting. That is what private archives do, Svana. They make secrecy look like protection and call it stewardship until the people inside cannot tell the difference." The tram rattled in the distance, somewhere beyond the rain. "And you?" she asked. "What do you call it?" "Exposure," his voice dropped. "I call it telling you that the covenant he is hiding was written to protect himself first. The staff came second. The truth came nowhere." The words landed like a stone in her chest. She thought of the marginal note in the ledger. "The burden is mine alone." "You do not know what it says," she said. "I know enough." Gervin reached into his coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, creased and damp at the edges. "I have been collecting fragments for months, pieces that did not match the story Heliodor wanted told. I found a transcription in the Halgrim collection archives, copied from a witness copy that was supposed to have been destroyed in 1624. He held the paper out. Svana did not take it. "Read it," he said, "or do not, but you should know what he is keeping from you." She looked at the folded page. The handwriting was neat, scholarly, copied in a hand she did not recognize. The ink was modern. "Where did you get this?" "A contact in Vienna, someone who worked here before you arrived." His expression softened. "I am not your enemy, Svana. I am the only person in this city who is telling you the truth without a price tag attached." The tram brakes hissed around the corner. She reached for the paper. Her fingers brushed the edge, and he let it go without resistance. "Read it tonight," he said. "Then decide who you believe." He stepped back, raised a hand in farewell, and disappeared into the rain before she could answer. The tram was nearly empty. Svana sat in the back corner, the folded paper on her lap, her hands too cold to open it. The windows ran with condensation, blurring the streetlights into smears of orange. She watched her own reflection drift across the glass, pale and hollow-eyed. The paper was heavier than it looked. She unfolded it. The transcription covered half a page, written in neat, precise English. It described a covenant clause dated 1589, naming Wulfric Brackett as signatory and personal guarantor. The language was legal, ornate, the syntax formal enough that she had to read it twice to parse the meaning. "The undersigned binds his name, his blood, and his office to the protection of the staff under his authority, for so long as the Heliodor vault shall stand, and for so long as his own blood endures without breach. Should the covenant fail through his bad faith, the penalty shall fall first upon him, before any other." She stopped. That was the same language she had read in the hidden ledger, the same phrasing, the same structure. She read the next line, "And any witness to this covenant who speaks its terms beyond the sealed room shall be bound likewise, their blood made collateral to the obligation." Her breath caught. The marginal note in the ledger, "The burden is mine alone," had never meant that Wulfric carried the weight. It meant that anyone who learned the terms became a target. That was what he had been trying to tell her in the square. She looked up from the paper, her reflection staring back at her from the dark glass, and realized Gervin had given her the key to a door she had not known existed. But he had not told her what lay behind it. The tram lurched forward into the rain, and Svana pressed her cold knuckle against her lip, holding the folded paper like a wound she did not know how to close. Chapter 8. The vault was different after midnight. Svana had told herself she came back for the cataloging, because Petra had called in sick and the evening shift needed coverage. But the lie tasted thin. She had not gone home after the tram. She had stood in her kitchen, the folded paper on the counter, water dripping from her hair, and realized she could not sit alone with the words Gervin had given her. So she had walked back through the rain. The night guard had let her in without question. Staff came and went at odd hours. That was the nature of an archive where the oldest documents slept through daylight and woke in the hush of empty corridors. She had taken a cart of unprocessed acquisitions to the reading room near the administrative wing, because it was the one place with good light, and because it sat at the end of the corridor where Wulfric's office door stayed closed. She told herself the location was incidental. The lie did not even convince her. She pulled a folio from the cart and set it on the reading table, her fingers moving automatically through the opening sequence. Cradle the spine, check the stitching, note the foliation. The work was muscle memory. Her mind was elsewhere, circling the same question. The burden is mine alone. Whose burden? And who decided it? The rain picked up, drumming against the high windows. The glass rattled in its frames. Somewhere in the building a door clicked shut, carried on the draft. She turned a page she had not read. The sound of footsteps stopped her. Wulfric stood at the end of the row, a shadow against the dim corridor light, his sleeves rolled to the forearm and his face unreadable. He had been working late, too. She had not heard him approach. "You should go home," he said. "The weather is turning." It was the same thing he had said in the square, the same careful disdain in his voice. She set down her pencil. "I have questions," she said. His jaw tightened. A pause stretched between them, filled with the hum of the climate control and the distant drum of rain against the roof. "Ask them at a different hour." "This hour is the only one that is empty." She watched him decide. The silence was not refusal, it was calculation. A man weighing how much to give before she took more than he could afford. "Does your name in that ledger mark guilt?" she asked. "Or responsibility?" The question landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. Wulfric did not move. His face did not shift. But something in his posture changed. A stillness that was not calm but containment, a man holding himself together by an act of will. "I cannot answer that," he said. "Cannot," she repeated, "or will not." "They are the same thing when the answer would put you in danger." She rose from the table, the chair scraping against the floor. The sound was too loud in the quiet room. "You keep saying that, as if the danger goes away if I stay ignorant. It does not go away, but it stays farther." "And Gervin?" she asked. "How far is he from your danger?" His expression flickered, something sharp and quick, there and gone. Jealousy, wariness. She could not name it, but she felt the heat of it across the space between them. "Gervin Olt is not your concern. He made himself my concern the moment he handed me a transcription of your covenant." The words came out before she could stop them. She saw the recognition land in Wulfric's eyes, the way his whole body went still in a different way. Not containment. Shock. "You have it," he said, not a question. "I read it. Then you know what you should not know." "I know what you should have told me." Her voice shook. She pressed her cold knuckle against her thigh to steady it. "I know the marginal note does not mean what I thought it meant. I know that learning the terms makes me collateral." His silence was the answer. It was worse than denial. Denial would have given her something to push against. This silence was a wall, ancient and patient, built from centuries of keeping secrets because the alternative was watching people die. "How many authors?" she asked. "How many people have learned the terms before me?" "3. His voice was barely audible. "2 are dead. The 3rd left Europe and does not come back." The air left her lungs. "And the 14 missing folios?" she asked. "Are they part of your silence too?" His eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw something break behind them. Not the mask, something underneath. "What 14 folios?" She held his gaze. The question sounded genuine. That was the worst part. Either he did not know, which meant someone else was removing records under his nose, or he was an actor so good that 4 centuries of deception had made honesty indistinguishable from performance. "I am going to find out," she said, "with or without your help." Svana, her name, not Dr. Vossing, not the junior archivist. Her name, spoken like a warning and a plea at once. "There are things in this building that do not care about your investigation. They will not stop because you find the answer. They will only become aware that someone is looking. Then help me look before they become aware. He stepped closer, close enough that she could smell the rain on his coat, the old paper that clung to him like a second skin. If I help you, he said, I make you a target twice over. Once for what you know, once for being connected to me. I am already a target. The only difference is whether I walk into it blind. He stared at her for a long moment. The rain hammered the windows. The lights hummed. Then he looked past her shoulder, toward the corridor that led to the sub-basement stairwell. Stay here, he said. Do not follow me. He turned and walked away. She watched him disappear into the shadows of the corridor, and she understood that his silence had been the answer all along. Not guilt, not responsibility. Something older than both. A man who had been carrying a weight so long he had forgotten how to set it down. She stood alone in the reading room, the rain beating against the glass, her cold knuckle aching against her thigh. And then she saw it. A flicker of light at the far end of the corridor. Not the overhead fixtures, something smaller, mobile. The beam of a pocket torch cutting through the dark toward the sub-basement door. Chapter 9. She did not follow the light. The decision came from somewhere below thought, a survival instinct that locked her feet to the floor while her mind raced. The pocket torch was moving toward the sub-basement door, the same direction Wulfric had gone. Two people in the dark. One she half trusted, and one she could not see. Following would not make her safer. She pulled out her phone and called Petra. It rang 6 times. Svana was about to hang up when the line clicked open, Petra's voice rough with sleep and something sharper underneath. Tell me you're calling because you found something, and not because you're about to do something stupid alone. I need help tracing a gap in the sub-basement sequence. A pause, fabric shifting, Petra getting out of bed. The sub-basement that is currently dark and unstaffed and probably locked. I have access. Of course you do. Another pause, shorter this time. 20 minutes. Meet me at the conservation room entrance. Do not go down alone. The line went dead. Svana stood in the corridor, the phone warm against her ear, and watched the dark mouth of the sub-basement stairwell. No more light. No sound. Whatever was happening down there had already begun without her. She turned and walked toward the conservation room. Petra arrived in 19 minutes, wearing a dark coat over her conservation smock, her hair pulled back in a hasty knot. She carried a small leather tool roll and a penlight, and her face said she had not come back to the vault at midnight for trivial reasons. Show me, she said. Svana led her through the darkened corridors, past the security checkpoints that blinked green in the low light. The building felt different at this hour, larger and more hollow, every sound amplified by the silence that pressed against the walls. They reached the D-series alcove in the sub-basement. Svana had not been back here since the night she found the ledger. The cabinets stood in their rows, gray metal and old wood, the air thick with dust and the chemical tang of aged paper. Here. Svana stopped at the D-6 cabinet, the one where the finding aid had shown the tampered entries. The catalog shows a gap between D-6-14 and D-6-16. No D-6-15 ever existed in the digital record, but the physical binding shows signs of removal. Petra knelt, unrolling her tools on the floor. She pulled a small magnifier from the roll and examined the spine of the folio where the gap should have been. Someone cut it out, she said after a long moment. Cut it out? Not just removed the pages? Cut. Petra traced a line along the inner spine with her gloved finger. See here? The blade pressed deep enough to score the board beneath. This is not careful work. This is someone who wanted the folio gone and did not care about preserving the binding. Svana leaned closer. The cut was clean, a straight line where the thread had been severed, but the blade had bitten into the wooden board beneath, leaving a thin groove that caught the light at certain angles. How old is the cut? She asked. Petra ran her finger along the groove, then pulled out a smaller lens and studied the edges. 2 cuts, she said. The first is old, years, maybe a decade. The edges are darkened, settled, the wood grain closed over slightly. But there is a second cut on top of it, fresher. The wood is still sharp. She looked up at Svana, her face unreadable in the dim light. Someone removed this folio twice. Once years ago, and once more recently. Either they came back to check something, or they replaced it and removed it again. The cold ache bloomed in Svana's left knuckle. She pressed her hand against her thigh, trying to ignore the familiar throb. But it was stronger tonight, deeper, as if the binding itself recognized what she was touching. "Can you tell what was in the gap?" she asked. Petra shone her penlight into the space where the folio had been cut. The light picked out fragments of thread, a smear of old adhesive, and something else. Paper. A single strip, no wider than her thumb, wedged deep in the binding where the blade had missed it. "There," Svana said. Petra reached in with a pair of fine tweezers, her movements precise and unhurried. She eased the strip free and held it under the light. It was a margin note, torn from its original page, the edges ragged where the blade had cut around it. The handwriting was cramped, 16th century secretary hand, the ink oxidized to a deep brown that looked almost black in the low light. Petra angled the strip so Svana could read it. "And the burden of this covenant shall fall upon the witness who speaks it, for the blood that binds the signatory binds also those who carry the knowledge." The cold ache in Svana's knuckle turned to ice. "That is the same hand as the ledger," she said. "The descender on the G is straight, not looped." She looked at Petra. "The tamperer left a fragment behind." Petra was already reaching for the strip, her face tight with concentration. "We need to reseal this cabinet and leave. If someone is cutting folios out of the sub-basement and using ghost credentials to cover the trail, they will know if we stay long enough to be found." Svana nodded. Together they eased the cabinet door closed, the lock clicking into place with a sound that felt too loud in the silence. Petra gathered her tools. Svana pressed the torn margin note into her coat pocket, the paper warm against her hip, the words already burning their way into her memory. They turned toward the corridor and stopped. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming from the direction of the stairwell. Svana's hand found Petra's arm. They stood frozen in the dark. The conservation room door 15 feet away, the footsteps growing closer. The sound stopped just outside the alcove entrance. Svana's breath caught in her throat. She could see nothing in the darkness beyond the faint glow of the emergency lights, but she could hear breathing now, low and steady, the breath of someone standing very still. The handle of the alcove door turned, once, slowly, then nothing. Chapter 10. The vault smelled of dust and old paper, the same smell it always held, but this morning it carried something else beneath it. Tension, the kind that lived in silence and made people avoid eye contact. Svana sat in the third row of folding chairs arranged in the north reading room, her hands flat on her thighs, the torn margin note fragment locked in her desk drawer 2 floors above. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the alcove door handle turning, heard the breathing on the other side, felt the cold ache in her knuckle that had not fully faded. Around her, the vault staff settled into their seats. Petra was 2 rows ahead, her posture rigid, her attention fixed on the front of the room where Dagmar stood beside a small podium. Wulfric was there. He stood near the window, his back to the room, looking out at the gray morning light. He had not looked at Svana since she walked in. She watched the set of his shoulders, the way his hand rested against the window frame, and felt the weight of everything unsaid between them. Dagmar cleared her throat. "Thank you for gathering on short notice," she said. "This is a quarterly staff briefing on professional conduct standards. I know the timing is unusual, but given recent changes to our visiting scholar protocols, administration felt a review was warranted." A murmur passed through the room. Svana kept her face still, but she felt the words land like stones in her chest. Dagmar began with the standard items: confidentiality obligations, conflict of interest disclosures, the prohibition against sharing vault floor plans or security protocols with external researchers. Svana listened with half her attention, her mind still circling the margin note, the 2 cuts in the binding, the footsteps that had stopped outside the alcove door. Then Dagmar paused. "There is one additional matter that requires emphasis," she said, and her voice shifted, lost its administrative warmth. "The vault maintains strict rules regarding professional relationships between staff members of different ranks. Specifically, Relationships that cross reporting lines create an inherent power imbalance that compromises both institutional integrity and individual judgment. Svana's breath caught. She forced herself not to look at Wulfric, forced herself to keep her hands still against her thighs. These rules exist to protect everyone, Dagmar continued. They are not optional. They are not negotiable. Any violation will result in immediate disciplinary action, up to and including termination. The room was silent. Svana could feel the heat rising in her cheeks, could feel the weight of every person in the room, could feel the space between her and Wulfric like a wound that would not close. And then Wulfric turned from the window. He did not look at her. He looked at the room, at the faces of the staff, at the ceiling, at the floor. But when his gaze passed over her, it paused. Half a second, maybe less, but she felt it like a touch, like a hand pressed against her spine in the dark, and she knew everyone in the room had seen it. Dagmar did not react. She continued speaking, her voice steady, moving through the remaining items with practiced efficiency. But Svana heard nothing. She sat in her chair, her hands cold, her heart beating too fast, the margin note burning in her pocket even though it was locked in a drawer 2 floors above. The briefing ended 15 minutes later. Staff rose from their seats, gathering bags and notebooks, murmuring to each other in low voices. Petra caught Svana's eye as she passed, a question in her expression, but Svana shook her head. Not here. Not now. She gathered her things and walked toward the door, keeping her head down, measuring her breaths in and out. Svana. His voice was quiet, barely above a whisper, but she heard it through the noise of the departing staff. She stopped, turned. Wulfric stood at the edge of the podium, his hands clasped behind his back, his face unreadable. The room was almost empty now. Dagmar had disappeared into the stacks. The last of the staff were filing through the door. "My office," he said, "after the morning shift." It was not a request. She nodded once, then turned and walked out before he could say anything else. She made it to the conservation room before her hands started shaking. Petra was already there, setting up her morning station, and she looked up when Svana walked in. "That was bad," Petra said. "That was deliberate." Petra raised an eyebrow. "Dagmar knows," Svana said, "or she suspects. That briefing was not routine. She was telling me to stay away from him. Or she was telling him to stay away from you." Svana pressed her palms against the cold metal of the work table and tried to steady her breathing. "What happened last night?" Petra asked. "After I left, did you see who was at the door?" "No," Svana said. "Whoever it was walked away. I waited until I heard the footsteps retreat, then I counted to 60 and left through the service corridor. I did not see them." Petra studied her for a long moment. "The margin note," she said. "What are you going to do with it?" "I do not know yet. You need to find out what it means before someone else realizes you have it." Svana nodded. She knew that. But she also knew that every step she took toward the truth was a step closer to the edge of something she did not fully understand. She spent the morning in the conservation room, helping Petra with a minor repair on a 17th century folio, letting the work settle her hands and quiet her mind. But every time she reached for a tool, she saw Wulfric's face in the briefing room. Every time she turned a page, she heard the alcove door handle turning. At noon, she walked to his office. The door was closed. She knocked once, and his voice came through the wood, low and careful. "Come in." She opened the door and stepped inside. He stood behind his desk, his jacket off, his sleeves rolled to his forearms. The ledger was nowhere in sight, but she could feel its absence like a third presence in the room. "Close the door," he said. She did. "That briefing was not about the visiting scholar protocols," she said. "No, it was about us." He met her eyes, and for a moment she saw something crack in his careful composure. "It was about me," he said, "and what I have allowed to happen. You have not allowed anything. I have allowed everything." He stepped around the desk, closer but not close enough to touch. "I have allowed you to stay in the vault when I should have sent you home. I have allowed you to pursue questions that put you in danger. I have allowed myself to—" He stopped, the silence stretched between them. "The rule exists for a reason," he said. If anyone discovers what is happening between us, your promotion will be impossible. Your position here will be compromised, and Gervin will have exactly the leverage he needs to force the Covenant into the open on his terms. Svana felt the words land like blows. "So what do you propose?" she asked. "That we pretend the last 2 days did not happen? I propose that we follow the rules." "The rules," she repeated. "The same rules that kept the Covenant hidden for 400 years. His jaw tightened. "That is different." "Is it?" "You know it is." She wanted to argue. She wanted to push him, to force him to admit that the rules he hid behind were the same rules that had kept her ignorant and vulnerable. But she was tired, and she could still feel the cold ache in her knuckle, still hear the margin notes warning in her mind. "I will follow the rules," she said quietly, "but I will not stop looking for the truth." He held her gaze for a long moment. "I would not expect you to." She turned and walked to the door. "Svana!" She stopped. "The margin note," he said. "What does it say?" She turned back to face him. "You already know what it says. I want to hear you say it." She met his eyes, and for a moment she considered telling him everything. The fragment, the Covenant clause, the cold ache in her hand that flared every time she touched something connected to the ledger. So she remembered the footsteps outside the alcove door. She remembered that someone else was in the vault last night, someone who had stood outside the alcove and breathed in the dark. "It says that knowledge is a burden," she said, "and that the burden belongs to those who carry it." She walked out before he could respond. She made it to the stairwell before her hands started shaking again. She took the stairs down to the main floor, her footsteps echoing in the empty stairwell, her mind circling the conversation with Wulfric, the briefing, the margin note, the pocket torch, the alcove door. When she reached the ground floor, she pushed through the door into the lobby and found Gervin standing at the reception desk, a cup of coffee in his hand, a smile on his face. He looked at her, and his smile widened. "Svana," he said, "I was hoping to run into you." She stopped. "The bracing," he said, his tone light, almost teasing. "I heard it was quite a show." "You were not there." "No, but I have sources." He took a sip of his coffee. "Professional boundaries, reporting lines, the price of crossing them." He stepped closer. "Tell me, Svana, does Heliodor write rules to keep people safe, or does it write them to keep people obedient?" She felt the question land like a blade. She did not answer. But she did not have to. The look on her face was answer enough. Gervin smiled, and his eyes were cold. Chapter 11. She did not go straight home. She walked through the cobbled streets below the castle, past the tram stops, past the tourists huddling under cafe awnings as the afternoon rain swept through. Her feet carried her without direction, while her mind replayed the briefing, Wulfric's face, Gervin's smile, the question that still hung in the air between them. Which one makes you feel more ignorant? She stopped at a crosswalk and realized she had walked 40 minutes in the wrong direction. By the time she reached her building, the sky had darkened and her shoulders ached from holding tension. She climbed the 3 flights to her floor, her keys already in her hand, and found Anja's door open, the smell of fried onions and cheap paprika spilling into the hallway. "You're late," Anja's voice came from inside. "I ordered extra. Get in here." Svana hesitated at the threshold. Anja's apartment was warm, cluttered with medical textbooks and abandoned teacups, a paramedic bag half unpacked in the corner. The window faced the courtyard instead of the street, and the light was softer there, less demanding. She stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Anja emerged from the kitchenette, a ladle in one hand, her dark hair twisted into a knot that had already escaped its pins. She took one look at Svana, and her expression shifted from greeting to assessment. "You look like someone ran you through the archive and hung you out to dry." "Long day." "Longer than yesterday?" Anja gestured with the ladle. "Because yesterday you came home at midnight and didn't say 3 words. Today you look like you've been hollowed out with a spoon." Svana sat at the small table where a bowl of goulash was already waiting. The steam rose in a thin curl, and she stared at it without seeing it. Anja sat across from her, pushed a spoon into her hand and waited. The silence stretched. I had a meeting, Svana said finally. With my director. The vampire. Yes. The one you've been circling for 3 years without actually talking to. Svana's jaw tightened. I talked to him. You exchange words. That's not talking. Anja leaned back, her chair creaking. What did he want? To remind me of the rules. What rules? Professional conduct, reporting lines, the price of crossing them. Anya's eyebrows rose. That sounds like a warning. It was. From him. From the briefing. Svana pushed the spoon through the goulash without lifting it. He just confirmed it afterward. Said the rule exists for a reason. And what reason is that? Svana looked up. Anya's eyes were steady, patient. The same look she used when she was triaging a patient who was trying not to admit how badly they were hurt. He said if anyone discovers what is happening between us, my position will be compromised. My promotion will be impossible, and someone will use it as leverage. Anja went still. What is happening between you? Svana felt the question land in her chest like a stone. She had not said it out loud to anyone. She had barely admitted it to herself. I don't know, she said. Something, nothing. It's impossible to tell with him. Because he's a vampire. Because he's been hiding the truth for 400 years and he still won't tell me what he's protecting. Anja studied her for a long moment. Then she reached for her own bowl and began to eat, the spoon scraping against the ceramic. There's another one, she said. The scholar from the other archive. Gervin. Him. Anja took a bite. What does he want? He says he wants the truth published. He says the covenant should be public, that Heliodor has been hiding things that affect people beyond the vault. And what do you think? Svana set the spoon down. I think he gave me a translation of the covenant that made Wulfric look like a tyrant, and I think he did it knowing exactly how I would read it. So he's manipulating you. Yes, and you still talk to him. I didn't have a choice. He was waiting at the reception desk. Anja set her spoon down with a soft clink. There is always a choice, Svana. You just don't want to make it yet. The words hung between them, sharp and true. Svana picked up her spoon and ate. The goulash was hot, rich with paprika and garlic, and she realized she had not eaten since breakfast. The food settled in her stomach like a weight, grounding her in a way she had not felt all day. Anja watched her eat, saying nothing. When the bowl was half empty, Svana set the spoon down again. He asked me a question, Gervin, at the reception desk. What question? Whether Heliodor writes rules to keep people safe or to keep them obedient. Anya's expression flickered. That's a good question. It is. What's your answer? Svana stared at the table. The wood was scarred with old knife marks, the grain worn smooth by years of use. She thought about the briefing, about Dagmar's voice reading the policy while her eyes found Svana's. She thought about Wulfric standing behind his desk, telling her the rules existed for a reason, asking her to follow them while he kept the ledger hidden in a room she was not supposed to have found. I don't know, she said. I don't know which one is true. Anja leaned forward, her elbows on the table. Let me ask you a different question, one you can answer without the archive logic. Svana met her eyes. Which one makes you feel more ignorant? The question landed like a blade between her ribs. She opened her mouth to answer, and nothing came. Because the truth was worse than she had let herself admit. Wulfric made her feel ignorant. His silences, his evasions, the way he watched her without telling her what he saw. Every conversation with him left her with more questions than answers, more suspicion than trust. But Gervin made her feel ignorant too. His warmth, his openness, the way he handed her evidence that confirmed her fears. Every conversation with him left her doubting her own judgment, wondering whether she was being used or befriended. Both men made her feel like she was standing in a room full of mirrors, unable to tell which reflection was real. Both, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. They both do. Anja did not look surprised. Then you're not ready to choose either one, she said, and you shouldn't until you know whose silence is protecting you, and whose silence is a trap. Svana felt the words settle into her bones. She finished the goulash in silence. Anja cleared the bowls and poured tea, and they sat together as the evening darkened outside the window. The city lights flickered on, one by one, and the rain began again, tapping against the glass. When Svana finally stood to leave, Anja caught her wrist. "One more thing." Svana waited. "The cold in your hand," Anja said. "The knuckle that never warms." Svana's breath caught. "I noticed it 2 days ago when you grabbed the railing on the stairs. You winced, and then you hit it." Anja's grip was gentle but firm. "That's not stress. That's not posture. That's something your body is trying to tell you." Svana pulled her hand free. "It's nothing. It's not nothing. I'll deal with it." Anja held her gaze for a long moment, then released her wrist. "You deal with everything alone," she said. "That's going to break you before either of those men get the chance." Svana walked to the door. "Good night, Anja." "Good night, Svana." She climbed the stairs to her own apartment, closed the door, and stood in the dark. The cold in her left knuckle throbbed, a deep ache that pulsed with her heartbeat. She pulled out the margin note fragment from her pocket and unfolded it in the dark. The words swam in front of her eyes. "The burden of this covenant shall fall upon the witness who speaks it." She did not hear the footsteps until they stopped outside her door. 3 floors below, a door opened and closed. Then silence. Then the soft creak of a boot on the landing outside her apartment. Svana froze, the paper still in her hands. The footsteps did not move. They waited, and so did she, in the dark, with the burden of the covenant in her pocket and the cold ache in her hand that would not stop. Chapter 12. The alarm shrieked through the conservation lab, a high mechanical wail that cut straight through the silence. Svana jolted upright, the magnifying loupe clattering against the work table. The D-6-15 binding lay open under the lamp, the torn margin note fragment pinned beside it. She had been comparing the handwriting for the past hour, trying to match the descender curves to the ledger sample Petra had photographed, and the concentration had buried every other awareness. The alarm meant something. She did not know what. The door to the lab slammed shut with a heavy click. The emergency shutters began descending over the corridor windows, metal rolling down in slow, deliberate sections. "Stay where you are." Wulfric's voice came from the doorway. She spun. He stood inside the lab, his hand still on the interior panel where the override keys lived. The alarm continued its cycle above them. 3 long blasts, a pause, 3 more. "What did you do?" she demanded. "I sealed the doors before the building lock engaged. If I had not, you would be trapped in the dark corridor with no light source and no way to call for help." "I have a phone." "The sub-basement blocks cellular signals after emergency systems activate." He stepped away from the panel. "I know because I designed the protocol." The alarm cut out. Silence flooded the space, thick and sudden. The emergency lights flickered on, casting the lab in a flat, amber glow that turned every surface strange and shadowless. The conservation table glowed like an operating theater. Svana's pulse hammered in her throat. "You followed me here," she said. "I saw the light under your door at midnight. I knew where you were going." "That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." She pushed away from the table, the chair scraping against the floor. The margin note fragment was still visible under the lamp, the words facing upward, and she did not try to hide it. Let him see. Let him see what she had found in the binding that someone else had missed. Wulfric's gaze dropped to the fragment. Something moved in his face, a flicker she could not name, gone before she could read it. "You found the cut folio," he said. "Someone else cut it first, years ago. Then someone cut it again recently and left this behind." "I know." The admission landed like a stone. Svana stared at him. "You knew someone removed that page a decade ago and did nothing?" "I did something." His voice was flat, controlled. "I moved the Covenant ledger to a room no one could access without my clearance. I thought the isolation was protection. And now I know someone inside my own building has been removing records for weeks without detection. I know Gervin Olt has a transcription he should not possess, and I know you are standing in a sealed room with evidence that should never have existed." The air between them felt charged, like the pressure before a storm broke. Svana did not look away. "Then tell me the truth," she said. "Tell me what the Covenant actually says. Stop hiding behind protection that makes me a target without my consent." His jaw tightened. He did not answer. The emergency lights hummed. The shutters had finished their descent, sealing them off from the rest of the floor. They were alone in a room that smelled of old paper and adhesive and cleaning solution, with a fragment of 16th century parchment lying between them like an accusation. "I cannot give you the full text without authentication and witnesses," he said finally. "Speaking the terms casually triggers legal consequences that careless speech could trigger legal consequences." She cut him off, her voice sharp. "I have heard that line. I have memorized that line. It is the wall you hide behind every time I get close to something real." His eyes met hers. The amber light carved shadows into his face, deepening the hollows beneath his cheekbones, and for a moment he looked exactly as old as he was, 4 centuries of secrets pressing down on him like a weight he had never set down. "You think I enjoy keeping you at distance? I think you chose silence over trust, every single time, because trust can kill you. So can ignorance." She stepped closer. "I found your ledger. I read the clause that makes witnesses collateral. I know 3 people before me learned the terms, and 2 of them are dead. I am already inside the trap, Wulfric. The only question is whether you help me understand it or leave me to navigate it alone." He did not move, but something in his posture changed. The rigid line of his shoulders softened, barely perceptible, a crack in the armor he wore like a second skin. "You are not collateral to me," he said, and his voice was lower now, rougher. "You never were." "Then what am I?" The question hung between them. Svana watched him struggle with it, saw the words forming behind his eyes and being discarded, one after another, each one failing some internal test he could not name. The silence stretched, and the amber light held them both in its flat, unwinking glow. "You are the reason I break my own rules," he said, "every single night." Her breath caught. "I have spent 4 years watching you," he continued, the words coming faster now, as if saying them aloud might make them less true. "4 years memorizing the way you hold a loop, the way you tuck a pen behind your ear, the way you argue with catalog entries under your breath. I know every habit you have, every frustration, every silence. And I have done nothing because doing something would mean admitting that I want this." His hand moved, not quite reaching for her, stopping a breath short. "That I want you." Svana's pulse was a raw, insistent drum against her ribs. She had imagined this moment 100 times, in the reading room, in the courtyard, in the dark of her apartment while she stared at the ceiling and tried to convince herself that the longing was professional admiration dressed in loneliness. She had rehearsed suspicion, rejection, the careful retreat into protocol. She had not rehearsed this. She closed the distance between them. Her hand found his collar first, the fabric of his shirt cool and fine-grained under her fingers, and she pulled him down to her. The kiss was not gentle. It was demand and relief and fury tangled together, the taste of 4 years of silence breaking open on his lips. He made a sound, low and raw, and his arms came around her, pulling her against him with a force that knocked the breath from her lungs. His mouth moved against hers, hungry and desperate, the restraint he had worn like armor falling away in pieces. She felt his hand at her waist, his fingers pressing into the curve of her hip, and she pressed closer, wanting more, wanting everything he had held back. The lock on the lab door clicked open behind them. They broke apart. The emergency lights flickered once, then steadied. The shutters began to rise, metal groaning as the mechanism re-engaged. The alarm did not sound again. Someone had restored the building systems. Svana stepped back, her breathing uneven, her hands trembling at her sides. Wulfric stood motionless, his chest rising and falling in the amber light, his face unreadable. "That was not," she started. "I know. I did not plan. I know." She pressed her palm against her mouth, feeling the residual heat of his lips on hers. The margin note fragment still lay on the table, and the D-6-15 binding was still open, and nothing had been resolved except that she had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. "We need to finish this conversation," she said, "but not here. Not while every corridor has ears." He nodded. His voice, when he spoke, was carefully controlled. "Tomorrow, after the exchange session ends." "Where?" The north reading room. I will leave the door unlocked at 9. She gathered her things with mechanical precision, the loop, her coat. She did not look at him again, because looking at him would undo the fragile composure she had just rebuilt. She reached the door. "Svana?" She stopped. "I should have told you the truth the night you found the ledger." She turned her head, just enough to see him in her peripheral vision. "I know," she said, "but you did not. And I need to know why before I can trust that it will not happen again." She left him standing in the amber light, alone with the evidence she had found and the kiss she had taken from him. The corridor was dark, but she walked through it without hesitation because the cold in her left knuckle had changed. It was still there, but beneath the ache, something warm was beating, slow and insistent, like a pulse she had never felt before. Chapter 13. The cold in her knuckle had not stopped pulsing. Svana sat at her desk the next morning with her left hand cupped in her right, pressing her thumb against the joint as if she could still the sensation through pressure alone. The warmth beneath the ache had not faded. It beat with her heart, steady and foreign, like a second pulse living under her skin. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she felt his mouth on hers, the raw sound he had made when she pulled him close, the way his hands had gripped her like she was the only solid thing in a room that had just cracked open. She had kissed him. She had crossed every line Dagmar had drawn in that briefing room, every rule written into the staff handbook, every boundary she had told herself she needed to survive. And she would do it again. The thought sat in her chest, hot and sharp, as she stared at the catalog entry she had been pretending to correct for the past hour. The exchange session began at 10. She attended because attendance was mandatory. Gervin sat 3 seats away, composing a note on the margin of his program, with elegant, deliberate strokes. He did not look at her, but she felt the weight of his attention like a hand at her throat. Wulfric stood at the front of the room, presenting a provenance summary for an upcoming acquisition. His voice was steady. His posture was immaculate. He did not look at her either. She could still taste him. The session ended at noon. She escaped to the conservation room before anyone could speak to her, and Petra took one look at her face and said nothing, only pushed a cup of tea across the workbench and returned to her parchment repair. The hours crawled. At 6, Svana went home. She showered. She changed into clothes that were not work clothes, then changed back because wearing something different would feel like admitting she was going somewhere she should not. She ate nothing. Her stomach would not hold it. At 8:45, she walked back into the Heliodor vault. The north reading room was dark when she reached it. The door was unlocked, as promised. She pushed it open and stepped inside, and the door swung shut behind her with a soft click that sounded louder than it should have in the silence. He was there, standing at the far end of the long oak table, his hands resting on the back of a chair, his face half lit by the faint glow of a single reading lamp. He had changed too. Dark short, sleeves rolled, no jacket. The lines of his throat caught the light as he turned toward her. He said nothing. She crossed the room because standing still felt impossible. They stopped a foot apart, and the space between them hummed with everything they had not yet said. "This cannot happen again," he said. His voice was low, controlled, the same voice he used in briefings and donor meetings and every formal setting where he wore authority like armor. "I know," she said. "The briefing this morning. I know. Dagmar will watch every interaction now. If anyone suspects, I know Wulfric." She said his name deliberately, watching something shift in his eyes at the sound of it, the way his jaw tightened as if bracing against impact. "The kiss," he said, and stopped. He pressed his palm flat against the table, steadying himself. "The kiss should not have happened. I should not have told you what I told you. I compromised your position and mine, and if Gervin Olt learns what occurred in that laboratory, he already suspects something. Then we end this before it begins." She looked at him, at the hard line of his shoulders, the careful distance he had rebuilt in the hour since she had left him standing in the amber light, at the way his hands gripped the table like he was holding himself back from reaching for her. "You do not mean that," she said. His eyes met hers. "No," he said. "I do not." He crossed the distance in 2 steps, His hand found her jaw first, tilting her face up, and the kiss this time was not demand and fury. It was slower, deeper, a confession made with his mouth instead of his voice, his fingers threading into her hair, loosening the pins she had spent the morning pretending to believe in. She made a sound against his lips, and he answered it with his hands at her waist, pulling her into the solid heat of his body. The reading table met her back as he guided her against it, his mouth trailing down her throat, her fingers gripping his collar, pulling him closer because she could not bear the space between them. "I have wanted this," he said against her skin, his voice rough, frayed, stripped of every layer of control. "I have wanted this for so long." "Then have it." His hands stilled. He pulled back just enough to look at her, his breathing uneven, his pupils blown wide in the dim light. "If we do this," he said, "there is no pretending afterward, no retreat into protocol. You understand what that means?" She understood. It meant every glance would be a risk, every private meeting a potential exposure, every stolen hour a weapon that could be used against them both. "I understand," she said. He kissed her again, and this time his restraint did not fray. It shattered. His hands moved with a hunger that had been waiting 4 centuries to break free, and she matched it, pulling him down to her, letting the reading table take her weight as she wrapped herself around him and let the world outside this room dissolve into irrelevance. Time moved strangely after that. Minutes or hours passed, she could not tell which. They found the leather armchair in the corner, and then the floor, and then the long bench beneath the window where the first gray light of dawn was just beginning to touch the glass. She lay with her head on his chest, feeling the slow rhythm of his breathing, the weight of his arm across her waist. The warmth in her knuckle had spread, a gentle heat radiating up her wrist, and she pressed her palm against his ribs to feel it travel. He spoke without looking at her. "Exposure would destroy your promotion prospects." She felt the words land, heavy and precise. "I know. Dagmar would have no choice but to terminate your employment. The covenant renegotiation would become impossible. Gervin would have everything he needs to claim that Heliodor cannot be trusted to govern itself. And you?" He was silent for a long moment. "I would survive," he said. "That is what I do. But you, do not finish that sentence." She sat up, the cold air of the reading room rushing against her skin, and looked down at him. The gray light caught the lines of his face, the exhaustion he could not hide, the fear he was trying to bury beneath his careful voice. "Do not finish that sentence," she repeated, "because I am not something you have to protect from the consequences of your own choices. I chose this. I chose you." He reached up and touched her face, his thumb tracing the curve of her cheek. "You do not know what you are choosing," he said. "Then tell me." His hand stilled. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. They both froze. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, the kind of pace that did not belong to someone passing through on their way to somewhere else. They stopped outside the reading room door. Svana did not breathe. Wulfric rose from the bench in a single fluid motion, his body moving between her and the door, and she saw the predator in him surface for the first time. The thing he kept locked beneath the director's mask and the careful restraint. The door handle did not move. The footsteps resumed. They retreated down the corridor, fading into the vault's morning silence. Svana's heart hammered against her ribs as she reached for her clothes, her hands shaking as she fastened buttons and straightened her collar. Wulfric stood at the door, his ear turned toward the wood, listening. "Was that—" "I do not know," he said, "but I will find out." He turned to look at her, and his face was unreadable again, the armor back in place. "Go home, Svana, before anyone sees you." She wanted to argue. She wanted to demand the truth he had promised her, the full story of the covenant and the ledger and the centuries of silence. But the footsteps had changed everything. Someone had known she was here. Someone had come to check. She gathered the rest of her things and crossed to the door. He opened it a crack, checked the corridor, then nodded. She paused in the doorway. "Tomorrow," she said. "Same time, and you will tell me everything. I will try." That is not good enough. He met her eyes, and she saw the war in them, the same war that had been raging since the night she found the ledger. Tomorrow, he said, I will tell you everything I can. She stepped into the corridor and walked away without looking back, the warmth in her knuckles still pulsing, the taste of him still on her lips, and the question she had not asked burning in her throat. She had chosen him, but she still did not know whether he would let her survive it. Chapter 14. She slept 3 hours. The apartment felt foreign when she returned to it, the narrow kitchen and the tired sofa and the bed she had barely used in a week, all belonging to a woman she no longer recognized. She showered, dressed, pinned her hair with fingers that still remembered the feel of his shoulders, and walked to the Heliodor vault before the sun had fully cleared the rooftops. The morning shift found her at her desk at 6:47 a.m., a full pot of coffee already cooling beside her keyboard, the D-series finding aid glowing on her screen. She had not opened a single file. She had been staring at the cursor blink for 11 minutes. Petra appeared in the doorway with 2 paper cups. You look like someone who spent the night memorizing ceiling tiles, she said, setting 1 cup on the corner of Svana's desk. Or worse, cataloging. Svana took the coffee. The heat seeped through the cardboard, and she felt it travel up her left hand, intersecting with the warmth that had taken up residence beneath her knuckle. Could not sleep. Petra studied her for a beat too long, then nodded and retreated without pressing. The warmth in Svana's hand pulsed once, twice, a rhythm that matched her heartbeat but came from somewhere deeper. She forced herself to work. At 8:15, Dagmar passed her desk without stopping, without looking, and Svana understood that the briefing's message had not been forgotten. Every interaction now carried the weight of what Dagmar had warned against. Every glance was evidence. At 9 o'clock, the vault opened for the exchange session, and Svana walked to the north reading room with her heart in her throat. The room smelled different in daylight. The leather of the armchair, the dust of the old folios, the faint trace of something else she refused to name. Wulfric stood at the head of the table, speaking with 2 visiting scholars about a 14th century donation ledger. His voice was steady, his posture immaculate. His sleeves rolled precisely to the forearm, as if nothing had happened on this very floor. He did not look at her. She took her seat 3 chairs from his end, opened her notebook, and wrote nothing for the next 40 minutes. The session ended. She gathered her things and walked out without speaking to him, without meeting his eyes, because if she met his eyes, she would remember the gray dawn light on his face and the way his voice had cracked when he said, "You do not know what you are choosing." The reading room had witnesses. They had to be careful. At 11 o'clock, she was in the conservation room with Petra, examining a 17th century binding that had come loose from its cords when Gervin found her. He appeared in the doorway with 2 cups of coffee and a smile that fit his face like it had been tailored there. "You missed the colloquium on the Austro Codex," he said. "I saved you a program." She took the coffee because refusing would have been a statement, and she was not ready to make statements. "I had binding work." "You always have binding work." He leaned against the doorframe, casual, elegant, his pale gray eyes catching the conservation light. "I was beginning to think you were avoiding me." "I was," he laughed, and it sounded genuine enough to almost hurt. "I appreciate the honesty. Most people at this institution answer questions the way they dodge falling objects, sideways and hoping no one notices." Petra's hands did not stop moving on the binding, but her attention sharpened. Gervin pushed off the doorframe and stepped inside, letting his gaze drift across the room. "I am having lunch at Café on Suteca, the one with the terrible paintings and the good bread. You should join me." Svana's left hand pulsed with warmth. "I have work." "You have been working since 6:47 this morning. I counted." He smiled again, softer this time. "1 meal, no archives, no covenants, no politics, just bread and bad art and the pleasure of your company." Petra looked up from the binding. "That cafe has a decent mushroom soup," she said, and returned to her work as if she had said nothing at all. Svana looked at Gervin, looked at the coffee in her hand, still warm, looked at the folded program he had tucked under his arm, the gesture almost intimate, as if he had held on to it through the entire session thinking of her. 1 meal, she said. One meal. She met him at the vault entrance at 12:15. He wore a charcoal coat against the chill, and he held the door for her with a courtesy that did not feel practiced, which made it harder to resist. They walked the 2 blocks to the cafe in silence, and he let the silence stand, did not fill it with questions or observations or the kind of charm that felt like work. The cafe was small and warm, the paintings exactly as terrible as he had promised, and the bread was good. He ordered for both of them without asking, and she found she did not mind. They ate in companionable quiet for the first few minutes, and then he leaned back in his chair, his pale gray eyes fixed on her with a gentleness that made her stomach tighten. "You are different today," he said. "I slept badly." "You slept badly every day. This is something else." She broke off a piece of bread and did not eat it. "You are going to tell me what I am thinking," she said. A trick of the trade. The charming archivist who reads people better than he reads documents. "I would never be so obvious." He smiled, and the smile carried an edge she had not seen before, a glint of something harder beneath the warmth. "But I do notice when someone I find interesting has been changed by something I do not understand." The warmth in her knuckle flared. She set down the bread. "Ask your question, Gervin." He held her gaze for a long moment, and then he leaned forward, his voice dropping to something quieter, more intimate. "I only have one," he said, "and I have been wondering it since I arrived." "Then ask it." He tilted his head, studying her the way he might study a contested manuscript, looking for the truth beneath the surface. "Wulfric Brackett has run this institution for over a century," he said. "He has staff who would walk into fire for him. Staff who have never questioned a single instruction he gave, no matter how strange or how late the hour." He paused, and his voice softened. "I have to wonder, Svana, whether he has ever made personal use of that loyalty." The words landed like a surgeon's incision, precise and cold. She felt them enter. She felt them search. He has never questioned a single instruction, personal use of that loyalty. Gervin was not asking about the covenant. He was asking about her. She placed her palms flat on the table, feeling the wood grain under her fingertips, anchoring herself to something solid. "If you have something to say about my director," she said, "say it plainly. I am not a manuscript you have to read between the lines to understand." His smile did not waver. "No," he said, "you are not. That is what I like about you." He reached across the table and touched her hand, a light brush of fingers against her wrist. "You read things as they are," he said, "even when it costs you to see them clearly." The warmth in her knuckles surged, and she pulled her hand back. "I should return to the vault." "Yes." He did not try to stop her. "You should." She stood, her chair scraping against the tile floor, and he looked up at her with those pale, gray eyes that swallowed light. "Same time tomorrow?" he asked. She did not answer. She walked out of the cafe and into the afternoon cold, and she did not look back. The walk to the vault took 6 minutes. She used every one of them to breathe. When she entered the main hall, Dagmar was standing at the reception desk, speaking with a courier. Their eyes met for half a second, and Dagmar's gaze dropped to her hands, then rose again, neutral and unrevealing. Svana passed her without speaking. She reached her desk and sat down, pulled up the finding aid, and stared at the screen until the words blurred. The warmth in her knuckle pulsed. "He has never questioned a single instruction, personal use of that loyalty." She thought of Wulfric's hands on her in the dark. She thought of the footsteps outside the reading room door. She thought of Gervin's smile, gentle and precise, and full of questions she was not ready to answer. And she wondered, for the first time, whether the man watching her from across the table already knew exactly what she had done. Chapter 15. Petra found her 20 minutes after she returned from lunch. She appeared at Svana's desk without a word, her face carrying the particular stillness that meant she had found something in the quiet hours. Her hands were clean, but her sleeves were dusted with the fine grit of old parchment, and she smelled of conservation resin and concentration. "Come," Petra said. Svana did not ask where. She pushed back from her desk and followed, past the reference stacks and through the climate-controlled door into the conservation corridor, past Petra's work table with its brushes and weights and the faint chemical bite of adhesive warm under the lights. Petra stopped at the third shelf from the end, a section Svana had walked past 100 times without slowing. Sealed Covenant storage. The spines were uniform, dark leather with no titles, only accession numbers stamped in faded gold. The shelf looked untouched, undisturbed, no different from any other restricted holding. "Look at the lower edge of the binding," Petra said. Svana crouched, bringing her eyes level with the shelf. The light caught the leather at an angle, and then she saw it. A cluster of tiny impressions near the spine joint, too regular to be damage or wear. She touched her finger to the first one, felt the slight depression in the leather. "Witness marks," Petra said. "Not stamped into the paper, pressed into the binding itself, from the inside, as if someone sealed a document against the leather while the adhesive was still wet." "How old?" "Recent. The leather still gives under pressure. Old witness marks harden, become brittle." Petra crouched beside her, close enough that their shoulders touched. "Someone opened this binding within the last few months, placed a document against the inner cover, and sealed it again. They pressed hard enough to leave an impression, but not hard enough to crack the spine." Svana's knuckle pulsed. She looked at the shelf again, at the row of sealed covenants, all identical, all silent, and she understood what Petra was showing her. "These aren't the original seals," she said. "No, these are resealed." Someone removed the original documents, inserted new ones, and pressed fresh witness marks into the binding leather to make it look continuous. If you open any of these without knowing the trick, you will believe the document inside is the one the accession code describes. But it is not. "I cannot prove it without breaking the seal," Petra said, "but the pattern is wrong. The old marks would have been pressed by the original binder's tools, and the spacing would match the workshop standard. These marks are irregular. The spacing changes between the third and fourth impressions. A machine tool stamps at even intervals. A hand pressing a document into leather, even a careful hand, leaves variation." Svana straightened, her knees aching from the crouch. "Show me the closest match." Petra led her 2 shelves down and pointed to a binding with the same dark leather, the same gold-stamped accession number. The witness marks along the lower edge were uniform, evenly spaced, the rhythm of a professional tool. "Original," Petra said. "Compare." She did not need to. The difference was visible even at standing height. The first shelf's marks looked like a forgery of handwriting done by someone who had never learned the proper strokes. "Which covenant is this?" Svana asked. Petra pulled a tablet from her coat pocket and showed her the screen. The accession number corresponded to a 1594 deed of indemnity, a minor legal instrument between 2 Hungarian houses, recorded as routine and without special restriction. "On paper, a nothing document," Petra said. But the tamperer did not target the restricted covenants. They targeted the ones that looked irrelevant, hidden inside the mundane. "Then what is actually inside this binding?" Petra met her eyes. "The only way to know is to break the seal." Svana looked at the shelf of resealed covenants, a row of closed mouths, each one a potential lie dressed as continuity. "How many?" "3 on this shelf. I have not checked the upper tiers yet." 3. At least 3 sealed covenants that might contain the missing folios, the washed pages, the records someone wanted erased from the chain. And she could not open them without destroying the evidence and exposing her investigation. "Who has access to this section?" "Anyone with vault clearance and a signed oversight log. The sealed covenant shelves are not locked. They are controlled by institutional trust." Petra's voice carried a flat edge. The trust was the flaw. Behind them, the conservation room door swung open. Footsteps, 2 coffees in hand, and a smile that arrived before the face did. "You are hiding back here," Gervin Olt said, stepping into the aisle with the ease of someone who had already mapped every corner of the building. He held out one of the cups toward Svana, steam curling in the cold air. "I brought you a proper coffee. The vault's machine produces something closer to dishwater." She did not take the cup. He looked past her, past Petra, to the shelf of sealed covenants, and his smile did not change. "You found the witness marks," he said. The words landed like a stone dropped into still water. Svana's knuckles surged with heat. "Interesting," Gervin continued, setting the coffee on a nearby work table. "It took my Vienna contact 3 weeks to notice them. You found them in under a month." He looked at Petra with genuine, unhurried respect. "You are very good at your work." Petra said nothing. Gervin turned back to Svana, and his pale gray eyes held hers with that unsettling directness that made her feel like a page he was already reading. "Do you know what happens when you break the seal on a covenant that has been resealed without the proper ritual?" he asked. She did not answer. "The binding mark is not cosmetic," he said. "It is part of the document's legal force. A broken seal signals that the covenant has been compromised. The court considers the document null until the seal is reauthenticated by the signatory or a licensed witness." He paused. "If you break these seals, the protections inside them will not hold. And how do we verify what is inside?" "You do not." He smiled, softer now, almost apologetic. "That is the design. The person who tampered with these covenants did not need to destroy them. They only needed to make the truth unverifiable without destroying the protection they were built on." Svana stared at the row of bindings, at the irregular marks pressed into the leather, and she understood the trap in full. Whoever had done this knew the covenant law better than she did. They had sealed the evidence inside a cage that could not be opened without collapsing the very protections she was trying to verify. "You knew about this?" she said, turning back to Gervin. "You knew before you arrived?" "I suspected. I did not know the exact shelf." "Suspected how?" He held her gaze, and for the first time since he entered the aisle, his smile faltered. "Because my Vienna contact did not flee Heliodor voluntarily," he said. "They were forced out, after they catalogued this section, after they logged the original accession numbers, after they recommended a full audit of the sealed covenant storage." He paused. "The audit was denied, and 2 weeks later their credentials were flagged for unauthorized access to restricted records, and they were escorted out of the building." Svana's chest tightened. "Who was it?" "Greer Rostova." The name hit her like a punch to the sternum. GR-882. The ghost credential that had logged Folio 14B as withdrawn and never returned. The retired cataloger who had left for Vienna 2 years ago. The woman who had been here before Svana, who had seen the ledger, who had written the catalog entries that the tamperer had overwritten. "Greer Rostova is your Vienna contact." "She is." "Then she sent you here." "She sent me here," Gervin said quietly. "She asked me to find the person who was currently walking the same path she walked, so I could warn them before they reached the same end." He looked at the shelf. "She never made it to this row. She figured out the witness marks, but she was removed before she could open a single seal." Svana's knuckle burned. The warmth was no longer a pulse. It was a pressure, insistent and alive, and she pressed her palm flat against the nearest binding to steady herself. The leather was cold. The leather was cold, and the marks beneath her hand pressed into her skin like a whisper she could almost hear. "What happened to her?" she asked. Gervin met her eyes. "She is alive. She is breathing. She is living in a city 400 kilometers away, working a job that has nothing to do with archives." He paused. "But she does not sleep through the night, and she told me that if I met the Jew archivist who was asking the right questions, I should tell her that the covenant marks people." Svana looked at her hand against the binding, at the knuckle that never warmed until the night she had touched the hidden ledger. The pressure inside her palm answered. Chapter 16. The north reading room was empty at 10:30. Svana stood in the doorway, watching the rain streak the tall windows, her knuckle pulsing with that persistent warmth that had not faded since the conservation aisle. She had told Petra she needed air. She had told herself she needed air. But her feet had carried her here, to the floor where Wulfric's office sat at the end of a corridor lined with donor portraits and sealed display cases. She found him at his desk, sleeves rolled, reading by a single lamp that threw his shadow across the wall. He did not look surprised to see her. "I have an hour," she said, "before Petra notices I'm gone." He set down his pen. "That is not enough time to explain what you want explained." "No, it's enough time to stop pretending." She crossed the room before she could second-guess herself, before the weight of the morning could catch up and freeze her. His hand caught her wrist when she reached the desk, gently, and the warmth in her knuckle flared where his fingers touched. "Svana." "I can't sit at my desk and look at you like you're my director for another hour," she said. "I can't have Gervin's questions in my head and your silence in my chest, and pretend I'm fine." He pulled her around the desk, into his lap, and the kiss was not gentle. It was hunger held too long, restraint cracking at the edges. She felt his hand slide into her pinned hair, felt the pins scatter across the carpet, and she did not care. "This is reckless," he said against her mouth. "Then stop me." He did not stop her. The hour passed in fragments she would later stitch together, the ridge of his spine beneath her fingers, the sound of rain against the glass, the way his breath caught when she said his name without a title. They stretched out on the worn Persian rug behind his desk, her head on his chest, his hand tracing slow circles on her shoulder. "Tell me something true," she said. "Many things are true. Something real, something you haven't said to anyone." He was quiet for a long moment, then his hand stilled. "I was not born to this," he said. "I was 31 when I was turned. I had a younger sister, a printing press, and a debt I could not pay. The man who turned me owned that debt. He owned my family's workshop, my sister's dowry, my mother's health. He owned everything except my signature, and once I signed, he owned that too." Svana lifted her head to look at him. His face was unreadable, but his voice was raw in a way she had never heard. "I spent the first 60 years of my existence as property," he said. "Not because I was weak, but because I was bound. Every record I touched, every ledger I witnessed, every covenant I signed, it was his. I was his instrument. And when he died, the debts passed to his heir, and I passed with them." She touched his jaw. "How did you get free?" "I made myself indispensable to someone more powerful. I found a patron who needed a man who could read the oldest scripts, who could trace a bloodline through 3 centuries of marriage and murder. I traded one form of servitude for another, but this time I chose the master. And this time the master is Heliodor." "No." He turned his head to look at her. "Heliodor is my creation. I built it. I wrote its charter, its covenant, its protections. The building is mine. The records are mine. The staff." He stopped. "The staff are not mine. They have never been mine. That is what the ledger protects." She felt the warmth in her knuckle pulse, answering something in his voice. "Then tell me," she said. "Tell me what it protects. Not in fragments, not in warnings. The whole truth." He looked at her for a long moment. The rain drummed against the windows. Somewhere in the building, a door closed. "The ledger I showed you is only one layer," he said. "The covenant clause you read is the visible part of a structure that took me 3 decades to build and another century to hide. It protects every human who works in this building, yes, but it also protects every vampire who has sworn fealty to Heliodor and every blood debt that was ever renegotiated through these walls. And if someone publishes the wrong version, the entire structure collapses, the covenant's void, the blood debts revert to their original claimants, and every human I have spent 4 centuries keeping out of those claims becomes collateral again." Svana's chest tightened. Given's translation would cause that. "He believes it would reclose corruption. He does not understand that exposure can also be execution." Wulfric's hand found hers on his chest. "He does not know what the oldest court does with voided covenants. He has never seen what happens when protections fall." "Then stop him." "I cannot stop him without revealing the full text, and revealing the full text triggers a renegotiation that the oldest court will use to strip every protection I built." She stared at him. "So you're trapped." "I am trapped." His voice was quiet, steady, and utterly exhausted. "I have been trapped for 4 centuries. The only difference now is that I am no longer alone in the trap." He lifted her hand, pressed her knuckle to his lips, and the warmth spread through her palm like water finding its level. "What is this?" she asked. "The cold that became heat, the way it answers when I touch the covenant. I do not know. I have never seen a mark like yours, but you've seen marks." He did not answer. The silence was heavy, and then he said, too quietly, "The ledger protects more lives than my own." She waited for him to continue, but the words did not come. Instead, his hand tightened around hers, and she understood that he had given her the closest thing he could to full truth. The hour was running out. She pressed her forehead to his and let herself feel the warmth of his breath against her skin. "I will find a way," she said, "to verify the covenant without breaking the seal, to stop Gervin from weaponizing it, to keep your protections whole. Svana, I don't need you to believe me. I need you to trust me." He kissed her again, slower this time, and when he pulled back, his eyes held something she had never seen there before. Not fear. Hope. "I trust you," he said. "That is the most dangerous thing I have done in centuries." She rose, gathered her hair, and began pinning it back with hands that still trembled. At the door, she paused. "The person who restored the lab systems," she said. "The person who walked past the reading room at dawn. Do you know who they are?" He met her eyes. "No." "Then we need to find out." She slipped into the corridor, pulled the door closed behind her, and stopped. The hallway was empty, but the light beneath the door of the conservation room, 3 doors down, had just gone dark. Petra was still on the other side of the building. Svana stood in the silence, the warmth in her knuckle flaring like a warning, and counted the seconds until the light did not come back on. Chapter 17. The warmth in Svana's knuckle pulsed once, sharp, as she stared at the dark gap beneath the conservation room door. 3 doors down, Petra on the other side of the building. The light had been on when she passed it 20 minutes ago. She took a step toward it, then stopped. Her hands were still unsteady from pinning her hair, her lips still flushed from Wulfric's kiss. If whoever stood in that dark room had been listening at the office door, they already knew what she and Wulfric had done, what they had said. She took another step. The corridor stretched ahead of her, empty, the overhead lights humming their low frequency. She reached the conservation room door and pressed her palm flat against the wood. Silence. She pushed. The door swung inward on oiled hinges. The room was dark, the conservation lamps cold, the work tables bare. She reached for the light switch, and the fluorescents buzzed to life, revealing empty chairs, a half-drunk cup of tea on Petra's station, and nothing else. No one. But the window above the sink was open 3 inches at the bottom, narrow enough for air, wide enough for a hand to reach through from outside and turn off a light switch from below. She crossed to the window, pushed it wider, and leaned out into the night. The alley below was empty. A drain pipe ran down the wall to the left, scuffed near the top where someone had braced a shoe. Heard nothing, saw nothing. But someone had been here. Someone had listened. And that someone had left through a window rather than risk the corridor. She closed the casement, locked it, and stood in the silent room with her knuckle burning against the cold glass. The colloquium was held in the Vladislav Hall of the old royal palace, a vaulted space of ribbed stone and afternoon light that made every voice sound like an echo from centuries away. Svana sat in the 3rd row between a curator from the Austrian National Library and a vampire genealogist she had never met, both of them scribbling notes as Gervin Olt stood at the lectern with the ease of a man who had been born to rooms like this one. The Halgrim Thesis, he called it. 4 years of research distilled into 40 minutes of argument so cleanly reasoned it felt like watching someone solve a puzzle in real time. Private archives, he said, are not merely collections. They are instruments of governance. They determine who is remembered, who is erased, and whose deaths survive beyond their deaths. The room listened. The room always listened to Gervin. In the 16th century, when the covenant system was formalized across Central Europe, the records were written in script that only a handful of trained readers could interpret. Secrecy was built into the medium itself. And secrecy, as we all know, serves the party that controls the key. Svana's knuckle warmed against the leather of her notebook. She had heard this argument before, in fragments, over terrible coffee in a cafe on Suteca. But hearing it whole, in this room, with the weight of scholarship behind it, was different. He was not wrong. She watched the way his hands moved when he spoke, precise and unhurried, and she remembered how those same hands had traced the spine of a covenant binding in the conservation aisle. He had touched the tampered seal, knowing exactly what lay beneath. And yet, Gervin continued, the argument for disclosure is not an argument against protection. I am not proposing that every covenant be thrown open to public examination. I am proposing that the gatekeepers of these records be made answerable to something other than their own judgment. A murmur moved through the audience. The question is not whether secrecy serves a purpose. The question is whether the purpose it serves is still the one it claims. Svana wrote nothing in her notebook. The ink dried on her pen tip. When the presentation ended, the applause was genuine and sustained. A red-haired curator from the Berlin Institute rose to ask a question about 18th-century witness protocols, and Gervin answered with the same patient clarity he had used all afternoon. She watched him from her seat, trying to see only the scholar, not the man who had held her wrist in a cafe and told her she deserved colleagues who did not make her earn every fragment of truth. She could not separate them. The reception was held in the adjacent gallery, where tall windows faced the castle gardens, and servers carried trays of wine between clusters of scholars and court officials. Svana found a corner near a display case of 15th-century charters and tried to look like someone who belonged there. She did not belong there. She was a junior archivist from a private vault that most of these people had never heard of, and the only reason she had been invited was because Gervin had put her name on the guest list. "Your knuckle." She turned. Gervin stood beside her, a glass of white wine in his hand, his hair still immaculate from the lectern. He was looking at her left hand where it rested on the display case. "It's warm," he said. "The knuckle you keep rubbing. It's warm against the glass." She pulled her hand back. "You gave a good presentation." "Thank you." He did not look away from her hand. "But you did not answer my observation." "Because it wasn't a question." He smiled, the same smile that had disarmed her in the courtyard on his first day, and she felt the familiar pull of wanting to trust him. "Your thesis," she said. "You meant it. Every word. And you think Heliodor is exactly the kind of institution you were writing about." He did not hesitate. "I know it is." The word hung between them, precise as a blade. "Famata." He set his wineglass down on the edge of the display case and turned to face her fully. "I did not come to Prague to prove Wulfric Brackett is a tyrant. I came because the records exist, and they deserve to be read by someone who will not bury them again." "Then why not take them to the court directly? Why bring me into it?" "Because the court does not care about truth. It cares about advantage." His voice dropped. "I needed someone who would read the evidence and recognize what it meant before the court's lawyers could spin it into another negotiation. Me. You found the ledger. You traced the ghost credentials. You discovered the covenant binds witnesses, which Wulfric never told you." He paused. "You are the only person in this building who has followed the evidence to its source without being paid to look the other way." She wanted to believe him. That was the worst part. She wanted to believe that he saw her skill, her judgment, her capacity to read what others hid. But she also remembered Wulfric's voice in the dark office, telling her he had built Heliodor himself, that the covenant protected hundreds of lives, that Gervin's translation would collapse the whole structure and leave humans exposed to claims they could not survive. "You're asking me to choose," she said. "I'm asking you to read." He reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded sheaf of paper, cream-colored, covered in his dense hand. "The full text of the covenant, not the edited version. The full text, as authenticated by an independent witness in Vienna." She stared at the paper. "If you read this," Gervin said, "you will know exactly what Wulfric Brackett has done. And then you can decide whose version of the truth you trust." He pressed the folded pages into her hand, his fingers warm against her knuckle, and the warmth flared so sharply she almost dropped them. "I will not ask you again," he said. "Read it or burn it. But do not let him keep you in the dark because he claims the dark protects you." He turned and walked back into the reception, leaving her standing alone at the display case with the full covenant in her hand and the burn of his touch still alive beneath her skin. She looked down at the folded pages, then she looked up, across the gallery, and found Wulfric Brackett standing in the far doorway, watching her with an expression she could not read. He had not been on the guest list. He had come anyway, and he had seen Gervin hand her something. Chapter 18. The gallery lights burned behind her, honey warm against the dark windows, but Svana could not feel the warmth. She felt only the folded pages in her hand and the weight of Wulfric's gaze from the far doorway. He did not move. She did not move. The reception continued around her, clinking glasses, the rise and fall of scholarly laughter, but the space between them had gone silent. A thread pulled taut across the entire room. Then Wulfric turned and walked away. The thread snapped. Svana folded the covenant text into her coat pocket and moved through the crowd toward the exit, nodding to a scholar who tried to catch her eye, not stopping when a server offered her a glass from a tray. The night air hit her face as she pushed through the heavy doors into the castle courtyard, cold and damp with the smell of wet stone. She walked fast past the guardhouse, down the switchback stairs toward the tram line, the paper in her pocket a weight that pulled at her whole body. She could read it. She could open the fold and know, finally, exactly what Wulfric had done. But she could also hear his voice in the dark office, telling her the wrong publication would collapse protections built over 4 centuries. The tram rattled past. She did not board it. She walked instead, through the narrow streets of Mala Strana, past closed shop fronts and the gleam of street lamps on wet cobblestones, until she reached the Heliodor vault's side entrance. Her hands shook as she keyed the code. The door clicked open. Inside, the vault breathed its familiar hush, the climate control humming through the walls, the smell of old paper and conservation resin steady as a heartbeat. Svana stood in the corridor and let the silence settle around her. She needed to think, somewhere quiet, where no one would find her. She walked toward the D-series alcove. The stacks were dark, the emergency lighting casting long shadows between the shelves. She slipped past Cabinet 7, past the hidden door she had opened that first night, and found a corner where the light barely reached. She pulled out the Covenant text. The pages were warm from her body heat, the paper thick and dense with Gervin's neat hand. She unfolded the first page and saw the opening clause, the same one she had read in the ledger, but this time the text continued beyond where the margin note had stopped. I, Wulfric Brackett, being of sound mind and bound will, do hereby enter this covenant for the protection of all human persons employed or sheltered under the charter of the Heliodor Vault, such protection to remain in force so long as the covenant remains unbroken and authenticated. Then the second clause, and for the security of this bond, the undersigned does pledge his own blood as surety, such that any breach of the covenant's terms shall fall first, and most heavily, upon him, and only after his blood is exhausted shall the debt transfer to those he has sworn to protect. Svana read it again. The debt would fall on Wulfric first. He had made himself the sacrifice, not the beneficiaries. She turned the page and found the third clause, written in a different hand, the ink darker and the script less steady. But the covenant shall bind also those who carry knowledge of its terms, for the protection of the secret is the protection of the bond, and any witness who speaks the covenant beyond the sealed room shall become blood collateral to the obligation, subject to the same claims as the signatory. Her knuckle pulsed. She looked down at her left hand, at the pale skin over the joint, and watched the warmth throb beneath it like a second pulse, visible now in the dim light, a slow beat that did not match her heart. The covenant marks people, she whispered Greer's words into the dark. Indeed it does. Savannah's head snapped up. Dagmar Hall stood at the end of the aisle, silver-streaked hair catching the emergency light, her face unreadable. She wore her coat over her work clothes, as if she had come straight from somewhere else and found Savannah by instinct. Dagmar, I saw you leave the reception. Dagmar stepped closer, her footsteps deliberate on the stone floor. And I saw Wulfric watching you leave. I also saw Gervin hand you something in the gallery. He gave me, I know what he gave you. Dagmar stopped 3 feet away, close enough that Savannah could smell the rain on her coat. I have known for 11 years that Gervin Olt would eventually find a way to get the full text out of Vienna. I just did not know he would use you to deliver it. Savannah's hand tightened on the pages. You knew about the covenant. I knew about the covenant the day Wulfric asked me to be senior archivist. He told me everything, the protection, the collateral clause, the risk that anyone who read it would become a target. Dagmar's voice stayed flat, controlled. He asked if I wanted to walk away before I knew too much. I told him I would stay. 11 years. 11 years of knowing that if the wrong person learned what I carried, I would become leverage against every human in this building. Dagmar's eyes did not leave Svana's face. You think you are the first person to feel the weight of this secret. You are not. You are simply the first person Wulfric has trusted enough to let close. Svana's throat tightened. He did not let me close. I forced my way in. I found the ledger. He let you find it. The words landed like a blow. He has been watching you for 4 years, Dagmar said. He told you that himself. He knew your cataloging habits, your work hours, your tendency to chase discrepancies alone at night. He could have moved the ledger years ago. He could have sealed the sub-basement room so thoroughly that no one would ever find it. He did not. You are saying he wanted me to find it? I am saying he wanted someone to find it. Someone he could trust. Someone who would read the evidence and recognize what it meant before the court's lawyers could spin it into a weapon. Dagmar paused. He just did not expect that someone to be you, because he had already spent 4 years trying not to want you. But the silence stretched between them, filled with the hum of the climate control and the distant drip of condensation somewhere in the dark. Gervin's text, Dagmar said. Is it complete? Svana looked down at the pages in her hand. It has the collateral clause. Then you know the danger. I know Wulfric pledged his own blood first. Dagmar's expression shifted, something almost like relief passing through her features before the control snapped back. Good. Then you have the full picture. Not the full picture. Svana's voice came out harder than she intended. I still do not know who tampered with the sealed covenants. I do not know who is using the ghost credentials. I do not know who restored the lab systems when Wulfric and I were trapped in the sub-basement, and I do not know who has been following me through this building at night. Dagmar was silent. But you know, Svana said, you have been senior archivist for 11 years. You watch everything. You know whose loyalty is real and whose is rented. I know enough to recognize when someone is steering toward a cliff. Dagmar stepped closer, her voice dropping. And right now, Svana, you are standing at the edge of one. Gervin Olt did not give you that text because he trusts you. He gave it to you because he needs you to act on it before Wulfric can explain the parts the text does not say. Then tell me what it does not say. Dagmar shook her head. I cannot. Cannot or will not. Both. Dagmar's eyes held hers, unblinking. Because the parts the text does not say are the parts that, if I spoke them aloud to you right now, would make you a collateral target under the oldest court's jurisdiction. Gervin's text is authenticated enough to inform you. It is not authenticated enough to protect you. The warmth pulsed in Svana's knuckle, a steady, insistent beat. Then what do I do? Svana asked. Dagmar looked at her for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat pocket and pulled out a key, brass, worn at the edges, with a number etched into the bow. Sub-level 3, Dagmar said. There is a room Wulfric does not know I know about. Inside it you will find the original witness statements from the Covenant's authentication in 1590, recorded before the seal was applied. They will tell you who wrote the third clause, and why. Svana stared at the key. Why are you giving this to me? Because I have waited 11 years for someone who would read the evidence and recognize what it meant, instead of letting fear choose for them. Dagmar pressed the key into Svana's palm. Do not tell Wulfric. Do not tell Petra. Go alone, and go now, before anyone realizes you have left the reception. Dagmar, if you wait until morning, Gervin will have already made his move. Dagmar's hand closed over Svana's, the key hard between their fingers. The oldest court's attaché is already in Prague. I saw him at the reception. Miklos Faber does not travel for social calls. The warmth in Svana's knuckle flared so sharply she gasped. Dagmar released her hand and stepped back into the shadows of the stacks. Go, she said, before the price of knowing becomes higher than you can pay. And then she was gone, her footsteps fading toward the main corridor, leaving Svana alone in the dark with the key in her palm and the Covenant text burning against her chest. She looked down at the key. Sub-level 3. She had never been authorized to set foot there. She went anyway. Chapter 19. The brass key turned in the lock with a sound like a bone cracking. Svana pushed the door open and stepped into darkness so complete she could not see her own hand. The air was cold, still, older than the rest of the building. She felt for the wall switch and found nothing, just bare stone. She pulled out her phone. The light caught shelves, not documents, not ledgers, but objects wrapped in dark linen, arranged in precise rows like bodies laid out for burial. The warmth in her knuckle pulsed once, hard. She moved deeper into the room, her footsteps loud in the silence. At the far wall, a single wooden box sat on a lectern, its lid propped open. Inside, a stack of loose pages bound with linen thread. the witness statements. She lifted them carefully, the paper crackling under her fingers. The first page was dated February 1590, signed by 3 witnesses she did not recognize. The second page listed the covenant's clauses in a hand she knew from the ledger, Wulfric's cramped secretary script, each line written with the pressure of a man who understood exactly what he was signing. The third clause was not there. She turned the page, then the next. She read through every sheet, once, twice, searching for the darker ink, the different hand, the words that bound her now. Nothing. The third clause did not appear in any of the original witness statements, which meant it had been added after the authentication. Before she could process what that meant, a sound reached her from the corridor. Footsteps, deliberate, coming closer. She shelved the witness statements inside her coat, killed the phone light, and pressed herself against the wall beside the door. The footsteps stopped. Silence stretched for 3 full heartbeats. Then a voice, low and amused, came through the darkness. "You are not supposed to be here, Svana. Gervin." She did not move, did not breathe. "I can hear your heartbeat," he said. "It has been racing since you opened the box." She stepped out of the shadows, her hand still pressed to the documents inside her coat. "How did you know I would be here?" "Because Dagmar Hall does not hand out keys to junior archivists unless she is running out of time." He stood in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the dim light from the corridor. "And because I have been watching you long enough to know when you are about to do something reckless." "I am not reckless. I am looking for the truth." "Then come with me." He stepped back, gesturing toward the corridor. "Because the truth you need is not down here. It is in the parts of the covenant that do not appear in any witness statement." She stared at him. "I have the full Vienna authentication," he said. "All 17 folios. Every clause, every marginal note, every witness mark. I have been trying to give it to you for days. You gave me a transcription. A transcription is a map. The full text is the territory." His voice softened. "Come, I will show you what Wulfric has been keeping from you, and then you can decide whose version of the truth you want to carry." She should have said no. She should have turned around, locked the door, and taken the witness statements to Wulfric. But the third clause was not in the original. Someone had added it after the seal was applied. And Gervin was the only person in Prague who seemed willing to hand her the full text without making her beg for fragments. She followed him. The cafe was small, hidden in a side street off the old town square, its windows fogged with steam. Gervin ordered for both of them without asking, a habit she was beginning to recognize as deliberate, a way of claiming the space between them. He set the leather folder on the table between them. 17 folios, collated by an independent witness in Vienna and authenticated under the oldest court seal. "Read it yourself." She opened the folder. The first pages were identical to what she had already read. The first clause, the second clause, Wulfric's name, his blood, his promise. Then she turned to the third clause. The handwriting was different. The ink was darker. But the words were exactly what the margin note had warned her about. "And the burden of this covenant shall fall upon the witness who speaks it. For the blood that binds the signatory binds also those who carry the knowledge." Below it, in a single line of script she had never seen before, a name. Eliska Hartman. The woman who had certified the covenant. The woman who had died under unexplained circumstances 8 months later. "You see," Gervin said quietly, "you are not the first person to carry this knowledge. You are just the only one still alive." She looked up from the page. "Why are you showing me this?" "Because you deserve colleagues who do not make you earn every fragment of truth." His fingers brushed hers across the table, light, brief. "You have spent 3 years making yourself indispensable at Heliodor. You have obeyed every rule, kept every confidence, performed every task with a precision that should have earned you trust." He leaned closer. "Has that loyalty ever actually been returned to you?" She should have pulled her hand back. She did not. The warmth in her knuckle pulsed once, steady, as if answering for her. "Wulfric loves you," Gervin said, his voice dropping. "I do not doubt that. But love is not the same as honesty. He has had 4 centuries to learn the difference, and he still chooses silence over disclosure every time." I am offering you the truth, all of it, without conditions. She looked at his hand over hers, the pale skin, the crescent birthmark near his temple. Come to my office tomorrow, he said. I will show you the full Vienna file, every folio, every annotation, including the ones that name the person who added the third clause. Who was it? He smiled, slow and sad. That is the question you should be asking Wulfric, because he is known for 436 years. He released her hand and stood. I will be at the Halgrim office on Seletan all morning. Come whenever you are ready. She watched him walk out into the rain. The cafe door swung shut, and Svana sat alone with 17 folios of truth that did not match the story she had been living inside. Her knuckle pulsing like a second heart, her hand cold where Gervin had touched it. She did not go home that night. She went back to the vault. And when she reached the D-series alcove, the light was already on, and Wulfric Brackett was standing at her desk, holding the witness statements she had left on her chair. Chapters 20. The air between them was cold and alive, thick with everything unspoken. Wulfric stood at her desk with the witness statements in his hands, the pages loose and trembling slightly at the edge where his thumb pressed. He had not moved since she entered. The light from the desk lamp carved shadows across his face, deepening the hollows beneath his eyes, and for a long moment, neither of them spoke. Those are mine, Svana said. I know. His voice was low, stripped of the director's polish. I was waiting for you to come back with them. She crossed the alcove and stopped 3 feet from him, close enough to see the muscle flex in his jaw, the way his throat moved when he swallowed. The warmth in her knuckle pulsed once, hard, as if the covenant itself was pressing her forward. You knew, she said, about the third clause, about Eliska Hartmann. You have known for 436 years. He closed his eyes. The breath. Another. Yes, then tell me who added it. I cannot. Cannot or will not. He set the witness statements down on her desk with deliberate care, aligning the edges as if neatness could undo the mess between them. When he looked up, his face was raw in a way she had never seen, stripped of every mask his centuries had built. If I tell you, he said, the name becomes a weapon. The oldest court will use it to dismantle everything Heliodor protects. Every human under this roof becomes vulnerable within a month. Or you are protecting someone. I am protecting you. The words should have landed like comfort. Instead, they landed like a stone in her chest, heavy and cold. She had heard variations of that sentence from every man who had ever chosen silence over candor. I am protecting you, so you do not need to know, so you can stay safe and small and unaware. I am already marked, she said, holding up her left hand, the knuckle warm and pulsing under the lamp. The covenant has already made me collateral. Whatever you are protecting me from, I am already inside it. He looked at her hand, and something broke behind his eyes, something he had been holding together for longer than she could imagine. Then come with me, he said, and I will tell you what I can. His office was dark when they entered, the city lights bleeding through the tall windows in strips of amber and silver. He did not turn on the lamp. Instead, he crossed to the window and stood with his back to her, one hand pressed against the glass. Eliska Hartmann was my sister's daughter, he said, my niece. She was the only family I had left after I was turned, and she was the one who certified the covenant because she believed in what I was trying to build, a place where humans and vampires could exist without one feeding on the other. Svana stood very still. She added the third clause herself, he continued, his voice barely audible, without my knowledge. She wrote it in her own hand and bound it into the covenant after the authentication, because she believed that if anyone ever tried to break the protection, the witnesses should carry the same cost as the signatory. She thought she was strengthening the shield. She died 8 months later. Her body was found in the Vltava. The court ruled it suicide. No investigation was permitted. He turned from the window, and his face was wet. I have never told anyone that she was my blood. I have never told anyone that the third clause was her handwriting. If the oldest court learns that a Hartmann added an unauthenticated clause to a covenant that now protects half the human staff in Central Europe, They will argue the entire document is void by procedural corruption, and every person who has relied on that protection will become collateral overnight. Svana stood in the dark of his office, the confessions settling around her like ash. You should have told me. I know. From the beginning, when I first found the ledger, you should have trusted me. I know. His voice cracked on the second word. I was afraid that if you knew the full truth, you would become what Aliska became. Visible. Hunted. I thought I could keep you safe by keeping you in the dark. I thought I had learned enough control to manage the shape of your ignorance. She walked toward him, stopped inches away. You cannot protect someone by making them small, she said. You can only protect someone by making them strong enough to stand beside you. He reached for her hand, the one with the warm knuckle, and pressed it against his chest. His heart beat beneath her palm, steady and human fast, a paradox of a dead thing still alive. Show me, she said. Show me everything you have been hiding, the full ledger, the names, the Vienna authentication, all of it, and then we will decide together what to do. He nodded once, and for an hour they sat on the floor of his office with the covenant documents spread between them, and he walked her through every clause, every marginal note, every crossing out and correction, his finger tracing the ink as if he was reading his own history written in someone else's blood. At some point, the city beyond the windows began to gray toward dawn. The knock came at 5:47 a.m. Svana was on her feet before the sound finished, her pulse slamming against her ribs. The documents were half folded, half spread across the rug, and Wulfric was already moving toward the door, his face snapping back into the director's mask. Who is it? Dagmar, the voice came through the wood, flat and unhurried. I need the inventory key for the D-series overdue list. Mine is on my desk and I am already in the corridor. Svana's blood went cold. There was no window in this room, no second exit. The only way out was the door Dagmar was standing behind. Wulfric looked at Svana, then at the scattered documents, then at the door. One moment, he called, his voice steady. I was reviewing late entries. He crossed to his desk, pulled a key from the drawer, and opened the door precisely wide enough to pass it through. Dagmar's hand appeared, took the key. Her face followed. She looked past Wulfric into the office, past the desk, past the shadows. Her gaze landed on Svana, standing frozen against the bookshelf, her hair mussed, her blouse untucked, her face flushed with the heat of a night spent in close quarters. Dagmar's expression did not change, but her eyes moved from Svana's face to Wulfric's, and something passed between them, a silent acknowledgement that carried the weight of a verdict. Svana, Dagmar said, her voice even. I will need the sub-basement key back by noon. We have a walkthrough scheduled with the court's representatives. She withdrew. The door clicked shut. Wulfric stood with his hand still on the handle, his back to Svana, his shoulders tight. That was deliberate, Svana said. She timed it. She knows. She has always known. Silence. Then footsteps in the corridor, and Svana crossed to the door and pressed her ear to the wood, listening. The footsteps stopped 20 feet away, paused, and then continued toward the stairs. She opened the door a crack. Dagmar was standing at the end of the corridor, her back to Svana, facing the D-series stacks. She did not turn around, but she spoke, loud enough to carry. The promotion requires more than brilliance, Vossing. It requires knowing when to be seen and when to become invisible. You passed one test tonight, the next one will not be so forgiving. Then she walked into the stacks and disappeared. Svana returned to her desk at 6:12 a.m., the vault empty and silent, the witness statements folded inside her jacket. She sat down, her body aching with exhaustion, her mind still racing through the names and clauses Wulfric had shown her. That was when she saw it. A green envelope unsealed, sitting in the center of her keyboard. No stamp, no address, just her name written in a hand she did not recognize. She opened it. Inside was a single sheet of paper. Miklos Faber requests the honor of your presence at the town palace this evening at 8. The oldest court is prepared to discuss your future before the covenant does. Chapter 21. She opened her bag to stow the Faber letter and found something else inside. A folded sheaf of paper, Her own initials on the outside, in a hand she had seen on cafe napkins and colloquium programs. Gervin's script, precise and unhurried, as if he had known she would not check her bag until she was alone. She pulled it out. The vault was empty at 6:14 a.m. The emergency lights cast long shadows across the stacks. No footsteps in the corridor, no creak of the conservation room door. She was alone with whatever he had left her. She unfolded the pages. The translation covered 12 sheets, each one annotated in Gervin's careful hand. The covenant passage she had read in Wulfric's office last night was here, rendered in clean modern English, clause by clause, with marginal notes that named names and dated payments. Her eyes caught the heading of the second section. On the valuation of human collateral. She read the sentence once, twice. The words did not change. Each human staff member employed under the Heliodor Charter is hereby assigned a blood value equal to the duration of their service, compounded at the rate set forth in the original 1589 covenant, with the signatory holding sole authority to liquidate, transfer, or renegotiate any such value without staff consent. Her breath stopped. That was not what Wulfric had shown her, not what he had read aloud in his office while his finger traced the faded ink. She looked down at the translation again, at Gervin's annotation beside the passage. WB retained full liquidation authority. Staff were never informed. The margin note was written in red ink. She turned the page. Clause 3. Binding of knowledge. She had seen this clause in the original. She had held the witness statements in her own hands, but the translation rendered it differently, with an attached schedule that listed names, dates, blood debt amounts. Her own name was not there. But the heading read, Current Living Witnesses, and beneath it, in Gervin's red ink, a single annotation, Pending Activation. She pressed her palm flat against the desk. The warmth in her knuckle pulsed, slow, patient, like something counting. She kept reading. The annotations built a structure she had not seen in Wulfric's office, a ledger within the ledger. An interpretation that made every protective clause read like a cage. The blood surety Wulfric had described as his own shield became, in Gervin's marginalia, a mechanism that allowed him to extend his authority indefinitely because the covenant only ever fell due if he failed. If he never failed, the debt never paid out. If the debt never paid out, the human staff remained bound indefinitely, their blood value accruing compound interest that only the signatory could call due. She read the same sentence 3 times, waiting for a different meaning to emerge. It did not. The translation was clean. The logic was airtight. The annotations were sourced to clause numbers and folio references she could verify herself. Wulfric Brackett built this covenant to protect himself, Gervin had written in a summary note at the bottom of the final page. The staff are not protected by his terms. They are his collateral. He chose you because you would look at a cage and call it architecture. The vault hummed around her. The lights flickered once, a maintenance cycle she had never noticed before. She folded the pages. Then she opened them again. Her hands were steady. That surprised her. She had expected shaking, crying, a kind of collapse that followed a long fall. But her body had gone still and cold, the way it did when she was facing a document that required total attention. The warmth in her knuckle had stopped. She touched it with her other hand. Cold. The same cold she had felt the first night when she opened the hidden ledger in the sub-basement and found Wulfric's name in 16th century ink. It had been warm only when she was with him, only when she had trusted him. The corridor light outside the alcove flickered again. She looked up. No one was there. But the conservation room door, 3 doors down, was standing open. She had closed it when she passed through at 6 o'clock. She was certain of that. The light inside the conservation room was dark. She sat motionless, the pages in her lap, her cold knuckle pressed against her thigh, and watched the open door, waiting. The seconds stretched. The hum of the vault filled the silence. Then, from somewhere inside the dark room, soft as breathing, a single footstep. She did not move. The footstep did not repeat, but she knew with absolute certainty, as she sat there holding Gervin's translation of the covenant, holding proof that the man she had spent the night with had built a system that used her and everyone she worked with as leverage against a debt he never intended to pay. She knew that someone was watching her read it. Chapter 22. The footstep did not repeat. The dark mouth of the conservation room stayed black. No silhouette emerged. No breath disturbed the corridor air. But the door was open. She had closed it. Svana sat motionless at her desk, the translations still spread beneath her palms, Gervin's red annotations bleeding up at her from the pages. Her knuckle was cold, dead cold. The warmth that had lived there since Wulfric first touched her in the sub-basement had drained away like water through a cracked vessel. She counted to 60. Then she counted again. No sound, no movement. The vault's ventilation cycled on, a mechanical breath that filled the silence with white noise. The conservation room door remained open. She could leave, walk past it, go find Dagmar, go home, pretend she had not read what Gervin left in her bag. She folded the translation instead, tucked it into her coat pocket, and stood. The corridor lights flickered once more as she moved past the conservation room. She did not look inside. She kept her gaze straight ahead, her steps even, her breathing measured. The same discipline she used when handling a document so fragile that a single wrong touch could destroy it. She was the document now, fragile, watched, carrying words that could not be unspoken. Wulfric's office light was on. She did not knock. He was standing at the window, his back to her, sleeves rolled to his forearms in that way that had once made her want to touch the bare skin. The city lights of Prague spread below him, gold and distant, and he did not turn when her footsteps stopped on the threshold. "I felt you coming," he said. "You're cold again." She pulled the translation from her coat and dropped it on his desk. The pages splayed open, the red ink catching the lamplight like fresh blood. He turned. His face went still in that particular way she had learned to read, not calm, but controlled. The mask of a man who had centuries of practice hiding what he felt. "What is this?" Gervin's translation, full text, annotated. She watched him cross to the desk, watched his fingers settle on the first page, watched his eyes track down the columns. He did not flinch. He did not look up. "You should have told me," she said. "I told you everything." "You told me your version." Her voice stayed level. She had not expected that. "You showed me the clauses you wanted me to see. You walked me through the covenant as you needed me to understand it, but you did not show me the valuation schedule. You did not tell me that every hour I have worked here has been compounding at 1,589 rates against my own blood value. You did not mention that you hold sole liquidation authority over every human in this building." His jaw tightened. "That language exists in the original," he said slowly. "But it is not what it appears to be in isolation. Then explain it to me." "I cannot." The words hung between them, simple, final. She stared at him. "You cannot." "The covenant is a living document, Svana. Speaking certain interpretations aloud, without proper authentication and witnesses, can trigger legal consequences under the jurisdiction that governs it. I told you this. The oldest court has protocols. You told me the oldest court could use a partial publication to void the covenant." She stepped closer to the desk. "You did not tell me that part of what they would void is a clause that assigns a blood value to every human in this building and gives you the power to call it due whenever you choose. Because it is not that simple." "Then make it simple." He looked down at the translation, at Gervin's red annotations, at the clean columns of English that rendered 4 centuries of binding Latin into terms she could not unread. "Gervin has structured this to read as a trap," he said. "He has omitted the counterclauses, the conditions that must be met before liquidation can be exercised. The fact that the valuation schedule was written to be advisory, not enforceable, and that no court in 3 centuries has recognized it as actionable without the signatories' demonstrated failure." "Is that true?" "Yes." "Then show me the counterclauses." He did not move. "Wulfric, show me the counterclauses." "I cannot produce them without triggering a procedural review," he said. "The covenant is registered in the oldest court's ledger. Any movement of its complete physical text is logged. If I bring the full document out of seal, the court's attaché will be notified within the hour." "Bequest Faber is already in Prague." "Exactly. Then he already knows." "He knows enough to be here," Wulfric said. He does not yet know what Gervin's translation has revealed to you. That is the only advantage we still have. She felt the cold in her knuckles spread up her arm, a numbness that had nothing to do with temperature. You knew this was coming, she said. You knew he would show me the translation. You knew I would read it and find the clauses you had not explained. And still you did not prepare me. Because I hoped. What? He stopped. His hands were flat on the desk, the translation between them like a wound. I hoped you would trust me long enough for me to find a way to explain it that did not sound like what it looks like on paper. She laughed, a short, breathless sound with no humor in it. You had all night. After Dagmar left. After you told me about Aliska. You had hours to show me this, and you chose not to. Because I was trying to protect you. From what? From knowledge? She heard her voice rise and did not care. I am an archivist. Knowledge is the only thing I have. From the burden of carrying it. His voice dropped, rough and low. From becoming what Aliska became. From having the oldest court look at you the way they looked at her. The silence stretched. You chose for me, she said. Again. I chose to keep you alive. You chose to keep me ignorant. Those are not the same thing. She pulled the translation back across the desk, folded it, and pressed it against her chest. Her knuckle was so cold now it ached. I am going to the town palace tonight, she said. Maglos Faber summoned me. I will tell him what I know, and then I will decide whose version of this document I believe. You cannot go there without representation. Then come with me. I cannot. The oldest court's protocols forbid the signatory from being present when a knowledge carrier first makes their statement. It would be considered coercion. The signatory. She repeated the word like a taste she wanted to spit out. You mean my lover. The man who built an institution on a cage and called it architecture. He flinched, a visible crack in the centuries-old composure. That is not what this is. Then what is it? He opened his mouth to answer, but before any sound came, a soft knock sounded from the corridor behind her. She turned. Dagmar stood in the doorway, her silver-streaked hair pinned tight, her face unreadable. Maglos Faber's car is here, she said. He sent it early. The driver is waiting at the staff entrance. Svana looked back at Wulfric. The lamplight carved shadows across his face, hollowing his eyes. I will explain everything, he said. When you come back, I will show you the full text, the counterclauses, the conditions. I will give you every document in the vault if that is what it takes. When I come back, she repeated. If I come back. She walked past him, past Dagmar's knowing gaze, and down the corridor toward the staff entrance where a black car waited in the rain. Her knuckles stayed cold, and she did not look back. Chapter 23. The rain had not stopped. Svana stood in the conservation room doorway, her coat still wet from the walk back from Wulfric's office, the cold in her knuckle a constant anchor. Petra was already at the workbench, her sleeves dusted with old parchment grit, a magnifying lamp angled over something Svana could not yet see. You should be home, Petra said without looking up. I should be a lot of things. Petra lifted her head. Her gaze traveled over Svana's face, the folded translation pressed against her chest, the way her hand stayed curled around the paper like a wound she was still holding closed. Maglos Faber's car is waiting at the staff entrance, Petra said. Dagmar told me. Then I have maybe 5 minutes? Then sit. Svana pulled the stool closer and sat. The workbench lamp threw sharp light across a spread of folios, their edges worn, their surfaces marked with Petra's careful conservation pencil. She had been at this for hours. The resin smell clung to her sleeves. Tell me what you found. Petra turned back to the folios. Her fingers moved over the margins with the precision of someone who had learned to read paper the way others read people. I've been cross-referencing the D-series sequence against the original accession log from 1954, she said. The one they kept on index cards before the digital catalog existed. And there's a break. She slid 2 folios toward Svana side by side. The first bore the accession number D-6-23 in faded ink. The second was D-6-24 in the same hand. The binding holes don't align, Petra said. Look. She lifted the edge of D-6-24 and held it against the light. The puncture marks where the thread had passed through were slightly offset from D-6-23 beside it, no more than a millimeter. Invisible unless you knew where to look. Someone removed a folio from this sequence, Petra said, and then reinserted it in the wrong position. The binding thread was replaced, but the alignment was not preserved. Svana leaned closer. Her knuckle pulsed against the cold, a dull throb that matched the slow beat in her temples. How far wrong? 3 signatures, maybe 5 folios. The original sequence from 1954 lists a different order than what we have now, which means any excerpt from this series. Without the full sequence? Petra's mouth tightened. It's suspect. The order of witness clauses matters more than the content of any single clause. The oldest court's law is sequential. You cannot understand the obligation without the order in which the obligations appear. Svana felt the words land like stones dropped into deep water. Gervin's translation had been precise, exhaustive, carefully annotated with marginal notes that named names and dated payments. But if the folios had been rearranged before he ever saw the original, then his translation might be accurate to what he read while being wrong about what it meant. Could he have known? She asked. Petra considered. Her hand still rested on D-6-24, her fingers light against the parchment. If he had access to the original accession log, yes. But Gervin came from Halgrim. He would not have seen the index cards unless someone inside Heliodor showed them to him. Someone inside. Or he found a way to reconstruct the sequence from other sources. Petra paused. The Vienna authentication Greer Rostova helped with. 17 folios, you said. That would have required access to the full covenant text, not just excerpts. He had the full text. Then he had enough to build a translation that felt complete while omitting the order that changed its meaning. Svana's hand tightened on the folded translation in her coat. 12 pages of Gervin's careful script, each annotation a small knife aimed at Wulfric's throat. She had read it as revelation, as proof, as the truth she had been denied. But if the sequence was broken, then the truth was in the order, not the words. Have you told anyone else? Not yet. Petra met her gaze. I wanted you to see it first, because I think this was done deliberately. Someone rearranged these folios years ago, knowing that anyone who found them later would read the clauses in the wrong order and draw the wrong conclusion. Years ago, before Gervin arrived, before anyone knew the covenant would be examined again. Svana sat back. The lamp hissed softly. Rain ran down the window in sheets. Wulfric said he moved the ledger to a room only his clearance could access, she said. He did not say anything about rearranged folios. Maybe he did not know, or maybe he did. Petra said nothing. Her silence was more damning than any accusation. Across the conservation room, the door that Svana had closed 3 hours ago still stood open. The dark space inside it was empty now, but she could not shake the certainty that someone had been watching her read Gervin's translation, that they had seen her face when the warmth drained from her knuckle and the cage became visible through the architecture. A soft knock made both of them turn. Dagmar stood in the corridor, a single sheet of paper in her hand. Her face was unreadable, the way it always was when she carried news she did not want to deliver. Gervin Olt has submitted a formal request for private access to the donor correspondence files, she said. Specifically, the correspondence between Heliodor and the families whose names appear on the oldest court's standing committee. Svana's stomach tightened. When? Half an hour ago. His request was routed through the exchange program's administrative channel, which means it bypassed my approval and went directly to the director's office. Wulfric saw it. Wulfric approved it. The words hung in the air. He approved it, Svana repeated. He had no grounds to refuse, Dagmar said. Gervin's exchange agreement guarantees access to any non-covenanted record in the Heliodor collection for the duration of his stay. The donor correspondence is not covenanted. It is not restricted. It is classified as administrative. So Gervin gets to read every letter Heliodor has exchanged with the oldest court's donors. Yes. and Wulfric could not stop him. He could have delayed, Dagmar said. He could have cited procedural review. He chose not to. Svana looked at the translation in her hands, 12 pages of Gervin's clean script, a rearrangement she had not recognized, a sequence she had not questioned. She had been so certain of betrayal. But if the folios were rearranged before Gervin ever saw them, then who had set the trap, and for whom? From somewhere in the vault below, a door closed. The sound was soft, deliberate, as if whoever had opened the conservation room door earlier had just finished what they came for. Dagmar's gaze flicked toward the sound, then back to Svana. "The car is still waiting," she said, "but not for much longer." Svana stood. The translation felt heavier than 12 sheets of paper had any right to be. She walked past Dagmar, past the open conservation room door, past the dark corridor where someone had stood and watched her trust drain away. Her knuckle was cold, but something else was beginning to warm. Chapter 24. The car was still waiting, but Svana did not climb in. She stopped at the staff entrance with her hand on the doorframe and her knuckle cold against the brass. The rain had not stopped. It sheeted across the courtyard in silver curtains, flooding the gutters, drowning the streetlights in blurred halos. Dagmar had followed her. Not close enough to crowd, not far enough to pretend she was not there. "You are going to the town palace with half the story," Dagmar said. "I am going with the half I have." "That is not the same as the half that is true." Svana turned. Dagmar stood in the corridor's threshold, her silver-streaked hair catching the fluorescent light, her face as composed as it had been during every briefing, every warning, every moment she had watched Svana walk toward a choice she did not fully understand. "Then tell me the rest." "I cannot." "Because you will not. Because I have spent 11 years learning which truths can be spoken and which must be carried." Dagmar's voice did not rise. It did not need to. "You think the senior archivist promotion was about skill, about whose eye was sharpest on a marginal note, or whose hand was steadiest with a restoration blade?" Svana said nothing. "It was never about skill. It was about whether you could hold a truth that would burn you if you spoke it and still walk past the coffee station smiling. Whether you could watch someone you trusted make a choice that endangered everyone you protected and not expose them to the hunger that waited for any crack in the vault's order. The hunger. Not the oldest court, not the donors. The hunger. Svana heard it in Dagmar's voice for the first time, a thing that lived underneath the composure, underneath the 11 years of silence, underneath the promotion she had wanted so badly she had let herself believe it was only about professional recognition. "You romanticize the truth," Dagmar said. "You think if you find it and hold it up, the right people will see it and the wrong people will fall back. But the truth is not a light, Svana. It is a ledger entry. It binds whoever carries it. And the oldest court does not punish disclosure because they fear exposure. They punish it because they know that every truth, once spoken, becomes property, becomes collateral, becomes a thing that can be used against the people you meant to protect." Svana's hand tightened on the doorframe. "Gervin believes he is righteous," Dagmar continued. "Wulfric believes he is protecting. Neither belief is a lie, but neither belief is the whole truth either. And you're standing between them, holding a translation that was written in the wrong order, looking for a version of events that makes one of them the villain and the other the savior. That is romantic. That is not archival." The words landed like a blade between ribs. "Then what do I do?" Svana's voice came out raw. "I have 12 pages of Gervin's translation and a dead woman's name on a clause that should not exist. I have a director who lied to me for months and a rival who courted me while he planned to dismantle everything I work for. I have a knuckle that goes cold when I stop trusting and warm when I start, and I do not know what it means. Tell me what to do." "I will not." "Why not?" "Because the promotion was never about skill," Dagmar said, "and I cannot choose for you what kind of archivist you will become." She held Svana's gaze for a long moment. Then she reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, the same paper she had been carrying when she arrived with news of Gervin's request. "This came through the administrative log 20 minutes ago," she said. "I thought you should see it before you left." Svana took it, unfolded it. It was an access report. A list of credential activations in the D-Series corridor over the previous 7 days. Most were routine. Petra's badge, the conservation assistant's fob, a cleating shift that ran 30 minutes over its scheduled window. But one entry was not. EL-44007, the ghost credential. The same badge that had been used to access the conservation room the night Svana found the hidden ledger. The same badge that belonged to a retired cataloger named Greer Rostova, who had been in Vienna for years and had warned Gervin about the Covenant before she was escorted out of Heliodor. The access log showed EL-447 had been used again, 3 days ago, at 2:17 a.m., to enter the D-series corridor. Svana looked up. "Greer Rostova is in Vienna," she said. "Yes, then who is using her badge?" Dagmar's face did not change. "That is what you need to find out before the oldest court decides what question to ask you tonight." The car idled in the rain. The driver had not opened the door, but the rear window was down, a pale hand resting on the sill, waiting. Inside the vault, somewhere below, another door closed. Svana folded the access report and slid it into her coat beside Gervin's translation. She had been so certain of the shape of the betrayal. Wulfric's silence, Gervin's edited text, a dead woman's claws. A rearrangement of folios that made one reading a lie and the other a trap. But a ghost credential used 3 days ago, while Svana had been sitting in the conservation room wrestling with translations and trust, meant someone else was moving through the vault. Someone who had been watching her read. Someone who had left the conservation room door open. Someone who had closed a door below the moment Dagmar handed her the access report. She stepped into the rain. The car door opened for her, and somewhere in the dark of the Heliodor vault, a dead woman's badge blinked green against a lock plate, opening a corridor that should have been sealed. Chapter 25. The monastery sat off a cobbled lane behind the cathedral, its entrance so narrow Svana passed it twice before she found the bell. The stone felt older than the rest of Prague, darker, the kind of age that had stopped noticing centuries pass. She had told the driver to wait. He had not argued. His pale hand had withdrawn from the windowsill, and he had killed the engine without a word, as if she had only confirmed what he already expected. The door opened. Brother Calix Ionescu was shorter than she had imagined, with a monk's spare frame and a face that looked like it had been hollowed out by too much reading in bad light. His eyes were the same pale gray as Gervin's, but softer, older, worn down by something other than hunger. "You are the archivist," he said. No question. "Svana Vossing, I know who you are. Wulfric writes about you in the margins of his letters. Gervin mentioned you by name before he arrived in Prague." He stepped back. "Come inside before the rain ruins whatever you brought me." The study was small, heated by a single iron stove, and every surface held paper. Not organized paper, living paper. Stacks that had been read and put down and read again, their margins dense with annotations in 3 or 4 hands. Calix cleared a chair without apologizing for the clutter. "You did not go to the town palace tonight," he said. Svana sat. "The car is waiting outside." "Then you came here first. That means you do not trust either version enough to walk into Faber's room with only one story." He settled into the chair across from her. "Show me what they gave you." She pulled Gervin's translation from her coat. The pages were still warm from her body heat, creased from where she had folded them against her ribs. Calix took them. He read in silence for a long time, his lips moving slightly over certain phrases, his fingers tracing the margin annotations as if he could feel the weight of Gervin's handwriting through the paper. "The sequence is wrong," he said finally. "I know. You know because your conservator found the break in the binding, but you do not know what the correct sequence should be, or you would not be here." Svana pressed her cold knuckle against her thigh. "Can you tell me?" Calix set the pages down. The oldest entries in a covenant ledger are never meant to be read in excerpt. The witness marks determine what each clause binds. The sequence determines whose obligation falls first. A single clause taken out of order is not a piece of truth. It is a piece of paper that can be made to say anything. He tapped the translation. This is Gervin's reading of the covenant as he found it, but if the folios were rearranged before he copied it, then he read a version that was designed to lead him to exactly this conclusion. Designed by whom? That is the question that will cost someone their life to answer. The words hung in the stale, warm air. Svana pulled the access report from her other pocket and set it beside the translation. What do you know about Greer Rostova? Calix's face tightened. His hand came down on the report as if he had been expecting it. She was the best cataloger Heliodor ever had. She was also the only person who realized the Covenant had been tampered with before you did. They called her a security risk. They revoked her credentials. She went to Vienna and stopped returning letters. Her badge was used 3 days ago to enter the D-Series corridor. Calix looked at her. L-447, Svana said. Deactivated 3 years ago, but someone used it at 2:17 a.m. to walk into the section where the folios were rearranged. The monk's hand had gone still on the report. He was not looking at her anymore. He was looking at a space somewhere behind her, where the memory of something old and unpleasantly familiar was taking shape. Show me the phrase, he said. The one that brought you here instead of to Faber's car. Svana hesitated. Then she opened the translation to the page where Gervin's annotation burned darkest. The mark on the knowledge carrier, she read aloud, shall call the debt due before the ink dries on the new seal. Calix's face drained of color. Not slowly, not with the gradual recognition of a scholar fitting a new piece into an old puzzle. The color left his skin in a single wave, like water pulled from a sinking ship. Who else has already seen this? He asked. His voice had changed. The calm monastic evenness was gone. What remained was a flat, cold alertness that belonged to someone who had spent a lifetime recognizing the shape of mortal danger before it arrived. Wulfric has the original, Svana said. Gervin wrote the translation. Dagmar knows about the rearrangement. Petra found the break-in sequence. Who else? No one. You are certain. I carried it in my coat for 3 days. I slept with it under my mattress. No one else read it. Calix stood. He crossed to the stove and stood with his back to her, his hands spread above the iron heat. Do you know what that phrase means? He asked. No. That is why I came to you. It is not a covenant clause. It is a trigger. He turned. His face had not regained its color. The oldest court's preferred mechanism for enforcing silence. Some covenants carry a clause that activates when a specific condition is met. The condition is whichever knowledge carrier the signatory designates. The mark appears on the body, and when the debt is called due, the mark becomes a claim that cannot be refused. Svana's left hand curled into a fist against her leg. Eliska Hartman had a mark, Calix said. I saw it once, on her collarbone. She covered it with high collars and told me it was a burn scar from a candle. It was not a burn scar. Then how do you know? Because I knew her before she died. Because I certified the witness statements she signed. Because I watched Wulfric carry her body out of a river and never speak her name again. He took a step toward Svana. And because the mark on her collarbone was the same size and shape as the cold that never leaves your left knuckle. Svana stopped breathing. The stove ticked in the silence. Calix's face held something she had never seen on a living person aimed at her before. Not pity, not anger, recognition. The question, he said slowly, is not who rearranged the folios, or who activated Greer Rosoda's badge, or even who gave Gervin the original text. The question is who wants the trigger condition met now, because Eliska's clause has been dormant for 430 years, and I do not believe it woke up by accident. The rain had stopped outside. The silence that replaced it was heavier. Svana looked down at her hand, the knuckle that never warmed, the mark that had appeared the first time she touched the hidden ledger. Brother Calix, she said. Yes. Who else knew this before you just told me? He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he turned and looked at the door behind her, which she had left open a finger's width when she entered. The corridor beyond was empty, but the draft had changed. Chapter 26. The draft had changed. Svana stood slowly, her left hand pressed against her leg, the cold knuckle a separate heartbeat beneath her skin. Calix had not moved from the stove. His eyes were fixed on the door, that finger's width of space she had left when she entered. Someone is there? She asked. I do not know. His voice had not risen. But I do not believe in drafts that change direction for no reason. He crossed to the door in 3 silent steps and pulled it open. The corridor beyond was empty, stone floor, a single lamp burning at the far end. Nothing moved except the dust settling back into stillness. Calix closed the door and slid the bolt home. "We will speak quickly now," he said, "before whoever was listening carries what they heard to whoever sent them." Svana sat back down. Her hand would not stop shaking. "You said you knew Iliska Hartman," she said. "You knew her mark was the same as mine, and you never told anyone." "I told Wulfric." "When?" "The night he pulled her body from the velata. I told him the mark was not a burn scar. I told him it was a debt trigger. He already knew." Calix sat across from her, his face hollowed by the low light. He had known since the day she showed it to him. He just had not wanted to believe what it meant. Then why did he not stop her? Because she did not tell him what she had done until after the seal was placed. By then, the clause was part of the covenant. Removing it would have voided the entire document. And Iliska believed, truly believed, that she had strengthened the protection. She thought the trigger mechanism would never be activated unless the covenant was threatened. Calix's mouth tightened. She was wrong. But she did not live long enough to understand how wrong. The stove ticked. Svana forced herself to breathe. "You trained both of them," she said. "Wulfric and Gervin. You know what they believe." "I know what they believe," Calix said. "I do not know which of them is right. That is why I cannot take sides for you." "I am not asking you to take sides. I am asking you to tell me what you see that I am missing." Calix was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood again and walked to the table where his papers lay in overlapping piles. He did not look at them. He looked at the wall above them, where a crucifix hung beside a dried branch of rosemary. "Gervin believes Heliodor's secrecy shields systemic corruption," he said. "He has believed this since he was a young archivist watching Wulfric refuse to publish the Covenant's full terms to the oldest court's auditors. Gervin saw that refusal and read it as a confession of guilt. He assumed the secrecy existed to protect Wulfric's authority, not the human staff beneath it." "And Wulfric?" "Wulfric has always believed some truths must be carried rather than displayed, that the Covenant's full architecture, laid open without context or legal grounding, would invite exactly the kind of attack the oldest court is now preparing. He did not tell Gervin the full truth because he did not trust Gervin to see the difference between exposure and protection." Calix turned to face her. "He said the same of you, until recently." Svana's throat tightened. "He told you that?" "He wrote it, in the margins of his letters. He wrote that you were the first person in 4 centuries who made him want to stop carrying the truth alone, and that he was terrified of what that wanting would cost you." The words landed in her chest like a stone. Calix watched her with those pale, old eyes. "Gervin is not wrong that the Covenant was built to concentrate power in Wulfric's office. That is fact, but Gervin's translation omits the reason that power was necessary. Without the counter clauses, without the context of the blood surety Wulfric placed on himself, the Covenant reads as a cage. With them, it reads as a chain wrapped around the jailer's own throat. Wulfric could have shown me the counter clauses. He could not have shown you without triggering procedural review. You know this. You have known it since Dagmar told you the mechanism exists. The oldest court's Attaché would have been notified the moment the full text moved out of seal. Then he should have told me about them, the way he told me everything else on the night of his confession." Calix's face did not change. "Would you have believed him?" The question hung between them. Svana opened her mouth, closed it. She did not know. "He had already hidden the valuation schedule," she said. "He had already let me believe the Covenant was simpler than it is. He had already let me fall in love with a version of the truth that was missing its teeth." "And yet you are here," Calix said, "asking me to help you understand the version he did not give you. Which suggests you have not stopped believing in him entirely. You have simply stopped believing without evidence." Svana pressed her palm against her face. The cold in her knuckle was spreading now, a slow ache creeping up the side of her hand. "Brother Calix, if the trigger condition is met, if the mark on the knowledge carrier calls the debt due, what happens?" Calix did not answer immediately. He crossed to the stove and added another log, though the fire was still strong. The movement was deliberate, a pause purchased by physical action. The trigger mechanism designates a living witness as the debt carrier, he said. When activated, that witness becomes personally liable for the Covenant's obligations. They can be called before the oldest court. They can be compelled to testify, to produce evidence, to surrender any document they have touched. Refusal activates the blood debt clause. The witness becomes collateral. Their life, their freedom, their blood, all subject to the court's claim. Svana's hand went cold. Not the knuckle, the whole hand. That is what happened to Eliska. That is what the court intended to happen to Eliska. But she died before the trigger could be pulled, which means the mark transferred to the next knowledge carrier who touched the Covenant with full awareness of its terms. You. Svana could not breathe. You are saying the trigger is already pointed at me. Calix did not look away. I am saying, he said quietly, that someone has been preparing this moment for 430 years, and now that you have read the Covenant, now that you carry the mark, now that you know enough to act, they are waiting for you to move. The stove hissed. The draft under the door stirred again, and somewhere in the silence of the monastery corridor, a floorboard creaked. Chapter 27. The vault smelled the same. Conservation resin, old paper, the particular cold that lived inside climate-controlled stacks. Svana stood in the corridor outside Wulfric's office, with the monastery's silence still pressed into her skin, and watched the door. She had not told her driver to wait. She had walked back from the cathedral district through streets that glittered with rain, trying to burn the conversation out of her chest by movement alone. It had not worked. The mark on her knuckle pulsed, cold, then not, a heartbeat that was not her own. She raised her hand to knock. The door opened before she touched it. Wulfric stood in the threshold, sleeves rolled to the forearm, face unreadable. He looked at her the way he always looked at her now, like she was a document he had been forbidden to read. You came back. I said I would. You said if you came back. She met his eyes. The distinction hung between them, sharp as a blade. I came back, she said. That does not mean I have decided anything. Something moved in his jaw, a muscle tightening. He stepped aside and she entered his office for the first time since she had dropped Gervin's translation on his desk and walked out into the oldest court's waiting car. The room was unchanged, ledgers on the side table, the brass lamp burning low. A single sheet of paper on his desk, face down. Svana did not sit. I saw Brother Calix. I know. He told me about the trigger mechanism. He told me about Aliska's collarbone. He told me the mark transferred because she died before they could pull it. Wulfric's face did not change, but his hand came up to grip the edge of his desk. The tendons in his wrist stood sharp. Did he tell you the rest? That you wrote about me in your letters? That I am the first person in 4 centuries who made you want to stop carrying the truth alone? The admission scraped her throat raw. Wulfric closed his eyes, a long, slow breath, like a man steadying himself before a fall. Yes. Then why, she said, her voice barely steady, did you still withhold the counter clauses? Because I thought I could protect you from the trigger by keeping you ignorant of its full architecture. The same way Eliska thought she could protect me by adding a clause I never asked for. The same way Gervin thinks he can expose corruption by feeding you a translation designed to make you hate me. Wulfric opened his eyes. They were dark and tired and older than any room in this building. We all believe we are acting for the right reasons, and we are all wrong the moment we decide someone else does not deserve the choice of informed consent. Svana's knuckle throbbed. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to cross the room and press her hand against his chest and feel the slow, steady beat of something that had been alive before her grandparents' grandparents were born. She did not move. Brother Calix said someone has been preparing the trigger moment for 430 years. I really had to stuck this Larry anything as he just believed as my stale head brained magically. The same thought has kept me awake since I saw Eliska's body. Who? Wulfric shook his head. I do not know. If I knew, I would have stopped this centuries ago. I have spent 400 years trying to find the hand that moved behind Eliska's death, and I have found nothing but shadows and doors that close before I reach them." Svana pressed her cold hand against her forearm and felt the ache travel up through her wrist. "The donor gala," she said. "When is it?" 3 days. He says what is reporting for you around the Worthbenness. You should not be seen speaking to me alone. The entire vault already saw you walk into my office." "Then let them see you walk out first." Wulfric looked at her. The silence stretched, taut and painful, filled with everything they had not said and could not say in this room where walls had ears and the oldest court had informants. Spilin stoted, Chostel Rove. "Don't. I need you to know. I know what you need me to know," she said. "I have been reading the annotations of men who love me for weeks. I need to read the document itself." She turned and walked to the door. Behind her, Wulfric said nothing, but she heard the click of his pen against the desk, and the small, sharp sound was the closest thing to a prayer she had heard from him in days. The conservation room was empty when she reached it. Petra had gone home. The reading lamp on her station was dark, and the smell of resin had faded to something faint and distant. Svana sat at her own desk and pulled out the stack of notes she had accumulated over the past week. Calix's annotations, Petra's accession log cross-references, the access report Dagmar had handed her with EL-447 blinking green in the deep hours of the night. She spread them across the surface and stared at the pattern. The rearrangement, the ghost credential, the Vienna authentication, the trigger mechanism, Iliska's collarbone, her own cold knuckle. Someone had built a labyrinth, and she was walking through it blind. She pulled open her locker to retrieve the spare notebook she kept for personal entries. The note was folded into thirds, tucked between the spine and the first page where she would find it the moment she opened the cover. One line, black ink, no signature. Check the gala guest list, main office, bottom drawer of the filing cabinet beneath the window. Svana's hand tightened on the paper. She looked around the conservation room. Empty. Silent. The door to the corridor stood open, but no one moved in the darkened hallway beyond. She pocketed the note and walked to the main office. The building was quiet at this hour. The hum of climate control, the distant tick of a clock somewhere in the reading room, the soft creak of floorboards settling under their own weight. Svana kept her footsteps light and her breathing steady, and when she reached the main office, she slipped inside without turning on the overhead light. The filing cabinet beneath the window was unlocked. The bottom drawer slid open without resistance. Inside, a single manila folder bore no label. She lifted it out, set it on the desk, and opened the flap. The guest list was 4 pages long, single-spaced, with names, institutional affiliations, and table assignments. Svana scanned it once, then again. Her blood went cold. 3 names were marked with symbols she had learned at Calix's study, small graphite notations in the margin, barely visible unless you knew what you were looking for. Old court affiliations, direct lines to the oldest vampire court in Europe, and they were all assigned to the same table. The table directly beside the podium where Wulfric would deliver the opening remarks. Svana closed the folder, her knuckle burned. Someone had placed the hunters in plain sight and the gala had not even begun. Chapter 28. The guest list was still warm from her hands when she folded it back into the manila folder. Svana sat in the dark of the main office and let the silence settle around her. 3 names, 3 graphite annotations. One table, positioned at the podium's right elbow, close enough that any one of them could reach Wulfric before security could cross the room. She pulled the list out again and flattened it against the desk. Soren Halvers, Institutional Affiliation, Institute for Medieval Legal History, Vienna. The graphite mark beside his name was a circle with a vertical stroke through it. The symbol Calix had drawn for direct bloodline to the oldest court's founding dynasties. Marguerite Delacroix, Affiliation, Independent Curator, Lyon. A triangle with a dot at its apex. Witness adjunct status. Someone who had authenticated court documents under oath. Allard Fenchurch, Affiliation, Private Collector, London. The third symbol, an inverted V with a horizontal line through the midpoint, meant something Calix had described as the hand that moves without a name attached. Enforcer, intermediary. A person who did not appear in any legal record but whose presence at any proceeding meant a judgment had already been written. Svana's knuckle burned against the cold paper. She had 3 days. 3 days to figure out who left the note in her locker, why the symbols matched Calix's classifications precisely, and what the oldest court intended to do at a table built for visibility while 3 of its agents sat in plain view. The conservation room light was still off when she passed it. Petra's station stood dark and empty. The resin smell faded to something faint and mineral. Svana did not stop. She walked past the circulation desk, past the reading room where the lamps glowed on reduced power, past the administrative corridor where Dagmar's office door showed a thin line of light beneath it. She knocked once. Dagmar's voice came through the wood. "Come in." The office smelled of tea and old paper. Dagmar sat behind her desk with a stack of acquisition ledgers open in front of her, reading glasses perched low on her nose. She looked up when Svana entered and did not seem surprised. "I thought you would find your way here eventually." Svana set the manila folder on the edge of the desk. "I found the gala guest list." Dagmar's gaze dropped to the folder, then rose again. "Where?" "Main office. Bottom drawer of the filing cabinet beneath the window." "You were not supposed to be in the main office after hours." "I was not supposed to find the covenant either." Svana opened the folder and turned the pages until the 4th sheet lay exposed. She pointed to the 3 graphite marks. "These symbols, do you know what they mean?" Dagmar removed her glasses and set them down with the precision of someone buying time. "I know what they mean." "Then you know 3 old court affiliates are seated at Wulfric's table." "I know, and you did not tell me." Dagmar leaned back in her chair. The wood creaked. The overhead light caught the silver in her hair and made it look like cold wire. "Because I did not know who put them there, and I did not know whether telling you would help you or put you in their path before you were ready." Svana pressed her cold knuckle against her forearm. "Someone left a note in my locker directing me to the list." Dagmar's expression did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a tightening at the shoulders, a stillness in the hands. "Did you recognize the handwriting?" "No. Black ink, no signature, 1 line." "Keep the note." "I intend to." Dagmar opened the folder and studied the 4th page for a long moment. Then she closed it. "The gala is not a neutral event. It is a performance. Every table, every seat, every glass of wine is calculated. Someone placed these 3 at Wulfric's table deliberately, and that someone knew exactly what the symbols meant. Gervin is on the list, too." Dagmar's eyes sharpened. "Where?" "Page 2, assigned to the donor roundtable. He is seated between a major endower of the Halgrim collection and the director of the oldest court's cultural liaison office." Dagmar said nothing for a long moment. Then she stood. "Show me." Svana turned to page 2 and pointed at Gervin's name. Dagmar leaned over the desk, reading the full entry, then straightened. "He has been at Heliodor for less than a month, and he already has a seat at the donor table. His exchange agreement includes gala attendance as part of the scholarly outreach protocol." "His exchange agreement includes whatever he negotiated," Dagmar said, "and Wulfric signed it." The name hung in the air between them. "You said Wulfric approved the donor correspondence access," Fene said. "You said he could have delayed but chose not to." "I said what I observed." "Then what do you think he is doing?" Dagmar walked to the window. The glass reflected the dark of the inner courtyard, the faint glow of the streetlights beyond. "I think he is playing a game he has been losing for 4 centuries, and he is running out of moves he is willing to make." "And the security for the gala?" Dagmar turned. "Additional detail has been ordered. 3 extra posts, 1 at each entrance. A secondary team stationed in the mezzanine." "Who ordered it?" "Wulfric, directly, without consulting me or the head of building security." The cold in Svana's knuckle spread up through her wrist. "He expects something to happen." "Yes, and he did not tell me." Dagmar's face softened, just slightly, the first crack in her composure. "He did not tell me either." Svana pressed her hand flat against the folder and felt the paper's edge bite into her palm. 3 days. 3 days, Dagmar agreed. "And you are carrying a mark that the oldest court has been waiting 430 years to activate." The words settled into the room like something heavy. "I need to see the table assignments. The full seating chart, not just the guest list." The seating chart is held by event coordination. You do not have clearance. Then give me clearance. Dagmar studied her for a long moment. The clock on the wall ticked. The building hummed around them, respirators and climate control, and the soft pulse of something older. I cannot give you clearance without explaining why. Then do not explain. Authorize it as preparatory research for the donor file transition. Dagmar's mouth tightened at the corner, the barest hint of something that might have been approval. Meet me in event coordination at 7 tomorrow. I will make sure the chart is available. Svana picked up the folder. Dagmar. The senior archivist looked at her. Who left the note in my locker? Dagmar did not answer immediately. Her gaze moved past Svana, toward the door, toward the corridor beyond. I do not know, she said. But they wanted you to find the list before the gala, which means they wanted you armed with the truth before the oldest court's guests arrived. That makes them either an ally or someone who needs you positioned exactly where you will be when the trigger condition is met. Svana's hand tightened on the folder. Which one do you think it is? Dagmar picked up her glasses and slid them back on. I think you should find out before you walk into a room full of people who have been waiting for you to arrive. The corridor was empty when Svana stepped out of Dagmar's office. She walked back toward the conservation room, the folder pressed against her ribs, her knuckle cold and aching. The note was still in her pocket. The guest list was in her hands. The 3 marked names were burned into her memory. Soren Halvers, Marguerite Delacroix, Allard Fenchurch, seated at Wulfric's table, waiting. She pushed open the conservation room door and stopped. The light above Petra's station was on. The chair was pulled out. The half-drunk cup of tea was still warm, but Petra was not there. Svana stood in the doorway and listened. The building hummed. The clock ticked. The climate control breathed its steady mechanical breath. And somewhere in the dark of the vault below, a door closed. Chapter 29. The chandelier threw fractured light across the ballroom, catching on crystal glasses and the edges of sharp smiles. Vamana stood at the edge of the parquet floor, watching the donors circle each other in patterns older than the music. Velvet and silk and aged wool. Perfume layered over something else, a scent she could not name but felt at the back of her throat. 3 days since she found the guest list. 3 days since Petra had gone silent. 3 nights of lying awake with the marked names burning behind her eyelids. Soren Halvers stood near the fireplace, a man built like a retired soldier, gray at the temples, his hand wrapped around a glass of wine he did not drink. Marguerite Delacroix had claimed a gilt chair beside the podium, her gown the color of dried blood, her eyes tracking the room with the patience of something that had learned to wait. Allard Fenchurch had not yet appeared, but his name sat in the seating chart like a blade laid flat on a white cloth. Svana pressed her cold knuckle against her thigh and forced her shoulders to stay loose. She had dressed for armor. Dark green silk that caught the light at her collarbone, sleeves long enough to cover the mark that never warmed. Hair pinned high, spare pen tucked behind her ear out of habit. She looked like an archivist attending a professional function. She needed to look like something the oldest court would not notice until she chose to be seen. A hand touched her elbow. She turned. Gervin stood close enough that she caught the thread of cedar on his coat, the warmth radiating from his skin. He wore charcoal gray, a silver pin at his lapel shaped like an open book, and his pale eyes held her with the same tenderness that had undone her in the cafe on Sutika. You look like you are attending a funeral, he said. I am attending a gala. The difference is a matter of lighting. The musicians shifted into something slower, a waltz. Couples began to move across the floor, the rhythm of it formal and deliberate, as if the dance had been choreographed centuries ago, and no one had bothered to change the steps. Svana did not pull her arm away. I have not seen you since you left the translation in my bag, she said. I thought you might need time to read it. You thought I might need time to decide whose version to believe. Gervin's mouth curved, not quite a smile. I thought you might need time to decide whether to forgive me for giving it to you at all. The candor was disarming. She had forgotten how he did that, offered honesty like a key, made her want to turn it in the lock before she asked what door it opened. The translation was edited, she said. The folios were rearranged before I copied them. I told you that. You told me after. Because I did not know it until Calix showed you the break in sequence. He tilted his head. That is the truth, Svana. I read what was placed in front of me, and I believed it because it aligned with what I already suspected. You cannot fault me for the same mistake you almost make yourself. She wanted to argue. She wanted to point out that he had arrived at Heliodor knowing exactly what to look for, that he had named her to Calix before he ever crossed the vault's threshold, that his tenderness had been strategic, even if it was not false. But the music swelled, and a donor brushed past her shoulder, a man with old eyes and a smile that did not reach them, and Svana remembered where she was. The Halgrim collection sent you here to find the Covenant, she said quietly. Admit that much. I came here to find the truth, Gervin said. The Covenant is simply where the truth has been hiding. And Svana Vossing? He looked at her for a long moment. The chandelier light shifted across his face, catching the crescent birthmark near his right temple, the thin white scar under his chin. I found her, he said, and I did not expect to want to keep what I found. The confession landed soft and sharp, a blade wrapped in velvet. She looked away first. Ahead of her, across the ballroom, Wulfric stood beside the podium table. He had not taken his eyes off her. He wore a dark coat, his sleeves rolled to the wrist, his face carved into the same controlled stillness she had seen the night she opened the hidden ledger. But his hands were not still. They rested on the back of an empty chair, fingers curled against the fabric, and she watched him grip the wood as if he needed something solid to hold. The 3 empty chairs beside him waited. Soren Haufers had not moved from the fireplace. Marguerite Delacroix had not left her gilt chair. And somewhere in the crowd, a Lard Fenchurch was walking toward the table. A lean man in a gray suit, his gait unhurried, his eyes finding Svana as he passed. She felt the weight of all 3 gazes settle on her like a ledger being opened. The table by the podium, she said, not looking at Gervin. You know who is sitting there. I know who is seated there tonight. I do not know who placed them. But you have guesses. I have guesses about everything. He stepped closer, his voice dropping beneath the music. The question is whether you trust my guesses enough to ask for them. She turned to face him fully. Why are you at the donor table? You are an exchange archivist. You have been here 3 weeks. You should be in the secondary seating with the junior staff. Gervin's expression did not change, but something behind his eyes went still. I asked for the seat, he said, and Wulfric approved it. She had known that. Dagmar had told her, but hearing it from Gervin's mouth made it feel different, deliberate in a way she had not wanted to name. Because I wanted to be close to the oldest court's representatives when they arrived. He paused. And because I wanted to be close to you. The music climbed toward the end of the waltz. Couples began to break apart, applauding the orchestra, turning toward waiters with champagne trays. Svana. His voice dropped lower. The trigger mechanism is not the only thing that has been prepared for 430 years. The people at that table have been waiting for someone to carry the knowledge long enough to activate it. That someone is you. And tonight, they are going to find out whether you have read the full text. She felt the cold in her knuckle pulse once, hard, like a warning. I have read what you gave me. Then you have read what they want you to have read. He leaned in, close enough that his breath touched her ear. The only way to survive a room full of people who know more than you is to make them believe you know less. He straightened, smiled, and stepped back into the crowd. Svana stood alone at the edge of the parquet as the music started again. Across the ballroom, Wulfric was watching her with a look she had never seen on his face before. It was not desire. It was not fear. It was the look of a man who had run out of moves and was waiting to see whether the knife would fall on him or on the person he had tried to protect. The 3 chairs at the podium table were no longer empty. Soren Halvor sat on Wulfric's right. Marguerite Delacroix sat on his left, and Lofend Fenchurch was lowering himself into the chair directly beside Wulfric's lectern, his movements unhurried, his hands empty, his smile thin and cold as a blade. Svana pressed her cold knuckle against her palm. 3 days of knowing, 3 days of preparing, and still she was not ready for the weight of their attention, the stillness of their waiting. The way the music seemed to dim around the table as the oldest Court's affiliates settled into their seats like creditors arriving to collect. A server passed with champagne. She did not take a glass. Behind her, near the terrace door, a shadow shifted where no shadow should have been. Someone was watching from the dark, and they had been watching all evening. Chapter 30. The shadow near the terrace door did not move. Svana held her breath, counting the seconds until her vision adjusted, but the figure stayed still, a darker piece of the dark, watching her with the patience of something that had already decided when to act. She looked away before her stare could betray her. Across the ballroom, the orchestra shifted into a slower piece. Couples rearranged themselves on the parquet. The three affiliates sat motionless at the podium table, their hands visible, their eyes tracking the room with the unhurried attention of people who did not need to rush because everything was exactly where they had arranged it. Wulfric stood beside his lectern, one hand resting on the wood, the other loose at his side. He was not looking at her anymore. He was looking at Soren Halvers, who had leaned in to say something low and deliberate, and whatever it was, it made Wulfric's jaw tighten. Ba turned and walked toward the side corridor that led past the coat check and the secondary bars. She needed a door, a wall, a moment without eyes on her. The corridor was quieter. The carpet absorbed the music, muffled it into something distant. A single sconce lit the far end, and she stopped in the middle, pressed her cold knuckle against her collarbone, and tried to think. Gervin's voice came from behind her before she heard the footsteps. "You should not be alone right now." She turned. He stood at the corridor entrance, one hand braced against the frame, his silver pin catching the low light. "Then come closer," she said, "and tell me why you really asked for that seat." He walked toward her, his steps measured, his face unreadable. When he reached her, he did not stop at conversation distance. He stopped close enough that she could smell the starch in his collar, the faint metallic undertone of something older beneath cologne. "Because I wanted to be near you when they decided whether to move," he said, "and because I knew you would not believe any warning I gave you unless I stood where you could see me while I gave it." "Move how?" "Halvers is not here to observe. He is here to confirm. If he sees you react to the Covenant's presence in the room, if he sees Wulfric watch you the way he has been watching you all evening, he will signal the trigger condition as met. Then he will see nothing. He already sees too much." Gervin's voice dropped. "The question is whether Wulfric can stop watching you long enough to make Halvers doubt." She felt the words land like a stone dropped into still water. Across the ballroom, through the corridor's archway, she could see the podium table. Wulfric was no longer standing. He had taken his seat between Halvers and Delacroix, his hands flat on the tablecloth, his posture rigid. He was not looking at her. He was looking at the empty lectern, his face a mask of controlled stillness. But his hands were not still. One of them was pressed against the table edge, and she could see the tension in his forearm, the way his fingers curled against the cloth as if he were holding himself in place by will alone. "He loves you," Gervin said, his voice flat, almost clinical. "And everyone in this room who matters already knows it. The only thing they are waiting to see is whether you love him back enough to lie for him." "I have been lying for him since the night I found the ledger." "No," Gervin shook his head. "You have been silent. That is not the same thing. Lying is the active performance of a false front. You've been hiding, which is passive, and which every vampire in this room can read on your skin." She felt the cold in her knuckle pulse. "And what do you read on my skin?" she asked. He looked at her for a long moment. The music shifted again, a waltz she did not recognize, and she heard laughter from the ballroom, the clink of glasses, the murmur of donors who did not know they were standing on a Covenant's edge. "I read that you have not told him you love him since you read my translation." Her breath caught. "Whatever gave you that idea?" "Your knuckle," he said. "It went cold the night you read the valuation schedule. It did not warm again when you confronted him, and it is not warmed since." She looked down at her left hand. The knuckle was pale, bloodless, the skin tight over the bone. She had stopped noticing the cold, stopped checking for it, stopped hoping it would return. "Is that all you came to tell me?" "No." He stepped closer, close enough that his voice barely carried. "I came to tell you that I have already transmitted the ledger text and my translation to 3 parties connected to the oldest court. I did it 3 hours ago, before the gala began." The words did not make sense at first. They hung in the air, neutral, abstract, as if he had told her he had filed a catalog update or submitted a purchase request. Then the meaning arrived. "Which parties?" "The director of the oldest court's cultural liaison office, a senior archivist at the Halgrim collection, and a private contact in Vienna whose name I do not know, but whose payment cleared within the hour." "You said you were sent to find it." "I was sent to find it. I was not sent to keep it quiet." She stepped back from him, her heel hitting the carpet, her spine straightening. "You just handed them the weapon." "I handed them the version that exists in the public record, the version they already would have obtained if you had published it yesterday or a year from now. The difference is that I chose the timing, and that gives you 3 days to decide what to do before they act on it." 3 days? The transmission includes a sequenced release. The liaison office receives the full text at midnight. The Halgrim archivist receives the annotated translation at 6 a.m. The Vienna contact receives both at noon, with a confirmation request that will trigger a meeting of the court's inner council within 72 hours. 72 hours. 3 days until the oldest court convened. 3 days until someone filed a formal claim under blood debt law. 3 days until the Covenant's trigger mechanism could be pulled. "You told me to make them think I know less," she said. "You never told me you were the one arming them. Because you would have tried to stop me." He said it without apology, without hesitation. "And you needed the transmission to happen. The Covenant cannot be renegotiated while it is hidden. The only way out is to let it surface in a form you can control." "By a form I can control? You just handed them—" "I handed them what they already suspected." His voice sharpened. "The Covenant's existence is not the secret. The trigger mechanism is the secret. The counter clauses are the secret. Eliska Hartman's name is the secret, and I have not transmitted any of those." She stared at him. Behind her, in the ballroom, the waltz ended. Applause rippled across the parquet floor. The orchestra paused. A voice, warm and amplified, began announcing the opening remarks. Wulfric was standing at the lectern. He was not reading from notes. He was looking directly at the corridor where she stood with Gervin, and his expression had shifted from controlled stillness to something raw, exposed, the look of a man watching the fuse burn toward the powder. 3 days, Gervin repeated. "Make them count." He turned and walked back into the ballroom. Favana stood alone in the corridor. The cold in her knuckle spread up her forearm, sharp and precise, a warning she did not need because she already knew exactly how much time she had left. 72 hours until the oldest court opened the ledger. 72 hours until someone named the trigger. 72 hours to decide whether to tell Wulfric what she had already lost. She pressed her palm against the wall, steadying herself, and watched through the archway as the 3 affiliates rose from their seats and moved toward the exit. They were not staying for the remarks. They had seen what they came to see. Chapter 31. The cold had spread to her wrist now, a slow advance up the bone, and Svana watched the 3 affiliates move through the ballroom's far exit like shadows detaching from a wall. Halvers first, broad-backed, not glancing back. Then Delacroix, her dried blood gown catching the light once before the doors closed. Fenchurch last, his thin smile aimed at nothing, or everything. The waltz had not resumed. The orchestra sat silent, bows lowered, waiting for a signal that had not come. Wulfric's voice carried from the lectern, measured and warm, the practiced ease of a man who had been addressing rooms of predators for 4 centuries. She did not hear the words. She heard only the pitch, the steadiness, the performance of control. She pressed her left palm flat against the wall and felt the cold knot where her knuckle met bone. 3 days, 72 hours until the oldest court's inner council sat down with Gervin's transmission. The ledger text, the annotated translation, everything he had fed them in sequenced doses. She tried to trace the timeline. Midnight for the liaison office, 6 a.m. for the Halgrim archivist, noon for the Vienna contact. By the time she slept again, the first party would already have the full text. Still standing, she turned. Gervin had come back. He stood at the corridor's mouth, the silver open book ping catching the low light, his hands empty at his sides. No wine glass, no folded papers, no prop. I thought you had said everything, she said. I had not said the part you need to hear. She should have walked past him, should have stepped into the ballroom, toward Wulfric, toward the staff, toward anyone who had not just handed her enemies a weapon. But her feet did not move, and he took the silence as permission. I told you I did not expect to want to keep what I found. He said it flat, almost clinical, as if reading from a catalog entry. That was true. I did not expect to want to keep you. Stop. Let me finish. Because I will not say it again, and you need to hear it exactly once so you can stop wondering and start deciding. His voice carried no plea, no softness. That was what made her stay. When the Halgrim collection sent me to find the Covenant, they gave me a profile of every senior staff member at Heliodor. Yours was the shortest. 3 years in post, no family connections, no institutional leverage, no vampire patron. You were supposed to be the easiest person to steer. She said nothing. You were not, because you read the evidence before you read the people, and that made you harder to predict than anyone with a loyalty or a grudge. He took a breath, slow and deliberate. I studied your cataloging patterns. I learned which errors you corrected first, which scripts you lingered over, which marginal notes made you stop and cross-reference. I matched my conversation to the subjects that made you stay at your desk past midnight. Reconnaissance, she said. Yes. The words sat between them, clean and surgical. The tenderness was real, he said. But the tenderness was also reconnaissance. I needed your access. I needed your trust. And I needed your instinct to read the evidence before the emotion, because that instinct was the only thing that would make you keep pushing when someone else would have stopped. She felt the cold in her knuckle pulse once, sharp, as if her body had understood before her mind finished translating. You used my skill against me. I used everything against you. Your ambition, your hunger for the truth, your loneliness. He said it without flinching. I found the seam between what you wanted and what you had been given, and I pressed. And now? Now the court will decide what Heliodor deserves. The shift in his tone was barely perceptible, but she heard it. The clinical flatness had acquired an edge, not of triumph, but of arrival. He had done what he came to do. The rest was out of his hands. You said you did not transmit the trigger mechanism. I did not. Or the counter clauses. No. Or Iliska's name. That is also correct. Then what did you send them? He looked at her for a long moment, and she saw something flicker behind his pale gray eyes. Not guilt, not satisfaction, something closer to exhaustion. The ledgers, the translation, and an analysis of the witness sequences that demonstrates the Covenant was structurally compromised within a year of ratification. The rearrangement. Yes, she thought of Petra's discovery, the offset binding holes, the folios rethreaded in the wrong order, the 1954 accession log that showed a different sequence than the current bound version. Gervin had not needed to find that evidence himself. He had needed her to find it, so that when his transmission reached the court, the proof was already on Heliodor's own shelves. You wanted me to confirm your thesis. I wanted you to prove it beyond dispute. He tilted his head, a fraction of movement. I have spent 3 years trying to break Heliodor's seal on the Covenant. You did it in 3 weeks. Not because you are more skilled than me, because you were inside and I was outside, and Wulfric could refuse me every door but the one you opened for yourself. You orchestrated nothing, she said. You sent me evidence, you let me chase it. You watched which threads I pulled and fed me the ones that led where you wanted me to go. Yes, she waited for the anger to arrive, for the heat of betrayal, the taste of being used, the righteous fury she had earned. It did not come. What came instead was a cold clarity, precise and hygienic, the same focus she brought to a manuscript she did not trust. If you wanted to destroy him, you could have transmitted the full text months ago. I could have. You did not. No, because you needed me to authenticate it. Among other reasons. She looked past him, through the archway, at the ballroom where the guests had begun to stir, uncertain, waiting for the next course or the next announcement. Wulfric had stopped speaking. He stood at the lectern with both hands pressed flat against the wood, and even from this distance she could see the tension in his shoulders, the way he held himself still, as if movement would cost him something he could not afford. What other reasons? Gervin did not answer immediately. He followed her gaze to Wulfric, studied the man at the lectern with an archivist's patience, and when he spoke again, his voice had dropped to something barely above a whisper. The moment I transmitted the text, I lost control of the narrative. I knew that going in. The court will read my analysis, cross-reference her authentication, and draw their own conclusions. They may choose to void the covenant. They may choose to renegotiate. They may choose to enforce the blood debt schedule exactly as written. You gambled their safety. I gambled that the truth, properly witnessed, would survive whatever the court decided. He turned back to her, and his expression had shifted, the exhaustion settling deeper into the lines around his mouth. But I also gambled that you would find the counterclauses before the court could act on the version they received tonight. The words landed like a second transmission. You are betting against your own transmission. I am betting that your instinct to read the evidence before the emotion will drive you to the one set of documents I could not access. He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the fine tremor in his hands. The counterclauses exist. Wulfric has them. Dagmar knows where they are, and neither of them will show you unless you force the question. And if I find them? Then you have a choice. His voice went flat again. Produce them before the court convenes, and the covenant can be renegotiated from a position of strength. Let the court act on my version first, and you will be defending against a claim that has already been entered into the record. 72 hours. Not enough time to find the counterclauses, authenticate them, and prepare a response. Barely enough time to decide whether to trust that Gerhard had left her a path out. She stared at him, and he stared back, and neither of them spoke for a long, hollow moment. Then a hand closed around her elbow. She turned. Wulfric stood beside her, his breathing controlled, his face stripped of every mask she had ever seen him wear. He'd crossed the ballroom without her noticing, crossed the distance she had maintained for days, and now he stood close enough that she could feel the heat coming off his skin, the faint tremor in the fingers that held her arm. Svana. One word. Her name. And the cold in her knuckle did not warm. Chapter 32. Wulfric's hand stayed on her elbow, the pressure light but insistent. His face held no anger, no accusation, just a stripped bare exhaustion that made her chest tighten despite the cold in her knuckle. Not here, he said. Where? He did not answer. He looked past her, toward the corridor where Gervin had vanished, and something shifted in his expression. Not relief, not victory. A calculation she could not read. The ballroom behind them had begun to resettle. Guests returned to their tables. The orchestra hovered at the edge of a new waltz, and the empty chairs where Halvers, Delecray, and Fenchurch had sat remained conspicuously vacant, as if the room itself refused to acknowledge what their departure meant. Wulfric guided her away from the archway, past a cluster of donors examining a display case, toward the smaller administrative corridor that ran behind the main hall. His footsteps were steady. His grip on her arm did not waver. She matched his pace and said nothing. They reached the end of the corridor, where a narrow door led to a private anteroom used for pre-dinner briefings. Wulfric opened it, gestured her inside, and closed the door behind them. The room was small. A round table, 4 chairs, a sideboard with an ice bucket and untouched mineral water. The walls were paneled in dark wood, soundproofed for confidential conversations, and the air smelled of old polish and recent cologne. He released her elbow. I am sorry you had to learn it that way. Which part? She heard her own voice, flat and precise. The part where Gervin used me to confirm his thesis, or the part where he transmitted the ledger before I knew what I was carrying? Both. Then you are sorry for the wrong thing. She stepped past him toward the sideboard, not because she wanted water, but because she needed distance. You should be sorry you did not tell me about the counterclauses before I walked into that room. He did not defend himself. He stood by the door, hands loose at his sides, watching her with that same stripped bare stillness. Would you have believed me? The question landed precisely where he meant it to. She wanted to say yes. She wanted to believe the answer was that simple. But she had spent days reading Gervin's annotations, letting his interpretations settle into her understanding like ink into fiber, and she had not once stopped to ask whether the document she held had been edited. Maybe not. She turned to face him. But I would have known the question existed. That is the part you refused to give me. He absorbed that without flinching. You are right. She waited for him to say more. He did not. The silence stretched long enough that she heard the faint music from the ballroom, distant through the panels, a waltz she did not recognize. How long? How long have I known where they were? Yes, since before you found the ledger. He said it without evasion, without softening. I moved them the same night I moved the Covenant. They have been in a sealed locker in my office since the morning after you opened the secret room. 4 weeks. He had known for 4 weeks, and he had let her chase shadows while the one document that could reframe the entire Covenant sat locked in his private storage. Why? Because producing them notifies the court's attaché within 1 hour of the seal breaking, and because I needed to know what you would do when you had nothing but the unedited record to guide you. He met her gaze, and his voice dropped. I needed to know whether you would read the document itself, or the version of it that Gervin and I had each tried to write for you. The cold in her knuckle pulse, a dull ache that matched the throb behind her eyes. And what did you decide? I decided that you would find the truth before I could give it to you. His expression flickered, something raw passing through it. I did not want to be another man who handed you a finished story and asked you to trust him. The words hung between them, heavier than the waltz music, heavier than the silence that followed. She opened her mouth to answer, a knock at the door. 3 precise taps. Not staff hesitation, not a guest's uncertain fumble. Someone who knew this door existed and had come for a specific purpose. Wulfric's jaw tightened. He crossed the room in 3 strides and opened the door. Kulos Faber stood in the corridor, dressed in a gray suit that fit him like a second skin, his dark hair combed back, his expression the careful blank of a man who had delivered bad news in worse rooms than this. Director Brackett. His voice was courteous, unhurried, carrying the faint accent of continental education. I apologize for the interruption. I was told I would find you here. Miklos. Wulfric did not step aside. This is not the time. I am aware of the timing. Faber's gaze moved past Wulfric, found Savan, lingered a fraction of a second longer than politeness required. It is precisely why I am here. He produced a folded document from his inner jacket pocket, cream paper, sealed with a wafer of dark wax that bore no visible stamp. This arrived by courier 10 minutes ago. The oldest court's preliminary finding regarding the Covenant text transmitted from this institution earlier this evening. Wulfric did not reach for it. Read it, Faber said. The finding is preliminary, but the language is unambiguous. Wulfric took the document. He broke the seal, unfolded the paper, and read in silence. Svana watched his face, the tension in his jaw, the way his thumb pressed against the edge of the page, hard enough to whiten the nail. What does it say? She asked. Wulfric did not answer. He handed her the paper. The letterhead was plain, heavy stock, no logo or identifier. The text was brief, written in a formal hand that could have been printed or inscribed by a pen too steady to shake. The Heliodor Covenant, 1589. Preliminary finding confirms the published text as materially incomplete. Concealment evaluation schedule and binding of knowledge clause constitutes prima facie procedural breach. Covenant voidable if full authenticated text is not produced within 72 hours of this notice. Should the covenant be voided, all protective clauses shall lapse. Dormant blood debt claimants listed in Appendix C of the original charter shall regain legal standing to pursue outstanding obligations against the institution's human staff. This finding is preliminary and subject to the full council's review. She read it twice. The second time, her eye caught the phrase she had missed on first reading. Outstanding obligations, not claims, not petitions. She looked up. Faber was watching her with the courteous patience of a man who had already counted the seconds until she understood. Appendix C, she said. What is Appendix C? Faber tilted his head, a slight acknowledgement that she had asked the right question. Appendix C is a schedule of blood debt notes held by third-party dynasties against human workers employed at the Heliodor vault between 1589 and 1623. The Covenant suspended those debts for the duration of its protection. His voice remained even. If the Covenant is voided, the suspension lapses. The debts become collectible. How many names? 214 living descendants by the last census. 11 currently employed at this institution. 11. She thought of Petra in the conservation room, her sleeves dusted with parchment grit, her tea half drunk and still warm. She thought of the cleaning staff, the security team at the entrance, the Jewish catalogers she passed in the corridor every morning whose names she had never thought to learn. Who holds the notes? Faber's pause was barely perceptible. A fraction of a second, the space between one breath and the next. That information has not been disclosed. The notes are held in blind trust under the oldest court seal. The identity of the claimants is protected by standing non-disclosure orders, issued at the time of the Covenant's ratification. So the enemy was faceless, a debt holder whose name could not be spoken, whose claim could not be challenged, whose rights would snap into place the moment the Covenant fell. Is there any way, she asked, to prevent the voiding? Faber's tone was not unkind, but it carried no false hope. Produce the full authenticated text, including the counterclauses, within the 72-hour window. If the Council is satisfied that the concealment was procedural rather than malignant, the Covenant may be upheld with amendments rather than voided completely. The paper trembled in her hand. She looked at Wulfric. He had not moved. He stood with his back to the door, his face pale, his eyes fixed on the letter in her hand as if he could burn it to ash with looking. Where are the counterclauses? She asked. In my office. Is that where they will stay? He met her gaze, and the answer she saw in his face was not obstruction. It was fear. The same fear she had seen in the sub-basement doorway the night she first opened the ledger. He was afraid of what would happen if he gave her the counterclauses. He was more afraid of what would happen if he did not. The seal is intact, he said. If I break it, the notification goes to the court's attaché within the hour. Faber is standing in this room, Svana said. The notification has already arrived. The breath he let out was barely audible, a sound like paper crumpling. Yes, he said. It has. Chapter 33. The first whispers reached Svana before she left the anteroom. Not words. A frequency change in the building's hum, the way voices dropped when she passed the main office doorway. 3 junior catalogers bent over a terminal, looked up, looked away, looked at each other. She kept walking. The cold had spread past her wrist now, creeping toward the inside of her elbow like a vein filling with something that was not blood. She pressed her palm flat against her thigh and kept her face still. Wulfric had stayed behind with Faber. The preliminary finding was being logged into the court system, copied, sealed, distributed to parties she could not name. She reached the conservation room and closed the door behind her. Petra was there. She sat at her work table with her back to the door, her shoulders rigid, her hands flat on either side of an open ledger that Svana had never seen before. The resin smell was stronger than usual, sharp enough to catch in the throat. You're back, Svana said. Petra did not turn around. I never left. Your station was empty for 3 days. I was in the sub-levels. Petra's voice was flat, no apology in it. I found something you need to see. Svana crossed the room and stood beside her. The ledger on the table was bound in worn maroon cloth, the spine cracked in 3 places, the corners soft with age. It was not a catalog or a finding aid. It was a conservation register, the old kind, handwritten, kept in triplicate before digital records existed. This is from 1954, Petra said. The original transfer log for the D-series. I pulled it from a storage crate beneath the restoration supplies. It was sealed with a Heliodor stamp, and nobody had opened it in decades. She flipped to a page marked with a strip of conservation tape. The entry was in a tight librarian's hand. D-6-15 through D-6-28. Emergency transfer. Signed, J. Vossing. Svana's breath stopped. Her own surname. A hand she did not recognize. A person she had never heard of. Someone with her blood who had touched these documents before she was born. When was this written? July 1954. Petra pointed to the date in the margin. The transfer was authorized by the director's office. No reason given, just emergency. The folios were moved to a sealed crate in the sub-basement and never logged back into the main collection. That means the D-series was removed before the accession log was even created. Correct. Petra looked up at her finally, and Svana saw exhaustion carved deep beneath her eyes. 3 nights of bad light and bad air and no sleep. The 1954 accession log was written after the transfer. Whoever created it wrote the sequence as it should have been, not as it actually was. The break-in sequence was not a tampering, it was a correction. Someone restored the correct order afterward using the wrong binding thread. The implications unfolded in Svana's mind like a document being opened in slow motion. The Covenant's witness sequence, the rearrangement that Gervin had used to build his translation, the missing folios that Calix had said were the key to understanding the full architecture of the obligation. All of it pointed in one direction. She had been looking at the wrong tamperer. Gervin had not rearranged the folios. He had found them rearranged, and he had read the version that someone else had engineered for him to find. The question, Svana said slowly, is whether the correct order was restored before Gervin copied them, or after. Petra shook her head. The binding thread was replaced within the last 4 years. I can tell from the oxidation pattern on the sewing supports. It is too fresh to be original. 4 years. 4 years before Gervin arrived. 4 years before Svana's promotion was announced. 4 years after Greer Rostova's credentials were revoked and she disappeared into Vienna. Someone has been preparing this for longer than we thought, Svana said. Petra closed the register. The sound of the cover meeting the spine was loud in the quiet room. 11 names, Petra said. Appendix C. I heard the Attaché's courier reading the summary to the security chief before he sealed the envelope. You were not supposed to hear that. I was not supposed to be in the sublevels either. Petra's voice was thin, frayed at the edges. I know the names. I looked through the door when the courier left the paper on the desk. Mine is on the list. The words hung between them. Svana. Petra's voice cracked on the syllable. If the Covenant falls, they will come for us. Not with paperwork, not with notices. They will come and take us out of this building like property that has finally been reclaimed. Svana thought of the 11 names. Petra, the cleaning staff, the junior catalogers whose faces she passed every morning. She thought of her own name. She was not on Appendix C. She was not a descendant of the original workers. She was something worse. She was the knowledge carrier, the one who had touched the Covenant with full awareness and activated the trigger. When the debt fell due, she would not be collected. She would be the one who owed. We are not going to let the Covenant fall, Svana said. How do you stop it? Svana looked at the register, at her own surname, written in a hand that had touched these folios before she was born, at the entry that proved someone in her own bloodline had been part of this longer than she knew. By finding the full text, she said, the counterclauses, the sealed crate, everything that Wulfric hid before we were old enough to ask questions. Petra was already reaching for her coat. Where do we start? The register says the folios were moved to a sealed crate in the sub-basement. That crate is still there, under the restoration supplies, marked with a Heliodor stamp. She looked at the register again, at the date, July 1954. The month her grandmother had died. The woman no one in her family spoke about, whose photograph had been turned face down in every album, whose name had been scratched out of the family Bible. J. Vossing. Let me see the stamp, Svana said. Petra flipped to the back cover, where the Heliodor seal was pressed into the maroon cloth. It was not the modern seal. It was the old one. The one that had been retired in 1962, replaced by a cleaner version without the secondary emblem. The secondary emblem was a tiny mark, almost invisible, pressed into the edge of the seal as if it had been added as an afterthought. A crescent moon. The same crescent that Svana had seen on the margin of the Covenant's first folio. The same crescent that Calix had traced with his finger when he told her that someone had been preparing this moment for 430 years. Petra. Her voice was steady, but it cost her. I need to see what is in that crate, tonight. We cannot open it without breaking the seal. Then we break the seal. Petra's eyes widened. If we open it, the notification goes to Faber within the hour. Faber is already in this building. The notification is already happening. Svana pushed the register aside and stood. The only question is whether we find the truth before the court decides what the truth is. They moved together toward the door. Outside in the corridor, the lights had dimmed to their overnight setting. The building was settling into the quiet of the late hours, the hum of climate control, the distant click of a lock engaging somewhere below. Svana pushed through the fire door and started down the stairs. Her cold arm pulsed with every step. Behind her, Petra's footsteps followed steady and certain. They had 93 hours, and someone had been preparing for this moment since before any of them were born. Chapter 34. The stairs narrowed as they descended, the concrete walls giving way to old plaster that flaked at the touch. The air changed too, colder, heavier, carrying the smell of paper so old it had begun to taste of itself. Svana's cold arm pulsed with each step. The sensation had moved past her elbow now, settling into the flesh above the joint like something alive had crawled under her skin and made itself comfortable. "Here," Petra said. She stopped at a fire door marked Sev Dush 3 inches faded lettering. The lock plate was modern, installed within the last few years, but the door itself was original, the wood warped by decades of humidity changes. Petra held up a key. "Conservation Master. Dagmar gave it to me after the gala." "Dagmar gave you a key to sub-level 3? "She gave me a key to the sub-basement supply room. Said if I was going to work nights, I should have access to the backup parchment stock." Petra inserted the key and turned it. The lock clicked open. "I did not ask why she specified this particular door." Svana pushed through. The corridor beyond was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Fluorescent strips buzzed overhead, casting the kind of light that made everything look jaundiced and old. The walls were lined with metal shelving units, each loaded with boxes, rolls of conservation fabric, and the kind of institutional supplies that accumulated in corners and stayed there for decades. Petra moved past her, counting the shelving units. "3rd row, 7th section." The register said under the restoration supplies, "left side." They found it exactly where the entry had described. A wooden crate, roughly the size of a footlocker, pushed against the wall beneath a pile of acid-free tissue rolls and conservation board. The Heliodor stamp was visible on the side, faded but legible, the ink bleeding into the wood grain. But the seal was what stopped Svana cold. It was not the current institutional seal, the clean circle with the Heliodor name and founding date. This was the old seal, the one retired in 1962, pressed into a brass plate bolted to the crate's lid. The crescent moon was clearly visible at the edge, a deliberate addition rather than a flaw in the casting. Svana touched the brass plate. The metal was cold, colder than the air around it, like it had been drinking the darkness all these decades. "When was the last time this was opened?" she asked. "According to the register, never." Petra's voice was quiet. "The entry says, emergency transfer, July 1954, sealed by director's authority. Not to be opened except by director's personal order." "Whose signature?" Petra did not need to check the register again. She had memorized it. The entry was signed by J. Vossing, authorized by Wulfric Brackett. The name hit her like a physical blow. Wulfric had known. Her grandmother had transferred these folios at his order. He had been involved in this from the beginning, long before Svana was born, long before she had ever heard of the Heliodor vault. She thought of the photograph turned face down in every family album, the name scratched out of the family Bible. The woman no one spoke about, who had died the same month as the emergency transfer. J. Vossing had not been a victim of the covenant. She had been a participant. "Svana." Petra's hand touched her arm. "Are you okay?" "No." She said it without thinking. "But I will be." She looked at the seal, at the brass plate, at the crate that had been waiting here for 69 years, holding the truth that everyone had tried to hide from her. "We break it," she said. "Once we do, Faber gets notified. Faber is already in this building. He is already watching." Svana reached into her pocket and pulled out the keyring that held her grandmother's unknown legacy. "And I am done letting other people decide when I get to see the truth." She pressed her fingers against the brass plate. The seal was a simple mechanism, a hasp secured by a brass pin that could be pulled out with enough force. "It might be brittle after all these years," Petra said. "Then we break it." Svana gripped the pin and pulled. For a moment, nothing happened. The metal resisted, held in place by decades of disuse and the slight corrosion where the pin met the hasp. She pulled harder, feeling the strain in her shoulder, the cold in her arm flaring as if the motion had disturbed something deeper than muscle. The pin gave way with a sound like a bone cracking. The hasp swung loose. The crate was open. Svana lifted the lid. The hinges complained, rusted and unwilling, but she pushed them past their resistance and let the lid fall back against the wall. Inside, wrapped in acid-free tissue and bound with conservation twine, lay a stack of folios. They were not in a binder or a box. They were simply resting there, one on top of another, as if someone had placed them carefully and expected to return within the week. The top folio bore a single line of writing in a hand Svana recognized. J. Vossing, July 1954. Emergency transfer complete. Seal authorized by Wulfric Brackett. Sequence preserved as found. She lifted the folio. Beneath it lay the witness statements. The original witness statements from 1590, the ones that had been recorded in the sub-basement before the covenant was sealed. They were not the ones she had found in the hidden room. These were older, the parchment darker, the ink faded to the color of dried blood, and beneath it, a single leather-bound volume. No title, no catalog number, just a spine that had been handled so many times the leather had softened to the texture of skin. Svana reached for it. Her cold hand touched the leather, and the sensation that shot through her arm was not pain. It was recognition. Like the book had been waiting for her, like it knew her name. She opened the cover. The first page was blank. The second page contained a single sentence, written in the same hand as the Covenant's original folios, the one that matched Wulfric's oldest letters. "For the one who reads this after me, you are the first person in 4 centuries to hold the complete truth. What you do with it will determine whether the Heliodor vault survives the night." Below the sentence, a seal, the crescent moon, and below the seal, a date, July 1954, the month her grandmother died, the month this crate was sealed, the month someone had decided that the truth would wait until a woman with pale gray eyes and cold knuckles was ready to find it. "Svana," Petra's voice was barely a whisper. "There is a notification plate on the crate's underside. The seal breaking has already sent a signal." Svana looked up. She was holding the complete Covenant text in her hands, and somewhere in the building, Liklos Faber's phone was already ringing. Chapter 35. The parchment crackled under Svana's fingers as she lifted the leather-bound volume from the crate. The cold in her arm pulsed once, twice, then settled into a steady ache that matched the rhythm of her heart. Petra moved closer, her shoulder brushing Svana's. "The notification plate? Let it ring." Svana did not look up. "Faber can wait." She carried the volume to the work table under the single bulb. The light caught the leather's surface, showing places where fingers had worn the grain smooth. Generations of handling, generations of people who had held this book and put it back. Petra set the folios beside her, arranging them in the order she had reconstructed from the 1954 register. The original witness statements, the emergency transfer record, the binding thread analysis. "We have maybe 30 minutes before Faber arrives," Petra said. "Maybe less. Then we work fast." Vahana opened the volume to the first page. The hand was aged. The ink settled into the parchment with the particular density of 16th century iron gall. She recognized the formation of the letters. The same hand that had written the Covenant's first folio. Wulfric's hand, from a time before the vault's founding, had hardened him into the man who hid truths behind locked doors. She turned the page. The Covenant text began not with the preamble she had memorized from Gervin's version, but with a single line that did not appear in any other copy. "I, Wulfric Brackett, do bind myself before these witnesses that no obligation contained herein shall fall first upon any human servant of this house before it falls upon me." Svana's breath caught. She kept reading. The architecture of the Covenant unfolded across the pages like a building designed by someone who had expected siege. Every protective clause was mirrored by a penalty clause, and every penalty clause named Wulfric as the first point of enforcement. The valuation schedule existed, yes, but it was bracketed by a preface that made it unenforceable unless the signatory had first suffered 3 specific failures, each defined with precision that left no room for interpretation. Failure to produce the full text upon demand. Failure to answer a properly witnessed challenge. Failure to surrender authority when the human staff's safety required it. If he breaks any of these, Svana said slowly, the penalties hit him before they touch anyone else. The blood debt activates against his name, not against the staff. Petra leaned over her shoulder. That's not what Gervin's version showed. Gervin's version started at Clause 1 and omitted the preface. It treated the valuation schedule as a standalone instrument. Svana's voice was hollow. He never saw this page. Someone made sure he never saw this page. She turned further. The counter clauses were not separate pages. They were interleaved with the main text, cross-referenced by marginal notations that linked each protective measure to its corresponding penalty. The full document was a single, integrated architecture, designed to make Wulfric the shield rather than the cage. And should the signatory fail to maintain the protections herein, his blood shall answer for every drop that falls upon those he swore to guard. Svana traced the line with her finger. Her cold knuckle brushed the ink, and the ache in her arm sharpened for a moment before settling again. The mark on her hand. The trigger mechanism that Calix had described. It was not a punishment for touching the covenant. It was a witness mark, a record that she had seen the truth. 4 centuries, she whispered. He carried this alone. Petra was already spreading the witness statements across the table, matching them to the entries in the register. The sequence Calix described, the one that determines legal meaning in oldest court law, it matches this version, not Gervin's, this one, the original order. Which means Gervin's rearrangement was the tampered version, or the version someone wanted him to find. Svana's mind moved through the implications, the binding thread replaced within the last 4 years. The correction that had restored the original sequence. Someone had known that the covenant would be challenged and had prepared the authentic version for the moment it was needed. Her grandmother, J. Vossing, who had sealed this crate in July 1954 and died the same month. She had not been hiding the truth. She had been preserving it. There is more, Petra said. She held up a folio that had been folded smaller than the others, tucked into the back of the volume. The paper was different, newer, the ink a 20th century formula. Svana took it and unfolded it. The handwriting was her grandmother's. She knew it from the single line of the woman's signature on the emergency transfer, but here it was fuller, more urgent. If you are reading this, the covenant has been challenged, and I am no longer alive to explain what I found. Wulfric Brackett authorized this transfer in 1954 because I convinced him that the truth would be safer hidden than exposed. He did not know that I also preserved the full architecture, the counter clauses, the omitted preface, and the witness sequence that proves the covenant's intent was never to cage the humans, but to bind the signatory to their protection. I chose him because I believed he would carry the burden. I sealed this crate because I believed someone would come who could read the whole truth and choose what to do with it. I did not know it would be my granddaughter, but I hoped. The letter ended there, no signature, no date, just the words, and below them, the crescent moon seal. Svana stared at the page until the letters blurred. She had spent her entire life in the shadow of a woman she had been taught to forget, a grandmother whose photograph had been turned face down, whose name had been scratched from the family Bible, whose death had been treated as an embarrassment to be erased. And all along, J. Vossing had been the one who preserved the truth. We have to show this to Wulfric, Petra said. Now, before Faber gets here. Svana looked up. The cold in her arm had reached her elbow. The truth was finally complete in her hands, and it was both worse and better than she had feared. Worse, because the covenant had always been a weapon that could be turned against its architect. Better, because Wulfric had never lied about what he was protecting. He had lied about why. She folded the letter and tucked it into her pocket. Then she lifted the leather-bound volume and carried it toward the door. Faber will be in the building by now, Petra said. Then we use the service stairs. And if he intercepts us? Svana stopped at the threshold. She looked back at the crate, the broken seal, the witness statements spread across the table like evidence of a crime that had never been committed. Then he will see the truth, she said. All of it. She stepped into the corridor. The sub-basement lights hummed overhead, casting the same pale glow they had cast for 69 years. The air smelled of old paper and older secrets. Vana walked fast, the book pressed against her chest, the cold in her arm pulsing with every step. Petra followed close behind, her footsteps light and certain. They reached the service stairwell. The door was heavy, fire-rated, designed to contain flames for an hour. Svana pushed it open and started climbing. The stairs were narrow, the walls unpainted concrete. Each landing brought them closer to the ground floor, closer to the confrontation that had been building for 4 centuries. "Svana!" She turned at Petra's voice. Petra had stopped at the first-floor landing, her hand on the doorframe. Her face was pale in the emergency light. "There is someone on the other side of this door." Svana listened. Footsteps, slow, measured, coming closer. She pressed the book tighter against her body and watched the door handle begin to turn. Chapter 36. The door handle turned. Svana pressed the book harder against her ribs and did not move. Beside her, Petra had gone still, her breath held. The door swung inward. Wulfric stood in the doorway. His shirt was untucked, his sleeves rolled past his elbows, and his eyes found the leather-bound volume in her arms before they reached her face. "You opened it," he said. "The sealed crate in sub-level 3, Svana said. "The one you're authorized in 1954. The one you never opened." Something moved behind his eyes. Not surprise, recognition. "Where is Faber?" Petra asked. "In the main lobby," Wulfric said. "He arrived 3 minutes ago. Dagmar is keeping him occupied." Svana stepped past him into the corridor. The book was warm against her chest, as if it had been waiting to be held. "We need to talk," she said. "The whole truth. Now." The reading room was dark when they entered. Wulfric did not turn on the overhead lights, only the green-shaded lamp on the central table, casting a circle of amber across the oak surface. Svana set the volume down and opened it to the preface. The words were in his hand, 4 centuries old, the ink faded to the color of dried rust. She had read them once tonight. She needed him to read them aloud. Wulfric stood on the opposite side of the table, his hands flat on the wood, his head bowed over the pages. The light carved shadows under his cheekbones. Svana waited. "I bound myself first," he said finally. His voice was rough. "Before any human servant, before any staff member who would ever walk these corridors. The valuation schedule, the liquidation authority, the blood debt triggers, none of them could be activated until 3 conditions were met. Failure to produce the full text upon demand. Failure to answer a properly witnessed challenge. Failure to surrender authority when human staff safety required it." "I know," Svana said. "I read it." "Then you know I centralized power in my office so I could be the single point of enforcement. The shield, not the cage. You made yourself the only person who could activate the protections, and the only person who could be destroyed if they failed." Wulfric looked up. His eyes were dark, unreadable, but something in his face had cracked open. "Yes." From the doorway, Dagmar's voice came quiet. "I found the counter clauses 11 years ago. He told me everything." Svana turned. Dagmar stood in the shadows, her silver-streaked hair catching the edge of the lamplight, her face unreadable. "You knew," Svana said. "I knew he had concentrated authority in his office. I knew the full text was sealed. I knew that if the wrong person read the valuation schedule without the preface and the counter clauses, they would see a tyrant, not a jailer who had chained himself first." Dagmar stepped into the light. "I stayed because someone had to know the whole truth and keep working from inside. If I left, the only people who understood the architecture would be gone. And you hid it from me." "We hid it because public knowledge would invite attack," Wulfric said. "If the oldest court knew the full structure, they would find ways to sever it, exploit it, renegotiate the protections out of existence. The Covenant's strength was that no one knew exactly how it worked except the 2 people who had sworn to maintain it." 3 people, Svana said. "My grandmother knew." Wulfric's jaw tightened. She preserved the full architecture, Svana continued. She convinced you to authorize the transfer in 1954, and you never knew she kept the witness sequence, the counter clauses, the preface. She outmaneuvered you to protect the truth. She was the most dangerous archivist I ever employed, Wulfric said. There was no anger in his voice, only a tired kind of respect. The cold in Svana's arm pulsed, spreading higher toward her shoulder. She pressed her palm against the leather cover of the volume. You told me you concealed the covenant to protect me, she said. But you also concealed it to protect yourself, to keep control. Wulfric did not look away. Yes. The word landed like a stone in still water. I told myself the secrecy was necessary, he said. That the burden was mine alone, and that knowledge would make you a target. But I also knew that if anyone read the full text, they would see how much power I had taken. And I did not trust anyone to understand why. Because you didn't trust me. Because I didn't trust anyone. His voice dropped. Not after Aliska. Not after watching someone I loved die because she carried a truth she could not defend. Svana's chest tightened. The cold in her arm was spreading, but the ache had shifted. It was no longer the sharp bite of betrayal. It was the heavy weight of understanding. What do we do now? She asked. Dagmar moved to the table, her fingers brushing the edge of the open volume. Faba is in the lobby with a sealed document from the oldest court. He has not seen this yet. Then we show him, Svana said. And the 72-hour deadline? Petra asked from the corner where she had been standing with her arms crossed. There is no deadline anymore, Svana said. Not if we produce the full text and the witness sequence that proves its intent. The court cannot void a covenant that was never properly transmitted. Gervin's version was incomplete by design. We have the original. Wulfric's eyes met hers across the table. If we present this to Faber, I lose control of Heliodor. You already lost control, Svana said. You lost it the moment you chose secrecy over trust. The only way to regain it is to produce the truth and let the institution survive scrutiny. And you? He asked. The question hung in the air. Svana looked down at the open volume, at her grandmother's letter still tucked in her pocket, at the cold that had spread through her arm like a witness mark carved in bone. I am going to walk into that lobby with the full covenant in my hands, she said, and I am going to tell Miklos Faber exactly what the oldest court needs to hear. She lifted her head. And then I am going to decide whether I can still love a man who thought protecting me meant hiding the truth. The silence that followed was absolute. Dagmar reached into her pocket and pulled out a key on a brass ring. The anteroom beside the lobby has a document scanner and a notary witness station. If we are going to do this, we do it properly. Petra stepped forward. I will authenticate the witness sequence. I know the original bindings, the thread, the restoration marks. If anyone questions the chain of custody, I can testify. Svana looked around the room, at Petra, who had chosen to fight beside her, at Dagmar, who had carried the burden for 11 years, at Wulfric, whose face was stripped of every mask she had ever seen him wear. Then let's go, she said. She closed the volume and lifted it again. The leather was warm, the pages heavy with 4 centuries of waiting. Wulfric moved to her side. His hand touched her elbow, light, asking permission. I should have told you, he said. Every day I did not tell you I made the same choice. I was wrong. I know, Svana said. She did not pull away. They walked together toward the door, toward the lobby where Faber waited with the oldest court's sealed document, toward the confrontation that would decide whether the covenant survived the night. Behind them, the reading room light went dark. Ahead, the corridor stretched empty and silent, and somewhere in the vault below, a door clicked shut. Chapter 37. The corridor stretched ahead, pale light falling in rectangles from the high windows. Svana walked with the volume pressed against her chest, each step carrying her toward the lobby where Faber waited with the oldest court's sealed document. Wulfric walked beside her. His presence was a constant weight at her shoulder, familiar and unbearable at once. Dagmar, Svana said without slowing. When we reach the anteroom, I need the scanner ready and the notary witness station prepared before Faber is brought in. It will be ready. And Petra, the witness sequence. Can you have it laid out against the original ordering Calix described before Faber seized the volume? Petra matched her pace on the other side. I can have it done in 10 minutes. The binding thread on the 1954 restoration matches the corrected sequence. I can show the physical evidence. Then do it. They reached the junction where the corridor split. The main hall led left toward the lobby. The anteroom entrance opened to the right, a narrow door painted the same gray as the walls, designed to be overlooked. Dagmar stopped at the anteroom door, key already in hand. I will have the station ready in 5 minutes. Petra, with me? Petra hesitated, her eyes finding Svana's. Are you sure? I am sure. Petra nodded once and followed Dagmar through the door. The lock clicked behind them. Svana stood alone in the corridor with Wulfric. The silence stretched. The volume in her hands felt heavier than it had in the sub-basement, heavier than 4 centuries of paper and leather. It felt like the weight of every choice that had led her here. You are going to do it, Wulfric said, not a question. I am. You are going to stand before the oldest court's attaché and present the full covenant text, knowing what it will cost. I am going to stand before Miklos Faber and tell him the truth. Svana turned to face him. The whole truth, the preface, the counterclauses, the witness sequence. Everything your version left out and everything Gervin's version twisted. You will strip Heliodor of its protection. No, she held his gaze. I will strip you of unilateral control. There is a difference. Wulfric's jaw tightened. You think the court will honor that distinction? You think they will see a renegotiated covenant and leave the human staff untouched? They will not. They will wait until the new terms are signed, and then they will pick apart every clause. Then we write clauses they cannot pick apart. You do not understand how they work. I understand perfectly. Svana's voice came out harder than she intended. I understand that you spent 4 centuries believing only you could hold the weight of this secret. I understand that you watched Aliska die and decided the only way to prevent it from happening again was to concentrate power in your own hands and trust no one. Wulfric's face went still. And I understand, Svana said, that you were wrong. The words hung between them, sharp and final. You were wrong to keep the truth from me, she continued. You were wrong to decide that my safety meant my ignorance, and you were wrong to believe that a secret kept for 4 centuries could remain a secret forever without turning into something rotten at the core. I did it to protect you. I know. She felt the cold in her arm pulse, spreading higher. But noble intent does not absolve unilateral power. You built a system where one person held all the knowledge and all the authority, and you called it protection. But it was control, Wulfric. You controlled what everyone knew. You controlled what everyone feared. You controlled the truth itself. And if I had told you, his voice dropped, if I had placed the full text in your hands the night you found the ledger, would you have been safer? Would you have been able to sleep, knowing that the oldest court could appear at any moment and claim you as a knowledge carrier under blood debt law? I would have been able to choose. Choice does not matter when the trigger is already in your blood. It matters to me. The silence that followed was not angry. It was exhausted. The exhaustion of 4 centuries of carrying a weight that should have been shared. Wulfric's hand moved toward her elbow again, and again he stopped before touching her. What do you intend to do? Svana looked down at the volume in her hands. The leather was warm, the pages heavy with her grandmother's handwriting, with Wulfric's handwriting, with 4 centuries of obligation and love and fear. I am going to walk into that anteroom, she said, and I am going to place this volume on the scanner. I am going to let Miklos Faber authenticate every page, and then I am going to propose a new covenant, written in public language, with no hidden clauses and no unilateral authority. And if the court rejects it, then the court rejects it. But I will not spend the rest of my life protecting a secret that should never have been kept. I will not become you. The words were not cruel. They were true. Wulfric's shoulders dropped. The tension in his frame did not vanish, but it shifted, as if he had finally stopped bracing against something he could not hold. Aliska said something to me, he said, before she died. She said that love built on silence is not love. It is a prison with a painted door. Svana's chest ached. I did not understand, he said. I thought she meant that I should have told her the truth. but she meant that I should have let her choose to carry it with me. You did not let her choose. No. His voice broke on the word, and I did not let you choose either. The cold in Svana's arm spread to her shoulder. The ache was no longer sharp. It was deep, bone deep, the ache of something that had waited too long to be spoken. I loved you, she said, even when I thought you had used the covenant to bind every human in this building. I loved you even when Gervin handed me his translation and I believed every word of it. I loved the version of you that I thought existed under the secrecy. And now, I still love you. She pressed the volume closer to her chest. But I cannot love a man who hides the truth from me. Not anymore. Not after everything I have learned. Wulfric's hand finally moved. He did not touch her elbow. He reached past her, his fingers brushing the edge of the leather volume she held. Then I will stand beside you, he said, while you show Faber the truth, and I will accept whatever comes after. Even if it destroys Heliodor? Even if it destroys me. Svana looked at his face, at the lines that 4 centuries had carved into a man who had loved too many people and buried all of them. Then let's go, she said. They walked together toward the anteroom door. Behind them, the corridor stretched empty and silent. Ahead, the door opened to reveal Dagmar standing beside a document scanner, her face unreadable. And somewhere in the main lobby, Svana could hear the low murmur of Miklos Faber's voice speaking into a phone. She stepped through the door. The volume in her hands was warm. The cold in her arm had stopped spreading. For the first time in weeks, she felt neither afraid nor hopeful, only certain. Chapter 38. The anteroom smelled of scanner warm-up and old paper. Dagmar had already positioned the document scanner at the center table, its lid raised, the notary station beside it with blank witness forms and a seal press. Petra stood at the sideboard, laying out the corrected witness sequence pages she had extracted from the crate, each folio numbered in pencil near the lower margin. Svana set the leather volume on the table. The sound it made was solid, a weight that matched the 4 centuries it carried. Where is Calix? She asked. On his way. Dagmar adjusted the scanner's alignment. I sent a car an hour ago, before you finished with Wulfric. You assumed I would choose this. I assumed you would choose truth. Dagmar did not look up. The two are not always the same, but tonight they are. The door opened before Svana could answer. Brother Calixianscu stepped through, shorter than she remembered, his monk's frame wrapped in a coat that looked too thin for the hour. His pale gray eyes swept the room, taking in the scanner, the witness forms, the volume on the table, and settled on Svana with something between resignation and reluctant pride. You found it, he said. Vossing preserved it, Svana said. My grandmother. She sealed the full architecture in a crate in 1954 and left a letter for whoever opened it. Calix crossed to the table. His fingers hovered over the leather volume without touching it, as if the book radiated heat only he could feel. May I? Svana nodded. He opened the cover. The first page revealed Wulfric's 16th century hand, the preface she had read in the sub-basement, the words that bound him before any human servant. Calix read in silence, his lips moving slightly, his forefinger tracing a marginal cross-reference. When you confirmed the witness sequence, he said without looking up, did you compare it against the original 5x190 registry or against the corrected 1954 ordering? Both, Petra said. She stepped forward with a sheaf of papers. The crate contained the original witness statements from 1590 and a separate index card from Vossing's hand correlating the corrected sequence. They match. Calix took the papers. He moved to the sideboard and began comparing, his movements slow and deliberate. The habits of a man who had spent decades learning to read the difference between truth and forgery in the space of a single serif. Dagmar turned to Svana. The notary witness forms require 3 signatures to be binding under court procedure. You, me, and 1 independent authenticator with no institutional affiliation to Heliodor or Halgrim. Calix. He will need to swear to the chain of custody and the accuracy of the witness sequence. Can he do that truthfully? Svana looked at the monk, who was now holding 2 folios up to the light, his brow furrowed in concentration. He can, she said. He trained both Wulfric and Gervin. He authenticated Aliska's witness statements. He knows the difference between what Gervin transmitted and what this volume contains. He also knows Gervin. He knows the truth more. Dagmar's expression did not change, but something in her posture eased. She pulled a witness form from the notary station and laid it flat beside the scanner. Then let us begin. The next hour passed in a rhythm Svana knew from years of archival work. Document, verify, document again. She scanned each page of the Covenant volume, watching the digital copies accumulate on the connected workstation. Petra logged each folio number against the corrected witness sequence. Dagmar prepared the notary forms, her handwriting precise and unhurried. Calix worked through the witness statements in silence, pausing twice to examine a binding stitch, and once to compare a marginal note against a photograph he pulled from his coat pocket. When he finished, he set the papers down and looked at Svana. "The sequence is authentic," he said. "The counter clauses are interleaved correctly. The preface is original to the document, not a later addition. Gervin's version began at Clause 1 and omitted the valuation schedule's conditional structure. Can you swear to that before the court?" "I can." His voice carried a weight that made the words feel like an oath. "And I will." Svana felt the cold in her arm pulse once, then settle. She had not noticed it spreading during the work, but now that the rhythm paused, she felt it at her shoulder, a constant pressure, like a hand resting there. Dagmar slid the witness form across the table. "Sign here. Calix signs after me, then you." Svana picked up the pen. The metal was cool against her fingers. "Once my name is on this form," she said, "the oldest court will have a record of me as the authenticating witness. Not just the knowledge carrier who found the covenant, but the person who presented it. Yes. And that makes me visible to every claimant with a dormant blood debt note. Yes." Dagmar did not soften the words. She did not offer comfort. She offered the truth, which was more valuable. Svana signed. The pen moved in a steady line. Her name on the form looked smaller than she expected, a few curves of ink that would bind her to the oldest law in Europe. Calix signed next, his hand steady despite the tremor that had appeared in his fingers when he first touched the volume. Petra added her name as conservation witness, documenting the chain of custody from the crate to the scanner. Dagmar pressed the seal into the final form. The room fell silent. The anteroom door opened. Miklos Faber stood in the threshold, his dark hair smooth, his suit uncreased despite the hour. He looked at the signed forms, the scanned pages, the leather volume centered on the table, and his expression gave nothing away. "Svana Vossing," he said, "may I speak with you privately?" Dagmar's hand moved toward the volume, a protective instinct she did not hide. "It is all right," Svana said. She followed Faber into the corridor. The lobby beyond was empty, the reception desk dark. Faber stopped near the main doors where the glass reflected the streetlights and the rain that had begun to fall again. "You have assembled a strong evidentiary record," he said. "The witness chain is intact. The authenticator is credible. The scanned pages will survive any procedural challenge I can anticipate. Then the hearing will go forward." "It will." He turned to face her. "But I want you to understand what you have done tonight. I presented the full covenant text. You attached your name to it." His voice was quiet, courteous, and utterly without warmth. "The oldest court in Europe now holds a record that identifies you as the knowledge carrier who authenticated a contested covenant. That record will not be sealed. It will not be forgotten. It will sit in the court's archives, accessible to any bloodline claimant who wishes to review the names of those who have inserted themselves into debt proceedings." Favana's chest tightened. "You told me I could be bound to whatever replaced the old covenant. I told you that your testimony could bind you. There is a difference." Faber's pale eyes held hers. "The covenant you have just authenticated protects the human staff of Heliodor, but the act of authenticating it makes you visible to every predator who reads the court's docket. You have saved the vault, Ms. Vossing. You have also written your name into a ledger that the oldest families in Europe consult when they are hungry." The rain tapped against the glass. "Are you advising me to withdraw?" "I am advising you to understand the price of what you have already done." He paused. "You may still step back. You may let Wulfric Brackett carry the full weight of the hearing alone, as he has carried everything alone for 4 centuries. The court will accept your signature as a procedural witness, but your name will not be bound to the Covenant's new terms if you do not speak in open session. And if I do speak, then your name becomes part of the Covenant's public record. Any future challenge to Heliodor's protections will name you as a party. Any blood-debt claimant who wishes to test the Covenant's strength will know exactly which human authenticated the text. Faber's voice softened, just slightly. I am now telling you what to choose. I am telling you what the choice costs. Silence stretched between them. Behind Svana, the anteroom door opened. She heard Dagmar's voice, low and questioning, and Calix's answer, too quiet to make out. She thought of her grandmother's letter, the words written in a hand she had never seen alive but recognized in her bones. I hoped it would be you. I will speak, Svana said. Faber studied her for a long moment. Then prepare yourself, he said. The hearing begins in 3 hours, and once your testimony enters the record, there is no way to take it back. He turned and walked through the lobby doors into the rain. Svana stood alone in the corridor, the cold at her shoulder pulsing in time with her heartbeat. Behind her, the volume waited. Ahead, the doors of the court opened, and somewhere in the vault below, she heard a door click shut. Chapter 39. She stood in the corridor long after Faber disappeared into the rain. The cold at her shoulder pulsed. 3 hours until the hearing. The volume waited in the anteroom, signed and sealed and scanned into the record. She turned toward the lobby doors, thinking she would walk back to the anteroom, check the scans one more time, count the pages against Calix's authentication notes. Something to do with her hands, something that felt like work. The lobby doors opened before she reached them. Gervin Olt stepped through, alone, his charcoal suit rumpled at the shoulders, his pale gray eyes fixed on her face. He looked as if he had not slept since the gala. The thin white scar under his chin caught the light. Svana. She stopped. You should not be here. Probably not. He did not move closer. But I am told the hearing begins in 3 hours, and once it starts, I will not have another chance to speak to you alone. Then say what you came to say. He looked at her for a long moment. The crescent birthmark near his temple was sharp in the dim light, and she remembered how she had once found it compelling, a small imperfection that made his elegance feel human. The hearing will accept your authentication, he said. Calix's signature carries weight. Petra's chain of custody is clean. The oldest court cannot ignore a properly witnessed record. I know. But accepting the record and accepting the interpretation are 2 different things. He stepped closer, stopped, kept the distance between them. You are about to stand before the oldest court in Europe and tell them that Wulfric Brackett's 4 centuries of secrecy were necessary, that his concealment was protection, that the man who lied to you, who hid the covenant from you, who let you believe you were complicit in something corrupt, was actually your savior. His concealment was wrong, Svana said. I told him so. He admitted it. And you still chose him. The words hung in the air. I chose the truth, she said. The full text, the witness sequence, the preface he wrote in his own hand, binding himself before any human servant. That is what I am presenting to the court. You are presenting a covenant that keeps power in his hands even if the terms are public now. You are saving the system he built. I am saving the people under it. Gervin's jaw tightened. And if there had been another way, if I had found the counter clauses first, if I had known the full architecture before I transmitted my version, would you have stood beside me then? She did not answer. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. You cannot say it, because part of you knows I was not entirely wrong about what he did. You transmitted an edited version to the oldest court without telling me. You courted me as Reconnaissance. You used my work, my trust, my... She stopped. Her voice had risen. She pulled it back. You were not wrong about the concealment. You were wrong about what it meant. And you were wrong to use me to prove your case. Gervin's expression flickered. Something real moved behind his eyes, something that looked like pain. I did use you, he said, and I am not asking you to forgive that. But I am asking you to understand that my desire for you was not part of the strategy. It was not in the staff profile. It was not in the Halgrim instructions. It happened despite every calculation I made, and it made everything harder. Svana's throat tightened. I know, she said. He stared at her. I know it was real, she said. That is what makes it worse. If you had been cold the entire time, I could dismiss you. I could tell myself you were never anything but a weapon. But you were not. You were warm. You were candid. You made me feel chosen, and I wanted to be chosen. She paused. Part of me wanted the future you seemed to offer, the one where I did not have to fight for every scrap of truth, the one where someone looked at me and said everything out loud. Then come with me now, he said. Do not speak at the hearing. Let the covenant fall. Let the oldest court renegotiate it without you, without Wulfric. We can walk out of this building together, and I will give you every document I have, every transmission, every note. You can help me build a new archive, one where the records are not buried under 4 centuries of one man's no. The word came out flat and final. You would rather save the man who lied to you. I would rather save the people who will be taken as property if the covenant falls. She met his eyes. Petra, the 11 names on Appendix C, every human staff member who trusted Heliodor to protect them. That is what I am choosing. Not Wulfric, not you, the people who had no say in any of this. You are choosing him anyway, Gervin said. You know you are. He admitted he was wrong. He agreed to stand beside me while I exposed the truth, even if it destroyed him. He let go of the control he held for 4 centuries. She held Gervin's gaze. What have you let go of? You had the full chance to bring the truth forward without using me as a weapon, and you chose the weapon. Gervin's face went still. Was I supposed to trust him to do it? Were you supposed to trust me? He did not answer. The silence stretched. Svana felt the cold at her shoulder, pulsing steady as a second heartbeat. The hearing in 3 hours. The volume in the anteroom. Petra and Dagmar and Calix waiting for her to return. I am not your instrument, she said. I am not his. I am the archivist who authenticated the truth, and I will speak it in the hearing. What you do with your version after that is your choice. She turned and walked toward the anteroom. Svana. She stopped but did not turn. If you walk through those doors, Gervin said, you will be bound to him and to that covenant for the rest of your life. There is no going back from that. She thought of her grandmother's letter. I hoped it would be you. Let it be so, she said. She walked through the anteroom door. Behind her, the lobby fell silent. And somewhere in the vault below, the same door clicked shut. Chapter 40. The main reading room had been transformed while Svana was in the corridor with Gervin. She stopped in the doorway and saw it. The long oak table moved against the far wall, replaced by 3 rows of gilt chairs facing a single lectern. A court stenographer sat at a smaller table to the left, fingers poised over a manual typewriter. The chandeliers blazed at full brightness, chasing every shadow into the corners. Donors filled the chairs, staff lined the walls. Petra stood near the conservation room door, her arms crossed, her face unreadable. Dagmar sat in the front row beside Brother Calix, a leather portfolio open on her lap. And at the center of the first row, the 3 affiliates. Soren Halvers, gray-templed and still as stone. Marguerite Delacroix in her gown the color of dried blood. Alod Fenchurch with his thin smile owled at nothing. They had returned. Of course they had returned. Wulfric stood to the left of the lectern, hands clasped behind his back, his face carved into the composure she had seen him wear like armor for 3 years. But his eyes found hers the moment she crossed the threshold, and something in them flickered. Not fear, not hope, something rawer. Recognition, she thought. He sees that I am going to do it. She carried the leather volume against her chest, the same way she had carried it through the corridor. The cold at her shoulder pulsed in time with her heartbeat, steady as a second pulse, and she no longer tried to ignore it. Miklos Faber stood at the lectern. He wore the same charcoal suit, the same unreadable courtesy. When he saw her enter, he inclined his head once, a gesture that could have been acknowledgement or warning. The hearing will come to order, he said. His voice carried without effort. The room silenced. Svana walked forward. The chairs were full, but no one had taken the single empty seat at the front, directly before the lectern. She understood. That seat was for her. She sat. The leather volume rested on her lap. The cold mark throbbed against her shoulder blade, and she pressed her left palm flat against the cover, steadying herself. Faber waited until the room was still. "We are gathered to examine a covenant dated February 1590, registered to Wulfric Brackett as director of the Heliodor vault and personal guarantor for all human staff employed under its charter." He paused. A version of this covenant was transmitted to the oldest court's cultural liaison office, the Halgrim collection senior archivist, and a Vienna-based contact approximately 12 hours ago. That transmission is incomplete. A murmur ran through the room. This hearing will determine whether the full authenticated text, produced here and now by the archivist who recovered it, satisfies the covenant's original terms. If it does, the covenant stands. If it does not, the court will declare it voidable. Faber turned his gaze on Svana. "Miss Vossing, you have presented a witness form authenticated by 3 signatures and a notary seal. The court acknowledges the evidentiary weight of that document." He paused. "Before you speak, I am required to inform you of the following." The room went stiller. "Once your testimony is entered into the formal record, your name will be bound to this covenant and to any instrument that replaces it. You will be considered a party to the agreement. You will be subject to its terms, its penalties, and its protections, for as long as the covenant exists or until a successor instrument formally releases you." He let the words settle. "Are you prepared to accept that consequence?" Svana's throat tightened. She felt the weight of the volume in her hands. The cold at her shoulder pulsed once, hard, as if answering for her. She thought of her grandmother's letter. "I hoped it would be you." She thought of Petra, standing against the wall with her arms crossed, one of the 11 names on Appendix C. She thought of Wulfric, who had bound himself first, 4 centuries ago, and had never told anyone the full cost. "I am prepared," she said. Faber nodded. "Then you may present the covenant to this court." Svana stood. The volume felt heavier than it had in the sub-basement, heavier than when she had carried it through the corridor. She opened it to the first page, the preface written in Wulfric's hand. The ink faded to the color of dried rust. She read aloud. "I, Wulfric Brackett, do bind myself before any servant of this house, so that no obligation shall fall upon any human under my authority before it falls upon me." The room was silent. She turned the page, and the next, and the next. The counter-clauses, interleaved through marginal cross-references. The witness sequence, matching the corrected order Petra had laid out. The valuation schedule, conditional on 3 specific failures, none of which had occurred. She read until her voice grew hoarse, until the words became a current that carried her forward. And when she reached the final page, the letter from her grandmother tucked into the back, she hesitated. She did not read it aloud. It was not part of the covenant. She closed the volume. "The full text has been presented," she said. "The covenant is complete. The protections for every human staff member are valid." The edited version transmitted by Gervin Olt omitted the preface, the counter-clauses, and the conditional valuation schedule. It was not an error. It was a selective reading designed to produce a predetermined conclusion. She looked up. "I authenticated the original. I am here to testify that the covenant stands." For a moment, no one moved. Then Soren Halvers rose from his seat in the front row. His face was calm. His voice, when he spoke, carried the weight of someone who had been waiting a very long time. "Miss Vossing," he said, "you claim authority to interpret a 400-year-old covenant based on a single recovery of documents that have been sealed for 69 years. But you have not answered the question that matters." He turned to face the room. "Who gave you the right to decide what this covenant means?" The room held its breath. Donna felt the cold at her shoulder surge, spreading across her collarbone like ice water. And in the silence that followed, she heard a door click shut somewhere in the vault below. Chapter 41. The cold spread across her collarbone like a hand closing. Svana kept her eyes on Soren Halvers, who had not sat down. The room waited. Someone near the back shifted their weight, and the sound of a shoe against the parquet floor carried like a gunshot. "Mr. Halvers," she said, and her voice held. "I do not claim authority to interpret this covenant. I claim the authority of having read it, in full, in the original hand, with every witness mark and every marginal cross-reference intact. She lifted the leather volume. Gervin Olt transmitted a version that began at Clause 1 and omitted the preface, the counterclauses, and the conditional valuation schedule. He never saw this book. He never held it. He read a sequence that someone else restored for him to find. She paused. I am the first person to hold the complete text in 436 years. That is not authority. That is custody. And custody carries obligations. Halvers tilted his head. Obligations to whom? To the people whose names appear in the Covenant's protections. She looked past him, to the row of staff along the wall, to every human who works in this vault, and every descendant of the original signatories who still carries dormant claims they did not choose. She turned back to him. Your question suggests you believe interpretation is a privilege granted by rank, but this covenant was written to bind power, not to protect it. The preface makes that explicit. Wulfric Brackett placed his own name first, before any human servant, so that the penalties of failure would fall on him alone. She opened the volume to the first page. I will read it again, if necessary. Every clause, every witness mark, every condition that makes the covenant a shield rather than a cage. And when I am finished, the record will speak for itself. Halvers did not sit, but he did not interrupt. Svana read. She read the preface again, her voice steady despite the cold spreading down her sternum. She read the interleaved counter-clauses, showing how each marginal cross-reference reframed the main clause it accompanied. She read the witness sequence, naming the 11 original signatories who had watched Wulfric sign his own blood into the document. She read the valuation schedule, conditional on 3 failures that had never occurred. When she reached the final page, she closed the volume and looked at Miklos Faber. The covenant is complete. It has not been voided. It has not been breached. The protections for every human staff member are valid and enforceable. Faber regarded her for a long moment. Then he turned to the room. The court acknowledges the presentation of the authenticated text. He paused. The question before us is whether the covenant, as presented, satisfies the original terms of 1590. Or whether the period of concealment has introduced procedural vulnerabilities that render it voidable regardless of content. He looked at Halvers. Mr. Halvers, you raised a question of authority. Do you wish to formally challenge the witness or the chain of custody? Halvers straightened his jacket. I wish to challenge the premise that a single recovery of sealed documents constitutes sufficient authentication for a covenant of this age and consequence. The text may be genuine, but the chain of custody includes a 69-year gap during which the documents were inaccessible to any party withstanding to verify their completeness. He turned to face the room. Miss Vossing recovered these documents from a crate her own grandmother sealed. That is not independent verification. That is a closed loop. Svana felt the cold pulse again, deeper now, pressing against her ribs. She kept her voice level. My grandmother sealed the crate at Wulfric Brackett's authorization. She did so to preserve the full architecture, including the counterclauses and witness sequence that Gervin Olt's version omitted. She paused. If you are suggesting she tampered with the evidence, you are suggesting she spent her final month of life constructing a forgery that would not be discovered for 69 years, addressed to a granddaughter who was not yet born. She let that settle. Occam's razor suggests a simpler explanation. She preserved the truth because she knew someone would eventually come looking for it. A murmur ran through the room. From the front row, Marguerite Delacroix spoke for the first time. Her voice carried the texture of someone who did not need to raise it. Miss Vossing, you speak of preservation with considerable certainty for someone who never met this grandmother. Savata turned to face her. I speak of preservation as an archivist. The binding thread matches the period. The seal is consistent with the Heliodor stamp retired in 1962. The ink composition matches other authenticated samples from the 1590 witness set. She held Delacroix's gaze. I authenticated the document before I read it. I read it before I trusted it. And I trusted it only after Brother Calix confirmed the witness sequence against the original index card my grandmother filed in 1954. She did not look away. That is not certainty. That is method. Delacroix's eyes tracked her with patience. A method that has led you to stand before this court and accuse a fellow archivist of deliberate falsification. I have accused Gervin Olt of transmitting an incomplete version, Svana said. The evidence supports that accusation. His version omitted the preface, the counterclauses, and the conditional valuation schedule. Those omissions are not errors, they are structural. Remove the preface, and the covenant appears to place the human staff first in obligation. Remove the counterclauses, and the protections disappear. Remove the conditional schedule, and the covenant becomes a demand rather than a shield. She looked at Delacroix. If that is falsification, I did not create it. I only documented it. The room fell silent. Then, from the third row, a voice Svana did not recognize spoke. A compelling performance. A man rose from his seat near the back of the donor section. He was older, silver-haired, with a face that had learned patience through decades of watching. His suit was expensive but understated, the kind that did not announce itself. He did not look at Svana. He looked at Faber. Mr. the Prefer. I represent a consortium of families whose names appear on the 1,589 non-disclosure orders attached to the original covenant. He paused. We have waited a very long time for this document to surface, and we have questions that Miss Vossing's testimony has not addressed. He turned to face her. Questions about the authorization chain that permitted the 1954 transfer. Questions about whether the sealed crate contained all the original witness statements, or only the ones that support the interpretation presented here today. He smiled, thin and cold. And questions about why the archivist who recovered this covenant is also the granddaughter of the archivist who sealed it. The cold at Svana's chest surged. She felt it move, spreading down toward her stomach, and she understood, with a clarity that made her stomach drop, that this was not a challenge she could answer with method. This was a question about blood, and the answer mattered more than she had prepared for. Chapter 42. Miklos Faber did not raise his voice. The challenge is noted. He turned to Svana with that same courteous stillness. Ms. Vossing, you will address the chain of custody, every link, from the crate's arrival in July 1954 to the moment you broke the seal. The room settled into silence. Svana felt the cold at her chest pulse once, then steady. She placed her palm flat against the leather volume still resting on the lectern. The crate arrived at Heliodor Vault on July 12, 1954. Accession log entry number 4491. Transport authorization signed by Wulfric Brackett. Receipt acknowledged by J. Vossing, head conservator. She looked at the silver-haired man. That is the first link in the chain. 2 signatures, 1 vampire director, 1 human archivist, both on record. She moved her hand from the volume to the stack of papers Dagmar had handed her before the hearing began. The crate was inspected upon arrival. Condition report filed. Storage assignment sublevel 3, shelf B-7. The report notes that the crate's seal matched the Heliodor stamp then in use, with an additional impression that the inspecting conservator could not identify. She held up the condition report. The inspecting conservator initialed the form. The initials are J. Vossing. A murmur ran through the room. So your grandmother inspected her own shipment, the silver-haired man said, and noted nothing irregular. His grandmother noted an unidentified impression on the seal, Svana said. She recorded it. She did not conceal it. That is what archivists do. We record what we cannot explain so that someone later may be able to. She set the condition report down and picked up the next document. Crate remains sealed and undisturbed for 69 years. Sublevel 3 temperature and humidity logs confirm no access events until this week. The seal itself was intact when I broke it. Brother Calix can confirm the seal's integrity matched the 1954 impression on file. She paused. There is no gap in the chain. The crate was sealed. It was stored. It was opened. The only question is whether you believe the woman who sealed it also tampered with it. The silver-haired man said nothing. Marguerite Delacroix leaned forward slightly. And the witness statements inside the crate, Miss Vossing, did you compare them against the index card your grandmother filed separately? Svana had expected this question. She had prepared for it the way she prepared for any archival challenge, by knowing the evidence better than her questioner. I did. The witness sequence in the crate matches the index card J. Vossing filed on July 11, 1954. Card number 4491A, field 1 day before the crate arrived. The sequence, the signatures, the notary marks, all correspond. She held up the index card. Brother Calix confirmed the correspondence this morning. He also confirmed that the ink composition and binding thread of the witness statements match the 1590 standards. There is no evidence of substitution, interpolation, or alteration at any point in the chain. She placed the card back on the lectern. The chain of custody is intact. The evidence is authentic. The covenant is complete. The room held its breath. Then Soren Halvers spoke again. Complete. He said the word as though tasting it. Or complete enough to support the interpretation you have already chosen. Svana turned to face him. You may disagree with my interpretation, she said. That is your right, but you cannot disagree with the evidence. The evidence stands regardless of what either of us believes. Halvers' jaw tightened. The evidence has been curated by your bloodline, authenticated by your witness, and presented by your hand. Forgive me if I do not mistake procedural completeness for impartiality. Then test it, Svana said. The room went still. She looked at Halvers and did not look away. Test every link. Call your own paleographer. Examine the binding thread, analyze the ink, compare the seal impression against the retired Heliodor stamp. If you find a single evidentiary flaw, name it. She waited. Nobody spoke. If you cannot name a flaw, Svana said, then the chain stands. She turned back to the lectern and placed both hands flat on the leather volume. The covenant is complete. The protections are valid. The staff of the Heliodor vault are not collectible property. They are not dormant debts waiting to be called. They are people who have worked under a shield that has never failed because its architect bound himself first. She looked at Wulfric. He stood very still, his hands clasped behind his back, his face carved into that mask she had once mistaken for coldness. But his eyes met hers, and she saw raw trust there, to do what she came here to do. She looked back at the room. Ask your questions, but ask them about the evidence, because that is all I have to offer you. The silence stretched. Then, from the back of the room, a voice Svana had not expected to hear. If I may. Gervin Olt rose from a chair near the conservation room door. He had been there the entire time, silent, watching. His face was composed, his suit was still immaculate. But there was something in his eyes that Svana had never seen before. Loss. Mr. Faber. Gervin's voice carried the same warm precision it always had. I would like leave to address the court. Faber studied him for a long moment. You were not called as a witness, Mr. Olt. No. Gervin's hands hung loose at his sides. I was not. But I am the archivist whose transmission has been called incomplete, and I believe I owe the court a clarification. Chapter 43. The room held its breath. Svana turned to watch Gervin walk forward, and she saw what the other saw. A man of precision and reputation voluntarily stepping into hostile territory. His shoes made soft sounds on the parquet. His hands hung loose at his sides. He stopped at the edge of the empty space before the first row of chairs and faced Miklos Faber. I will not take long, Gervin said, and I will not dispute the evidence Miss Vossing has presented. The covenant is authentic. The witness sequence is correct. The counterclauses are properly interleaved. A murmur passed through the donors. Svana kept her face still. He was conceding everything she had fought to establish, which meant he was about to take something else. I transmitted an incomplete version to 3 parties on the night of the gala. Gervin's voice carried the same warm precision it always had, but there was something stripped beneath it now, a man speaking without a script. I did so deliberately. I omitted the preface, the counterclauses, and the conditional valuation schedule. I made the text say what I needed it to say. Soren Halvers made a sound low in his throat. You admit falsification. I admit selection. Gervin turned to face Halvers directly. There is a difference. I did not alter a single word. I chose which words to transmit. That is not forgery. It is argument. He looked back at the room. And the argument I was making was this, that a covenant which had been hidden for 4 centuries could not be trusted because the man who hid it had made himself the sole arbiter of what the truth meant. Svana's fingers tightened on the lectern edge. She saw where he was going now. Gervin walked a few steps closer to the center of the room, turning slowly as he spoke, including everyone. Miss Vossing has proven the covenant is authentic. She has proven the protections exist. She has proven that Wulfric Brackett placed his own name first so that penalties would fall on him before any human servant. He stopped. I do not dispute any of that. He paused. But I ask this room to consider what else she has proven. He looked at Svana, and the loss in his eyes had sharpened into something else. Not hostility, something closer to grief. She has proven that the director of the Heliodor vault concealed the full structure of the Covenant for 436 years. That he allowed his own staff to believe they were employed under one set of terms, while the real protections were locked in a crate she had to break open. That he authorized a secret transfer in 1954, a transfer carried out by her own grandmother, and then never spoke of it again. The donors shifted. The silver-haired man from the consortium leaned forward. Miss Vossing has proven, Gervin said, that the man she loves kept a truth from her that would have changed every choice she made, every risk she took, every night she spent wondering whether she could trust him. Svana's chest went cold. Not the mark. Something deeper. There is a word for that, Gervin said quietly, and it is not protection. It is not stewardship. It is not love. He faced the room. The word is control. A donor near the back made a sound of agreement. Marguerite Delacroix did not move, but her eyes tracked Gervin with something like approval. Soren Halvers sat very still, his jaw working. Mr. Olt. Miklos Faber's voice cut through the murmur. Are you arguing that the Covenant is invalid because it was concealed? I am arguing that a protective secret is still a secret. Gervin turned to face Faber. And that a man who decides alone what others may know has placed himself above the very people he claims to protect. That is not stewardship, that is sovereignty. He looked at Svana, and Miss Vossing knows this, because she said as much to me before she ever found the full text. She told me that secrecy without accountability rots into tyranny, that records only protect people when their truth can survive scrutiny. The room went very still. Svana felt the words land like stones. She had said those things, to Gervin, in the corridor hours before the hearing. She had been arguing against Wulfric's secrecy, against the years of silence, against the choice he had made to carry the burden alone. And now Gervin was using her own ethics as a weapon, not against the Covenant, against Wulfric. He was not attacking the text. He was not disputing the evidence. He was doing something far more dangerous. He was making the Ream see Wulfric's protection as Wulfric's prison. He was making them choose between the truth she had proven and the trust she had given. Mr. Olt, Svana's voice came out steady. She did not know how. You are very good at this. Gervin turned to face her fully. I am not trying to be good at anything, he said. I am trying to say what you have been afraid to say aloud. That Wulfric Brackett chose for you, for decades, for centuries, and that no matter how noble his intention, that choice was not yours to make. Svana held his gaze. I chose to be here, she said. I chose to present the Covenant. I chose to stand in this room and bind my name to its terms. After he was forced to tell you the truth, Gervin said softly. After you found the crate, after you broke the seal, after you gave him no choice. The words hit exactly where he meant them to. She saw Wulfric shift, just slightly, from the corner of her vision. He did not speak. He did not defend himself, because he could not argue with it. Every word Gervin said was true, and that was the worst part. Miss Vossing, Marguerite Delacroix, spoke for the first time since Gervin rose. Her voice was low, almost courteous. Mr. All raises a question the court must consider. Not about the Covenant's authenticity, but about its governance. She leaned forward slightly. A protective instrument concealed by a single authority for 4 centuries. A human staff who were never told the full terms of their own safety. An archivist who had to discover the truth by breaking a seal her own grandmother placed. She paused. Is that a covenant you wish to defend? Or is it a system you wish to reform? The question hung in the air. Svana felt the weight of every pair of eyes in the room. Gervin had not attacked the evidence. He had attacked the architecture of trust, and he had used her own words to do it. She looked at Wulfric. He met her eyes, and she saw the raw trust still there, but she also saw something else. Acceptance. He knew what Gervin was doing. He knew it was working, and he was not going to stop it. He was going to let her decide. Svana turned back to the room. "The covenant is authentic," she said. "The protections are valid. The staff are safe." She looked at Marguerite Delacroix. "But I did not come here to defend the way it was governed. I came here to change it." She stepped away from the lectern. "Mr. Olt is correct. Wulfric Brackett held this truth alone for 4 centuries. He chose concealment over consent. He believed protection justified secrecy." She looked at Gervin. "But he is standing in this room right now, watching me speak, and he has not said a word in his own defense, because he agreed, before we walked through those doors, that I would present the truth as I saw it, that I would speak for myself, that I would choose." She held Gervin's gaze. "He gave me that choice, freely, before I ever stood at this lectern." Gervin's jaw tightened. "Did he?" Gervin asked softly. "Or did you take it?" The room went silent. Svana felt the cold spread across her chest, slow and inexorable, as she realized the question had no clean answer. Chapter 44. The room held its breath. Svana felt the question like a blade pressed to her throat. "Did he give you that choice, or did you take it?" She looked at Wulfric. He had not moved. His hands were still clasped behind his back, his face still the carved mask she had once mistaken for coldness. But his eyes held hers, and she saw nothing there but patience. He would let her answer. He would let her say whatever she needed to say, and he would accept it. That was the truth Gervin could not weaponize. "I took it," Svana said, "and he let me." She turned back to Gervin. "Those are both true, and you know it." Gervin's jaw worked once, then stilled. "Miss Vossing." Miklos Faber's voice cut through the silence with surgical precision. "The court thanks Mr. Olt for his clarification, but the question before us is not who authorized Miss Vossing's testimony. The question is whether the complete covenant satisfies the original terms." He looked at Gervin. "And whether a deliberately incomplete transmission to interested parties constitutes a procedural violation that may itself trigger sanction." Gervin went still. He did not flinch. He did not step back. But Svana saw the calculation behind his eyes shift, recalculating the room's weight, the court's tolerance, the distance between his confession and its consequences. "The transmission was incomplete," he said carefully. "I have acknowledged that. I did not transmit the preface, the counterclauses, or the conditional valuation schedule." "To whom did you transmit?" Faber asked. Gervin hesitated. "3 parties," he said. "The Halgrim Collection's senior archivist, a cultural liaison office in Vienna, and the inner council of the oldest court." Faber's expression did not change. "3 transmissions," he said, "all incomplete, all omitting the structural elements that would have shown the covenant's protective intent, all designed to produce a predetermined conclusion." He looked at the room. "That is not an error. That is a legal act with consequences." Marguerite Delacroix shifted in her chair. "The court does not prosecute scholars for incomplete citations," she said, "unless the omission was intentional and the transmission was used to induce action from a third party." Faber's eyes did not leave Gervin. "Did you intend for the 3 recipients to act on your transmission?" Gervin was silent. "Mr. Olt," Faber's voice carried no heat. "I asked you directly. Did you intend for the recipients of your incomplete transmission to act on it as though it were complete?" "Yes," Gervin said. The word landed like a dropped stone. "Then you have answered the question," Faber said. "The false transmission may itself be sanctionable, but that determination will be made by the inner council, not by this preliminary hearing." He turned back to Svana. "Miss Vossing, you have presented the complete covenant. You have established chain of custody. You have answered the authority challenge. Is there anything further you wish to place on the record?" Svana felt the cold spreading across her chest, slow and inexorable, like ice water seeping through cloth. She had one more card. "Brother Calix," she said, "would you confirm, for the record, whether the omissions in Mr. Olt's transmission affect the legal meaning of the covenant?" Calix rose from his chair beside Dagmar. His monk's face was hollowed by too many hours in bad light, but his pale gray eyes were clear and steady. "An oath omitted is not merely an incomplete citation," he said. "It is a structural distortion. The preface establishes who bears first obligation. The counterclauses define the limits of enforcement. The conditional valuation schedule specifies the 3 failures required before any penalties can be assessed. He looked at Gervin. Without these elements, the transmitted text presents a covenant that appears to grant unilateral power over human staff without reciprocal obligation. That is legally false in effect, not merely incomplete in wording. Legally false, Faber repeated. Legally false, Calix confirmed. The text Gervin Olt transmitted would support a finding of voidable covenant. The full text, as presented by Miss Vossing, supports a finding of valid, enforced protections. The room shifted. Svana saw Marguerite Delacroix's eyes track from Calix to Gervin, and she saw something new in them. Not approval, not condemnation, calculation. Brother Calix. The silver-haired consortium representative rose again. Are you saying that the incomplete transmission, had it been accepted as the full record, would have led the court to void the covenant? Yes, Klex said. That is precisely what I am saying. And that the full text, as authenticated by Miss Vossing, would not? Correct. The silver-haired man sat down slowly. He did not look at Gervin. He looked at Svana, and his expression was unreadable. Then we have a problem, he said. Faber turned to face him. Define it. The problem, the silver-haired man said, is that 3 parties received a false representation of a binding covenant. If any of those parties acted on that representation, filed a claim, prepared a challenge, or made a move against the vault's protections, they acted on false grounds. He paused. Which means the false transmission has already caused harm. Gervin's face went very still. I transmitted to the inner council, he said. They have not acted. They would not act without full authentication. Mr. Holt. Faber's voice was quiet. You transmitted to 3 parties. You said so yourself. The inner council would wait for authentication, but the Halgrim Collection senior archivist and the Vienna Cultural Liaison Office have no such constraint. Gervin's mouth opened, closed. Did you consider that? Faber asked. You transmitted a false representation of a binding covenant to parties whose interests are not aligned with the Heliodor vault. Did you consider that they might act on it before authentication could be completed? Gervin's throat moved. I assumed they would wait. An assumption that put every human staff member at risk, Faber said, including the 11 on Appendix C. The room went cold. Svana felt the words land like a hammer. She had not thought of it that way. Gervin had transmitted to parties who might not wait for the court's process. The 11 names on Appendix C, all of them. She looked at Gervin and saw the calculation flicker, shift, and finally settle into something she had not seen before. Fear. Not of the court, of what he had done. The court will consider the full record, Faber said. The covenant is authentic, the protections are valid, the human staff are safe under its terms. He looked at Gervin. But the false transmission may itself trigger sanction. That will be decided by the inner council in closed session. He turned back to Svana. Miss Vossing, you have done what you came to do. The record is closed, pending the council's deliberation. Svana nodded slowly. She had won. The covenant was valid, the staff were safe, the evidence was accepted. But as she looked at Gervin's face, at the fear he could not quite hide, she realized the victory came with a cost she had not anticipated. Gervin had not only betrayed her, he had put everyone at risk. And the court would decide what price he would pay. Thank you, Brother Calix, Svana said softly. Calix inclined his head and sat down. The room began to stir, murmuring voices and shifting chairs, but Svana did not move. She stood at the lectern, the cold spreading across her chest, and looked at Wulfric. He met her eyes, and in that look, she saw the question that would not leave her. Did he give her the choice, or did she take it? The answer, she realized, might be both. And that was the hardest truth of all. Chapter 45. The silver-haired consortium representative did not sit down. He stood at his chair, hands resting on the back, and looked at Faber with the patience of a man who had waited 4 centuries for this moment. There is a question the court has not asked. Faber turned. Ask it. The covenant is authentic. The protections are valid. Miss Vossing has proven her case. The silver-haired man's voice carried no hostility, but the concealment remains. Wulfric Brackett held the full text for 4 centuries and chose not to disclose it. That decision has consequences the court cannot ignore, simply because the truth has now been spoken. The room went still. Svana felt the cold at her chest pulse once, twice, settling into a steady ache that matched her heartbeat. "State your question," Faber said. "Wulfric Brackett." The silver-haired man turned to face him directly. "Did you conceal the covenant's full structure, including the preface, counterclauses, and conditional valuation schedule, from every party outside the Heliodor vault for 436 years?" Wulfric did not flinch. "Yes." "And did you accept unilateral authority over the covenant's enforcement, making yourself the sole arbiter of when its protections applied and when they did not?" "I did, knowing that this concentration of power violated the oldest court's principles of collective witness and shared liability." Wulfric's jaw tightened. "I knew." The silver-haired man inclined his head. "Then the question is one of intent. Why?" Svana saw Wulfric's hands open at his sides, not a gesture of surrender, a release. "Because the covenant was written in a time of war," he said. "The oldest court was fractured. The houses that signed the non-disclosure orders had already begun positioning to claim the human workers as collateral. If the covenant had been submitted to collective witness in 1590, it would have been dismantled clause by clause, and every human who had served the vault would have become a blood debt note in someone else's ledger." He paused. "I made myself the single point of enforcement so that no one else could be destroyed in my place. I kept the full structure hidden because the full structure, including the protections, would have been the first thing the claimants moved to void." "And the price?" the silver-haired man asked. "I accepted it." "You accepted the price for yourself or for the staff?" "Both." Wulfric's voice was steady. "The covenant binds me first. If it falls, I fall. The protections remained in force until that moment. That was the architecture Vossing preserved, and that is the architecture Miss Vossing has now presented." The silver-haired man sat down. He looked at Faber. "The admission is sufficient." Faber nodded slowly. "Wulfric Brackett, you have confirmed under court witness that you concealed the covenant's full structure and accepted unilateral authority over its enforcement. The court acknowledges that this was done to preserve the human protections, but the concealment itself created a condition the oldest court cannot ignore." He paused. "When a single person holds exclusive knowledge of a binding covenant, that person becomes the covenant's vulnerability. If you had been destroyed, the protections would have died with you. The human staff would have had no recourse, no record, no witness to challenge the claimants." Wulfric said nothing. "The court accepts the covenant as valid," Faber said. "The protections are enforceable. But the court also notes that Wulfric Brackett's concealment, however motivated, created an unacceptable concentration of risk." He looked at Svana. "The first penalty falls not on the covenant, Miss Vossing. It falls on the man who held it alone." Svana felt the cold surge. "Define the penalty," she said. Faber's expression did not change. "Wulfric Brackett's personal blood debt is now subject to review by the Inner Council. The same council that will determine Gervin Olt's sanction will determine whether Wulfric Brackett's 4 centuries of unilateral authority constitute a violation of the oldest court's principles of collective witness." He looked at Wulfric. "Your admission has protected the covenant, but it has opened you to punitive claims the court can no longer ignore." Wulfric met his eyes. "I know." The words landed like a stone in still water. Svana felt the cold spread down her chest, past her ribs, settling somewhere deep and cold. She had won. The covenant was valid. The staff were safe. But Wulfric had just offered himself as the price. "Wait!" Her voice came out sharper than she intended. "The covenant was structured so that Wulfric bore the first penalty. That was the entire point of the preface. He bound himself first so that no one else could be claimed in his place. If you now sanction him for the concealment that kept the protections intact, you are punishing him for the very architecture that made the protections enforceable." Faber turned to her. "The court understands the argument, Miss Vossing, but the architecture you describe also made Wulfric Brackett the covenant's single point of failure. The oldest court cannot accept that risk in perpetuity." "Then reform the governance," she said. I proposed a new covenant with no hidden clauses and no unilateral authority. That proposal still stands. Wulfric has agreed to it. If you sanction him before the new covenant is drafted, you leave the staff unprotected during the transition. Faber's eyes tracked to the silver-haired man. The silver-haired man did not speak, but he did not nod either. The Inner Council will consider that argument, Faber said. In the meantime, the current covenant remains in force. The protections are valid. The staff are safe. He paused. But Wulfric Brackett's concealment has been entered into the record. The first penalty will be decided in closed session. He turned to the room. The hearing is adjourned until the Inner Council's deliberation. The words hum in the air. Svana did not move. She stood at the lectern, the cold pressed against her ribs, watching Wulfric remain still at the edge of the platform. His hands were open at his sides. His face was carved and ageless, and she saw for the first time that he had known this would happen. He had known the moment he admitted the truth, and he had done it anyway. Wulfric. He looked at her. The room was emptying. Donors filing out, staff murmuring, affiliates rising and turning. But he did not move. I knew the cost, he said. I accepted it the night I bound myself first. You should have told me. You would have done the same, he said, and I would not have let you. The cold at her chest pulsed. She wanted to argue. She wanted to pull him out of the room and demand he take it back. But he was right. She would have offered herself, and he would have stopped her. Miss Vossing, she turned. Faber stood at the edge of the platform, his folder closed, his expression unreadable. The Inner Council will deliberate at dawn. You will be informed of the decision. He paused. I suggest you use the hours wisely. He turned and walked toward the corridor. Svana stood alone at the lectern, the covenant volume still open before her, the words of the preface still visible in their precise 16th century ink. I bind myself first. She looked at Wulfric. He was still watching her, and in his eyes she saw not fear, not resignation, but the same raw trust he had shown her from the beginning. The trust that she would choose, and the trust that she would bear the cost of whatever came next. Chapter 46. The room had not finished emptying. Svana stood at the lectern with the covenant volume still open, her hands flat on the edges of the 16th century binding, and watched donors file toward the corridor in clusters of murmured conversation. The silver-haired consortium representative paused at the doorway, his back to her, then continued without turning. She looked at Faber. The hearing is adjourned. You said dawn, her voice carried. A few heads turned near the doorway. That is 6 hours. What do you expect me to do with 6 hours while the Inner Council decides whether to sanction the man who built the protections that just saved everyone in this room? Faber stopped. He turned slowly, his folder still closed, his face carrying that polished courtesy she had learned to read as a warning. The council will deliberate at dawn regardless of what you do with the hours between. Then deliberate on something useful. She stepped around the lectern, the cold shifting across her ribs. Wulfric's concealment preserved the covenant for 4 centuries. It also concentrated authority in a single office with no public accountability. Those 2 facts are both true. The question is whether the court wants to punish the concealment or reform the structure that made it necessary. Faber's eyes tracked to where Wulfric stood near the wall. Wulfric had not moved. His hands were open at his sides. His face was carved and unreadable. But she saw the tension in his shoulders, the way he held himself still, the same posture he had worn the night she first opened the unlisted ledger and found his name in 16th century ink. Miss Vossing. Faber's voice carried no edge. What exactly are you proposing? An immediate public restatement of the human protections under court witness. She kept her hands still on the volume. Not a renegotiation, a restatement. The same terms, the same obligations, but spoken into the record in plain language, with no hidden clauses and no unilateral enforcement authority. The staff's protections remain continuous, no gap, no vulnerability. And Wulfric's office accepts limits on private control in exchange for the court's acceptance of the covenant as valid. The room had gone quiet. The donors near the doorway had stopped moving. Faber studied her for a long moment. The oldest court does not accept partial remedies during a penalty review. Then give it something to review that is not a punishment. She felt the cold pulse at her sternum. The court wants accountability. I am offering it. A governance structure where no single person holds the covenant alone, where human staff have a named guarantor with standing to challenge decisions, where the record is public to every signatory. That addresses the court's concern without voiding the protections that have kept the staff safe for 4 centuries. Faber set his folder on the edge of the nearest chair. You are asking the court to accept a covenant that its own director concealed for 436 years. I am asking the court to accept a covenant that its director just authenticated in full and offered as evidence against himself. She met his eyes. He did not hide the volume. He produced it. He admitted the concealment. He accepted the penalty before you named it. That is not the behavior of a man trying to preserve his own power. No, Faber said quietly. It is the behavior of a man who has already decided what he is willing to lose. The words landed. She felt them in the cold place beneath her ribs. Faber looked at Wulfric. Is that accurate, Director Brackett? Wulfric met his eyes. I am willing to lose whatever the court requires to keep the protections intact. Even the directorship? The question hung. Yes. Svana felt the word like a blade between her ribs. Faber turned back to her. The court will consider a restatement of the protections under 3 conditions. He held up one finger. First, Heliodor accepts permanent limits on private control. No single signatory may hold enforcement authority without a human witness counter-signature on every action that affects the staff's safety. He held up a second finger. Second, the governance structure must name a human guarantor with independent standing. Someone who is not Wulfric Brackett, not a court appointee, and not a member of the vampire dynasties whose debts the covenant regulates. He held up a third finger. Third, that guarantor must be named before dawn. The cold at her chest spread. She understood. The guarantor was not a position that could be filled by anyone willing to sign. It was a risk that no one in their right mind would accept. Because the guarantor would stand between the human staff and the oldest court. The guarantor would be the first name called when a challenge arose. The guarantor would bear the weight of every future contestation exactly the way Wulfric had borne it for 4 centuries, except without the authority to control the covenant. Faber was watching her. You see the cost, Miss Vossing. Yes. And you understand that the court will not accept a guarantor who has not volunteered freely. Yes. Then I suggest you use the hours before dawn to find someone willing to carry that weight. He picked up his folder. Because if no one volunteers, the council will have no choice but to rule that the covenant's protections are voidable until a suitable governance structure can be negotiated. And that negotiation could take months. He paused. During which the staff would be exposed. He turned and walked toward the corridor. The donors followed. The affiliates followed. The room emptied until only Svana, Wulfric, and the open volume remained. The cold at her chest settled into something steady and patient. She looked at Wulfric. You knew. I suspected that he would ask for a human guarantor. I suspected he would ask for you. The words landed. She felt them in her throat, in her hands, in the cold that had become part of her breathing. He did not ask, she said. Not yet. She looked at the volume. The preface was still visible. I bind myself first. She turned the page. The witness sequence. The counter clauses. The valuation schedule that had never been triggered because Wulfric had never failed. She traced her finger along the margin where her grandmother's index card had been filed. The one that had preserved the witness sequence against the rearrangement. The one that had made it possible for Svana to stand in this room and prove the covenant was whole. Vossing had not asked permission. She had done what the truth required. And she had died the same month. You are not your grandmother, Wulfric said. I know. Her choices were her own. The consequences were also her own. I know. Svana closed the volume. The cold at her chest pressed against her ribs like a hand. She looked at Wulfric. I need to find someone who will name me as guarantor before dawn. His eyes held hers. The only signature that matters for that is your own. Chapter 47. The door had barely clicked shut behind Faber when the first donor rose from the gilt chairs. A woman in steel gray silk, her face a careful arrangement of polite concern. She did not look at Svana. She looked at the empty lectern where the Covenant volume still lay open. "Director Brackett," her voice carried. "The court has accepted the text, but the governance question remains unresolved. Heliodor cannot operate without a named human guarantor. The staff cannot continue sensitive work under avoidable covenant." Wulfric did not move from where he stood beside the reading table. "The hearing has adjourned until dawn." "The hearing has adjourned," the woman agreed. "But the vault does not close. Collections continue, accessions continue. Staff continue to handle covenanted material that carries binding force." She paused. "If the protections are voidable during negotiation, every action taken between now and the guarantor's naming carries risk for the human workers who perform it." Svana felt the cold shift beneath her ribs. The woman was not wrong. She was not even hostile. She was stating a legal reality that Faber had chosen not to state aloud. Several other donors had risen now. A man with silver at his temples, his hands clasped behind his back. A younger woman in dark blue, her eyes tracking the room with the patience of someone who had already calculated the outcome. The three affiliates had not left. Halvor stood near the wall, arms crossed. Dagmar had reclaimed her chair, her gown pooling around her like dried blood. Fenshirks leaned against the far doorframe, his thin smile aimed at nothing. "We are not asking for a ruling," the steel-gray woman continued. "We are asking for interim procedure, a pause on all human handling of covenanted material until a guarantor is named." Dagmar stepped forward from the side wall where she had been standing with Petra. "That would halt every active processing line in the vault." "The alternative," the woman said, "is that staff continue to bind themselves to covenants whose protections may lapse before the week ends." Dagmar's jaw tightened. She knew. Everyone in the room knew. A pause would not be a pause. A pause would be the beginning of a permanent freeze. Because no one would name a guarantor before dawn unless they were willing to bear the weight Wulfric had carried for 4 centuries. And the donors knew that too. Svana looked at the volume. The preface was still visible from where she stood. "I bind myself first." She looked at Wulfric. He was watching her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not fear. Not hope. Something between acceptance and surrender. He had already decided what he was willing to lose. He had already offered the directorship. He had already told her the only signature that mattered was her own. The cold at her chest pressed harder. She thought of J. Vossing. Her grandmother had filed an index card one day before the crate arrived. She had preserved the witness sequence. She had hidden the full covenant inside a sealed box that would not be opened for 69 years. She had done what the truth required, and she had died the same month. "You are not your grandmother," Wulfric had said. He was right. She was not. But she was the same blood. She was the same profession. She was standing in the same room with the same volume and the same question that J. Vossing had faced in July 1954. Do you preserve the truth, or do you protect yourself? Vacant turned to face the steel-gray woman. "The protections will not lapse." The woman's eyes narrowed. "Miss Vossing, I will serve as provisional witness until a permanent guarantor can be named." The words were out before she had fully decided to speak them. She felt them land in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Dagmar's head snapped toward her. Petra made a sound that might have been a breath or might have been a word. Wulfric did not move. The steel-gray woman studied Svana with new attention. "You are not a named guarantor." "No," Svana agreed. "I am a provisional witness. I carry no authority to control the covenant. I carry no power to restructure governance. But I am a human employee of the Heliodor vault, with standing to countersign actions that affect staff safety." "You are also 27 years old." "Yes." "You have been an archivist for 3 years." "Yes." "You are not senior staff." "Not yet." The woman's eyes held hers, riveting away. "What qualifies you to serve as witness?" Svana did not look away. "I am the person who authenticated the covenant. I am the person who presented it before the oldest court. I am the person who proved it was whole when others tried to prove it broken." She paused. "And I am the person who understands that the protections mean nothing if no one is willing to stand between the staff and the door." The room was silent. The cold at Svana's chest had stopped pressing. It had settled into something steady and warm, like a hand that had finally found its grip. The steel-gray woman looked at Wulfric. "Director Brackett, Does Miss Vossing have your endorsement for this role? Wulfric did not answer immediately. He looked at Svana. She saw his throat move. She saw the centuries in his eyes, the weight of every decision he had made alone, every burden he had carried without witness, every secret he had kept because he believed keeping it was the only way to protect the people he loved. Then he said, "She has my endorsement." The words were quiet. They were also absolute. The steel-gray woman nodded once. "Then the interim procedure is satisfied." She turned to the other donors. "The vault continues operations under provisional witness until dawn, when the permanent guarantor must be named." She walked toward the corridor. The others followed. Halvers pushed off the wall and left without looking back. Delacroix rose from her chair and followed at a measured pace. Fenchurch held the doorframe a moment longer, his thin smile catching the light, then stepped into the corridor and disappeared. The room emptied. Dagmar crossed to Svana. "What you just did, I know. You have no authority, no precedent, no institutional backing. I know. If a single challenge comes before dawn, you will be the first name called. Not Wulfric, not the council. You." "I know." Dagmar looked at her for a long moment. Then she said, "Your grandmother would be proud." She walked to the side table, gathered her portfolio, and left. Petra lingered. "You need sleep. I need to draft the provisional witness statement. After dawn, before dawn." Petra's jaw worked, but she said nothing. She followed Dagmar into the corridor. The door clicked shut. Svana stood alone with Wulfric in the open volume. The cold at her chest was no longer cold. It was warmth, spread across her ribs like a second skin. She looked at Wulfric. "You knew I would do that, I hoped. Before I knew myself? Before you trusted yourself." She closed the volume. The weight of it in her hands was the weight of 4 centuries, the weight of her grandmother's choice, the weight of her own. She looked at Wulfric. "I need to find a notary. There is one in the anteroom." "Dagmar is still there. She will not refuse you." Svana nodded. She carried the volume toward the door. Wulfric's voice stopped her. "Svana!" She turned. He was standing where she had left him, his hands at his sides, his face bare in a way she had never seen it. "I love you." The words landed. She felt them in the warm place beneath her ribs. "I know," she said. She walked through the door. The anteroom was empty. Dagmar notary station was still set up, the seal on the table, the ink pot open. Svana set the volume down. She found a blank form in the drawer. She wrote, "I, Svana Vossing, archivist of the Heliodor vault, do hereby serve as provisional witness to the covenant of 1590 and its protections, effective immediately and continuing until a permanent human guarantor is named, according to the conditions set by the oldest court's legal attaché." She signed. She pressed the seal. The ink was still wet when the door behind her opened. She turned. A courier stood in the doorway, his face pale, an envelope in his hand. "Miss Vossing." "Yes." "A message from the inner council." He held out the envelope. She took it. The seal was not Heliodor's. It was the crescent moon, stamped in black wax. She broke it. The message was 4 lines. "The inner council has reviewed the provisional witness filing. We acknowledge the interim measure. The permanent guarantor must be named by dawn. Failure to do so will void the covenant entirely." The courier was already gone. Svana stood alone in the anteroom, the message in her hand, the moon seal broken, and the cold at her chest, suddenly cold again. Chapter 48. The message hung in her hand, the crescent moon seal broken into 2 dark halves. Svana read the 4 lines again. "The permanent guarantor must be named by dawn. Failure to do so will void the covenant entirely." The cold at her chest spread across her collarbone, slow and deliberate, like ink bleeding into unprepared paper. She folded the message and slid it into her pocket. The anteroom was silent. The notary station still held the impression of Dagmar's seal. The ink on Svana's provisional statement had dried to a dull finish. She needed to find Miklos Faber. She needed to speak the words aloud, into the record, before the council could issue another directive. The corridor was empty. The main reading room had been restored to its ordinary arrangement during the hours she had spent drafting. The gilt chairs were gone. The lectern stood against the far wall, unlit. A single lamp burned at the catalog desk, where a night clerk she did not recognize sat watching her with careful neutrality. "Miss Vossing?" The voice came from behind her. She turned. Miklos Faber stood in the doorway of the conservation room, his dark hair catching the low light, his hands clasped behind his back in a posture that mirrored Wulfric's, but carried none of the same weight. "You received the council's message." "I did. And you have an answer." It was not a question. "I do." Faber stepped aside and gestured into the conservation room. She walked past him. The room was prepared. A single chair faced the long work table where the Covenant volume lay open to the preface, and a recording device sat at the far end with its red light already glowing. Faber closed the door behind them. "Speak your name and title for the record." She sat in the chair. The volume lay open before her. The preface faced upward, Wulfric's handwriting visible in the margin, the words she had read 100 times in the past hours. "Svana Vossing, archivist of the Heliodor vault. State your purpose." "I am here to enter my provisional witness into the permanent record of the Covenant of 1590. Faber moved to the far end of the table and stood behind the recording device. His face was unreadable in the dim light. "The council requires formal language." She had prepared for this. She pulled the folded statement from her pocket and set it on the table beside the open volume. "I, Svana Vossing, do hereby enter my name as provisional witness to the Covenant of 1590, its protections, its obligations, and its penalties, effective immediately and continuing until a permanent human guarantor is named according to the conditions set by the oldest court's legal attaché." She paused. The cold at her chest shifted, settling deeper, like a hand pressing through skin toward bone. "I acknowledge that my name shall be bound to this covenant as a party subject to its terms, its enforcement, and its consequences. I accept the weight of this binding without reservation." Faber waited. She looked at him. "That is my answer." The recording device's red light did not flicker. Faber reached into his jacket and produced a folded document. He set it on the table beside the volume, oriented toward her, and stepped back. "Read this before you sign." She unfolded it. The document was shorter than she expected. 3 paragraphs, legal language, witness statements, a single line at the bottom that read, "By signing below, the undersigned accepts that any challenge to the Heliodor Vault's covenant, its protections, or its governance shall name the undersigned as a party of record, with all attendant liabilities and standing." The cold at her chest pressed harder. "Attendant liabilities. Claims against the covenant will name you as a respondent. Challenges to its validity will name you as a witness with burden of proof. Attempts to void, renegotiate, or transfer the protections will require your countersignature or your explicit refusal." "And if I refuse?" "Then the council considers your provisional witness withdrawn, and the vacancy stands, leaving the staff exposed, leaving Petra, Dagmar, the 11 names on Appendix C, and every human who had trusted the vault's protections, standing in the gap between the oldest court's patience and the dawn deadline." Svana picked up the pen that lay beside the document. She signed. The ink was black and final. Faber collected the document, folded it, and tucked it into his jacket. "The council will acknowledge your filing within the hour." "And the permanent guarantor?" "You have until dawn." He did not move toward the door. "Something else?" Faber's head tilted slightly. "You understand what you have just done." "I understand the legal terms. That is not what I asked." She met his eyes. "I have bound my name to a covenant that has survived 4 centuries of concealment, 2 generations of secrecy, and 1 attempted coup by a rival institution. I have made myself visible to every blood debt claimant, every political heir, and every faction in the oldest court who believes the Heliodor vault should fall." Faber's expression did not change. "Then you understand." He turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold, he stopped. "One more thing, Miss Vossing." She waited. The council's message mentioned the permanent guarantor must be named by dawn. It did not specify who that guarantor must be. He was gone. The door clicked shut. Svana sat alone in the conservation room, the recording device's red light still glowing, The Covenant volume opened at the preface, and the cold at her chest, now steady and settled, like a second heart beating beneath her ribs. She looked at her signature. The ink had dried. Her name was in the record, and any challenge to Heliodor would now name her first. She folded the provisional statement and slipped it into her pocket beside the crescent moon message. The cold did not warm. It waited. She rose from the chair and walked to the door. The corridor was empty. The night clerk at the catalog desk looked up as she passed. She did not stop. The main reading room was dark, except for the single lamp. The lectern stood against the far wall, untouched. The gilt chairs were gone, but the space still held the acoustic memory of voices, arguments, accusations, and the weight of every name that had been spoken into the record. She walked to the center of the room and stopped. The cold at her chest pressed once. Then it settled. She stood alone under the dim light, her name entered into the oldest covenant in the Heliodor vault, and the hours until dawn counting down in silence. Chapter 49. The main reading room held its darkness like a held breath. Vovana stood at the center, the cold at her chest, steady and patient. Her name already entered into the record, her signature already dry on the document that bound her to a covenant 4 centuries old. The hours until dawn stretched and contracted in her awareness. She did not sit. She did not reach for the lamp. The cold pressed against her sternum like a hand that had been waiting for permission to close. The door opened. Dagmar stepped through, her face carved into the expression she wore when delivering news that could not be softened. "They want you in the anteroom. Closed to negotiation." Svana did not move. "How many?" "Faber. The 3 affiliates. Wulfric. Not Gervin. Gervin is in the conservation wing under observation. The council has not yet ruled on his sanction." Svana's chest tightened. The cold shifted, settling deeper. "What are they negotiating?" Dagmar's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Acceptance of the text does not settle punishment, or authorship, or custody of power." The words landed like stones. Silvoir walked toward the door. The anteroom had been rearranged. The document scanner and notary station were gone. In their place stood a rectangular table with 5 chairs, 1 at the head, 2 along each side. Faber sat at the head. Marguerite Delacroix occupied the left side, her gown the color of dried blood pooling around her chair. Solon Halvers stood against the far wall, arms crossed. Allard Fenchurch had lowered himself into the right-side chair with the unhurried precision of a man who had all the time in the world. Wulfric stood near the window, his back to the room, his hands clasped behind him. He turned when she entered. His face was unreadable, but his eyes met hers with the same raw trust she had seen in the hearing room, the same acceptance of whatever she chose to do next. She took the empty chair across from Delacroix. Faber waited until the door clicked shut behind Dagmar, who remained standing against the wall. "The court has accepted the unedited covenant as authentic and binding. The protections for all human staff remain in force. The transmission by Gervin Olt is declared legally false in effect, and his sanction will be determined by the inner council in closed session." He paused. "That is the end of the public portion of this matter." The cold at Svana's chest pressed once. She kept her voice steady. "What is the private portion?" Faber's head tilted. "The oldest court does not accept a covenant without understanding who holds its keys, and who will hold them next." Halvers pushed off the wall. 436 years of unilateral authority. One man's judgment as the condition of every human life under this roof. And you expect us to accept the same structure with a different name attached? "I expect nothing," Svana said. "I am asking what the court requires." Delacroix's voice was silk over iron. "What we require, Miss Vossing, is a guarantee that the Heliodor vault will not become a private inheritance passed from one controlled hand to another. The covenant is valid, the protections stand, but the governance must be restructured," Faber finished. "Public limits on private control, a human guarantor with independent standing, a counter-signature requirement for all enforcement actions." "The conditions from last night," Svana said, "still in force, with one addition." The room went quiet. Faber folded his hands on the table. "The permanent guarantor must be named by dawn," and the council's message did not specify who that guarantor must be. Svana's throat tightened. She had already considered the possibility. She had felt it forming in her chest since she signed the provisional witness document. The only name that made sense. The only name that carried standing, knowledge of the Covenant's full architecture, and the willingness to stand between the staff and the door. But saying it aloud would make it real. "I am the provisional witness," she said. "I authenticated the text. I presented it whole. I signed the liability document. I have standing." Delacroix's eyes tracked her with patience. Standing is not authority. Authority can be granted. By whom? Svana looked at Wulfric. He had not moved from the window. His hands were still clasped behind his back. His face was still unreadable. But his voice, when it came, was steady. "By the director of the Heliodor vault." Halvers made a sound low in his throat. "You would endorse a 27-year-old archivist with 3 years of seniority as the permanent guarantor of a covenant that has protected this institution for 4 centuries. Endorse, Wulfric said, is not the same as appoint. The court requires a named human guarantor. I am naming Svana Vossing as the candidate. The court may confirm or reject." The cold at Svana's chest climbed, not spreading, rising. It moved past her collarbone toward her throat. She kept her voice level. "The council's deadline is dawn. You are asking me to accept a position that carries the same weight Wulfric carried for 4 centuries, without the authority to control the covenant, and with every blood debt claimant in the oldest court now knowing my name." Faber's expression did not change. "I am not asking you to accept it. I'm telling you that if no permanent guarantor is named by dawn, the covenant voids, the protections dissolve, and every human under this roof becomes claimable under dormant blood debt law." The cold reached the hollow of her throat. She felt it pulse there, steady and patient, like a second heart pressing against the base of her skull. "You knew," she said, "when you first arrived. You knew this would come to me." Faber's head tilted. "I knew the covenant required a human guarantor. I did not know who would be willing to bear it." Svana looked at Wulfric. He was watching her with the same expression she had seen in the corridor after the hearing, after he had declared his love and she had said, "I know." Acceptance. Surrender. Love that did not ask for anything in return. She looked at the table, at her hands, at the cold mark on her chest that had been with her since the night she opened the ledger. "Then we draft the terms," she said. "Before dawn, I will accept the permanent guarantor role under 4 conditions." Faber's eyebrow lifted. "Name them." "First, the covenant must be rewritten in public language, with no hidden clauses, no marginal cross-references, no omissions that can be weaponized by selective transmission." Acceptable. "Second, all enforcement actions require countersignature by a human staff council, not by me alone, not by the director, not by the court. A rotating body of at least 3 human employees elected by their peers." Delacroix's lips pressed together. "That is unprecedented." "Then let it set precedent." Faber nodded. "Continue." "Third, the court's claim to dormant blood debt on any human employee of the Heliodor vault is permanently voided as a condition of my acceptance. No future filing, no procedural loophole, no activation clause." Halfer's jaw tightened. "The oldest court will not. The oldest court will decide whether they want a named guarantor or a voided covenant. Those are the 2 options." Silence. Faber broke it. "And the 4th condition?" Svana met his eyes. The council's message arrived with a broken crescent moon seal. "I want to know who broke it, and I want to know what the 2 halves represent." The room went still. Faber's face did not change, but something in his posture shifted. A fraction of a degree. A recognition. "That is not a condition I can satisfy before dawn." "Then satisfy it after." "And my acceptance of the first 3 conditions?" Faber looked at Delacroix, at Halvers, at Fenchurch. Delacroix inclined her head. Halvers did not move. Fenchurch smiled his thin, cold smile. Faber turned back to Svana. "Accepted." The cold at her throat pulsed once. Then it began to spread. Not slowly, not steadily. It climbed. Toward her jaw, toward the base of her tongue. She stood. "I need to see the draft terms before they are presented." Faber gestured toward the door. The anteroom door will remain open. The conservation wing has a full notary station. You have until dawn. She walked past Wulfric without stopping. His voice caught her at the threshold. Svanen? She turned. He had not moved. His hands were still clasped behind his back. His face was still carved into composure, but his eyes held hers. Your grandmother would be proud. The cold at her throat rose higher. She did not answer. She walked into the corridor. The night clerk had vanished. The catalog desk was dark. The main reading room was empty, the lamp still burning at the far wall. She walked toward the conservation wing. The cold reached the roof of her mouth, and then it stopped. Not fading, not retreating, waiting, as if the mark knew exactly how much time remained. She pushed open the conservation room door. Petra was there. The notary station was set up, and on the table, beside a blank witness form, lay a single sheet of paper covered in her grandmother's handwriting. She picked it up. The first line read, "If you are reading this, you have already signed your name to the covenant. I am sorry, and I am proud." The cold pressed against the back of her throat like a hand closing. Chapter 50. The cold at her throat did not retreat. It waited. Svana lowered the letter. Her grandmother's handwriting slanted forward, the same angle she remembered from birthday cards that had stopped arriving when she was 12. If you are reading this, you have already signed your name to the covenant. I'm sorry, and I am proud. She read the next line. I cannot tell you what you will face. I can only tell you that I saw it coming, and I chose to leave you the tools instead of the warning. The cold pressed deeper. Petra stood at the notary station, her arms crossed, her face unreadable. The conservation room smelled of resin and old paper, the same smell that had followed Svana home every night for 3 years. Is it bad? Petra asked. Svana looked up. It's my grandmother's handwriting. I meant the mark. Svana touched her throat. The skin felt cool, not cold, but the sensation beneath it sat like a stone lodged under her windpipe. I don't know yet. Petra moved to the table. She did not reach for the letter, but her eyes scanned the visible lines. She knew you would find it. She knew I would sign. You haven't signed the permanent form yet. Svana looked at the blank witness form beside the letter. The notary's seal sat waiting. The ink was uncapped. The cold pulsed once, then settled. She folded the letter and tucked it into her pocket. The staff, she said. Where are they? Most went home when Dagmar dismissed them. A few are in the main reading room. They heard what happened. Heard what, exactly? That you stood in front of the oldest court and named yourself guarantor. Petra's voice carried something between pride and fear. That you put your name on the covenant, that the human staff are protected because of you. Fina closed her eyes. That was not the whole truth. The human staff were protected because the full covenant had been authenticated, because the oldest court had accepted it under pressure, because Faber had chosen to back the restructuring instead of the void. But the staff would not see the architecture. They would see her. She opened her eyes. I need to talk to them? Petra nodded. They're waiting. The corridor felt longer than it had an hour ago. The cold at Svana's throat moved with her, not spreading, keeping pace. A second heartbeat lodged beneath her skin, timing itself to her steps. She pushed open the reading room door. 7 people stood near the far wall. 3 junior catalogers she knew by sight, a conservation assistant from the night shift, 2 clerks from the intake desk, and 1 of the 11 names from Appendix C. A woman in her 40s Svana had seen at the staff entrance, but never spoken to. They turned when she entered. The silence held for 3 breaths. Then the 40s woman stepped forward. Is it true? Svana stopped. Which part? That you signed yourself as witness, that the covenant cannot be voided without your name on the record. The covenant was already accepted as authentic. The permanent guarantor is still being. That is not what I asked. The woman's voice was steady. Her eyes held the kind of exhaustion that came from years of working inside an institution that could not fully explain itself. I need to know, she said, whether I am safe putting my daughter through school here. Svana felt the weight of the question land between them. You are safe, she said. The protections are enforceable. The oldest court has accepted the covenant as binding. And you? The woman did not phrase it as a question. Svana held her gaze. Yes, and me. The woman nodded once, a small, tight motion, as if she had received the answer she needed and would not ask for more. The catalogers exchanged glances. One of them, a young man with ink-stained fingers, cleared his throat. Does Director Brackett still have authority over our assignments? Temporarily, Svana said, until the new governance terms are drafted. After that, enforcement actions require Human Staff Council counter-signature. What does temporarily mean? I do not know yet. The answer hung in the air. She saw the uncertainty pass through them. They had come for certainty. She had given them the only thing she had, the truth as she knew it, incomplete and still forming. The 40s woman stepped back. That is more than we had an hour ago, she said. Thank you. They left in twos, the door clicking shut behind the last one. Svana stood alone in the reading room. The cold at her throat had not moved. You could have told them you are not certain. She turned. Petra stood in the doorway. I am certain of the protections, Svana said. I am not certain of how long it will take to make them unassailable. And Wulfric? The question landed differently than the others. What about him? Petra crossed the room. Her sleeves were dusted with conservation grit, the same residue she carried every night. Did he know you would offer yourself as witness? The word hung between them. No. Svana thought of his face in the anteroom, his endorsement. The way he had said your grandmother would be proud without hesitation, without calculation. I think he suspected, she said. That is not the same as knowing. No, it is not. Petra studied her. He is in the main corridor, she said, waiting. Svana did not ask how Petra knew. She walked out of the reading room. The main corridor was empty. The lamps still burned at the far wall, casting long shadows across the marble floor. The gilt chairs from the hearing had been pushed against the wall, the room returning to its ordinary shape. Wulfric stood near the east window. His hands were clasped behind his back. His face was composed, carved into the same careful stillness he had worn through the entire hearing. But his eyes held hers the moment she stepped into the light. She stopped 10 feet from him. The cold at her throat matched the distance between them. You knew, she said. I suspected. Petra asked me the same question. I gave her the same answer. Wulfric did not look away. Suspicion is not certainty. I did not know you would name yourself until you did. I would not have asked it of you. You would have let the covenant void instead. His silence was the answer. The cold pressed harder. I read her letter, Svana said. My grandmother's. Wulfric's composure cracked, a fraction, a shift in his jaw. She left it for you, beside a blank witness form, as if she knew exactly which table I would stand at. Your grandmother, Wulfric said slowly, knew the cost of what she was building. She preserved the architecture because she believed someone would come who could carry it. And she thought that someone would be me. I believe she hoped. The word landed differently than knew. Svana looked down at her hands. The cold at her throat had begun to spread, not downward, upward, toward her jaw. She lifted her eyes. I need to draft the permanent terms before dawn. I know, and I need to know who broke the crescent moon seal. Wulfric's face tightened. The fourth condition. Yes. I do not know who broke it, he said, but I know what the two halves mean. The gold stopped spreading. Svana waited. Wulfric took a step toward her. The crescent moon seal, he said, is not one seal. It is two. One half belongs to the Heliodor vault. The other half belongs to the oldest court. When they are joined, the covenant is whole. When they are separated, the cold at her throat surged. It means the court and the vault are no longer bound to the same truth. Wulfric's eyes held her, and someone broke them apart deliberately before your name was entered. The cold reached the base of her tongue. She tasted iron. Someone, she said, wanted the covenant to fail, even after we proved it was whole. Wulfric did not answer. He did not have to. The cold pressed against the roof of her mouth, And Svana understood that the hardest fight had not been the hearing. It was still coming. Chapter 51. The cold at the base of her tongue tasted like old iron and older stone. She swallowed against it. The pressure did not ease. Wulfric stood 10 feet away, his hands still clasped behind his back, his face a mask that had cracked once and now sealed itself back into something almost unreadable. But his eyes had not looked away from hers. "Speak to me," he said. "Please." The word please landed like a stone in still water. Svana measured the distance to the corridor door, measured the hour, measured how much of the night remained before dawn took the choice out of her hands. "I will not go to a closed room. Neither will I." She watched him for a lie, found none. "The East reading room," she said. "The one with the glass wall." Wulfric nodded once. She walked first. The East reading room was small, intended for solitary researchers who needed natural light and silence. Its outer wall was floor-to-ceiling glass, looking onto the internal courtyard, where the fountain had been drained for winter, and the bare branches of the linden trees scraped against the stone. The cold at her throat pulsed as she sat down. Wulfric took the chair opposite her, not beside her, not across a desk that would put distance between them. The same table, the same plane. "I did not know you would name yourself," he said. "You told me that already." "I will tell you as many times as you need to hear it." She looked at his hands. He had placed them flat on the table, palms down, fingers spread. An offering of stillness, nothing hidden. "Your grandmother," he said, "wrote to me once, after she sealed the crate. She said she hoped the person who opened it would be someone who loved the work more than the institution. She did not know it would be me. No, she died before you were born." The cold pressed against the roof of her mouth. "I have spent 400 years, Wulfric said slowly, believing that keeping the truth contained was the only way to keep people safe. I was wrong. I know that now. I knew it when Aliska died. I knew it when Dagmar found the counterclauses and I asked her to stay silent. I knew it every time I watched you walk past my office and did not tell you what you were carrying." His voice did not break, but something in his chest shifted, a breath he had been holding for longer than she could measure. "I will not ask you to trust me," he said. "I will not ask you to forgive me. I will not ask you for anything except the chance to stand beside you under whatever rules you set." The glass wall reflected them both. Svana could see the courtyard beyond, the bare linden branches, the empty fountain. She could see the corridor behind her, the lamps flickering at intervals. She could see anyone who approached before they reached the door. No closed doors. "I am naming the rules," she said. "Yes. No more protection through silence. If you know something that affects the staff, the covenant, or this institution, you tell me before you act, not after." "Yes. If I asked you a question about the covenant, the court, or your own history, you answer it completely. No editing, no withholding." "Yes." She held his gaze. "If you break either of those rules, I will not defend you again." He did not flinch. "I understand." The cold at her throat settled, did not retreat, but stopped climbing. "I love you," Wulfric said. The words hung between them, bare and unguarded. "I am not saying it to earn anything. I am not saying it to change the rules you just set. I am saying it because you should know where I stand. You should never have to guess." Zana's hand moved before she decided it. She reached across the table and set her palm flat against his. The cold at her knuckle met the warmth of his skin. "I know," she said. The word "no" carried everything she could not yet say. Footsteps in the corridor. Petra appeared at the glass wall, her face tight. She raised her hand and tapped twice against the pane. Svana turned. Petra held up her phone. The screen glowed. Miklos Faber's name was visible even through the glass. Svana rose. Wulfric rose with her. She opened the door. Petra's voice was low and clipped. "He sent a message for both of you. The inner council will convene at dawn. They want to discuss sanctions." "For Wulfric?" "For Wulfric, for Gervin, for anyone who concealed or tampered with the covenant." Petra's eyes moved to Wulfric, Then back to Svana. He said to tell you that the discussion will include the matter of the broken seal, and that if you want to speak to the full council before they rule, you need to be there before the first bell. The cold at Svana's throat surged. She looked at Wulfric. His face had gone still, not the mask, something deeper. The acceptance of a man who had already counted the cost. Before dawn, she said. Before dawn, Petra repeated. Svana turned back to the glass-walled room. The lights of the corridor reflected in the pane, and beyond them, the courtyard waited in the dark. She had named the rules, but the hardest truth was still locked inside the two halves of a broken seal, and dawn was coming faster than she had let herself believe. Chapter 52. The main reading room had been rearranged again. Svana stood in the doorway and watched the transformation. The gilt chairs had been replaced by a single long table with 7 seats, each one occupied. The donors from the night before had shed their formal composure. They sat in the same clothes, unshaven, untouched by sleep, as if dawn had caught them mid-deliberation and they had simply continued. Faber sat at the head, Delacroix to his right, her blood-red gown exchanged for a charcoal jacket, her eyes as cold as ever. Halvos on the left, arms folded, jaw set. Fenchurch at the far end, his thin smile aimed at the ceiling. Wulfric stood against the wall, not seated, not included. The cold at Svana's throat pressed as she stepped inside. "You should be at the table," she said. Faber looked up. "He will be when we call him. Sit, Ms. Vossing." She sat in the empty chair beside Delacroix. The seat was still warm, as if someone had just vacated it when they saw her coming. "The Inner Council has reviewed the Covenant's full text," Faber said. "We have also reviewed the record of concealment maintained by the Director's Office for 436 years. He paused. The room waited. "We find that the protections for human staff are valid and enforceable. The Covenant's architecture, including the counterclauses and conditional valuation schedule, is structurally intact. The witness sequence has been authenticated beyond reasonable challenge." Svana exhaled. She had not realized she was holding the breath. "However," Faber continued, "the method of its preservation constitutes a failure of governance. The director held sole knowledge of the full terms. He acted on that knowledge without consultation, without countersignature, and without any mechanism for review. That is not sustainable." Delacroix leaned forward. "We are not here to undo the Covenant. We are here to decide what must change for it to stand." Halvor spoke without uncrossing his arms. "The Director's Office must lose exclusive custodial privileges. The Covenant cannot remain in the control of one individual, human or vampire, ever again." "Agreed," Delacroix said. "External oversight," Fenchurch added from the far end. "A rotating panel drawn from the oldest court's affiliate houses, with no fewer than 3 members, each serving no longer than 5 years. The panel would review all Covenant-related decisions," Faber said. "Access, amendments, enforcement actions. Nothing passes without majority consent." Svana's hands were flat on the table. She pressed her fingers into the wood. "And formal censure," Halvor said. "A public statement that the Director's Office acted outside acceptable governance standards. It will be entered into the permanent record of the oldest court." "Wulfric Brackett," Delacroix said, "will remain director of the Heliodor vault, but his authority over the Covenant is suspended pending the panel's formation. He may advise, he may not decide." The cold at Svana's throat pulsed. She looked at Wulfric. He was still standing against the wall, his face unreadable. He had not been asked to speak. He had not tried. "Those are the proposed sanctions," Faber said. "Loss of exclusive custodial privileges, external oversight panel, formal censure in the court's permanent record, and suspension of unilateral authority over Covenant decisions." He folded his hands. "The Council invites comment before we vote." Svana opened her mouth. Fenchurch spoke first. "There is one more matter." The room turned. Fenchurch was no longer smiling. His face was flat, his eyes fixed on the table in front of him. "The Covenant protects human staff from predation under blood debt law. That protection is real. It has been tested and affirmed. But it depends entirely on those staff remaining inside the Heliodor vault's operational structure." He paused. "If the protections are to remain enforceable, the human staff must be removed from all sensitive work. Permanently." Silence. Savannah's hands went cold. The logic is simple, Fenchurch continued. Every human who handles covenanted material becomes a vector for renegotiation or attack. The Covenant's safeguards rely on secrecy of personnel, restricted access, and limited exposure. The more humans who touch the records, the more points of failure we introduce. He turned to Svana. Ms. Vossing, you entered your name as provisional witness. You accepted attendant liabilities. You are now a party of record for any Covenant challenge. You are no longer an ordinary employee. You are a named target. His voice was calm. The only way to protect the other humans is to make certain none of them follow your path. Savannah stared at him. You want to fire them? No, I want them moved to roles with no contact with covenanted material, administrative work only, front-facing positions, physical labor that requires no knowledge of what the vault actually preserves. And if they lose their jobs? They are not losing their jobs, they are losing access to the work that gives them standing, Savannah said, to the knowledge that lets them witness, to the very thing that makes the Covenant meaningful. Fenchurch's smile returned, thin and cold. That is precisely the point. The cold at Savannah's throat surged, pressing against the base of her tongue. She tasted iron. The Covenant was designed to protect them, she said, not to arrest them. It was designed by a vampire, Fenchurch said. A vampire who believed that keeping the truth contained was the only way to keep people safe. You know how well that worked. He let the words settle. 436 years of concealment. A director who hid the full terms from the very people he claimed to protect. A staff that never knew the cost of their safety until you pulled open a crate in a sub-basement. He leaned back. We are not proposing this as punishment. We are proposing it as the only reliable safeguard. Remove the humans from the records and the records become invisible again. The blood debt claimants lose their vectors. The Covenant becomes unassailable. Svana's hands were shaking. She did not let them see it. Ask the staff, she said. Ask them if they want to be protected by being made invisible. Ask them if they would rather lose their work than risk their names being known. Fenchurch tilted his head. Does it matter what they want? The room went still. Faber's hands were flat on the table. Delacroix's eyes had not moved from Savannah's face. Halvers watched with the patience of a man who had already decided. And the cold at Savannah's throat climbed higher, iron spreading across her tongue, her own body telling her what she already knew. The hardest fight was still coming, and it was not about covenants or seals or the oldest court. It was about whether the humans of Heliodor would be seen or hidden, protected or erased. And she had to answer before the first bell rang. Chapter 53. Svana opened her mouth to answer Fenchurch, but Dagmar's voice cut across the room first. May I speak? The table turned. Dagmar had risen from her chair against the wall. Her face was calm, her hands empty, her silver-streaked hair catching the reading room light like a wire pulled tight. Faber inclined his head. Dagmar walked to the table. She did not sit. She stood at the edge of the light, facing Fenchurch. You are proposing to remove human staff from covenanted work to protect them from blood debt vectors. That is your logic? Remove the target and the weapon becomes useless. Fenchurch nodded. Dagmar reached into her jacket and pulled out a folded sheet of paper. She set it flat on the table. Let me document something for the record. She read from the paper without looking down. Heliodor Vault has employed human staff continuously for 436 years. In that time, human catalogers have processed 83% of all accession entries. Human conservators have performed 91% of all parchment stabilization treatments. Human archivists have cross-referenced every major collection transfer since 1723. She looked up. No vampire has ever matched those rates. Not because vampires lack ability, because vampires do not stay. They rotate out for centuries of service in other courts. They take leaves that last decades. They are reassigned without notice. She let the words settle. The continuity of this institution is human. The institutional memory that makes the covenant enforceable, the knowledge of where each clause lives, which seals are original, which witness marks are genuine. That memory lives in human hands. Fenchurch smiled, had not moved. Continuity is not the same as safety. No, Dagmar said. But invisibility is not the same as protection either. She turned to Faber. The Covenant was designed to protect humans who work inside the vault's operational structure. If you remove them from that structure, you void the condition that makes the protection meaningful. The blood debt claimants will not stop pursuing claims because the humans have been moved to administrative roles. They will simply find new vectors. Fentrich's eyes narrowed. What vectors? The humans themselves, Dagmar said. They still live in the same city. They still have families. They still carry the same bloodlines that the original Covenant was designed to shield. Moving them to front desks and supply rooms does not make them invisible to anyone who already knows their names. She placed her hand on the paper. This document lists every human employee who has handled Covenanted material since 1954. 237 names. Not one has triggered a blood debt claim. Not one has been successfully vectorized. Because the Covenant works. She paused. The proposal before this council does not improve safety. It dismantles the only proven protection we have. Silence pressed into the room. Faber's hands were still flat on the table. Delacroix had not moved. Halvers watched Dagmar with the patience of a man recalculating. Fenchurch leaned back. 237 names, he said. That is the problem. The evidence is the problem? The evidence proves my point. Every name on that list is a name the blood debt claimants can now trace. You have just handed them a directory of targets. Dagmar did not flinch. The blood debt claimants have had 4 centuries to trace these names. They have not. Because the Covenant is designed to shield them. And if the Covenant is challenged... It was challenged tonight, Dagmar said. And it held. Fentrich's smile returned, thin and cold. Tonight. He let the word hang. What about tomorrow? The cold at Svana's throat pulsed. She tasted iron again, sharp and insistent. She stepped forward. The Covenant held tonight because the humans were visible, she said. Because Petra and Calix and I could authenticate the witness sequence. Because Dagmar could produce the records. Because the staff who processed the crate in 1954 logged every detail. She met Fentrich's eyes. Erasing them does not protect them. It silences them. And a silent witness cannot testify when the Covenant is challenged again. Fentrich's expression did not change. You speak as if you will be here to answer that challenge, Ms. Vossing. But your name is now on the Covenant. Your bloodline is now visible to every claimant who reads the docket. He paused. How long do you think you will last outside the vault's walls? The gold at Svana's throat climbed higher. She felt it pressing against the root of her tongue, a hand closing gently, waiting. Before she could answer, a voice spoke from the far end of the table. May I see the Vossing lineage record? The room turned. The elder who had spoken was not one of the 3 affiliates. She sat at the far corner of the table, a woman Svana had not noticed until now. Silver hair coiled tight, face lined with the kind of age that predated modern memory. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless, and they were fixed on Svana with unsettling calm. Faber's jaw tightened. The Vossing lineage record is not part of these proceedings. It is now, the elder said. The guarantor's bloodline determines the Covenant's durability. If the Vossing line carries old encumbrances, the Covenant may require additional collateral. Her voice was soft, almost kind. I am simply asking to see. The cold at Svana's throat went still. She felt it stop, felt the iron taste recede, felt something shift in the room's temperature, as if the air itself had thickened around the elder's words. Dagmar had gone pale. The Vossing lineage record is sealed, she said. Sealed by whom? By the Covenant's original terms. The non-disclosure orders from 1589 apply to all bloodlines named in the witness sequence. The elder smiled. I am not asking for the witness sequence. I am asking for the Vossing record. The grandmother who sealed the crate. The mother who did not speak of it. The daughter who now stands as guarantor. She turned her pale eyes to Svana. You carry the mark. You must have wondered where it came from. Svana's hand went to her throat. The cold was still there, waiting, patient. She had not wondered. She had been too busy surviving to wonder. Now she wondered. The elder leaned back. The council will vote on the sanctions and the proposal after we review the lineage record. That is my condition. Faber's face was unreadable. The lineage record is not in this building. Then fetch it. The elder's smile did not waver. I have time. Silence. The cold at Svana's throat began to pulse again, slow and steady, like a heart that had always been there, waiting for her to notice. She looked at Dagmar. Dagmar's face was very still, and Svana understood, with a certainty that dropped through her chest like a stone, that the answer to the elder's question was not something Dagmar wanted the room to hear. Chapter 54. The cold at Svana's throat waited. The elder's pale eyes held her with a patience that felt older than the room, older than the covenant, older than the stone the vault was built from. Svana did not look away. You will not see the Vossing lineage record, she said. The elder's smile did not waver. You do not have the authority to deny a condition of the vote. I am not denying it. Svana heard her own voice as if from a distance, steady and clear, the cold pressing but not closing. I am telling you that the lineage record is sealed by the same covenant you just accepted as authentic. Breaking that seal requires the same procedure as breaking the covenant: a full hearing, witnesses, consent from all named parties. She paused. I am the only named party still alive. The elder's gaze flickered. Fenchurch made a sound that might have been approval or warning. Dagmar had not moved. Her face was still pale, but something in her posture had shifted. Not relief, but recognition. She was watching Svana the way she had watched her in the sub-basement, as if seeing the calculation take shape a moment before it arrived. Miklos Faber set his hands flat on the table. The lineage record is not part of tonight's agenda, he said. The elder's condition is noted, but the council does not suspend a vote on the basis of an unreviewed record that has not been formally requested under covenant procedure. The elder's smile thinned. Noted? She repeated. Noted, Faber said. The condition will be addressed when the procedure is followed. The room exhaled. Svana felt the cold at her throat loosen by a fraction, a hand relaxing its grip, waiting still but no longer pressing. She did not take her eyes off the elder. I will answer your question, she said. The elder tilted her head. Not about the lineage record. You will not answer that until the procedure is followed. I understand. No. Steason's voice was quiet. I will answer your real question, the one you did not ask. The room went still. You want to know whether the Vossing bloodline carries old encumbrances because you believe my grandmother did not act alone. You believe she was guided or compelled, or that someone else sealed the covenant through her. You want to know if the guarantor is truly independent, or if she is standing on a debt that was laid before she was born. The elder's face was unreadable, but she did not deny it. I do not know the answer, Spiana said, and that is the truth. But I will find it, and when I do, I will enter it into the record the same way I entered the covenant, witnessed, offensivity, visible. She turned to face the table. Because that is what the covenant needs. Not a hidden guarantor with a clean lineage, a visible one. Someone whose name can be tested, whose blood can be traced, whose record can be challenged by anyone who reads the docket. She looked at Fenchurch. You believe erasure is protection. I believe visibility is. The covenant held tonight because the humans were seen, not because they were hidden, not because Wulfric stood alone between them and the court. Because the record was complete and the witnesses were living and the truth could be tested. The cold at her throat pulsed once. She felt it like a heartbeat. You want to remove the humans from covenanted work, but the covenant does not protect them by keeping them invisible. It protects them by binding the court to witness them. Every time a human processes a folio, logs an entry, stabilizes a parchment, the covenant is reaffirmed. Not because the paper says so, because there is a living witness who can testify. She took a breath. If you remove them, you do not make them safe. You make them silent. And a silent witness cannot testify when the covenant is challenged. The silence after her words was not empty. It was full of people thinking. Faber's hands were still flat on the table. Ms. Vossing, he said. She looked at him. You have made your argument. He paused. And I accept the principle. The cold at her throat went very still. Records protect people only when those people can read them, Faber said. Challenge them. Witness them in full context. The Covenant's original architecture was designed for concealment because the age demanded it. But the age has changed. He looked at Fenchurch. The proposal to remove human staff from Covenanted work is withdrawn for the purposes of tonight's vote. Fenchurch's thin smile did not move. Withdrawn, he said, not abandoned. Faber nodded. Understood. He turned back to Flana. The Council will vote on the sanctions against Wulfric Brackett as proposed. The Covenant will be renegotiated under the terms you laid out. Public language. Human Staff Council. Permanent voiding of dormant blood debt claims. The broken seal will be investigated. He paused. But the renegotiation cannot begin until Heliodor names its next senior archivist. Svana's chest tightened. The Covenant requires a named institutional authority to countersign the new terms, Faber said. Dagmar Hall has submitted her resignation, effective at the close of tonight's proceedings. The post must be filled before the new Covenant is drafted, or the old authority's signature stands, which means the old terms stand, including the unilateral control the court has just voted to restrict. He looked at Dagmar. Do you have a nominee? Dagmar's face was unreadable. I do. The room waited. Dagmar turned to Svana. But I will not name them until the vote on Wulfric's sanctions is complete. Because the nominee deserves to know what office they are stepping into. She paused. Whether they will inherit a director with reduced authority or no director at all. The cold at Svana's throat surged. She felt it climb, felt the iron taste flood her tongue, felt the truth Dagmar had not spoken settle into the room like a weight. The vote on Wulfric's sanctions was not just about his authority, it was about whether he stayed. And Svana could not speak for him. He was standing against the wall. He had not spoken once, and when she turned to look at him, his eyes were on the floor, and his face was the face of a man who had already accepted what was coming. Faber raised his hand. The council will vote. The cold at Svana's throat closed. She tasted iron, thick and final, and she understood, with a clarity that dropped through her like a stone, that the hardest fight was not about the lineage record, or the elder, or Fenchurch's proposal. It was about whether the man she loved would still be standing when the sun rose. Chapter 55. The vote landed. Svana heard the words, confirmed, effective, senior archivist, but they arrived through a veil of pressure at her throat, the cold mark pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. Dagmar did not step back. She stood close enough that Svana could see the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the exhaustion she had carried for 11 years. The office is yours, Dagmar said quietly, but I will not stay to show you where the drawers stick. The words were not unkind. They were final. Svana found her voice. You prepared for this. I prepared for the possibility. I did not prepare to be right. Dagmar's mouth tightened. There is a difference. Faber folded the Halgrim memorandum and tucked it into his inner pocket. The council will reconvene at sunset to begin drafting the new Covenant language. Until then, the vault operates under existing protocols. Ms. Fencing, you will need to review the full staff roster before the drafting session. The Human Staff Council requires a preliminary list of eligible voters within 24 hours. That should have been Dagmar's work. Dagmar's work is concluded. The cold at Svana's throat pressed harder. She swallowed against it. The Vossing lineage record, she said. It is sealed by the Covenant's non-disclosure orders, but I am the only named party still alive. If I request it unsealed, can the council refuse? Faber's expression did not change. The council can refuse anything. The question is whether they will. The elder with pale eyes had not spoken since the vote. She sat at the far end of the table, motionless, her gaze fixed on Svana with the patience of something that had learned to wait in centuries. You cannot unseal the record, the elder said. Not by request alone. The Covenant binds the council as surely as it binds you. The record remains closed until all named parties consent, or until a full hearing determines that the grounds for sealing no longer exist. Svana's chest tightened. The grounds were set in 1589. The world has changed. The document has not. The elder's voice was dry, the words precise, the tone carrying the dry finality of someone who had been reading ancient rules for longer than Svana had been alive. Then I will request the hearing. The elder's pale eyes did not blink. You will need to provide grounds. The covenant has been restated. The old non-disclosure orders were attached to the old governance. The new covenant requires transparency. The lineage record should be part of that transparency. The elder sat back. Her hands did not move on the table. An argument, she said. Not a bad one. But the hearing will not be decided by argument alone. It will be decided by what the record contains. She paused. Are you certain you want the contents of the Vossing lineage record read into the public docket, Miss Vossing? The cold at Svana's throat surged. She felt it climb toward her jaw, felt the iron taste flood her tongue, felt the question land in her chest like a stone. She was not certain. She did not know what the record contained, but she knew that not knowing was worse. I am certain of what I need to know, she said. I cannot decide what to protect until I know what is there. The elder's eyes held hers for a long moment. Then the elder inclined her head. The request is noted. Faber moved to stand. The council is adjourned until sunset. Ms. Vossing, you will find the staff roster on Dagmar's desk. Use the hours before dawn wisely. He looked at the silver-haired women. I will ensure the Vossing lineage record is located and prepared for the hearing. The elder did not acknowledge him. She was still watching Svana. Dagmar touched Svana's arm. Walk with me. They left the reading room together. The corridor was empty, the lights dimmed to their overnight setting. The clock above the lobby door read 3:47 a.m. You have 3 hours, Dagmar said. 4 if the sunlight delays the couriers. The hearing on the lineage record will take longer than that. The hearing will take as long as it takes, but the new covenant language must be drafted before the council reconvenes, or the old authority signature stands. Dagmar stopped at the door to the senior archivist office. I had the lock changed this morning, she said. The key is inside, on the blotter. Svana looked at the door. The brass plate still read, Hall D, Senior Archivist. You knew you would not stay. I knew I might not. Dagmar's voice was steady, and I knew that if I did not prepare, the office would sit empty until someone decided who deserved it. She looked at Svana. You have the nomination, the confirmation, the endorsement. Now you have the office. What you do with it is your choice. The cold at Svana's throat pulsed. The lineage record, Svana said. You do not want me to open it. Dagmar did not answer. Why? Dagmar's jaw tightened. Because some truths are not meant for public dockets, and some are not meant for any docket at all. You know what is in it? I know what was in it when I was a junior archivist. I do not know if it has changed. Tell me. Dagmar's voice dropped. The Vossing lineage record contains a non-disclosure agreement signed by your grandmother in 1954. It contains the terms under which she agreed to seal the covenant's true text. It contains the list of witnesses who died between 1954 and 1962, and a ledger of blood debt transfers that were executed in those 8 years. She paused. It contains your grandmother's name at the bottom of every page, and the name of the person who signed as the beneficiary of the transfers. Svana's blood went cold. Who? Dagmar's eyes held hers. The name has been redacted from every copy I have seen, but the handwriting is familiar. The cold at Svana's throat surged. The iron taste flooded her mouth. She knew the handwriting. She had seen it in the Covenant's margin notes, in the 1954 accession log, in the letter she had read in the conservation wing. J. Vossing's handwriting. The beneficiary of the blood debt transfers was someone her grandmother had trusted, someone her grandmother had written to, someone her grandmother had named in the sealed record and who had remained hidden for 69 years. The office door behind her opened. Petra stood in the doorway, her face pale. Svana, the couriers are downstairs. The Halgrim collection has filed a formal claim against the Covenant. They are requesting an emergency hearing before the council reconvenes. The cold mark pressed against Svana's tongue. The hardest truth was still locked inside the two halves of the broken seal, and someone was already moving to claim it. Chapter 56. The cold mark pressed against Svana's tongue as she turned to Petra. When did the couriers arrive? 10 minutes ago. Petra's voice was tight. They came through the service entrance. Faber's people are holding them in the lobby. Svana's mind raced. The Halgrim collection had filed a formal claim. Gervin was under observation, his transmission declared legally false, his sanction pending. But the collection itself was not bound by his personal failure. They could file independently, using his incomplete text as the basis, arguing that Heliodor had concealed the covenant for 436 years, and that the restatement was a deathbed conversion, not a good-faith correction. The claim would force an emergency hearing before the council reconvened at sunset, before the new covenant language could be drafted, before the Vossing lineage record could be unsealed. Where is Faber now? Still in the reading room with the elder. Pasha's eyes held hers. He knows about the claim. He told the couriers to wait. Svana nodded. She pushed past Petra into the corridor, the cold mark pulsing against her throat with every step. The lights were still dimmed to their overnight setting. The clock above the lobby door read 3:52 a.m. She had 3 hours until dawn. 3 hours to draft a new covenant, respond to the Halgrim claim, and decide whether to open the lineage record that might destroy everything she thought she knew about her grandmother. 3 hours to lose the man she loved. She walked toward the lobby, her steps echoing in the empty corridor. The senior archivist office was behind her, the key still on the blotter inside. Dagmar's office, now hers, with the brass plate that still read, Hall D. She did not stop. The lobby doors were closed. Through the glass, she could see two figures in dark suits standing near the reception desk, a courier case on the counter between them. Faber stood beside them, his back to the door. Svana reached for the handle. I would not open that door if I were you. The voice came from the shadows to her left. She turned. Gervin Olt stood in the alcove beside the lobby entrance, his hands in his pockets, his face half lit by the emergency strip along the baseboard. He was still wearing the same charcoal suit from the hearing. His collar was open at the throat. He looked tired. He looked like a man who had spent the last hour waiting for her to walk past. The couriers are not here to serve you, he said. They are here to serve the collection's claim. If you walk through that door, you become the named respondent. Everything you say from that moment forward is on the record. Svana's hand stayed on the handle. You do not be here. I know. He did not move, but I am the only person in this building who will tell you the truth about what that claim means. The cold mark pulsed. She did not let go of the handle. You already told me your version of the truth, she said. It was incomplete. You left out the clauses that protected the staff. You left out the valuation schedule. You left out everything that would have shown the covenant was not a weapon. I left out the clauses that protected Wulfric, Gervin said quietly. The staff protections were always enforceable. The counter clauses were real, but they were written by the same man who decided you did not need to know they existed. Svana's chest tightened. That is not the same argument you made at the hearing. No. He stepped forward, one step, then stopped. At the hearing, I made the argument that would force the covenant into the open. I needed the court to see the concealment before they could accept the restatement. If I had presented the complete text first, they would have ratified it without questioning the architecture. He looked at her, and then nothing would have changed. Wulfric would still hold unilateral authority, the staff would still be hidden behind his name, and you would still be standing in his shadow, defending a system you never chose. Svana's hand dropped from the handle. She turned to face him fully. You manipulated the evidence. I shaped the presentation. You transmitted an incomplete text to 3 parties and told them it was the full covenant. You intended them to act on it. You intended the covenant to be voided. Gervin's jaw tightened. I intended the covenant to be examined. I intended the court to see what happens when one man holds the keys to everyone's safety. I intended you to see it. I saw it, Svana said. I saw it when you handed me the edited translation. I saw it when you stood in the reading room and admitted you knew about the counter clauses. I saw it when you told the court that Wulfric had concealed the truth for 4 centuries, and you were right, and you used that rightness to hide your own deception. Gervin was silent. You are not the hero of this story, Svana said. You are not the truth-teller who exposed the corruption. You are the man who broke the machine and called it justice, and then blamed the mechanic when the building collapsed. Gervin's expression flickered. You think I do not know that? I think you knew it from the beginning and did not care. He looked at her for a long moment. The emergency strip cast his face in shadows, the crescent birthmark near his temple catching the light. I cared about you, he said. That was not the strategy. That was never the strategy. The words landed in her chest like a stone. She believed him. That was the worst part. She believed that his desire was real, that his admiration was genuine, that the warmth in his voice when he spoke to her had not been manufactured. But the reality sat beside the manipulation like 2 halves of a broken seal, and she could no longer separate one from the other. You reached for me because I was useful, she said. You reached for me because I had the access, the skill, the position. You reached for me because I was the way into the covenant. And Wulfric reached for you because you were not. The accusation hung in the air. Svana's throat tightened. Wulfric reached for you because you were the first person in 4 centuries who made him want to break his own rules, Gervin said. But he broke them in secret. He kept you in the dark. He loved you with one hand and hid from you with the other. He stepped closer. I did not hide. I told you what I wanted. I told you what I was doing. I gave you the translation and let you decide what to believe. I did not control your access to the truth. I put it in your hands and trusted you to read it. You edited the translation. I framed the argument. You made the choice. Svana's hands were trembling. She did not know if it was anger or grief. The cold mark pressed against her tongue, and she tasted iron. You are doing it now, she said. Gervin's eyes held hers. I am telling you the truth about what happens next, he said. The Halgrim claim is not about the covenant. It is about you. They will argue that a human guarantor cannot be impartial when she is in love with the man she is supposed to oversee. They will argue that your relationship with Wulfric voids your standing as a witness. They will argue that the only way to protect the staff is to remove the woman who cannot see clearly. He paused, and they will be right enough to win. Svana felt the words land like a blade between her ribs. You want me to step aside? I want you to choose yourself. His voice dropped. If you bind yourself to Heliodor's rewrite, you will spend the rest of your life preserving a machine built by men who decided for you. Wulfric decided for you. Faber decided for you. The inner council decided for you. Every choice you have made in the last week was shaped by what they let you see. He reached out, and his hand hovered near her arm, not touching, waiting. I am offering you the only choice that is truly yours, he said. Walk away. Let the claim proceed. Let the covenant fall. Let the oldest court rebuild the protections without you. You will be free of the mark, free of the debt, free of the weight. He held her gaze. And free of me. The silence stretched. Svana licked at his hand, hovering near her arm. She looked at his face, tired and real and dangerous. She saw the part of him that had once made her feel chosen. And she saw, at last, how expertly he had always turned that ache into leverage. You are not offering me freedom, she said. You are offering me the same choice you offered at the gala. Walk away and let the system burn. Let the staff fend for themselves. Let the covenant collapse and trust that something better will rise from the ashes. She stepped back. But you do not know what will rise, and neither do I. The only thing I know is that the Heliodor vault protects 237 human employees who have no idea their safety is being traded like a bargaining chip in a game between men who have been playing for centuries. Gervin's hand dropped. You cannot save them by binding yourself to a broken system. I can try. Svana's voice was steady. And that is more than you ever did. You reached for the truth and used it as a weapon. I reached for the truth and used it to build a wall. We are not the same, Gervin. We never were. She turned and walked toward the senior archivist office. Behind her, she heard Gervin's voice. "The couriers will wait until dawn. If you change your mind, I will be in the conservation room." She did not stop. She walked through the office door and closed it behind her, and the cold mark pressed against her throat like a hand closing, and she realized that she had just rejected the one offer that could have saved her from the lineage record. The key sat on the blotter. The staff roster lay beside it, and somewhere in the building, in a sealed drawer that had not been opened in 69 years, the Vossing lineage record waited for her to decide what kind of truth she was willing to carry. Chapter 57. The key sat on the blotter where Dagmar had left it. Svana stared at it without reaching out. The brass was warm from being held, and she could see the faint oil of Dagmar's fingers still printed across the head. She had not touched it yet. She was not sure she was ready to. The cold mark pressed against her throat like a hand waiting for her to speak. She picked up the key. The metal was heavier than she expected, solid in her palm, and she turned it over twice before she heard footsteps in the corridor outside. The door opened without a knock. Dagmar stood in the frame, her coat already buttoned, her bag strap across her chest. She looked at the key in Svana's hand and nodded once. "Good," she said. "You found it. You changed the lock this morning." "I did." Dagmar stepped inside and pulled the door closed behind her. "Because I knew I would not be the one to unlock it tonight, and I wanted you to have the choice of entering alone or not at all." Svana turned the key over again. "What is in the lineage record that you do not want me to see?" Dagmar's face did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a small settling of weight into her hips, as if she were bracing. "Nothing I kept from you," she said. "Everything I could not tell you until you were ready to read it yourself." "That is not an answer." "It is the only one I can give you tonight." Dagmar reached into her coat and pulled out a folded sheet of paper, held it out. "The staff council is waiting in the main reading room. I told them I would name my nominee before I walked out the door." Svana took the paper. It was a formal nomination form, the same one that had sat in Dagmar's desk drawer for years, the one every senior archivist before her had signed. Lines for name and date were blank. "You want me to nominate myself. I want you to decide." Dagmar's voice was quiet. "The Halgrim claim will be argued on the grounds that you cannot be impartial. If you want to stand as senior archivist, you need the staff to see you choose it before the court can make you defend it." Svana looked at the blank form. She thought of the 237 names on Dagmar's list, the people who had handled covenanted material without knowing what they carried. She thought of Anja, who had warned her that secrecy had a physical cost. She thought of Petra, who had stayed late and risked everything to help authenticate the evidence. She thought of Wulfric, standing silent against the wall while the council voted on his future. She set the key down on the blotter beside the form. "Take me to the staff council," she said. Dagmar's eyes held hers for a long moment. Then she turned and opened the door. The main reading room had been rearranged again. The gilt chairs from the hearing were gone, replaced by long tables pushed together to form a single surface. Staff stood in clusters around the edges, coffee cups in hand, voices low. Petra was near the conservator's station, her arms crossed, her face tight. The inner council had not left. Faber sat at the head of the table, his hands flat on the wood. Delacroix stood by the window, her gown the color of dried blood catching the low light. Havers leaned against the far wall, his arms folded, his jaw set. The unnamed elder with pale eyes was there too, seated in a chair set slightly apart from the others, watching Svana enter. Fenchurch sat at the opposite end of the table, his thin smile untouched. Wilfrid stood against the back wall, arms loose at his sides, his face unreadable. Dagmar walked to the head of the table and stopped. "I said I would name my nominee when I was ready," she said. "I am ready now." The room went still. Dagmar turned and looked at Svana. "I nominate Svana Vossing for senior archivist of the Heliodor vault." A murmur ran through the staff. Petra's arms uncrossed. Faber leaned forward. "On what grounds?" Dagmar did not look away from Svana. "On the grounds that she has already done the work. She found the covenant when no one else was willing to look. She authenticated it when the evidence was stacked against her. She stood before the oldest court and argued for visibility over erasure, while everyone else in this building was still calculating the cost. She paused. And she did it without romanticizing secrecy. She did not hide behind loyalty. She did not accept silence as protection. She demanded the full truth, and she carried it even when it broke the story she wanted to believe. The room was silent. Dagmar turned to face the table. I have served this institution for 29 years. I have kept secrets I will carry to my grave. I have watched good people leave because they could not stomach what they learned. And I have watched better people stay because they knew the staff needed someone who understood the weight. She looked at Svana. The weight is yours now, if you want it. Svana felt the cold mark press against her throat. She stepped forward. I want it. Faber's eyes tracked her movement. Then we have a nomination, he said. Before we proceed, I require one question. He turned his head. Does the director of the Heliodor vault endorse this nomination? Every eye in the room shifted to Wulfric. He stood against the back wall, his face carved and ageless, his arms loose at his sides. The silence stretched, and Svana watched him, and she saw something pass across his features that she had never seen before. Not fear, not resignation. Something raw and open, like a wound he had chosen to show. He met her eyes. Then he spoke. I endorse it. His voice was steady, without qualification. The cold mark surged against Svana's throat, and she felt the iron taste spread across her tongue as the room held its breath. Chapter 58. The room held its breath. Svana felt the cold mark pulse against her throat, once, twice, then settle into a steady pressure that matched the beat of her heart. Iron spread across her tongue, thin and metallic, and she forced herself to swallow past it. Faber's hands remained flat on the table. Without qualification, he repeated. The director endorses the nominee without qualification. Wulfric did not look away from Svana. Heliodor vault has operated for 4 centuries on the principle that one man's judgment could stand as the condition of safety, he said. That was never protection. It was a single point of failure dressed as duty. I made it my own, and I called it sacrifice because I could not bear to admit it was control. His voice did not waver. The institution failed the people it was meant to serve. I failed them. Svana Vossing did what I should have done. She brought the full record into the light and let the room decide. That is the only authority this office should have ever carried. Faber's head turned slowly toward the staff. The nomination stands, he said. Does the staff council accept? A beat of silence. Then Petra stepped forward. I accept. Her voice was steady. Her arms were no longer crossed. A murmur moved through the room. Another staff member nodded, a cataloger Svana had trained 3 years ago. Then another. Then the woman from the accession desk, who had never looked at Svana with anything but professional wariness. The nods spread like heat through newsprint. Dagmar's hand landed on the table, palm flat. The council accepts, she said. Count it. Faber did not count. He simply watched the room for a long moment, then reached into his breast pocket and produced a single sheet of heavy paper, already embossed with the Heliodor seal. This appointment takes effect immediately, he said. Before the covenant rewrite begins, before the Halgrim claim is heard, and before any further action by the oldest court. The senior archivist of this institution is the final authority on the authenticity, interpretation, and custody of its covenanted records. He set the paper on the table. Svana's name was already written on the line. All that remains is your signature. The cold mark pressed harder. Svana walked to the table. She was aware of every pair of eyes in the room, the staff who had just accepted her, the inner council who had not yet decided whether she was an asset or a liability, the elder with pale eyes who watched her like she was reading a document whose ending she already knew. Wulfric stood against the back wall, his hands loose at his sides, his face carved and still. She picked up the pen. The nib touched the paper. She wrote her name, Svana Vossing, Senior Archivist, Heliodor Vault. The ink was dry before she lifted the pen. The cold mark released its pressure, not gone but loosened, as if the document had drawn some of its weight into the fibers. Svana's throat opened. Dagmar let out a breath she had been holding since she walked into the room. Faber stood. The office is filled. The nomination is binding. The covenant rewrite will proceed under the new senior archivist's authority, with the oldest court acting as witness and signatory to the restatement, not as custodian. He glanced at Wulfric. The director's office will retain operational authority over the vault's non-covenanted functions. Covenant decisions, including all enforcement actions, protective clauses, and amendment rights, will be transferred to the senior archivist's office, effective immediately. Halford straightened against the wall. That is a reduction. Faber did not look at him. It is a correction. Mr. Brackett admitted as much himself. Wulfric said nothing. The staff stirred. A murmur rose, not hostile but uncertain, the sound of people recalculating what tomorrow would look like. Petra moved to stand beside Svana. What happens now? Faber turned toward the door. Now the senior archivist has 3 hours until the emergency hearing. I suggest she use them. He paused at the threshold. The lineage record is still sealed. The Halgrim claim will argue that a newly appointed senior archivist cannot be the human guarantor of a covenant she has not yet administered. If you want to counter that argument, you will need the full truth of your bloodline available as evidence. His eyes met Svana's. Whether you want to read it before the hearing is your choice. He stepped into the corridor and was gone. The elder with pale eyes rose from her chair. 3 hours is shorter than it sounds, she said, and walked out without looking back. Delacroix followed. Halvers pushed off the wall with a sound of disgust and left through the opposite door. Fenchurch was the last to move. He paused beside the table, his thin smile fixed in place, and looked at the appointment document with Svana's fresh signature. Congratulations, senior archivist. His voice was soft. The hardest work has not yet begun. He walked out. The staff began to shift, some toward the door, some toward Svana with uncertain expressions. Petra caught her elbow. I'll hold them off. Go. Svana looked at Dagmar. Dagmar nodded once, a slow, final motion that was not permission but acknowledgement. Bottom floor, end of the corridor. The lock you changed this morning. Dagmar's face was unreadable. The key is in your hand. Svana looked down. She did not remember picking it up. The iron taste had not fully left her tongue. The cold mark was quiet, waiting, pressed against the hollow of her throat like a finger counting down. She turned and walked toward the door. The lineage record was 3 floors down and 2 doors beyond the room where her grandmother had sealed the covenant's true text 69 years ago. She had 3 hours until the hearing. She had no idea what she would find when she opened it. Chapter 59. The conservation room smelled of resin and old paper. Petra had already laid out fresh sheets across the notary table. 8 pages of blank folio stock, a new inkwell, a tray of sealing wax in the vault's deep maroon. She stood at the head of the table with her sleeves rolled, a conservator's precision in every preparation. Svana set the covenant volume beside the blank sheets. Where do we start? Dagmar pulled out the chair at the short end of the table. Start with what cannot be changed. The human staff protections, the counter-signature requirement, the public language. She sat. Everything else is negotiation. Petra handed Svana a pencil. You write, we argue. The first hour was brutal. Every clause Svana drafted, Delacroix questioned. Every limitation Halvers proposed, Dagmar countered. Calix sat at the far end of the table with the original witness sequence spread before him, verifying every reference against the 1,590 folios. Faber arrived at midnight with a leather folder stamped with the oldest court's seal. The council has authorized me to accept language that preserves the covenant's binding force while transferring authority to the senior archivist's office. He set the folder on the corner of the table. They have not authorized me to accept language that reduces the court's oversight. Svana looked at him. Define oversight. Quarterly review of enforcement actions, annual audit of covenanted records, permanent right of inspection by a court-appointed observer. Dagmar made a sound low in her throat. An observer with veto power? An observer without it. Faber's voice was flat. The court will see what you do. It will not stop you from doing it. Petra leaned over Svana's shoulder and read the draft. Page 3. The Human Staff Council. What happens if they reject an enforcement action? Svana had not written that far yet. The cold mark at her throat tightened, not enough to choke, enough to remind her it was still there. "The covenant binds the vault," she said slowly. "If the Staff Council rejects an enforcement action, it does not proceed. The senior archivist can appeal to the court within 3 business days." Faber's pen scratched. "That will stand." They worked through the second hour in silence, broken only by the sound of pages turning, the scratch of ink, the occasional murmur of Calix correcting a reference. At 1:30, Delacroix rose and walked to the window. "The Protection Clause, Section 4. She did not turn around. "You have written that no human employee may be required to handle covenanted material without written consent." "Yes, that is a limitation on the director's authority." "It is." The Brackett turned. "And if a human employee refuses consent and the covenanted material cannot be processed without their expertise?" Svana had already thought of this. "Then the vault contracts an external specialist at its own expense, bound by the same protections, paid at market rate." Dagmar's pencil stopped. "Where did you get that language?" "I wrote it." "Based on what statute?" Svana met her eyes. "Based on the fact that if we do not include it, Fenchurch will use the refusal argument to justify removing all humans from covenanted work." A long pause. Dagmar nodded once. "Leave it in." At 2:30, Calix pushed his chair back. "The witness sequence you have drafted requires annual verification by an independent paleographers." His voice was dry. "I am flattered by the assumption that I will still be alive to perform it." Svana looked at him. "You will not be the only one." "Who else?" "I have not named them yet." Calix's pale eyes held hers for a moment. "You are learning." He turned back to his folios. The third hour passed in a haze of ink and argument. Halvers challenged the oversight provisions. Delacroix pushed back against the quarterly review schedule. Dagmar redrafted the countersignature clause 3 times before Faber accepted the language. Petra brought coffee at 2:45. Svana drank it standing, her hand shaking slightly from the cold that had spread into her fingers. Wulfric did not appear. She had not expected him to. The restructuring placed him outside the Covenant's decision-making process now. Not excluded, but no longer central. A man watching from the corridor while others rebuilt the architecture he had carried alone for 4 centuries. She did not look for him. She could not afford to. At 3:30, Faber set down his pen. "The protections are explicit. The oversight is defined. The Staff Council's authority is written into the binding clauses." He looked at the draft. "This will hold." Dagmar exhaled. "Then we are done." "Almost." Svana looked up. Faber reached into his leather folder and withdrew a single sheet of paper, blank except for a line of embossed text at the top. He laid it on the table. "This is the final page of the restatement." His voice was quiet. "It requires the signature of the institutional guarantor." The room went still. Svana stared at the blank space beneath the embossed line, the cold mark pressed against her throat. "I thought I was the guarantor." "You are the named human guarantor," Faber said. "The Covenant also requires an institutional guarantor, an entity that outlives individuals, that holds the Covenant beyond any single archivist's tenure." Dagmar's face was unreadable. "The Heliodor vault itself." Faber nodded. "The vault's charter must sign, which means the vault's acting director must sign on its behalf." The silence stretched. Svana understood. Wulfric Brackett, whose authority had just been reduced to operational oversight, would have to place his name beneath hers on the covenant that had cost him everything. The covenant he had written to protect her. She set down her pencil. "I will ask him." Faber did not argue. He slid the blank page into the stack and closed the folder. "Dawn is in 40 minutes. He left without another word. The cold mark pulsed once, twice, a slow beat beneath her skin. Svana stood alone at the table, the draft covenant fanned across the notary surface, the final blank line waiting for a name that had carried the weight of this building for 4 centuries. She had 3 hours until the hearing. She had 40 minutes until dawn, and she had asked the man she loved to sign his name to a document that had already taken everything from him, except his belief that she was worth protecting. Chapter 60. The corridor stretched ahead of her, dim and silent, The conservation room door, a dark rectangle at the far end where Faber had left without looking back. The cold mark pulsed against her throat. 40 minutes until dawn, 3 hours until the hearing. She had to ask him to sign. Svana walked before her legs could decide against it, the draft covenant tucked under her arm, the final blank page tucked inside against her ribs where the mark had settled. The conservation room door stood open. She stepped through. Wulfric sat at the far table where she had drafted clauses through the night, his hands flat on the wood on either side of nothing, his face turned toward the window where the sky had not yet begun to lighten. He looked up when she entered. His eyes were gray and still, and he had already seen the folder under her arm and understood what she carried. "The final page," he said, not a question. "Yes, Faber told me the draft would hold." His voice was level. "He did not tell me what it required. He does not tell anyone anything until he has to." Wulfric almost smiled. 4 centuries of that man's precision. I should be accustomed to it by now. Svana set the folder on the table between them. The cold mark pressed harder as she opened it. "The restatement requires 2 guarantors, 1 human, 1 institutional." She pulled out the sheet Faber had left, the blank page with the embossed line at the top. "The vault must sign on behalf of the charter, which means you sign on behalf of the vault." Wulfric looked at the page for a long time. The silence stretched. "The external specialist clause," he said finally. "The one you wrote yourself. It blocks Venture's removal strategy. You heard about that?" "Petra told me." His voice was quiet. "She said you argued it through at 2:30 without flinching. I had been drafting it in my head since the council." He nodded slowly. "Then you already understand what this restatement does." He met her eyes. "It limits my authority permanently. It transfers control of the covenant to your office. It places you under the oldest court's notice in a way that cannot be undone." "Yes." "And you still want me to sign?" "I need you to sign." The cold mark pulsed twice. Wulfric did not look away. "Tell me why." Svana set her hands on the table opposite his. "Because the covenant protects 237 human employees whose names I have never seen on a ledger. Because Fenchurch will reintroduce his removal proposal the moment this draft fails. Because the Halgrim claim will argue I cannot be impartial, and if I am not the named guarantor when that hearing begins, the court will appoint someone who answers to them instead of to the staff." She stopped. "Because I cannot do this alone." Wulfric's breath caught. Not a sound, a stillness. 4 centuries, he said, and I have never heard anyone say that to me and mean it. He reached for the pen Svana had laid on the table. His hand stopped above the blank line. "The mark," he said. "It is pressing at your throat." "Yes. It will not stop. Not until the covenant is finalized. Not until the hearing resolves. Possibly not after that." "I know." "Then you know what you are choosing." "I know." Wulfric held her gaze for a moment longer. Then he signed. His name went down in black ink, 4 centuries of cursive steady as stone. Wulfric Brackett, Acting Director, Heliodor Vault. The cold mark surged against Svana's throat. Not pain, pressure, weight. As if something had shifted in the air between them, settled into the architecture of the covenant. She did not touch her throat. She watched him set the pen down. "Your turn," he said. Vonda picked up the pen. The page lay before her, half empty now, his name beneath the embossed line, a blank space beside it where hers would go. She had signed documents all night. This one was different. This one placed her name on the same line as his, not above, not below, beside. And it meant everything Faber had described. Visibility, liability, permanent notice from the oldest court in Europe. She lifted the pen. The phone on the wall rang. The sound cut through the silence like a blade. Svana froze. Wulfric looked at the receiver. The phone rang again. No one called the conservation line at this hour. Another ring. Svana set the pen down. She crossed to the wall and lifted the receiver. "Senior Archivist's office," she said, the title still strange on her tongue. "It's Anja." The paramedic's voice was tight and wrong in a way that made the Colmard press harder. "What happened?" "I'm at the dispatch bay. A man came to your building an hour ago. Asked your landlord for you by name. Asked about your mother's family, about the Vossing name. Svana's fingers went cold. Anja. He was well-dressed, polished, asked politely. Your landlord shrugged him off and called me because he knew I knew you. A pause. But the man left a card. Standard security, gray stock, no company name, just a phone number and a single word. What word? Lineage. The cold mark closed. Svana could not breathe. The man said he would call again tomorrow, Anja said. That he had business with the Vossing line, that he was patient. The receiver shook in Svana's hand. Did he leave a name? No, Anja's voice dropped. But your landlord said he had pale eyes, almost colorless, like he was looking through him instead of at him. The elder from the council, the one who had demanded the lineage record, the one who had warned Svana she could not unseal it without a hearing. Someone was already moving. Svana looked at the blank signature line on the table. The pen lay where she had set it down. Wulfric was watching her with a face that understood everything without having heard a word. Svana. Anja's voice came through the line. What do you want me to do? The cold mark pulsed beneath her skin. She had 40 minutes until dawn, 3 hours until the hearing. And someone had already started asking about her family before she could unseal the record that held the truth about them. The pen waited on the table. The signature line waited, and the word lineage burned behind her eyes like a brand. Chapter 61. The receiver shook in Svana's hand. Svana? Anja's voice, sharp now. Are you still there? Yes. What do you want me to do? Svana looked at the table. The pen lay where she had set it down. The blank signature line stared back like a wound not yet closed. Stay away from the building, she said. Do not go near my apartment until I tell you. Where will you go? I do not know yet. Svana, I will call you back. She hung up before Anja could argue. The conservation room felt smaller than it had a minute ago. The walls pressed in. The cold mark throbbed at her throat in a rhythm that matched her pulse. Wulfric had not moved from his chair. His hands lay flat on the table on either side of the signed page, and his eyes had not left her face since the phone rang. Who? He said. Someone matching the elder, the one who demanded the lineage record at the council. At your building? Yes. Wulfric's jaw tightened. He left a card. Gray stock, no company name, just a phone number and the word lineage. Anja said he was polished, well-dressed, asked politely. That is not a threat. It is not a request either. Wulfric was silent for a long moment. His thumb traced the edge of the signature page, following the line where his name met the paper. He wants you to know he is watching, he said finally. He wants you to feel the net closing before he pulls it tight. Svana's chest tightened. Then I need to see Anja, in person, find out exactly what he said, what he looked like, whether he mentioned anything about the hearing or the covenant or… Go. The words stopped her. Wulfric looked at her with something she could not name, not permission, not command, recognition. Go, he said again. You have 40 minutes until dawn. You will not sign the restatement until your hand is steady, and you will not be steady until you know what you are walking into. Svana stared at him. You are telling me to leave the vault, before the hearing, before I sign. I am telling you that a leader who signs under pressure signs a document she has not fully chosen. Go, see Anja, confirm what you already suspect, then come back and sign with your eyes open. The cold mark pulsed. 1 beat. 2. Svana reached for her coat. The night air hit her like a blade. She crossed the courtyard at a pace that was not quite a run, the gray stone of Heliodor's facade rising behind her, the conservation room's light bleeding through the window above. The street was empty. The lamps cast pools of amber on wet cobblestones, and somewhere in the distance a tram groaned through a curve. She walked. The dispatch bay was 12 minutes on foot. She did not have 12 minutes. She broke into a jog. Anja met her at the side door, dark hair escaping its knot, paramedic jacket open over a uniform that smelled of antiseptic and haste. You should not have come, Anja said. Tell me everything. Anja pulled her inside. The dispatch bay hummed with low fluorescent light. A radio crackled in the corner. Anja led her past the empty stretchers to a break room where a gray card lay on the table between two coffee cups. He did not touch anything, Anja said. Did not leave fingerprints, did not raise his voice. Your landlord said he was almost too polite. What did he ask about? The Vossing name, your mother's family, whether there were any living relatives in the city, whether your grandmother had been buried here or somewhere else. The cold mark surged. Anja caught the shift in Svana's expression and leaned forward. What is it? My grandmother sealed the covenant that is about to save 237 lives, and someone is trying to find out if her bloodline still carries the debt. Debt. Blood debt. A legal claim that can be called in against living descendants if the covenant fails. Anja's face went still. Years of paramedic training, years of holding composure while the world bled around her. Then the man who came to your building, she said slowly, is not just asking about your family. He is checking whether you are collectible. Varna did not answer. She picked up the gray card. The stock was thick, professional. The number printed in a typeface she did not recognize, not digital, something older, set by hand. The word beneath it, lineage. No company name, no individual name, nothing to trace. He said he would call again tomorrow, Anja said. He will not need to. Anja's eyes narrowed. What does that mean? Vanna slipped the card into her pocket. It means he is not working alone. It means he already knows where I will be at dawn. She turned toward the door. Zana. She stopped. Anja's voice was quieter now. Do not go back to your apartment tonight. Do not go back until you know who sent him. I know who sent him. Then watch your back. Zvana left the dispatch bay without another word. The street was darker than before. The amber pools of light seemed smaller, farther apart, as if something had swallowed the gaps between them. Zvana walked at a pace that was almost a run, the gray card burning in her pocket, the cold mark pressing at her throat like a hand that had not yet closed. She reached the Heliodor courtyard at a breathless stop. The conservation room light was still on. She crossed the stones and pushed through the door. Wulfric was still at the table. He had not moved, but he was not alone. Miklos Faber stood beside the table, his dark coat still damp from the street, his expression flat and professional. He had the gravity of a man who had arrived not by accident, but by calculation. Senior archivist, Faber said. I heard the phone ring. You heard nothing. He did not argue. The Halgrim hearing has been moved up, he said. They have filed an expedited request. The court will convene in 2 hours instead of 3. Savannah's stomach dropped. Why? Because someone has already started a parallel inquiry into the Vossing lineage. Faber's voice was level, but his eyes were not. If you delay signing the restatement, the court may interpret it as reluctance, and reluctance invites challenge. The room went still. Wulfric looked at Savannah. The pen lay beside the blank signature line. The gray card pressed against her thigh. The word burned in her mind. Lineage. How do they know? Savannah said. Faber's expression did not change. Because the same elder who asked for the lineage record at the council has already requested a preliminary finding from the oldest court's genealogical office. He is not waiting for the hearing. The cold mark closed, not waiting. The elder was already moving, and Svana had not yet signed. Chapter 62. Svana did not sit. The conservation room held all the heat of the night's work, Petra's coffee cup still warm, Calix's notes spread across the far table, the draft covenant open to its final page. The signature line waited, blank. Faber stood beside Wulfric like a man who had already calculated every outcome and found none of them comfortable. 2 hours, Svana said. 1 hour and 52 minutes now, Faber said. I counted from the call. She looked at Wulfric. He had not moved from his seat. His hands rested flat on the table, palms down, the posture of a man who had stopped fighting the current. The institutional guarantor Lyle held his name in ink that had not yet dried. Below it, the line for the human guarantor waited. "The elder requested a genealogical finding before the hearing," she said. "That means he already has a case." Faber nodded once. "A preliminary finding, not a full extraction. The genealogical office will produce a surface-level read of the Vossing lineage index, birth dates, death dates, marriage records, property transfers. Nothing from the sealed covenant text, nothing that requires your consent to unseal. But enough to know where to dig, enough to know where to aim the Halgrim claim," Faber said. "The elder will argue that a guarantor with an incomplete understanding of her own bloodline cannot serve as impartial witness. If he can prove that the Vossing line carries a pre-existing debt obligation, your signature becomes a conflict of interest rather than a protection." Svana's hand went to her pocket, the gray card, lineage. She pulled it out and set it on the table beside the draft covenant. Faber looked at it. His expression did not change, but something in his stillness shifted. "He left this at my building," she said. "No company name, no signature. Just the word and a number I do not recognize." Faber picked it up, turned it over, examined the typeface with the care of a man who spent centuries reading documents for hidden meaning. Hand set, copper plate, early 20th century press. He set it down. "Old money. These cards are not printed in batches. They are commissioned one at a time for specific purposes by people who do not want their name on the paper." "Then how do I trace it?" "You do not. You trace the person who received it and wait for them to contact you." The cold mark pressed against Svana's throat. She looked at the signature line again. "If I sign now, I sign without knowing what the genealogical office will find, without knowing what the elder already knows." "Yes," Wulfric said. His voice was quiet, not resigned, steady. She turned to face him. "You signed. You put your name beneath the line that stripped your authority. You answered the question I asked you in the anteroom, the one about why you would sign, with a single sentence about protection. And now I have to decide whether I do the same." He did not look away. "I signed because I trust your reading of the evidence," he said. "Not because I knew the outcome, not because the document was safe, because you had already proven you would carry the weight of it." The room held its breath. Svana picked up the pen. The barrel was warm from the hour it had lain beside the coffee cups. She turned to the signature line, pressed the nib to the paper, and wrote, "Svana Vossing, human guarantor, Heliodor vault." The ink did not bleed. The paper accepted the stroke as if it had been waiting for that combination of letters for 400 years. Nothing happened. No surge of cold, no flash of binding, no physical sensation beyond the ordinary pressure of a pen against paper. She set the pen down. The covenant read, "The Heliodor vault shall not sell, transfer, or assign any human employee to blood debt obligation without the explicit written consent of the employee and the countersignature of the senior archivist. This protection is permanent, non-negotiable, and attached to the institution's charter in perpetuity." Public language, readable by anyone who could hold the page. Faber reached across the table and turned the document toward himself. He examined the signature line, then the institutional guarantor line. His thumb brushed the edge of Wulfric's name. "It will hold," he said. "That is not a declaration of acceptance," Svana said. "No, it is a statement of fact. The covenant, as drafted and signed, meets the oldest court's requirements for binding force." He looked up. "The hearing will confirm the ratification. The Halgrim claim will be answered by the existence of a properly executed restatement. The human staff are protected." He said it as if the matter were concluded, but his eyes were not finished. "And the elder?" Faber closed the document. "The elder will have his genealogical finding by the time the hearing convenes. That is outside the scope of the covenant restatement. It is a separate matter." "It is not separate," Svana said. "He is investigating my bloodline because my name is on the line you just accepted. He wants to know if the Vossing debt makes me a target or a weapon. That is not separate. That is the same document with a different reading." Faber did not argue. Wulfric pushed back his chair and stood. The movement was slow, deliberate, the body of a man who had been sitting too long in the same position. "The genealogical office will produce a surface read," he said. "That gives us a window, before they go deeper, Before the elder requests a full extraction, we can open the lineage record ourselves at the hearing, publicly. We are not ready, Svana said. We will never be ready. But we will have the truth before the elder does. She looked at the card on the table. The word lineage printed in copperplate that had been set by hand for a specific purpose by someone who did not want their name on the paper. The cold mark loosened. Not completely, not enough to forget it was there. But the pressure eased, and she could breathe without the sensation of a hand closing at her throat. 1 hour and 50 minutes, she said. I need to prepare. Faber inclined his head. Petra appeared in the doorway, sleeves rolled, hair escaping its pins, carrying a fresh pot of coffee. She stopped when she saw Svana standing at the table with the pen still wet beside the signature line. You signed. I signed. Petra set the coffee down. Her hands were steady, but her eyes moved from Svana's face to Wulfric's and back, reading something in the space between them. Then we have an hour to get you ready for the hearing, she said. What do you need? Svana looked at the gray card. The elder was already moving, and she had only one chance to move first. I need the lineage record open before the elder's genealogical finding reaches the hearing, and I need everyone in that room to see what it says before the elder can spin it. Petra nodded once. Then let's make sure they do. The conservation room door closed behind them, and in the silence of the corridor, the cold mark pressed once against Svana's throat, a pulse of something like recognition, and then fell still. Chapter 63. The hearing convened in the main reading room at 7 minutes past the hour. Svana stood at the lectern with the signed covenant open before her, the ink dry on both signature lines. The room held the same gilt chairs, the same 3 rows of donors, the same staff lining the walls, but the arrangement had shifted. The podium table where the 3 affiliates had sat during the first hearing was gone. In its place, a single long table faced the lectern, with Faber at the center and the pale-eyed elder seated to his left. Wulfric stood against the far wall, not at the table, not beside her, against the wall, where the light from the tall windows did not reach. The cold mark rested at Svana's throat, motionless, neither pressing nor releasing. She could feel it the way she felt her own pulse, constant and unremarkable until she thought about it, and then impossible to ignore. Faber read the covenant summary in a voice that carried no inflection. Public language, permanent protections, countersignature authority, external specialist clause, annual verification, quarterly review. Each provision landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water. No one interrupted, no one challenged. When he reached the final page, he read the guarantor lines aloud. Institutional guarantor, Wulfric Brackett, Director, Heliodor Vault. He paused. Human guarantor, Svana Vossing, Senior Archivist, Heliodor Vault. The room held its breath. Then Faber set the document down and said the words Svana had been waiting for since she first opened the off-inventory ledger in the sub-basement. The Covenant of 1589, as restated and signed, is accepted by the oldest court as binding. The protections for human employees of the Heliodor Vault are permanent, non-negotiable, and attached to the institution's charter in perpetuity. The Halgrim Collection's emergency claim is answered by the existence of this executed restatement and is therefore dismissed. A murmur moved through the staff along the walls. Petra let out a breath Svana heard from 3 meters away. Faber raised a hand. There are additional provisions regarding oversight and authority. He turned to the 3rd page. The Director's Office retains operational authority over non-covenanted functions. All covenant-related decisions, including enforcement actions, countersignature requirements, and external specialist contracts, are transferred to the Senior Archivist's office. A rotating oversight panel of 3, appointed by the oldest court from a pool of candidates approved by the Staff Council, will conduct quarterly reviews. The panel has the right of inspection but no veto power over covenant operations. Soren Halvers made a sound in his throat, a low rumble that did not resolve into words. Marguerite Delacroix sat with her hands folded, her blood-red gown still as lacquer, her eyes moving from Faber to Svana and back with the patience of someone counting cards. Faber continued. The director's authority to bind the vault to any future covenant, agreement, or debt obligation without countersignature from the senior archivist and the staff council is permanently revoked. This provision is not subject to appeal or renegotiation. Wulfric did not move. Svana did not look at him. She kept her eyes on Faber's face, on the precise way he articulated each clause, on the small silence he left between the end of the sentence and the beginning of the next. The pale-eyed elder leaned forward. "Accepted," he said. The word landed like a gavel. Faber turned to Svana. "Senior Archivist, do you accept the terms and obligations of the restated covenant as read?" "I do." "Do you accept the oversight provisions and the transfer of covenant authority from the Director's office to the Senior Archivist's office?" "I do." "Will you submit to the quarterly review process and cooperate with the oversight panel's inspection rights?" "I will." Faber set down the document and folded his hands on the table. The gesture was final, ceremonial, the close of a proceeding that had taken 436 years to reach this room. "Then the matter is concluded." The staff began to move. Petra stepped forward, her face tight with something that might have been relief or exhaustion. A few catalogers drifted toward the door, murmuring to each other. Dagmar remained where she stood, arms crossed, watching the room empty with the patience of someone who had seen too many endings to trust one. Svana reached for the covenant. Faber's voice stopped her. "Senior Archivist, a moment." She turned. He had not risen. The pale-eyed elder had not risen either. They sat at the long table as if the hearing were still in session, as if the room had not already begun to disperse. Faber pulled a second document from his case. "This is not part of the covenant restatement," he said. "It is a request from the oldest court's genealogical office, a private inventory of sealed family ledgers connected to newly visible guarantors." He slid it across the table. The paper was heavy, cream-colored, watermarked with the crescent moon emblem that matched the two halves of the broken seal. "Your grandmother's name appears on the list," Faber said, along with 3 other Vossing entries dating from 1742 to 1781. The court requests access to these records for verification purposes. "Verification of what?" the pale-eyed elder answered. "Your eligibility to serve as human guarantor," he said. "The genealogical finding my office requested is a surface read. Birth, death, marriage, property. The family ledgers contain deeper records, debts, transfers, compacts, the kind of obligations that attach to bloodlines regardless of individual consent." The cold mark stirred at Svanan's throat. "The restatement is signed," she said. "The court accepted it." "The restatement is accepted," the elder agreed. "Your eligibility is a separate question. The covenant requires that the human guarantor be free of pre-existing blood debt claims against their own name. If the Vossing family ledgers contain an unpaid obligation that was transferred through the bloodline rather than through individual signature, your guarantor status may need to be reviewed." The room had gone quiet again. Petra had stopped moving. Wulfric had stepped forward, one step into the edge of the light. "The covenant does not require genealogical review of the guarantor's bloodline," he said. "Only that the guarantor has no active blood debt claim against their own name at the time of signing." The elder turned his pale eyes toward Wulfric. "The covenant of 1589 did not require a genealogical review," he said. "The restated covenant of this morning does not require one, but the oldest court's standing rules on newly visible guarantors do. The rule was enacted in 1793 and has been applied to every first-time human guarantor for 230 years. It was never invoked at Heliodor because Heliodor never had a human guarantor before tonight." He looked back at Svana. "You are the first." The cold mark pressed. Not hard, not yet. Just enough to remind her it was there, that it had not fallen still in recognition when she signed, that it was waiting for something she had not yet given it. Faber tapped the document. "You are not required to surrender the ledgers today, but the request is on the record, and the court expects a response before the first quarterly review. That gives you approximately 90 days. "And if I refuse?" Faber's expression did not change. "The court will note that the newly visible guarantor declined to verify their bloodline's debt status. It will not void the covenant, but it will be noted." The pale-eyed elder rose. 90 days, he said, and walked toward the door without looking back. Faber followed. The room emptied behind them. Svana stood at the lectern with the signed covenant open before her, the ink dry, the protections permanent, the human staff safe. And the cold mark pressed once at her throat, a pulse of something that felt less like recognition and more like a countdown. Chapter 64. The cold mark pressed once more at Svana's throat, then fell still. She stood at the lectern with the signed covenant open before her, the ink dry, the protections permanent, the human staff safe. The room had emptied of donors and court affiliates. Only the staff remained, Petra near the door, Dagmar against the far wall, a cluster of catalogers and conservators Svana had worked beside for 3 years without ever being their supervisor. Petra broke the silence first. "It's over?" The words landed wrong. Not because they were untrue, but because the room felt nothing like an ending. The air still hummed with the weight of what had been signed, what had been deferred, what the pale-eyed elder had taken with him in a cream-colored folder stamped with the crescent moon. Svana closed the covenant. "It's the beginning," she said. "But yes, the hearing is finished." A junior cataloger named Laska stepped forward, her hands clasped so tightly the knuckles showed white. "Senior archivist, the protections, they're real? They can't take them back?" "They can't take them back," Svana said. "The court accepted the restatement. Your positions, your safety, your right to refuse covenanted work, those are written into binding language now, not just tradition, not just Wulfric's word." She had used his name. She had not called him director. The staff noticed. A small shift in posture rippled through the group, something between relief and acknowledgement. Laska's hands unclasped. "Thank you," she said. "I have a daughter. I never knew if I should tell her what I actually do here." Svana's throat tightened. "Tell her. The secrecy was never meant to protect you. It was meant to protect the people who benefited from your silence. That's over." Another voice from the back, a young man Svana recognized from the conservation wing, named just out of reach. "What changes tomorrow? Do we still report to the same section heads? Do we still clock in the same way?" The questions came faster than she could sort them. "Who approves leave now that Director Brackett's authority is reduced? Will the court observer have access to our personnel files? If a donor demands to speak directly with a human staff member, do we call security or the senior archivist's office?" Svana raised a hand. The questions stopped. "I don't have answers for all of this tonight," she said. "I have 90 days to respond to the genealogical request. I have a signed covenant that gives me authority I have not yet learned how to use. I have a staff council that needs to be elected, a quarterly review structure that needs to be built, and a building full of records that have been hiding the truth for 400 years. She paused. "What I can tell you is this. From this moment, no decision about human staff is made without human staff consent. That is not a promise. It is a clause. It is enforceable, and I will enforce it." The staff exchanged glances. Dagmar pushed off from the wall. "That's your first lesson," she said quietly. "Leadership is mostly standing in a room full of people who need answers and telling them you will find them before you have slept." Svana met her eyes. "Where do I start?" Dagmar's mouth curved, not quite a smile, but close. "You start by asking Petra what she found during the hearing." Svana turned. Petra was standing near the door, her arms crossed, her face tight with something that was not relief and not exhaustion. It looked like calculation. "I waited," Petra said. "I didn't want to interrupt with everyone watching." "What did you find?" Petra glanced at the remaining staff. Laska took the cue and began herding the others toward the door with murmured reassurances and promises to meet in the morning. The room emptied until only Svana, Petra, and Dagmar remained. Petra moved to the index cabinet against the far wall. "During the hearing, I was watching the room. Everyone was focused on Faber and the pale-eyed elder. No one was watching the staff entrance at the back." She pulled open a drawer near the bottom of the cabinet. But someone else was. The drawer was empty. Svana stepped closer. "What was in there?" "A sealed index," Petra said. "Cross-reference cards for the 1,742-1,781 family ledgers. The ones the genealogical office just requested access to. They were here this morning." I checked when I came in. Svana's blood went cold. Who opened the drawer? I don't know. I saw the drawer was slightly ajar when I came back in after the hearing. The seal was broken. The cards were gone. Dagmar moved to the cabinet, ran her finger along the drawer's metal edge. This drawer was locked when I left this morning. Was it? Petra asked. The room went silent. Svana looked at the empty drawer, then at the door through which the pale-eyed elder had walked. 90 days. Someone had already started counting. Chapter 65. Dagmar pushed open the door to the senior archivist office and stepped aside. The room smelled of cedar and old paper, the desk cleared except for a blotter and a brass lamp. A shelf of reference binders stood against the far wall. The window looked onto the courtyard where Svana had crossed 3 hours ago, running toward Anja's voice. "This is yours," Dagmar said. "The lock was changed this morning. There are 2 keys. One is in the top drawer, the other is in my pocket until tomorrow." Svana did not move past the threshold. "I don't know how to start." "You start by sitting down." Dagmar walked to the desk and pulled out the chair. "The rest comes in sequence." Svana sat. The chair was warm from nothing but wood and leather. It felt older than she was, older than the building above them, shaped by decades of someone else's decisions. She put her hands flat on the blotter. Her knuckles ached. The cold mark pressed at her throat like a finger testing a pulse. "The first act of this role," Dagmar said, "is not possession. It is audit." She crossed to the far wall and pulled a key from her jacket pocket, fitted it into a drawer Svana had not noticed, set into the paneling beneath the reference binders. The lock clicked. Dagmar pulled the drawer open. Inside, a neat row of index cards, each tabbed by year. "Every document that moved through this office during my tenure is logged here. Signature requests, copy authorizations, transfer receipts, consultation slips." She ran her finger along the tabs. "I kept a second set in the main index for institutional continuity. The one Petra found stolen was the 3rd set." Svana stood and moved to the drawer. The cross-reference cards for the 1742 and 1781 ledgers were in that 3rd set. "Yes, but the request loop for the genealogical ledger is in here." Dagmar reached past the first row of cards and extracted a slim slip of pale blue stock, folded once. She handed it to Svana. The paper was heavier than standard office stock. The letterhead read, "Heliodor Vault, First Lissy, possible like an upgrading line, permanent holdings, genealogical records." The date was 3 days ago. The ledger requested read, "Vossing, J. Vossing, M. 1731, Vossing line. Collateral branches, 1742, 1781. Signed out under court authority. Returned incomplete." Svana read the line twice. "Returned incomplete. They didn't finish the search." "They didn't need to." Dagmar's voice was flat. "They found what they were looking for in the first ledger. The second one confirmed it. The third was corroboration." "Who signed it out?" Dagmar pointed to the signature line. The hand was precise, unhurried, the letters formed with the discipline of someone who had written by lamplight for decades. The name was unfamiliar. Below it, a stamp. "Oldest Court, Genealogical Office, Prague Division." 436 years of records, Svana said. "And someone from the court walked into this building, pulled 3 ledgers, and found what they needed in 2. Yes, without my consent. The genealogical request process does not require the subject's consent for preliminary review, only for full access to sealed entries. That is what you received tonight, the 90-day window." Svana looked at the slip again. The date, the timestamp, the note at the bottom written in the same hand. "Sealed entries identified. Further authorization required." They hit a wall. At the sealed entries, yes, that is why your consent is necessary. Dagmar closed the drawer and locked it. But they have already seen everything up to that wall. They know which collateral branches hold debt. They know which transfers were never closed. They know how clean your line is, or isn't, up to the moment your grandmother sealed the records. The cold mark shifted, a slow press against Svana's windpipe. "How clean is it?" Dagmar did not answer immediately. She walked to the window and stood with her back to the courtyard, her face half in shadow. I kept the second set of cards for 11 years because I wanted to know who was looking before they arrived. Every time someone requested Vossing material, I noted it. The pattern was consistent until last month. Consistent how? 3 requests in 11 years, all from approved scholars, all surface level, all returned without sealed entry inquiries. Then, in the last 3 weeks, 5 requests. 2 from the court's genealogical office, 1 from an unaffiliated researcher with no return address, 1 from a name I did not recognize and could not trace. Svana's chest tightened. And the 5th? Dagmar turned. The 5th was never logged. I found the slip in the bottom of the drawer, crumpled, as though someone had shoved it there in haste. The ledger requested was the Vossing line, 1742 through 1781. The signature was illegible. The date was yesterday morning. Before the hearing, before the vote, before you were nominated, before the elder requested the genealogical finding through official channels. Svana let the silence stretch. So someone on the inside, someone with access to this office and the confidence to work without oversight, already pulled the Vossing family ledgers before the court's genealogical office made its official request. Yes. And that person is probably the same person who broke the seal on the cross-reference draw during the hearing. Dagmar's mouth tightened. That is the reasonable inference. Svana set the blue slip on the blotter and looked at it. The pale-eyed elder had arrived at the hearing with a cream-colored folder already stamped with the crescent moon. He had known what he was looking for before Faber produced the genealogical request. He had been prepared. Someone in the vault had fed him the information. I need the name of every person who has entered this office in the last month. Dagmar reached into her jacket and produced a folded sheet. I compiled it this evening. 12 names, staff, donors, 2 court attachés. Including Faber? Including Faber. Svana took the list and read it standing at the desk. Petra's name was there, logged for a consultation on July 14th. Wulfric, 3 times. Dagmar herself, daily. Laska, for a delivery. 2 names she did not recognize, a conservation consultant and a temporary cataloger from the Halgrim exchange program. The 12th name was Gervin Olt, dated the morning of the hearing. He was in this office, Svana said. Faber authorized the escort. I was not informed until after. What did he take? He did not take anything. He left a sealed envelope on the desk addressed to me. It contained his formal withdrawal from the Halgrim collection's claim against the Covenant. Sama looked up. He withdrew before the hearing. Yes. Before the elder demanded the genealogical review. Yes. Sama folded the list and put it in her pocket. The cold mark pressed again, harder this time, as though the Covenant itself was testing whether she was ready to hold what she had just been given. Gervin knew what was coming, she said. He withdrew to distance himself from the fallout. He knew the elder would move on the lineage record. He knew before the rest of us did. Dagmar said nothing. The question is whether he knew because he was part of it, Sama said, or because he was trying to warn us. Chapter 66. The list was still in her pocket when she reached the senior archivist office. 12 names, 1 unlogged request, a crumpled slip shoved into a drawer by someone who knew exactly which ledgers to pull. Svana set the keys on the cleared desk and stood in the dark, the cold mark pressed at her throat, steady and patient. Not a choke, a reminder. She had 90 days to decide whether to open her family's sealed records, and someone inside the vault had already started counting before the hearing gavel fell. She did not turn on the lamp. The window faced the courtyard, where the security lights painted the wet stone in amber arcs. Her reflection hung in the glass, faint and hollow, the shape of a woman who had signed herself into a ledger she could not read. A footstep in the corridor. She knew the weight before she saw the silhouette. The pause at the threshold. The way he waited, not entering, not leaving, giving her space to refuse him. I did not send for you, she said. I know. Wulfric stood in the doorframe, his hands empty, his sleeves rolled to the forearm. He looked like a man who had stopped calculating the cost. I should have known, she said. About the requests, about the pattern. Dagmar kept the second set of cards for 11 years, and I walked into this office 3 hours ago without asking who had been here before me. You were holding the covenant together. The covenant is signed. The protections are permanent. The staff is safe." She turned from the window. "And someone inside this building pulled my family's ledgers before the court asked for them. They broke a seal during the hearing. They took a set of cross-reference cards while I stood at the lectern and accepted the guarantor oath." Wulfric did not answer immediately. He stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Not locked. Closed. "I came to ask you something," he said. "Not as the director who answers to the court. Not as the man who kept the Covenant's full shape from you for 3 months. As someone who has already lost everything that could be stripped by signatures and sanctions." Svana's chest tightened. "I am asking whether you will let me stand with you," he said. "Not behind you. Not ahead of you. Beside you. Whatever comes next. The genealogical finding. The 90-day window. The sealed entries. The person inside this building who is already moving against you." She wanted to say yes. The word was there, pressed against her teeth, warm and dangerous. She had carried his name in her mouth for weeks, hidden it behind formal titles and locked doors, and now he was offering her something she had not dared to name. Permission to stop hiding. "Your authority over the Covenant is revoked," she said. "You cannot countersign. You cannot bind. You cannot protect the staff through procedure anymore." "I know. If I say yes, and someone sees us choosing each other in the open, the Halgrim claim will refile. They will argue the human guarantor is compromised by personal loyalty to the former director." "They will argue it regardless," he said. "The only question is whether you face it alone." The cold mark shifted, a slow pulse like a heartbeat skipping a measure. "Why now?" she asked. "Why not 3 months ago when I found the ledger? Why not the night we kissed in the conservation room, when you told me you had wanted me for too long and then let me walk back to my alcove pretending nothing had changed?" "Because I did not know yet whether you would survive the truth." "And now you do?" He met her eyes. "Now I know you will survive it. The question is whether you want someone beside you while you do." She opened her mouth to answer. The knock came fast and insistent, 3 sharp raps that did not wait for permission. Petra pushed the door open before either of them could speak, her face tight, her sleeves dusted with conservation grit. She stopped when she saw Wulfric, then pressed through anyway. "The court attached Gervin's working notes," she said. "Faber ordered him to surrender the full packet an hour ago. Every draft, every translation, every margin annotation connected to the Covenant." Svana's pulse kicked. And he complied. The packet was sealed and delivered to Faber's office in the East Wing. Petra's voice dropped. "But one folio is missing from the sequence. The witness list from the 1742 ledger, the one that cross-references the Vossing entries." The cold mark pressed hard against Svana's windpipe. "Gervin surrendered the packet with the folio missing." "Gervin surrendered the packet complete," Petra said. "Faber's clerk counted the sheets at receipt, 18 folios. The witness list should have been number 19. Svana looked at Wulfric. His face had gone still. The same stillness she had seen in the sub-basement doorway the night she first opened the ledger. The stillness of a man watching a door close that he had hoped would stay open. "The packet was sealed at surrender," she said. "When did the folio go missing?" Petra held her gaze. "Before the hearing," she said. "The clerk noted the seal was intact, but the sequence gap was internal. Someone removed folio 19 before Gervin handed the packet over, or someone removed it after Faber's clerk logged the count and before the seal went on." Svana thought of the crumpled slip in Dagmar's drawer. The unlogged request dated the morning of the hearing, the 12th name on the list. Gervin had been in Dagmar's office that morning. He had left a sealed envelope withdrawing from the Halgrim claim. He had known what was coming. "Where is Gervin now?" she asked. "Conservation room," Petra said. "Under observation. Faber's people have not released him." Svana picked up the key to the lineage record room. She had not returned it. She was not sure she would. "Tell Faber I want access to the packet," she said. "Tell him I want to see the remaining 18 folios before he files them with the court." "And Gervin?" She looked at Wulfric. He had not moved. His hands were still empty. His eyes were still on her. "I will speak to him myself," she said. Chapter 67. The conservation room's light had been dimmed at some point in the past hour. the overheads off and only the reading lamps burning at the central table where Gervin Olt sat with his hands flat on the wood, his collar open, and his face carrying the particular stillness of a man who had stopped trying to control the outcome. Two of Faber's people stood by the far wall, a woman with gray-streaked hair and a man whose hands remained visible at his sides, watching without watching. The posture of people who had been told to observe, not intervene. Gervin looked up when Svana entered. The crescent birthmark near his right temple caught the lamplight. His pale gray eyes tracked her across the room with something she could not name. Not hope, not defiance. Something quieter, like a man reading the last page of a book he already knew the ending of. "UK," he said. "I want to see the remaining 18 folios. They are in Faber's office. I do not have them." "Then tell me what was on folio 19. He sat back. The thin white scar under his chin caught the light as he tilted his head. "You already know what was on it. A witness list from the 1742 ledger cross-referencing the Vossing entries. Names, dates, property transfers, debt notations. The kind of record that only matters if someone is looking for a pattern. Who removed it? I do not know. You were in Dagmar's office the morning of the hearing. You left a sealed envelope withdrawing from the Halgrim claim. You knew what was coming before the elder demanded the genealogical review." He held her gaze. "Yes. Then tell me who gave you the warning." Gervin looked down at his hands. The fingers were still, the nails clean, the hands of a man who had spent centuries handling paper that could kill him if he read it wrong. "Someone above my station," he said. "Someone who had already asked about your name before the gala, before I arrived at Heliodor, before I knew you were the archivist who would find the ledger." The cold mark pressed at Svana's throat. Asked what? Whether the Vossing line carried unresolved debt, whether the 1742 entries had been properly sealed, whether the granddaughter of J. Vossing would be eligible for the senior archivist post under the old covenant rules. He paused. "I told them you were not connected to the bloodline's old obligations. I told them you had been vetted by Dagmar Hall and cleared for covenanted material work. I was wrong. You lied to protect me. I believed what I said." His voice carried no defense. "I believed your grandmother had sealed the records cleanly and that the debts died with her. I did not know about the 1742 entries. I did not know about the cross-reference. I did not know someone inside the vault had already pulled the ledgers before the court's official request." Svana stepped closer to the table. The woman with gray-streaked hair shifted her weight, but did not move to stop her. "The crumpled slip in Dagmar's drawer," Svana said. "The unlogged request dated the morning of the hearing, the one with the illegible signature." Gervin nodded once. "That was not my handwriting," he said. "But I'll know who wrote it." "Then say the name." "I cannot. You are under observation by Faber's people. Your working notes have been seized. The Halgrim collection has withdrawn its claim. You have nothing left to protect by staying silent." He looked at her then with an expression that made her chest tighten. Not the warmth he had shown her in the early weeks, not the calculated tenderness she had learned to distrust. Something stripped, something that had stopped performing. "The absent folio was never about Wulfric," he said. The words landed like a blade between her ribs. "What?" "The witness list, the cross-reference, the entries someone removed from the sealed packet. None of it pointed to Wulfric Brackett or his concealment of the covenant. It pointed to your bloodline, to a debt that was never discharged, only transferred, to a name that someone has been waiting to surface for 3 generations. Svana's hand found the edge of the table. The cold mark pressed harder, a pulse of recognition that she could not silence. "Whose name?" Gervin did not answer. "Who gave you the warning?" she said again. "Who asked about me before the gala?" He held her gaze for a long moment. Then he looked past her shoulder at the 2 observers, and she understood. He could not say it here, not with Faber's people in the room, not with the walls carrying ears that belonged to the oldest court. "The folio is not gone," he said quietly. "It was removed from the packet, but it was not destroyed. Someone took it because they wanted to read it first, because they needed to know what the witness list contained before you did." "Where is it?" "I do not know where it is now." but I know who has it." The woman with gray-streaked hair took a step forward. "The interview is concluded." Svana did not move. "Who has it?" she asked. Gervin's mouth opened. Then the conservation room door opened behind her, and Liklos Faber's voice cut through the air like a blade drawn across silk. "I do." Svana turned. Faber stood in the doorway, the cream-colored folder from the hearing tucked under his arm, his dark hair smooth, his face carrying the polite expression of a man who had been listening longer than anyone realized. "The folio was logged into my custody before the packet was sealed," he said. "I removed it because the witness list names a living party whose identity is protected by a non-disclosure order predating the 1589 Covenant. The oldest court has jurisdiction. You do not." The cold mark pressed so hard Svana felt it in her teeth. "Who is the living party?" she asked. Faber's smile did not reach his eyes. "You have 90 days to answer that question yourself, senior archivist. I suggest you use them wisely." He stepped aside, and the door stood open behind him. Gervin had not moved. His hands were still flat on the wood, his eyes were still on her. But he said nothing, and Svana understood, with a clarity that cut deeper than anger, that the interview was over, and she had walked out with less than she came in with. Chapter 68. She did not walk to her office. She walked past it. The corridor stretched east, past the locked reading rooms, past the conservation wing where Gervin sat under observation, past the stairwell that led down to the sub-basement where this had all begun. Her boots made no sound on the old stone. The cold mark pressed at her throat with every step, a pulse that matched the rhythm of her fury. Faber had the folio. Faber had known since before the packet was sealed. Faber had listened to her interview Gervin from the doorway, waiting for the moment when Gervin would name the person he could not name. And then Faber had stepped in and taken control of the revelation before she could reach it. She stopped at the end of the east corridor where a window looked out onto the courtyard. Gray light filtered through the glass. Not dawn yet, not quite. Her hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against the windowsill and forced herself to breathe. Gervin had known about the cross-reference. He had known about the debt. He had lied to protect her, yes, but he had also lied because he wanted to control when she learned the truth. The same man who had courted her with openness and warmth had spent months deciding which pieces of information she was ready to handle. Just like Wulfric. The thought landed like acid in her throat. She closed her eyes. The cold mark pressed harder, a warning she could not interpret. Behind her, footsteps approached. She did not turn. "I thought you would go to your office," Petra said. "I needed to think somewhere Faber could not find me." Petra stopped a few feet away. Her sleeves were dusted with conservation resin, her face carrying the strain of a night that had not ended. "The remaining 18 folios are in my station," she said. "Faber's clerk delivered them 10 minutes ago. No restrictions on access, no supervision required." Svana opened her eyes. "That is generous. It is calculated. He wants you to read them, draw your own conclusions, and then come back to him with questions he already has answers for." "I know." She turned from the window. Petra's face held something she had not seen before. Not fear, not concern, something harder. "What else did Gervin say after I left?" Svana asked. "Nothing. Faber's people took him to an annexed room in the east wing. He is still under observation, but he is not in the conservation room anymore." "Did he ask for anything?" "Paper. They gave him a notebook and a pen. He has been writing steadily for the last 12 minutes. Spana's chest tightened. "Writing what?" "I do not know. The observers did not look at the pages." Petra paused. "But one of them made a note of how fast he was writing, as if speed mattered." Svana stepped away from the window and began walking back the way she had come. Petra fell into step beside her. "Where are you going?" Petra asked. "To read the 18 folios before Faber changes his mind about the no restrictions policy." "That is wise." "It is not wisdom. It is desperation dressed as procedure." They walked in silence past the conservation room door. It was closed now, the lights dimmed, the table where Gervin had sat standing empty. The two chairs where his observers had been stationed were pushed back at identical angles. Petra unlocked her conservation station and gestured to a stack of cream-colored folders on the central table. 18 of them, each one sealed with a fresh wax wafer stamped with the oldest quartz mark. Svana sat down. She did not remove her coat. The first folder contained a witness statement, dated February 1589, signed by 3 men whose names meant nothing to her, and 1 woman whose name stopped her breath. J. Vossing, her grandmother's hand. The same sharp, economical strokes she had seen in the hidden ledger. The same pressure on the downstrokes. The same controlled tilt. She read the statement once, then she read it again. It was a deposition. J. Vossing had witnessed the original covenant binding and had attested under oath that every clause, every marginal note, every witness mark was authentic. She had signed her name beside the phrase vera et integra, true and complete. The 17th folder contained the cross-reference Gervin had mentioned. A single sheet of parchment, folded twice, the edges worn thin. At the top, in a hand she did not recognize, a heading, Vossing, 1742, unpaid, Shield Covenant cross-reference. Below it, a list. 3 dates. Free property transfers, 3 blood debt amounts, each one smaller than the last, as if the debt had been paid down over decades. But the final entry was not a payment. It was a notation in red ink. Transferred. Beneficiary not recorded. Status unresolved. The cold mark surged against her throat so hard she gasped. Petra was at her side in an instant. What is it? Svana could not answer. She could only stare at the final line of the cross-reference, written in the same red ink, in the same hand that had written, status unresolved. J. Vossing, granddaughter, not yet born when this was written, will carry the mark of the unresolved transfer if she enters into covenant as guarantor. Someone had known. Someone had written this prediction decades before Svana was born. Decades before she had ever set foot inside the Heliodor vault. Decades before the word guarantor had meant anything to her. She looked up from the folder. Petra's face had gone pale. "That is you," Petra said. "That is your name. Someone wrote about you before you were born." Voma's hand moved to her throat. The cold mark pulsed under her fingers, a heartbeat that was not hers, a debt that had been waiting for her across 3 generations. Feba had known. Gervin had known. Dagmar had known. Everyone had known, except her. She closed the folder and stood up. "Where are you going?" Petra asked again. "To find out who wrote that prediction," Sova said, "and to ask them why they never told me I was born owing a debt to a dead woman's ghost." She walked out of the conservation station with the folder in her hand, the cold mark burning at her throat, the taste of iron filling her mouth like a promise she had never agreed to keep. Chapter 69. The cold mark did not fade as she walked. It pressed steady at her throat, a low burn that matched the rhythm of her pulse, and Svana did not try to quiet it. She carried the folder against her chest, the parchment warm through the cardstock, and let the sensation anchor her through the empty corridors. The east reading room was lit. She stopped at the threshold. Wulfric sat at the long table with his back to her, a single lamp burning, his hands flat on the wood on either side of an open ledger he was not reading. He turned at the sound of her breathing. He did not speak. Svana stepped inside and let the door close behind her. The glass wall faced the darkened courtyard, rain streaking the panes, and she could see their reflections doubled in the black. 2 figures separated by a table, and the weight of everything neither had said yet. "It was never about you," she said. Wulfric did not move. "Gervin told me the Folio pointed to my bloodline, not yours. I did not believe him until I read it myself." She set the folder on the table and opened it to the cross-reference sheet. "Someone wrote this before I was born. They knew I would carry the mark. They knew I would become guarantor. They wrote it in red ink and left it in a sealed folder for someone else to find." Wulfric looked down at the page. His face did not change, but she saw his jaw tighten once, a muscle beneath the skin pulling taut and releasing. "Did you know?" she asked. "I knew the Vossing line carried an unresolved notation, I did not know the wording of the prediction. But you knew there was a prediction. He met her eyes. I knew there were sealed references I could not open without your consent or a court order. I did not open them. Because you were protecting me. Because I did not want to be the one who told you a truth you had not chosen to seek. The answer was careful, precise. It was the same answer he had given her before, and Svana felt her chest tighten with something that was not the mark. Gervin knew, she said. Dagmar knew. Faber knew. Everyone in this building knew there was a debt waiting for me except the person who owed it. I am not Gervin. No, you are worse, because I wanted to trust you. He rose from the chair slowly, his hands leaving the table open and empty. He did not step toward her. He stood on the far side of the table and let her see his face in the full lamplight. I can offer you every record I can lawfully open, he said. The Vossing entries in the 1742 ledger, the transfer notation, the beneficiary name if it was recorded before I was turned, the staff access logs for the last month, the correspondence files from the oldest court's genealogical office. Everything I have access to, you can have tonight. And the things you cannot open? I will tell you they exist and where they are kept. She studied him. The lines of his face, the stillness in his shoulders, the way he held himself as if bracing for a blow. That is not enough, she said. His expression did not waver. I know. Love cannot survive what we have been doing. You hiding things because you think the truth will damage me. Me finding them in fragments and deciding what to believe without the full context. She stepped closer, the table between them. If we are going to stand beside each other, I need to know you will not decide for me again. Not about the covenant, not about my bloodline, not about anything. I will not. Say it plainly. He held her gaze. I will not decide for you again. I will tell you what I know and what I do not know. I will let you choose what to read and when to read it. I will trust that you can survive the truth you are asking for. The words landed in the space between them, and Svana felt something in her chest loosen that she had not realized was clenched. She moved around the table. He did not reach for her. He waited until she was close enough to touch him, and then he raised one hand and pressed it flat against his own chest, palm open, as if offering her a target. You can ask me anything, he said, and I will answer. Not after the hearing, not when it is safe. Now. She reached for his wrist and turned his hand over, tracing the lines of his palm with her thumb. The skin was warm, human warm, and she felt the fine tremor in his fingers that he could not quite suppress. Whose name is in the 1742 beneficiary field? She asked. I do not know. The entry was sealed before Heliodor was founded. I have never had authority to open it. Who wrote the prediction? I do not know. The handwriting is not in any staff record I have seen. Who has been waiting 3 generations for my name to surface? He did not answer. She looked up. That one you know? I have a theory. I cannot prove it yet. Tell me the theory. He held still for a long moment. Then he said, The oldest court has kept a dormant file on the Vossing bloodline since 1742. Every few decades, someone requests a status check. No action is taken, no debt is called, but the file is never closed. The pattern suggests the debt was transferred to a party who has the authority to defer collection indefinitely, which means the beneficiary is someone with enough political power to keep the file open without allowing enforcement. Someone inside the court. Not just inside the court, someone whose influence predates the covenant. Svana let the words settle. She could feel the cold mark at her throat, pulsing in time with her heartbeat, a beat that was hers and not hers. Faber told me I have 90 days to discover the identity myself, she said. He told me the same. That is not a lot of time. No? She lifted his hand and pressed it against her throat over the cold mark. His palm covered the pulse, and she felt his fingers curl gently around the curve of her neck. Rely on me, she said. Not around me, not despite me, on me. His eyes were dark and still, centuries of control held in check. I am learning. Then learn faster. She leaned forward and kissed him, not soft, not tentative, a kiss that carried the weight of every truth she had demanded and every lie she had endured. His hand tightened against her throat, and she felt the cold mark press back against his palm, a recognition that was not entirely physical. When she pulled away, his breath was unsteady. "Anything else you need to tell me tonight?" she asked. He was silent for 3 heartbeats. Then he said, "The day I signed the covenant restatement, Faber asked me whether I could name the beneficiary of the 1742 transfer. I told him I could not. He said that was unfortunate, because the beneficiary's identity had been recorded in a codex that was removed from Heliodor's collection in 1839 and transferred to a private holding in Vienna. Whose holding? The holding belongs to a family that has not acknowledged the transfer in 185 years. He paused. The family name is the same as the one stamped on the gray card the elder's agent left at your building. The cold mark surged. Svana felt it spike against his palm, a pulse of heat and pressure that made her gasp. He did not pull his hand away. "What name?" she asked. He looked at her, and his eyes held something she had never seen in them before. Not fear, not calculation, grief. "Vossing," he said. "The beneficiary of the 1742 transfer was a member of your own bloodline." The reading room was silent. Outside, the rain had stopped, and in the glass wall, their reflections stood locked together, 2 figures holding a truth that had been waiting for her since the day she was born. Chapter 70. She did not take her hand from his chest. The reading room held the silence of rain-fed streets and old paper, and Svana felt the steady beat of Wulfric's heart beneath her palm. Human, warm, impossible, real. "Vossing," she said again, testing the weight of it. "The beneficiary was a Vossing. That means my own family has been holding a debt claim against itself for nearly 3 centuries. There is no proof the transfer was voluntary. No proof it was not, either." He did not argue. His hand still rested at her throat, the cold mark pulsing between his fingers and her skin, a third presence in the room. She stepped back. His arm fell. "Tomorrow," she said. "I want a formal meeting, in your office, with the door open. Open. Staff will see. Staff will talk. We cannot hide behind locked doors anymore and expect anyone to believe we are trustworthy with the covenant." He watched her with something she could not name. Not resistance, not approval. A kind of careful attention, as if he were memorizing the shape of her standing in the light. "At what time?" he asked. 9, before the first shift rotates in. That gives us 15 minutes of visible daylight before anyone has a reason to walk past." Visible daylight. "You wanted to stand beside me." She held his gaze. "This is what it looks like." He inclined his head. No hesitation. 9 o'clock, my office, door open. "And in that meeting, I will tell you the boundaries I need. For work, for reporting, for how we handle the lineage record and the 90-day window. You can accept them or not, but you will not negotiate them in private first." "Accept them," he said. "Or not." She waited. "I accept them," he said. "Whatever they are, I accept them now before you tell me. So you know there is no condition hiding behind my agreement." The words landed like a stone dropped in still water. She let herself breathe. "Thank you." He did not say "you are welcome." He said, "I have spent 4 centuries arranging the world so I would not need to trust anyone. It is harder to stop than I expected." "I know." She picked up the folder from the table, the cross-reference sheet still folded inside. The cold mark pressed once, a reminder of the clock, of the dossier already open in Vienna, of the name Vossing stamped on a gray card in Anja's pocket. "I will see you at 9, she said. She did not sleep. She sat at the desk in her apartment, the lineage key on the blotter, the cross-reference sheet spread open beside it. The handwriting of the prediction, red ink, sloping, deliberate, had not changed in the hours since she first read it. J. Vossing's granddaughter, not yet born, will carry the mark of the unresolved transfer if she enters covenant as guarantor. She traced the letters with her fingertip, feeling the slight rise of ink on paper, the pressure of a hand that had formed these words before her mother was born. The mark at her throat was quiet now, waiting. At 8:45 she closed the folder, locked the key in her desk drawer, and walked to the Heliodor vault. The morning light through the east windows was gray and thin, the corridor empty. She heard voices from the staff break room, the clatter of Petra setting up her station, the low murmur of catalogers beginning their shift. She walked to Wulfric's office. The door was open. He stood behind his desk, sleeves rolled to the forearm, a cup of coffee untouched near his hand. He did not move when she appeared in the doorway. He waited. She stepped inside and left the door open. "First boundary," she said. "I am not your lover when we are inside this building. I am the senior archivist and human guarantor. If you need to speak to me about something outside work, you send a message and I decide when and where to respond." "Agreed." His voice was steady, no edge of protest. "Second, you do not approve my access requests. You do not approve my correspondence with Faber or the oldest court. You do not sign off on any personnel decision that involves me. The Covenant authority lives in my office now, and my office reports to the Staff Council, not to the Director." "Agreed." "Third, if you learn anything about the Vossing debt, the Vienna holding, the identity of the beneficiary, or the writer of the prediction, you tell me immediately. Not when it is safe, not when you have confirmed it. Immediately." "Agreed." She studied his face. No hidden flinch, no flicker of the old control tightening. "There is no fourth boundary yet," she said, "but I reserve the right to add one." "Noted." A beat of silence. The coffee on his desk steamed. "Svana." She waited. "I cannot promise I will never fail at these boundaries," he said. "I have been the sole authority in this building for more than 400 years. I will stumble. I will reach for control before I remember it is not mine to take anymore. Then you will apologize and correct it." "Yes, and I will decide whether the correction is enough." He held her gaze. "That is the only arrangement I will accept." She felt something shift in her chest, a tension she had not noticed she was carrying. "The Vossing Codex in Vienna," she said. "How do I access it?" "You write to the holdings administrator. I have the address in my private correspondence records. I will give it to you before the end of the day." "You did not give it to me before now." "I did not have it before now. I searched the files after you left the reading room last night." She let that land. He had been working while she sat alone with the prediction. "Thank you." She turned toward the door. "Svana." She stopped. "I want you to know something." His voice was quieter now, pitched for the open door, for the corridor that might hold ears. "I was afraid of this. Not of losing authority, of losing the reason I had authority." She waited. "I built the Covenant to protect human staff. I kept it secret to protect human staff. I signed away my control to protect human staff." He paused. "And the reason I was afraid of losing the authority was that I did not trust anyone else to care about them the way I did. And now? Now I have seen you care more in 3 months than I did in 3 centuries, because you let them see you care." The words stayed between them, fragile and heavy. She nodded, once. Then she walked out of his office, down the corridor, past the staff who glanced up and looked quickly away, and into the senior archivist's office where Petra was already waiting with a cup of coffee and a sealed envelope. "From Miklos," Petra said, holding out the envelope. "Courier brought it 5 minutes ago. Marked for your eyes only." Svana took it. The seal was plain wax, no crest, no crescent moon. She broke it open. Inside, a single sheet of court letterhead, 3 lines of text. "Senior Archivist, Vossing, formal notice. The oldest court retains standing interest in any ledger or covenant that touches your guarantor status. All records referenced in the 1742 cross-reference, including any codex held outside Heliodor's collection, fall under this retention. You will be informed of examination dates. Men Faber, legal attaché." The cold mark at her throat surged so hard she dropped the paper. Petra caught it. "Read it." "Frail. They are not waiting 90 days, Petra said. Svana pressed her hand against her throat, feeling the pulse hammering under the mark, a beat that was not entirely her own. "The Vienna Codex," she said. "He is telling me they already know it exists, and they are coming for it." Chapter 71. The senior archivist office smelled different in daylight. Morning light fell across the cleared desk, catching dust motes that had drifted overnight. settling on the empty blotter, the locked drawers, the single chair that still held Dagmar's absence like a physical weight. Svana stood in the center of the room and let herself feel it. The letter from Faber lay folded in her jacket pocket. The cold mark pressed at her throat, steady and patient, a pulse that was not entirely her own. She had 90 days. The oldest court was not waiting 90 days. She pulled the chair back, sat down, and opened the first drawer. Dagmar had left the office cleared but not empty. The top drawer held a single folder labeled Current Matters, Inventory Required. Inside, a list of ongoing cases, pending requests, unresolved catalog discrepancies, and restricted queue items that had passed through the senior archivist's review without final disposition. Svana read the list twice. 23 open cases, 16 requests for sealed record access, 4 pending staff reviews, 1 notation for a donor dispute that had been sitting unresolved since March. And at the bottom, near the end of a separate section marked Restricted Queue, Genealogical, a single line of Dagmar's handwriting. Vossing debtor blood, 1,847 inquiry. Noted. Unresolved. The pen had pressed hard enough to leave an impression in the paper beneath. Svana set the folder down and pressed her palm flat against the desk. Dagmar had kept this in her own files, not in the lineage record room, not in the hidden drawer she had shown Svana with the cross-reference cards. Here, in the senior archivist's working folder, where only the person who sat in this chair would see it. She pulled the restricted queue file. It was thin. A single card, aged stock, the corners softened by handling. The handwriting was not Dagmar's. Earlier, older, the ink faded to brown. 1,847. Inquiry received. Vossing line, debtor status. Question raised blood obligation transfer. 1,742 entry. Correspondence forwarded to Heliodor Directorate. No disposition recorded. Below it, a modern notation in Dagmar's hand. File located in sub-3, container 87B. Do not transfer without Directorate concurrence. Status, unresolved. The cold mark surged once, a sharp pulse, then settled. Svana read the card again. Someone had asked about the Vossing debt in 1,847. 100 years before her grandmother. 105 years before she was born. Someone had questioned the blood obligation transfer from the 1,742 entry, and the inquiry had been forwarded to the Heliodor Directorate, with no disposition recorded. No disposition meant no answer. No answer meant the question was still open. She turned the card over. On the reverse, in the same faded hand, W. Brackett, informed. Response, none. Wulfric had been told about the 1,847 inquiry, and he had given no response. Svana set the card down carefully, as if it might dissolve. She had not asked him about this. She had asked him about the 1,742 notation, the prediction, the Vienna Codex. She had not asked whether anyone had come looking before. Now she knew. Someone had come looking in 1,847. Wulfric had not answered. The file had been buried in a restricted queue, passed from senior archivist to senior archivist, until Dagmar inherited it and kept it in her working folder, unresolved. And now it was Svana's. She opened the second drawer. It held a leather-bound logbook, the spine cracked, the pages filled with Dagmar's neat hand. A running record of every restricted case that had crossed her desk in 11 years. Svana started at the beginning. She read through the first hour, then the second. Case numbers, request dates, disposition notes. Names she recognized from staff files. Donors she had seen at the gala. Court representatives whose titles she had learned in the last week. And threaded through the entries, small decisions Dagmar had made without explanation. A request for sealed Vossing records from a scholar at the University of Vienna in 2019. Dagmar had denied it, citing incomplete documentation. A follow-up from the same scholar in 2020. Denied again, same reason. A third request in 2021, this time with full documentation. Dagmar had accepted it, then delayed processing for 6 months before finally approving access to a single document unrelated to the Vossing line. She had been filtering, controlling what reached the Vossing file. Svana turned the pages. More entries, more denials, more quiet redirections. In 2015, the oldest court's genealogical office had requested a preliminary review of Vossing family records. Dagmar had acknowledged receipt and then let the request sit for 14 months before responding with a single paragraph stating the records were undergoing scheduled conservation and were unavailable. In 2012, a private researcher had asked about the 1742 cross-reference. Dagmar had replied that the document was sealed under the covenant and could not be released without directorate concurrence. No directorate concurrence had ever been requested. In 2007, the pale-eyed elder who now sat on the inner council had submitted a formal inquiry about Vossing blood debt status. Dagmar had responded within the week, stating that no Vossing descendant was currently employed at the vault or named in any active covenant. A lie, or a protective deflection. Svana traced the date with her finger. 2007. The year Svana had started university. The year before she had even known the Heliodor vault existed. Dagmar had been protecting her name before she had ever set foot in the building. She closed the logbook and sat back in the chair. The room felt different now. Smaller. The weight of what Dagmar had carried pressing against the walls. 11 years. 11 years of filtering, deflecting, denying, and delaying. 11 years of keeping the Vossing file quiet so that when Svana finally arrived, there would be no open inquiries, no pending claims, no unresolved questions waiting for her, except the ones that could not be buried. She reached for the restricted Q file again, the 1847 card, the unresolved notation. Someone had asked the question before Dagmar, before her grandmother, before the covenant restatement had ever been drafted. Someone had been tracing the Vossing blood debt for nearly 2 centuries. She pulled a blank sheet of paper from the desk drawer and began writing. 1847, inquiry received, forwarded to directorate, no response. 2007, elder's inquiry deflected by Dagmar. 2012, private researcher blocked. 2015, court genealogical request delayed. 2019-2021, University of Vienna scholar filtered. The oldest court was not waiting 90 days. The Vienna Codex was already in their sights. And now she knew that the questions about her bloodline were not new. They had been circling for generations, and every senior archivist before her had done what Dagmar had done, kept them at bay, bought time, and now the time was gone. She looked at the blank space at the bottom of the page. Who asked in 1847? The cold mark pressed harder. Svana stood, picked up the restricted Q file, and walked out of the office. Petra was at her station in the conservation corridor, bent over a parchment repair, a magnifying lamp trained on a frayed edge. She looked up as Svana approached, took in the file, the set of her jaw. You found something. Something Dagmar inherited. Someone asked about the Vossing debt in 1847. Wulfric was informed. He did nothing. Petra set down her tools. 1847. That is not a casual inquiry. No, it is not. Who made it? The card does not say, just inquiry received and Wulfric's name. Petra's eyes narrowed. And you are going to ask him? He told you he would not decide for you again. That was last night. If he knew about this and said nothing, that is not a stumble. That is a choice. Svana felt the words land. She kept walking. The director's door was open. Wulfric sat at his desk, a ledger open before him, his attention on something she could not see. He looked up as she entered, and whatever he saw on her face made him close the ledger slowly. Svana. She set the restricted Q file on his desk. Tell me about 1847. He did not look at the file. He looked at her, and something shifted behind his eyes, a recognition that the time for careful answers had passed. The inquiry was made by a man named Elias Vossing, he said. Your great-great-grandfather. Chapter 72. Wulfric did not look away when he said the name. Elias Vossing. Your great-great-grandfather. She heard the words, placed them in sequence. They did not rearrange into meaning. He asked about the debt, she said, and you gave no answer. I gave no answer because I had none to give. 4 centuries and you had no answer. I had the same answer I would give you now. His voice held no defense, only fact. The record was sealed by parties I could not override without triggering the very exposure I was trying to prevent. She picked up the restricted Q file, the card, the reverse side with his name. Informed. Response. None. That is what the file says. That is what you let it say. He did not contradict her. The cold at her throat pressed, a steady pulse she could no longer separate from her own heartbeat. She had come here for a name and gotten one, but the name only opened onto a longer corridor. Where's Dagmar? Her percent. She left at dawn. A knock. Petra stood in the doorway, her face unreadable. Dagmar is in the senior archivist office. She asked me to find you. Svana did not look back at Wulfric. She walked past Petra and down the corridor, the restricted Q file still in her hand. The senior archivist office door was open. Dagmar sat in the chair behind the desk, the one Svana had already begun to think of as hers. She looked smaller than she had in months, not diminished, folded. Sit, Dagmar said. Svana sat in the visitor chair, the same chair she had taken the first time Dagmar had summoned her to this office 3 years ago to tell her she had passed probation. Dagmar pushed a stack of leather-bound notebooks across the desk, 5 of them. Worn spines, cracked hinges, the kind of bindings that had been opened and closed thousands of times. Covenant administration notes, every inquiry, every deflection, every procedural maneuver I used to keep the Vossing file quiet. You will need them. You are leaving. I am retired. There is a difference. Where does the difference matter? Dagmar's mouth tightened. It matters when the oldest court sends a summons and you have to answer without me standing in the corner. The cold mark pulsed. A summons. Check your desk. Dagmar nodded toward the blotter. Came by courier 20 minutes ago. Petra intercepted it before anyone else could read the return seal. Svana turned. A cream-colored envelope lay on the blotter, unopened, the paper heavy and textured. No stamp, no return address, just a seal pressed into the wax. A crescent moon, clean and sharp, no broken halves. The same emblem that had watermarked the genealogical request. The same emblem that had appeared on the elder's folder. She did not open it. Dagmar, you told me you kept secrets you would carry to your grave. I did. Is Elias Vossing one of them? Dagmar's hand stilled on the desk. For a long moment she said nothing. Then she reached into the pocket of her coat and withdrew a folded photograph. She slid it across the desk. The photograph was sepia-toned, the edges soft with age. A man in his 50s, stiff collar, dark beard shot with gray, eyes that held the same pale gray as Svana's own. Elias Vossing, Dagmar said, your great-great-grandfather. He came to the vault in 1847 because he had found a reference to the Vossing debt in a family ledger that had been passed down through 4 generations of women. He wanted to know what his mother had never told him. What did you tell him? I was not the senior archivist in 1847. I did not even work here, but I read the file when I took the post. She paused. Elias Vossing was told that the debt had been discharged in full in 1742, and the record closed. But it was not closed. No, it was transferred to a beneficiary within the Vossing line. Elias was the direct descendant of that beneficiary. He was told the truth had been buried to protect the family from a predatory claim, and that if he pushed further, the protection would collapse. Svana looked at the photograph, at the eyes that matched her own. He believed them? He had no reason not to. The director who told him was a man named Archino, a vampire who had served the vault for 200 years and had no reputation for deceit. Dagmar's voice dropped. What Elias did not know was that Archino was the one who had buried the record in the first place. He was protecting himself, not the Vossing line. The cold mark spread, a slow chill moving across her collarbone. You have known this since you became senior archivist. I have known that a Vossing would eventually surface in the binding record. I did not know it would be you. Dagmar's eyes held hers. When I saw your application 3 years ago, I almost rejected it. I could have. I had cause. No Vossing descendant had ever worked at the vault, and I had spent 11 years deflecting inquiries about the name. I could have kept you out. Why did not you? Dagmar looked at the photograph, at Elias Vossing's pale gray eyes. Because your grandmother asked me not to. The words landed like a blade. My grandmother did not know I existed. She knew. She wrote to me in 1954 when she learned she was pregnant with your mother. She asked me to watch for you, to keep the file quiet until you were old enough to see it for yourself. The cold mark pressed, a hand closing on her throat. She predicted me. She predicted someone. She did not know if it would be you or your mother or a child she would never meet, but she knew the line would surface again, because marks do not vanish, they transfer. Svana picked up the envelope on the blotter. The seal felt warm under her fingers. Did my grandmother know what would happen when I found it? I do not think she knew. I think she hoped. She broke the seal. The paper inside was thin, almost transparent. A single paragraph, handwritten in a script she did not recognize. The Vossing blood obligation has been noted as active. Present yourself to the west unmarked chamber before midnight for examination of the debt transfer. No representation, no witness. This is not a hearing. No signature, no seal, just the crescent moon. She looked up at Dagmar. The west unmarked chamber. It has not been used in my lifetime. It is a room under the oldest court's direct jurisdiction. No Heliodor staff are permitted to enter. Then how do I present myself? You walk through the door and find out what waits on the other side. The cold mark surged, a pulse so hard she felt it in her teeth. She looked at Dagmar, at the notebooks, at the photograph of the man whose eyes she had inherited. This is what you protected me from. This is what I bought you time to face. Svana stood, the summons in her hand, the cold mark burning at her throat. She did not know what waited in the west unmarked chamber, but she knew that someone had been waiting for her longer than she had been alive. Chapter 73. The corridor leading west from the conservation wing was unlit. Svana counted her steps against the cold mark's pulse. 37. 42. The walls changed here, the plaster giving way to raw stone that had not seen a paintbrush in generations. The air thickened. Not dust, something older. A stillness that had settled long before electric light reached this part of the vault. The door had no handle. She stopped in front of it, the summons still warm in her hand. The stone around the frame was darker than the rest, as if the door had been cut into the wall after the corridor was built and then sealed again. So many times the join had become a scar. No lock plate, no keyhole, no nameplate. She touched the surface. Stone, cold and smooth, dressed by hands that had worked before Prague was Prague. The door swung inward without a sound. The room beyond was smaller than she expected. A single table, scarred oak, 4 chairs arranged around it like a conversation that had not happened in living memory. No windows. A single lamp on the table, lit, the flames steady behind glass. The air smelled of paraffin and old paper and something metallic, like blood that had dried on a blade and been wiped clean. No one was inside. Svana stepped over the threshold. The cold mark pressed once, hard, then eased. Behind her, the door closed without anyone touching it. She stood still, listening. Nothing. No footsteps, no breathing, no whisper of fabric shifting in the dark beyond the lamp's reach. You came alone. The voice came from the chair at the far end of the table, the one she had not looked at twice because the shadow there was the same shadow that filled every corner of this room. Miklos Faber sat with his hands flat on the oak, his face half lit by the lamp's glow. He wore the same dark suit as the hearing, the same stillness. I had no choice, she said. You always have a choice. He did not move. The summons does not compel you. It asks you to present yourself. You could have refused. And then what? Then the oldest court would have noted your refusal and proceeded with the examination in your absence. His voice was unhurried, almost gentle. The result would have been the same, but you would not have been present to hear the evidence or offer your own. The cold mark flickered. A warning or recognition. "This is not a hearing," she said. "It is not." "Then what is it?" Faber rose. The movement was slow, deliberate, his hands leaving the table as if the wood had given him permission to stand. "This is a meeting between a representative of the oldest court and a human who has placed her name on a covenant that touches records older than the court's current char." He walked around the table, not toward her, tracing the perimeter. "I am here to ask you a question, not to demand an answer." "Ask it." He stopped at the opposite corner. The lamp cast his shadow long across the stone floor. "Will you cooperate with any inquiry into your family's records that the oldest court deems necessary to verify the status of the Vossing blood obligation?" The words landed like a key turning in a lock she had not known was there. "Cooperate how?" "By providing access to any records in your possession or control. By answering questions put to you by the court's examiners. By not obstructing or delaying the inquiry's work." "And if I do not?" Faber's eyes held hers. "Then the inquiry proceeds without your cooperation. The court has other sources, other witnesses, other records that do not require your consent to open." She thought of Dagmar's hidden logbook, the 11 years of deflected inquiries, the photograph of Elias Vossing with eyes that matched her own. "Who requested this inquiry?" "I did." "On whose authority?" Faber was silent for a long moment. The lamp flame did not flicker, the stone walls did not breathe. "On the authority of the curator of the unwritten," he said. The title landed like a stone dropped into still water. "Who is that?" "I cannot tell you." "Cannot or will not?" "Both." He stepped closer, one hand rising in a gesture that was almost placating. "The curator is a title that predates the oldest court's current structure. It is held by a party whose name is protected under the same non-disclosure order that predates the 1589 Covenant, the same order that protects the living witness named in Folio 19. The cold mark surged, a pulse so hard she felt it in her throat, her jaw, the roots of her teeth. "You knew. You knew who requested the genealogical inquiry before you ever handed me the 90-day ultimatum. I knew there was a standing request from the curator's office, filed in 1742, renewed every generation since." Faber's voice did not waver. "I did not know if it would be activated while you held the guarantor's post. When the pale-eyed elder demanded the genealogical review at the Sanctions hearing, I understood that the curator had decided to act. Decided to act against me. Decided to examine the record." He paused. "You are not the target, Svana. You are the circumstance." "Then what does the curator want?" Faber looked at her for a long moment. The lamp flame reflected in his eyes, 2 points of gold in the dark. "The curator wants to know why the Vossing blood debt was transferred to a beneficiary within the same bloodline, and who authorized a transfer that should have been impossible under the covenant's original terms." The words hung in the air. "That is what you have 90 days to discover," he said. "The curator has been waiting for someone to ask the question for 281 years. You are the first person who has been in a position to answer it." The cold mark pressed, a hand closing on her throat. "And if I find the answer?" "Then you will be the first person in nearly 3 centuries to know the truth about your own family's debt." He turned toward the door. The stone slid open without a sound. "This meeting is concluded. You may return to your office, or you may stay and consider what I have told you. The chamber will not lock you in." He stepped through the threshold. "Faber." He stopped. "The curator of the unwritten, is that a person or a committee?" He did not turn around. "That is the question you should be asking the Vienna Codex." He walked into the dark corridor, and the door closed behind him. Chapter 74. She walked the corridor alone. The lamp in the hidden chamber had gone dark when the door closed behind Faber, leaving her to find her way back by memory and the faint glow of emergency strips along the baseboard. Her footsteps echoed. The cold mark pressed at her throat, steady now, not surging, but present, the way a held breath was present. She reached her office and stopped in the doorway. Wulfric sat in the visitor chair, not her chair, angled toward the door, his hands empty on his thighs. He had not touched her desk. He had not moved anything. He was simply there, waiting, the way he had promised to wait. She closed the door behind her. He did not ask. He watched her cross to the desk, watched her set down the folder she had carried from the hidden chamber, watched her lower herself into her chair as if her legs had forgotten how to hold her. "Faber," she said. He nodded. "Waiting." He said the oldest court already knows about the Vienna Codex. Her voice came out flat, stripped of the shock she had felt in the chamber. "He told me the curator of the unwritten requested the genealogical inquiry, that the curator's office filed a standing request in 1742, renewed every generation since." Wulfric's jaw tightened. Not surprise. Recognition. "You know the title." "I have heard it." His voice was low, careful. "I have never known who holds it." "The same non-disclosure order that protects the Folio 19 witness." She pulled the cross-reference sheet from the folder, set it on the blotter between them. "The curator wants to know why the Vossing debt was transferred to a beneficiary within the same bloodline. A transfer Faber says should have been impossible under the covenant's original terms." Wulfric looked at the sheet. His eyes moved across the handwriting, the red ink of the prediction, the notes Dagmar had added in the margin over 11 years. "He is right," he said. "About what?" "The original terms of the covenant permitted transfer only to a party outside the debtor's bloodline. That was the safeguard. A line could encumber itself, but could not collect from itself." "Then who authorized the transfer?" He met her eyes. "That is the question the curator has been waiting 281 years for someone to ask." She pressed her palm flat against the cross-reference sheet, felt the texture of the paper, the ridges where the red ink had bitten into the fibers. "Faber told me to ask the Vienna Codex about the curator." "Then we go to Vienna." "No." She looked up. "I go to Vienna. You stay here and keep the vault running while the oldest court moves faster than 90 days. Something moved in his face. Not resistance. Acceptance. He had promised not to decide for her. "Petra will need to know where you are going, and for how long," he said. "Someone must." "Then tell her, not as the director, as the man who knows where I will be." He rose, crossed to her side of the desk. He did not reach for her, did not assume. He simply stood close enough that she could feel the warmth of him in the cold office air. She took his hand, pressed it against her throat over the cold mark, the way she had done in the East reading room, and felt him feel the pulse beneath his palm. "I do not know what I will find in Vienna," she said. "Neither do I. But you are not going to decide for me." "I am not." She held his hand there a moment longer, then let it go and stood. The cross-reference sheet went into her inner pocket. The chair scraped against the floor as she pushed it in. "Come with me to tell Petra." They walked together through the darkened corridor, not touching, not speaking, but side by side in a way that felt chosen rather than stolen. The conservation room glowed at the end of the hall, its doors open. Petra bent over a work table with a magnifying lens strapped to her forehead. She looked up when they entered. Her eyes moved from Svana to Wulfric and back. "You look like someone who just learned the floor can also bite." "Faber told me who requested the genealogical inquiry," Svana said. "The curator of the unwritten. A title that has been waiting for someone to ask about the Vossing debt since 1742. Petra's hands stilled on the parchment she was examining. "The curator is real?" "You know the title. I know the rumor, that something older than the oldest court has been keeping a file on this vault since before the covenant was sealed." She set down the lens. "What does the curator want?" "An answer, and the Vienna Codex has it." Petra was already reaching for her coat. "When do we leave?" "Alone. I go." "You cannot go alone into a city where a 281-year-old file is waiting for you with no backup." "I can, because if the oldest court moves faster, the codex disappears before I ever see it." Petra's jaw worked. She looked at Wulfric. "You are letting her do this alone?" He said nothing. He did not need to. Petra let out a breath and turned back to Svana. "Then at least take a courier case, something that can hold a record if you have to send back evidence before you follow." "Fine." Petra vanished into the back room of the conservation suite, leaving Svana and Wulfric in the soft glow of the work lamps. 1 hour, he said. The train station is 20 minutes by taxi. If you leave within the hour, you can be in Vienna before dawn. Will the codex still be there? I do not know, but it is. You will be the first Vossing to read it in 185 years. Petra returned. She carried a black courier case, old leather, worn at the corners, the brass latches dull with age. A seal in dark green wax was pressed into the front panel. Svana touched it. The wax was cold. The design was a crescent moon, intact, unbroken. Where did you find this? In the bottom of Dagmar's file cabinet, under a false floor panel wrapped in oilcloth. Petra held it out. I think she wanted you to find it after she left. Svana took the case. The weight was right, the leather supple from years of handling, the wax seal catching the lamplight like a stone. She did not open it. Not yet. We will open it together, she said, when we know who sent it. Wulfric stepped forward. Whoever sent it knew Dagmar would give you the notebooks, knew she would leave them in the office for you to find, knew you would need a courier case before you ever knew you needed one. The cold mark surged against her throat as the words landed. The case had been waiting for her. For 37 years it had been waiting inside a false floor panel under Dagmar's file cabinet, wrapped in oilcloth, sealed with a wax that still held its shape. And someone had known she would come looking for it tonight. Chapter 75. The conservation room hummed with the soft cycle of climate control, the air carrying resin and aged parchment. Petra held the courier case with both hands, her knuckles white against the worn leather, the green wax seal catching the lamplight like a trapped insect. Svana reached for it. Her fingers brushed the brass latches, cold from 37 years of waiting, and she lifted the case onto the work table. The seal was intact, unbroken, the crescent moon pressed deep into the wax with a clarity that should have softened over decades, but had not. The cold mark at her throat pulsed once, steady, as if acknowledging something she could not yet name. We open it together, Petra said. Not a question. Together. The wax cracked under Svana's thumbnail. She pried it free in a single piece and set it aside, the crescent facing upward. The latches gave with a soft click, and she raised the lid. Inside, a cream envelope. No address, no name. Just the same crescent moon pressed into the wax seal at the back. Beneath it, a stack of paper, 5 leaves of heavy ragstock, hand-ruled in iron gall ink, the handwriting tight and legible, the ink faded to a brown that suggested at least a century of dark storage. And beneath those, a single sheet of modern paper, the edges smooth from a machine cutter, the ink fresh enough to smell of toner. Petra leaned in. The note is recent. Svana pulled it free. The text was brief, composed in a hand she did not recognize. Clean, neutral, the kind of script taught in secretarial schools before the war. New guarantors should know what old courts remember. No signature, no date. She set it aside and lifted the first of the ragstock pages. The handwriting was older, the ink granular with age, the abbreviations those of a trained archivist working under pressure. Request for certified copy. Vossing Blood Debt Ledger, 1742, 1781. Field under seal of Oldest Court, Prague Division. Original held at Heliodor Vault, D-Series locked storage. Copy produced, 1 folio, verified against original by witness oath. Svana's throat tightened. She turned the page. Fragmentary index references. A name she recognized from the Vossing cross-reference, dates that matched the 1742 entry, property transfers numbered in descending order against debt reduction. But beneath the neat columns, a separate entry had been squeezed into the margin, written in a different hand, the ink slightly darker. Vossing, J. Entry under disputed status. Debt transferred intralineage. Authorized override, illegible. Beneficiary, same bloodline. Enforcement, deferred. The word deferred had been underlined 3 times. Authorized override, Petra breathed. That is what Faber asked about, how the impossible transfer was approved. Svana traced the illegible word with her fingertip, trying to read the erased letter shapes, the way the ink had been scratched out long after it dried. Someone authorized this. Someone with the authority to override a covenant that explicitly forbade intra-bloodline transfers. Someone above the oldest court? Or inside it? Svana pulled the next page free. A map. Hand-drawn, the lines precise, the landmarks labeled in a neat hand. The vault, the cathedral, the river bend, a street that did not exist on modern maps. A route traced through the old city toward a building marked only with a symbol she knew now. The crescent moon. The cold mark surged. She pressed her palm to her throat and felt the pulse of it beneath her skin faster than her heartbeat. "What is that?" Petra asked. "A destination." Svana looked up. "The Codex in Vienna. This map shows who held it before it was moved." Petra turned the remaining pages carefully, spreading them across the work table. The fifth sheet was the oldest, the edges brittle, the handwriting a secretary hand from the late 17th century, cramped and precise. A single paragraph filled the center of the page, surrounded by blank space like a statement waiting to be witnessed. Whereas the debt of the Vossing line was never truly discharged but only transferred, and whereas the beneficiary recorded in the ledger of 1742 is a member of the same bloodline, and whereas this transfer was executed by authority of the curator of the unwritten under seal of the oldest court, it is hereby noted that the original debtor of the Vossing bloodline remains liable until the debt is either called or discharged by the original creditor. This note serves as the sole surviving record of the original creditor's identity. The name of the original creditor is recorded in the Vienna Codex under the same seal. Original debtor, still liable. The cold mark pressed so hard Svana felt it in her teeth. "The original creditor," she said slowly, "is still alive. Somewhere. And someone knows who it is." Petra was already reaching for her phone. "I am calling the earliest courier service that can get you to Vienna by nightfall. You cannot take the train now. The oldest court has informants at the central station." "How do you know that?" "Because I have been watching who Faber's people watch." Petra dialed. "And because Dagmar told me to keep a backup route ready." The phone rang. Petra turned away, speaking in a low voice. Svana stared at the handwritten note. New guarantors should know what old courts remember. She had been a guarantor for less than 72 hours, and someone had known she would need this case before she ever signed her name. She lifted the final page, the modern one, the last sheet beneath the stack. A single line of text, typed, no heading, no letterhead. "The curator will meet you at the Codex. Be prepared to answer the question you have not yet asked." A second line, handwritten in the margin. "Bring the seal." Svana looked at the green wax crescent she had broken from the courier case. It sat on the work table like a dropped coin, the design sharp and waiting. "You need to move," Petra said, hanging up. "A car will be at the service entrance in 12 minutes. It will take you to a private airfield outside the city. A charter is already being arranged." "A private airfield? A charter?" Svana stared at her. How much did Dagmar prepare for this? Petra's face went still. "Everything." She procried everything. The cold mark steadied against Svana's throat, no longer surging, no longer pressing, just present, like a second pulse, like a clock winding down. She placed the broken seal in her inner pocket. The pages went back into the case. The lid closed. The latches clicked. "Then let us not waste her time." She turned toward the door. The conservation room lights flickered once, the voltage steadying, the hum of the building settling around her like a held breath. Petra caught her arm at the threshold. "When you get there, when you see what is in that codex, what will you do with it?" Svana thought of the prediction, the handwriting that matched no staff record, the curator waiting 281 years for someone to ask the question. "I will learn who authorized the override," she said, "and then I will decide whether the oldest court deserves to keep its secrets." Petra held her gaze a moment longer, then released her arm. The corridor stretched ahead, dark and empty, the emergency lights casting long shadows across the floor. Svana walked fast, the courier case heavy against her hip, the gold mark beating time against her throat like a name she had not yet learned to say. Chapter 76. The morning light through the senior archivist office window fell across the new covenant restatement, the ink dry, the signatures legible. Svana sat behind Dagmar's desk, her desk now, with the file drawer open and the scent of cedar and old paper rising around her like a ghost of the woman who had kept this room for 11 years. The building hummed at a different frequency. She had noticed it in the corridor on her way in. Human staff moved with straighter spines. Junior catalogers met her eyes when she passed. Laska had smiled, not the tight, professional smile of someone performing composure, but a real one, brief and bright as a struck match. And the vampires bristled. She saw it in the way one of the night conservators, a tall man with silver-shot hair and a nameplate that read, Imra Vadas, held himself rigid when she entered the conservation corridor. His eyes tracked her as she passed, not hostile, but watchful, measuring, as if testing whether the new authority would hold when tested. It would hold, because she had signed it into being. She pulled the top file from the drawer, the first item on Dagmar's list of 23 open cases. A routine recertification for a 1,723 property deed held in trust by a minor noble house in the Moravian corridor. 2 years overdue. Standard work, the kind of task that had once felt like drudgery and now felt like proof that ordinary life could still exist inside these walls. The cold mark pressed against her throat as she read, a steady pulse, not painful but present, a heartbeat that did not belong to her. She finished the file by 9:30 and placed it in the completed tray. The next file was a request for cross-reference access from a researcher at the University of Vienna. Routine, routine, routine. And beneath it, a slim folder with no label. She opened it. Inside, a single sheet of Heliodor letterhead, typed, signed by Faber's seal. Notification of genealogical examination. Date set, 3 weeks from today. Location, Codex Holding, Vienna. Subject, Vossing lineage transfer, 1742. Attending, curator of the unwritten, by proxy. 3 weeks. The cold mark surged once, a single hard press at her throat, then steadied. She read the notification twice. The language was precise and bloodless, the kind of legal prose that revealed nothing and promised everything. The curator would attend by proxy, meaning Svana would not face the title holder directly, but someone who carried their authority. Someone whose face she could read, whose voice she could measure for truth and falsehood, or someone who would read her the same way. She closed the folder and placed it in the top drawer, beside the broken crescent moon seal from the courier case. The morning continued. She answered 3 catalog queries, approved a materials request from the conservation lab, signed off on a donor's temporary access to the 1,606 Salzburg records. Each signature felt heavier than the last. Each decision a thread pulled taut in a web she could not see the full shape of. As 11:30, Petra appeared in the doorway with 2 cups of coffee and a folded newspaper. "How bad?" Svana asked. "Not bad," Petra said, setting 1 cup on the blotter. "Quiet, too quiet maybe. The oldest court has not sent anyone since the hearing. No couriers, no attachés, no pale-eyed elders demanding records." Svana took the coffee. The heat seeped through the ceramic into her palms, a small anchor in the current. "That means they are already working," she said. "They do not need to send people because they already have what they need." Petra's face tightened. The Vienna Codex. 3 weeks. Svana set the cup down. "Faber's notification came this morning. The examination is set." 3 weeks is not a grace period. It is a countdown. "I know." Petra unfolded the newspaper and laid it flat on the desk. A small article in the Prague local section, buried near the bottom of page 6. Heliodor Vault restructures oversight. Human guarantor named. Neutral, factual, no names except the institutions. "Someone released this," Svana said. "Faber's office," Petra said. 2 hours ago. "They want the public record to show the covenant is operational and transparent. Or they want every interested party in Europe to know there is now a human name attached to the Heliodor protections." Petra did not argue. The cold mark throbbed. Bon worked through lunch, clearing the backlog of Dagmar's open cases, annotating each file with the procedural steps already taken, the steps still needed, the deadlines approaching. By 3 o'clock, she had finished 12 of the 23. The work was methodical, satisfying in its plainness, the kind of task that let the mind settle into rhythm while the deeper currents pulled somewhere beneath conscious thought. At 4, the courier arrived. A young woman in a charcoal coat, no visible insignia, no company logo. She handed Svana a cream envelope sealed with a single drop of green wax. No emblem, no crescent moon, no identifying mark of any kind. Just wax, as if the sender wanted the seal to mean nothing, or everything, depending on who received it. Svana did not open it in front of the courier. She waited until the woman had left. The office door closed, the lock turned. The building hummed steady around her. Then she broke the seal. Inside, a single sheet of ragstock paper, 2 lines of handwriting, the same cramped secretary hand from the oldest document in the courier case. The codex remembers more than names. Come prepared to hear what your grandmother did not write down. No signature, no address, no indication of how the sender knew her office, her title, her name. The cold mark surged so hard she felt it in her throat, a pulse of pressure that made her swallow. She folded the note and placed it in the drawer beside the broken seal and Faber's notification. Then she stood, straightened her jacket, and walked to the conservation room to find Petra. The chapter of ordinary work was over. The next one had already begun. Chapter 77. The main reading room looked different with the gilt chairs removed and a single oak table placed at center, 4 chairs around it. No lectern, no podium, no shadowed corner for observers who did not want to be seen. Svana stood at the window, watching the last of the invited witnesses file in. Faber first, taking the chair facing the door. Then Delacroix, gown the color of drying blood, settling to Faber's left. Halvers followed, gray-templed and silent, lowering himself into the chair beside hers. The 4th chair remained empty. Wulfric had not arrived yet. The gold mark pressed at Svana's throat, steady and patient. She had stopped trying to read its rhythm. It had its own logic, its own schedule, and it answered to older forces than her heartbeat. The door opened. Wulfric walked in wearing the same dark coat he had worn the night of the gala, the night everything had begun to fracture and reform. He did not look at the witnesses. He looked at Svana, held her gaze for a beat longer than protocol allowed, then crossed to the oak table and stood behind the empty chair. "I will remain standing," he said. Faber inclined his head. "As you wish." Svana took her place at the wall, where Petra had told her to stand. "You are the guarantor now," Petra had said that morning, handing her coffee with a look that meant, "Listen carefully." "You do not sit at their table. You stand where you can see everyone who does." So she stood. Faber unfolded a single sheet of paper and read aloud in a voice that carried no emotion at all. The text was dense: clauses of transfer, definitions of authority, limitations on future action. Wulfric's right to approve or deny donors, his power to restrict access to sealed records, his unilateral authority over covenant interpretation, and one by one, the protections of secrecy he had built over 4 centuries were being carved away and distributed among the new oversight structure. None of them would go to Svana. That had been deliberate. She would not hold the powers he had held, because the point was not to replace him with another single point of control. The point was to spread the weight, so no one person could break under it. Wulfric listened without moving. When Faber finished reading, he set the paper flat on the table and pushed a pen across the oak surface. "Sign each page," Faber said. "At the bottom of each, and again on the final summary." Wulfric picked up the pen. He did not read the document. He had already read it, already memorized it, already carried the cost of every clause in his ribs since the night before. He signed the first page. The scratch of the nib was the only sound in the room. He signed the second, the third, the fourth. Each signature the same steady hand, the same unbroken line, the same name he had written on the original covenant in 1589. Svana watched his shoulders, the set of his spine, the way he did not hesitate. She had seen him afraid. In the sub-basement the night she found the ledger, she had seen fear crack through his composure like ice through a frozen river. She had seen him desperate, pleading, stripped of the centuries of control he wore like armor. She had never seen him surrender. This was not surrender. This was something harder. This was choosing to lay down a burden he had carried alone because carrying it alone had cost everyone around him the right to consent. He signed the final page and set the pen down. "Complete," Faber said. Delacroix reached across the table and turned the pages, checking each signature against the name on the document. Halvos watched without moving, his eyes tracking the paper's path as if he expected something hidden between the lines. "The transfer is confirmed," Delacroix said. "Effective immediately. The Oversight Committee will convene quarterly. The first meeting is scheduled for 3 weeks from today, to coincide with the Vienna genealogical examination." 3 weeks. The cold mark pulsed once, sharp and steadied. Faber collected the signed pages and placed them in a leather portfolio. "The oldest court thanks the Heliodor vault for its cooperation. The restructured covenant is now fully operational. No further action is required from Director Brackett's office." Wulfric said nothing. Delacroix rose, then Halvers. Faber followed. They left in sequence, the door closing behind them with a soft click that sounded final. Then the room was quiet. Svana stayed at the wall, her hands pressed flat against her thighs, her breath steady. Wulfric stood at the table with his back to her, one hand resting on the empty surface where the signed pages had been. "I did not think it would feel this way," he said. "What way?" "Light." He turned. His face was calm, the carved stillness she had first learned to read as indifference before she had learned to read it as control, held so tight it looked like stone. "I expected the weight to remain. It has been part of me for so long I did not know where I ended, and it began. And now I feel lighter." He crossed the room to stand before her, close enough that she could see the pulse at his throat, the only sign that he was anything but still. "And I do not know what to do with empty hands." Svana lifted her right hand and pressed it against his chest, over his heart. "You do not have empty hands," she said. "You have me." He covered her hand with his own. The warmth of his palms seeped through her skin, a steadying heat that the cold mark could not touch. "The transfer will be made public tomorrow," he said. "The article Faber released was the beginning. There will be more. They want the human guarantor to be visible, connected to the institution, impossible to ignore or dismiss." "And you?" "I will be visible too." His mouth curved, not quite a smile. "The director who surrendered his private authority, the vampire who chose to be seen." The cold mark pressed at her throat, not painful, just present. A reminder that she was bound to this moment in ways that went beyond choice. "Is it enough?" she asked. "What you gave today?" "It is enough for Heliodor to survive. It is enough for the human staff to be protected." He paused. "Whether it is enough for us, say it. Whether it is enough for us depends on what we build in the space we have made. I have spent 4 centuries hiding behind the covenant. I do not know how to live without it." "You will learn." "I am learning." His hand tightened over hers. "From you." The door to the reading room opened before Svana could answer. Petra stood in the threshold, her face pale, her hands empty of coffee or paper or anything that might soften the news she carried. "There is a courier at the service entrance," she said. "Same cream envelope, same green wax, no emblem." Svana felt the cold mark surge. "For you," Petra said. "The messenger will not give it to anyone else." Wulfric released her hand. Svana walked past him, through the empty reading room, past the oak table where 4 centuries of private authority had been signed away, past the gilt chairs stacked against the wall, toward the door where Petra waited with the news she had not yet delivered. The courier was a woman in a charcoal coat, no visible insignia, no company logo. She held a cream envelope in both hands, the seal intact, a single drop of green wax with no emblem pressed into its surface. "Svana Vossing?" "Yes." The woman extended the envelope. Svana took it. The seal broke at her touch. Inside, a single sheet of ragstock paper, the same cramped secretary hand, the same ink that smelled of iron and age. "The codex has been moved. Your grandmother knew why. Ask yourself, who benefits from a debt that is never collected?" The cold mark pressed so hard she felt it in her teeth. She looked up. The courier was gone. Petra stood in the doorway watching. Wulfric had come up behind her, a shadow at the edge of her vision. "The Vienna Codex has been moved," Svana said. "Someone does not want me to find it. Or someone wants you to chase it," Wulfric said. She folded the note and placed it in her inner pocket, beside the broken crescent moon seal. The ordinary work was over. The hunt had just begun. Chapter 78. The conservation room smelled of resin and old paper, the same smells that had wrapped Svana every night for 3 years. But tonight the room was different. The steel tables had been pushed against the walls, replaced by 3 long trestle boards draped in white cloth. Glasses caught the overhead light. Plates of bread and cheese sat at intervals, and someone had brought in a paella pan from somewhere, still steaming. Petra stood at the far end, sleeves rolled, a glass of wine already half empty. "It is not a gala," she said when Svana entered. "I made sure of that. Where did you find the paella?" "Imra's mother runs a catering kitchen in Suisk," he called her this morning. Svana looked across the room to where the night conservator stood against the wall, silver-shot hair catching the light, his rigid wariness slightly softened by a paper plate in his hand. He met her eyes and nodded once. The human staff were clustered near the food, talking in low voices. Laska stood at the center of them, a glass of something pale in her hand, a genuine smile on her face when she saw Svana. "Senior archivist?" Laska said. "It sounds like a real title now." "It was always a real title. It was Dagmar's title." Laska raised her glass. "Now it is yours." The others murmured agreement. Svana felt the cold mark press at her throat, not painful, just present, a pulse that matched her heartbeat. She found a glass of her own, water with lemon, and moved through the room. The vampires kept to the edges, watching with the patience of people who had learned to read rooms before entering them. Imra Vadas was the only one who had taken food. The others stood with empty hands, their eyes tracking the human staff with a wariness that mirrored what Svana had felt when she first discovered the Covenant. She understood it now. The peace of the vault depended on old bargains, and those bargains had just been rewritten at her table. Every vampire in this room was measuring what she had cost them and what she might cost them next. Petra appeared at her elbow. "Wulfric is on his way," she said. "Faber confirmed the transfers recorded. The witnesses have signed. It is done." "It is never done," Svana said. "It is just begun." "Philosophy later. Right now you need to speak." "I know." She had prepared nothing. The words would have to come from the place that had carried her through the hearing, through the drafting, through the signing, through the moment she had pressed her hand to Wulfric's chest and told him he was not empty. The door opened. Wulfric entered, still in the same clothes from the transfer, his sleeves rolled to his forearm, his face carved and calm. He crossed the room and stood beside Svana without touching her, without giving the watching eyes anything to read. "Senior archivist," he said, low enough that only she could hear. "You look like you belong here." "I do belong here." "Yes." He turned to face the room. "You do." The room fell silent. Svana set her glass down and stepped forward, away from the table, away from the safety of proximity. 3 years ago I walked into the Heliodor vault for the first time," she said. "I was underpaid, overqualified, and desperate enough to take any position that would let me touch old paper without a security clearance. I thought the vault was a library. I thought the records were just records. I thought the people who worked here were just colleagues." She paused. "I was wrong about all of it. The vault is a city of old promises. The records are weapons and shields. The people here are—" She looked at Petra, at Laska, at Imre Vadas, at the human staff who had trusted her before she had earned it. "The people here are the reason the Covenant exists, and they are the reason it will survive." Laska raised her glass again. "To the senior archivist," she said. "To the senior archivist," the room echoed. The cold mark pressed harder, and Svana realized she was smiling. The room returned to its low hum of conversation. Petra refilled her wine. Imre's mother's paella was declared the best thing that had ever happened to the vault's hospitality budget. Someone produced a second pan. Wulfric stayed at Svana's side, not touching, just present, a warmth at her shoulder that she could feel through the fabric of her shirt. "You did well," he said. "I did not prepare anything. It was better for it. You spoke from the thing you actually believe, not from the thing you thought you should say." "Is that what you do?" "No." His mouth curved. "That is why I need you to do it for both of us." The conversation continued. Svana let herself feel the warmth of the room, the relief of having survived the public phase, the fragile pleasure of being seen by people who had once looked at her as a junior archivist, who had somehow stumbled into their trust. Then she saw the door open. A woman stood at the threshold. Charcoal coat, no insignia. Cream envelope in her right hand, held the way a courier held something that was not meant to be dropped or damaged. The room did not notice. Svana did. The woman's eyes were fixed on the nameplate that had been mounted beside the conservation room door, the one that now read S. Vossing, Senior Archivist, in fresh gold letters. Svana crossed the room without excusing herself, without looking back at Wulfric. The courier did not move. "Svana Vossing," the woman said. "Yes." The woman extended the envelope. Cream paper, green wax seal, no emblem. "I was told to wait until you noticed me," the woman said. "I was told you would." "Who sent you?" "The same person who sent the others. The same person who has been watching the nameplate since this morning." Svana took the envelope. The seal broke at her touch. Inside, a single sheet of ragstock paper, the same cramped secretary hand, the same ink that smelled of iron and age. The Vienna Codex was never moved. It was never in Vienna. Your grandmother left it where only a Vossing would look. Come alone. Come prepared. The debt is still unpaid. The cold mark surged, a pressure so sharp she felt it in her throat, in her teeth, in the bones of her hands. She looked up. The courier was gone. The envelope was in her hand. The note was real. The cold was real. She turned. Wulfric was already moving toward her, his face unreadable, but the question in his eyes was clear. What does it say? Svana folded the note and placed it in her inner pocket, beside the broken crescent moon seal. It says the hunt has just found a new trail. Chapter 79. The celebration thinned slowly, in the way of gatherings no one wanted to end. Laska carried empty pans to the service hatch. Inra Vadas followed with glasses. The vampire staff slipped out one by one, their measuring gazes fading into the corridor dark. Svana stood at the trestle board with her wine untouched, the new note folded against her ribs, the cold mark pressing a steady question at her throat. Wulfric stayed at her shoulder, one hand resting on the back of a chair, not touching her, just present. "The courier," he said, "is gone. The note says the codex was never in Vienna." "Yes." "Then where?" Svana pulled the note from her inner pocket and laid it flat on the trestle board. The cramped secretary hand, the iron-scented ink, the same green wax smear at the fold. She said, "My grandmother left it somewhere only a Vossing would look." Wulfric studied the words without touching the paper. That could mean anything in the city. A house, a bike vault, a grave. It could. Svana folded the note and returned it to her pocket. But she left me more than a location. She left references. She crossed to the file cabinet where Petra had stored the courier case documents, the certified copies, the 5 leaves of ragstock paper, the hand-drawn map that no longer led anywhere useful. She spread them across the table. Wulfric pulled the second chair and sat. The conservation room hummed with the low vibration of climate control. The paella had cooled. The wine sat open. Svana worked. She laid out the Vossing references in chronological order. 1742, 1781, the marginal entries in different inks, the transfer authorizations stamped with the crescent moon. She traced the debt notations column by column, noting how the amounts decreased, how the property transfers aligned with dates, how the beneficiary field remained obstinately blank. 3 hours passed. The cold mark settled into a dull ache, present but not escalating, as if it recognized the work. Wulfric did not interrupt. He sat with his forearms on the table, watching her hands move across the paper, not the words. When she reached for a pen, he slid one toward her. When she stopped to stare at a sequence, he waited. She found it at 2:30. A recurring notation, not in the main body but in the lower margin of the 1781 copy, written in the same hand as the marginal address from the courier case. The ink had faded to a pale brown that caught the light at the wrong angle, easy to miss if you were reading for content instead of pattern. Unpaid in blood, deferred in service. The same phrase appeared 3 times, each time aligned with a different transfer entry, each time in the same position, the lower right corner tucked against the binding margin as if the writer had run out of room. Svana pressed her finger to the first instance. Here, and here, and here. Wulfric leaned closer. The same note on 3 separate transfers. Each one deferred, not discharged. The debt never left the bloodline. It just moved sideways. She traced the column of dates. 1742 to 1781 is 39 years. The next entry after 1781 is not dated, but the ink composition matches the 1847 inquiry card. Your great-great-grandfather's year. Yes. Svana pulled the 1847 document from the pile and laid it beside the 1781 copy. Elias came asking about the debt. He was told it was discharged. But the marginal notation says deferred in service, not discharged, not paid, deferred. Wulfric said nothing. Someone was still paying it. Zana said, in service, every generation. My grandmother knew. That is why she left the codex somewhere only a Vossing would look. She did not trust the record. She trusted blood. The cold mark pulsed once, sharp and brief. Zana reached for the originating ledger reference, the number written at the top of the 1742 copy in the same pale brown ink. She traced the characters with her fingertip, matching them against the courier case documents, against the note in her pocket, against the handwriting she was beginning to recognize in her sleep. Sashan Ledger, Folio 214, Dormant Archive, no active retrieval access. Wulfric's jaw tightened. That collection was sealed in 1963. No one has been authorized to open it since. Then someone authorized themselves. Zana looked up. Because the originating ledger is the only document that records who ordered the first deferment. The name of the person who decided the Vossing debt would not be collected. They sat in silence. The conservation room's light shifted as the building's overnight systems cycled. Somewhere above, Petra was making rounds. Svana stacked the papers, aligning the edges, preparing to file them back into the courier case. As she lifted the 1742 copy, a single sheet of paper slipped from between the leaves and drifted to the table. Cream ragstock. No seal, no address. She had not put it there. She had not seen it when she sorted the packet. The paper lay face up, and on it, written in her grandmother's hand, the same hand that had signed the 1954 emergency transfer, the same hand that had written the prediction in red, were 6 words. The debt sleeps. The creditor does not. Beneath them, a single line of numbers, a vault combination. The cold mark surged so hard Samani felt it in her teeth. She looked at Wulfric. He was reading the same line, his face unreadable, but his hand had moved to the edge of the table as if to catch something falling. Where is that vault? She asked. Wulfric's voice came low. There is only one vault in Prague that uses a 4-character combination with a crescent moon prefix. Svana looked at the numbers again. The crescent moon. Always the crescent moon. Where? He met her eyes. The oldest quartz private depository, beneath the cathedral. The cold mark burned, and the hunt found its new ground. Chapter 80. The loose page lay between them, cream ragstock yellowed at the edges. J. Vossing's hand unmistakable, even in the dim conservation light. The debt sleeps. The creditor does not. Vado read the line a second time, then a third, letting the words settle into the space where the cold mark pressed against her throat. Below the sentence, the vault combination. 4 characters, beginning with the crescent moon prefix. She did not touch the paper. She had learned that much. Evidence left undisturbed told a cleaner story than evidence handled twice. Wulfric stood behind her left shoulder, close enough that she felt the weight of his attention without turning. He had not moved since the sheet slipped free. His silence was not absence. It was the stillness of a man reading the same line she was reading and arriving at the same conclusion. Your grandmother wrote that, he said. Not a question. 6 words and a combination. Bavai kept her eyes on the paper. She did not date it. She did not sign it. She left it folded inside the 1742 copy, where only someone cross-referencing the full packet would find it. Someone who had seen the courier case. Someone who had seen the courier case and recognized the recurring marginal notation. Svana reached for the 1781 copy and turned it so the lower right corner caught the light. Here, unpaid in blood, deferred in service, 3 times, same hand as the marginal address. Wulfric leaned closer. 3 transfers, 3 deferments. And each time, the debt moved sideways instead of being discharged. Svana traced the column of dates with her fingertip, careful not to touch the ink. 1742 to 1781. 39 years. Then a gap. Then the 1847 inquiry. Elias. Elias came asking and was told the debt was discharged. She pulled the emir part from the pile, but the marginal notation says deferred in service. Not discharged, not paid, deferred. The cold mark pulsed once, sharp and brief. Wulfric did not speak for a long moment. When he did, his voice carried the weight of a man putting together pieces he had seen separately for centuries. The oldest court has been holding this file open since 1742. Not holding it open, Svana looked up. Deferring it. Someone has been paying this debt in service every generation. Not in blood, in service. My grandmother knew. That is why she left the codex where only a Vossing would look. Where exactly is that? Svana picked up the vault combination sheet and held it so the crescent moon prefix faced him. You tell me. You recognized the combination format. Wulfric took the paper. His jaw tightened as he read. This is the oldest court's private depository beneath the cathedral. I have been there once, in 1589, to sign the covenant. Then you know how to access it. I know the entrance. He set the paper down carefully, as if it might burn him. I do not know what is inside. The depository is sealed by court order. No one opens it without authorization from the curator of the unwritten. The name landed between them like a stone dropped into still water. The curator, Svana said slowly. Faber said the curator's office filed the standing inquiry in 1742, the same year the first deferment was recorded. Wulfric nodded. And the curator's non-disclosure order predates the 1589 covenant. Another nod. Which means, Svana said, her voice dropping to something harder. The person who ordered the first deferment is the same person who has been waiting for my name to surface for 3 generations. Wulfric did not answer. His silence was confirmation. The cold mark pressed against the throat like a hand closing. Svana turned back to the 1742 copy and lifted it carefully, checking the binding margin, the inner fold, every place a sheet could hide. Nothing. She did the same with the 1781 copy. Nothing. She reached for the courier case documents, the modern note, the hand-drawn map, the folded instruction from the curator. At the bottom of the stack, beneath everything, a single sheet of modern paper she had not seen before. Not cream rag stock, not iron gall ink, standard office stock, black ballpoint, her own handwriting. She stared at it for 3 full seconds before she understood what she was seeing. A marginal note, written in her own hand, in the same position as the recurring deferment notations, the same lower right corner, the same alignment. She had not written it. She had not been in this room with this paper before. But the handwriting was hers. Unpaid in blood, deferred in service, awaiting discharge. Below it, a date, 4 days from now. The cold mark surged so violently, Svana felt it in her teeth. The paper trembled in her hands. Wulfric took it from her fingers, read it, and went still. Svana, I did not write that. I know. I have never seen that paper before. I know. She looked at him. His face was unreadable, but his eyes held something she had never seen in them before. Fear. Not the controlled wariness of a man weighing risks, the raw, unmasked fear of a man who had just realized the game had moved beyond him. When did you last touch this document? He asked. 2 hours ago, when I sorted the packet. There was no marginal note. I would have seen it. You would have seen it. He turned the paper over, nothing on the reverse. Which means someone placed this sheet here while we were working. The celebration, the corridor, the courier. 30 minutes of distraction, enough time for a single set to be inserted. Svana took the paper back, held it to the light. No watermark, no visible tampering, but the handwriting was hers, which meant someone had access to her writing, her documents, her habits. Someone who knew exactly how she formed her letters, someone who had been watching long enough to imitate her hand. "There is only one person who has studied my writing," she said slowly, "who has seen enough of my notes to replicate the pressure and slant." Wulfric's expression hardened. Gervin. He was under observation, writing steadily. The observers tracked his speed, which means he was writing something he wanted tracked. Wulfric set the paper down, or writing something he did not want tracked, timed to match a known interval. Svana picked up the Vought combination sheet again, the words her grandmother had written still fresh in her mind. "The debt sleeps, the creditor does not. We need to go to the cathedral," she said, "tonight, before the date on that marginal note arrives." Wulfric looked at the paper in her hands, then at her face, then at the cold mark visible at her throat, pale and pulsing. "If we go alone. No courier, no oldest court, no witnesses." "I know. The curator will be there." "I know. The curator has been waiting for you since 1742. Svana folded the Vault combination sheet and placed it in her inner pocket beside the broken crescent moon seal. "Then the curator will finally get the answer." The cold mark burned. And beneath the cathedral, in the oldest court's private depository, a vault waited with the name written in a margin no one had been allowed to read for 281 years.